God-level income system, LV1. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 67. Personal wealth, 2,213 yuan. Constitution, 70. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Return multiple, 1x. Newbie gift pack, waiting to be collected. Lottery, none. Experience, none. Waking up from a hangover. Gao Yan found that there was an extra screen in front of him. At first, he thought it was a hallucination. But when I rubbed my eyes and pinched my arm, I found that the screen was still there. He knew it wasn't an illusion. So, he studied the screen carefully. Then, I couldn't help but my heartbeat quickened. Because, most likely, he acquired a system. Take a few deep breaths to calm down the tension and excitement in your heart. Gao Yan asked in a low voice, "System, what functions do you have?" The system did not answer. Instead, it directly injects relevant information about the functions of the system into his mind. In an instant, Gao Yan understood all the functions of the system. The system functions are simple and crude. At present, the system is still at level 1, and the system will return to him whatever income he has. For example, his one-day salary for a work-study program is 80 yuan. After receiving his salary, the system will return him 80 yuan. Simply put, it means doubling your income. Of course, this is still when the system is still at level 1. If the system reaches level 2, then the refund will be doubled. Once you reach level 3, the refund will be tripled. How is the system upgraded? For every dollar earned, he gains experience. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 10,000 experience points. In other words, he needs to earn 10,000 yuan. Each upgrade will also provide you with a lottery opportunity and attribute point rewards. But what exactly can be drawn? Depends on luck. What made Gao Yan feel good was that the system also gave him a novice gift package. Thinking of this, he whispered, "System, open the novice gift pack." System, the novice gift pack has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a super hot pot base. The next moment, Gao Yan felt that there was another detailed description of how to make a super hot pot base in his mind. For a while, Gao Yan was a little disappointed. Why give him hot pot base? Is it possible to let him open a hot pot restaurant? He only had $2,000 on him. Setting up a street stall would be too much. Not to mention opening a hot pot restaurant. Wrong. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes lit up. He seemed to have heard Qinghao mention it. Yang Yu's family runs a chain of hot pot restaurants. And the scale is not small, there are 3 stores in Nandu City alone. Why don't you try Yang Yu? Yang Yu is his classmate. However, in the past 2 years, they had not had much contact at all. They were just acquaintances, better than strangers at best. The main family member is the aloof Bai Fumei. He is just an ordinary poor student. Therefore, if he wants to sell hot pot ingredients to Yang Yu, people may not pay attention to him. But what if it happens? But not before that. He had to try first to see if the super hot pot base was as outrageous as the system said. So Gao Yan got up in a hurry. I washed up briefly and went out. First I bought 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk from the breakfast shop downstairs. I ate while walking towards the vegetable market. Most of the recipes for super hot pot base ingredients are ordinary seasonings, which can be bought at the wet market. Except There are also 3 traditional Chinese medicines, which need to be purchased at a medicine store. Coincidentally, there is a Chinese medicine shop near the university town. Walking around in circles for more than an hour, Gao Yan returned to the rental house. Follow the information in your mind to fry the super hot pot base step by step. 503 next door. A bedroom full of girly style. Lynn Mower was lying on the bed, watching TV series on her tablet and eating snacks. Suddenly, an extremely tempting spicy smell wafted into the room. Hateful, who put poison at this time? Lynn Mower took 2 strong sips, said with some dissatisfaction, and put a piece of potato chip into her mouth. Kakaka. The potato chips that were originally quite tasty suddenly became unpalatable. About 40 minutes passed. The super hot pot base is finally finished. Gao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to make a pot of hot pot to taste it. Although the hot pot base is very fragrant. But how does it taste? He was still unsure. First put 1/3 of the hot pot base ingredients into another round pot. And add 2 pounds of white water. He carried the pot to the living room, took out the induction cooker, plugged it in and put it on. When going to the vegetable market to buy ingredients, Gao Yan bought a box of chopped beef, mutton, tripe, 2 potatoes, and a cabbage heart. I went back to the kitchen to finish the potatoes and cabbage hearts. The hot pot soup base in the living room was already boiling and emitting a rich aroma. This fragrance is vaguely mixed with a faint smell of Chinese medicine. Ah, I'm going crazy. Smelling the smell of hot pot wafting into the room, Lynn Mower couldn't help but rub her hair in annoyance, accompanied by a strong sense of hunger. Tasty. Gao Yan put the fat cow into the pot and boiled it for more than 10 seconds. Then took it out. He blew it into his mouth and just chewed it. An unspeakable and fragrant smell exploded in his mouth. After swallowing it, an expression of satisfaction appeared on Gao Yan's face. Immediately afterwards, he immediately picked up a piece of mutton and a piece of tripe and put them into the pot to cook. As we all know, eating hot pot requires dipping sauce. But the super hot pot base that comes in the novice gift pack does not require dipping at all, and it still tastes great. Gao Yan is from Southwest China. The most famous thing in Southwest China is hot pot. It's not an exaggeration to say that someone grew up eating hot pot. But he can definitely say that the hot pot made with super hot pot base is definitely the best hot pot he has ever tasted. Bang bang bang. There was a rapid knock on the door, with a hint of resentment. Gao Yan frowned, temporarily put down his bowls and chopsticks, walked to the door, opened it, and found a 17 or 18-year-old girl standing outside the door wearing cool pajamas. The girl's hair is slightly messy. Should have just woken up. Her facial features are slightly 3-dimensional and her skin is very white. She should be of mixed race, so she looks like an exquisite porcelain doll. The most eye-catching thing is that her pajamas are pushed up high. It's really amazing, at such a young age. Gao Yan withdrew his scrutinizing eyes. If he remembered correctly, this girl should be the landlord's daughter. I heard that I am in my 3rd year of high school. You are Sister Lin's daughter, is something wrong? Gao Yan asked with some confusion. Lynn Mower stretched her neck and looked into the room, then sniffed, Are you cooking hot pot? Yeah, how about, come in and have something to eat? Gao Yan was polite and authentic. That's great, I won't be polite. Gao Yan couldn't help but froze when he saw Lin Mower rushing towards the table at a speed of 100 meters. Then he smiled helplessly and was about to help her go to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks, but the other party actually picked up the fat beef with his chopsticks and put it into the pot to rinse it. Wait a minute, those are my bowls and chopsticks, I'll get you a new pair. Gao Yan quickly reminded. It doesn't matter, I don't dislike you. Lin Mower said without looking back, her eyes fixed on the fat cow on the chopsticks. Gao Yan seemed to hear the sound of swallowing saliva. Gao Yan, who had taken a new set of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, walked into the living room. He happened to see Lin Mower put the cooked fat meat into her mouth, and then her eyes narrowed, and a fair and delicate face appeared. An expression of great enjoyment. How does it taste? Gao Yan asked. Good times, good times. The girl said vaguely. Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile, vaguely feeling that his super hot pot base should be able to sell for a good price. The author has something to say. The new book is here. Still a familiar recipe, still a familiar taste. I hope everyone will support me. Gao Yan didn't buy many ingredients, just to test the taste of the super hot pot base. So, less than 5 minutes. The two of them fought for each other. A box of fat beef, a box of mutton, and a box of tripe, including potatoes and cabbage hearts, were all cooked cleanly by the two of them. No more? Lin Mower looked at Gao Yan and asked, with a look of unfinished expression on her face. Because she was worried about getting acne, she rarely ate spicy food, especially hot pot. But after tasting Gao Yan's hot pot today, she felt that it was worth it even if she got 2 acnes. Sorry, I didn't know you were coming, so I prepared a few ingredients. Gao Yan spread his hands helplessly. All right. Lin Mower was a little disappointed and decided to let her mother take her to eat hot pot that night. What do you call me, little brother? My name is Gao Yan, what's yours? My name is Lin Mower, you can just call me Mower. Attracted by the aroma of Gao Yan's hot pot just now, Lin Mower didn't notice that there was something wrong with her clothes. Now she realized that she actually ran to a strange man's house in her pajamas. Although she was her own tenant, she still looked a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Nature. Brother Gao Yan, I will go back first. Thank you for your hospitality. Without waiting for Gao Yan's response, Lin Mower rushed out of the room in a rage. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. What an interesting little girl. If there was a rating system for beauties, the highest score would be 100. This Lin Mower can score at least 92 points. However, he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about Lin Mower. First of all, I am not old enough. Secondly, the identity of Lin Mower's mother, the landlord's sister Lin, is probably not simple. Judging from the dress, the other party is a proper elite. Secondly, the other party's car is a Maserati Quattroporte. Retracting his mind, Gao Yan quickly tidied up. I poured myself a glass of water and sat on the sofa, thinking about how to contact Yang Yu and sell the super hot pot base to her hot pot restaurant. Invite her to a hot pot meal made by yourself? Not likely. In the past 2 years, there have been many boys pursuing Yang Yu. There are many rich second generations among them, but none of them can succeed. Therefore, inviting Yang Yu to his home for hot pot would not work at all. Or ask Yang Yu to help introduce her family members? Regardless of whether it works or not, you have to try. Gao Yan studied business administration at Nandu University Business School. Although it is not a key institution like 211 and 985. But it's also a good undergraduate degree. That night, Lin Xiaomin, who drove back, first changed into a set of loose home clothes, opened her daughter's door with a smile on her face, and was very pleased to see her daughter immersed in studying questions. Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. Lin Amour stood up from her seat, hugged Lin Xiaoming's arm, and said coquettishly, Mom, I want to eat hot pot. She still remembers the hot pot meal in the morning. Even when I was doing my homework, I always recalled the taste of hot pot. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. She knew her daughter's taste, so why did she think of eating hot pot today? However, her daughter has always been well-behaved and rarely makes requests to her, so she nodded. Baby, if you want to eat, Mommy will call to reserve a seat. 7 p.m. Lin Xiaoming drove her daughter Lin Moer to Shangshifu, the most high-end seafood hot pot restaurant in Nandu. The consumption level here is not low, more than 500 yuan per capita. But Lin Xiaoming's financial resources are nothing. After all, her company's annual revenue is more than 10 million. I asked for a small private room and ordered the Yuanyang hot pot. Lin Moer's face was also full of expectation. Soon, the bottom of the pot opened. Lin Amour couldn't wait to boil a piece of fat beef and put it in her mouth. But immediately, she frowned. What's wrong, baby, isn't it to your liking? Lin Xiaoming asked quickly after noticing her daughter's frown. No, it's quite delicious. Lin Amour shook her head. She knew that her mother was tired from running the company every day, although the hot pot at Shangshu restaurant was much worse in taste than the hot pot made by Gao Yan in the rented house next door. But it's actually quite delicious. If she says it doesn't taste good, her mother will definitely find a way to satisfy her. In order not to upset her mother, she pretended to be very happy and ate a lot. But it made her miss Gao Yan's hot pot even more. The next day, Monday, Gao Yan came to the school classroom. As soon as he sat down, the fat man Qinghao came over and said, Are you okay, kid? It's okay. There's no problem that can't be solved with a drink. If so, just add another drink. Gao Yan said with a smile, Isn't it just a failure to express his love? It's not like he has never failed before. Besides, what he is most interested in now is making money. Are you sure it's okay? Qinghao asked again. Your dad is really fine. Gao Yan rolled his eyes at Qinghao, but he felt warm in his heart. He and Qinghao had the strongest relationship in the entire dormitory. As for why he rented a house outside the school, the main reason was that he had a big conflict with Zhou Yuchao, who was in his dormitory, and they were disgusted with each other. In addition, he had to work outside and came back late, so it was more convenient to live outside. It seems that you are fine, but you have to be mentally prepared. Let me tell you something. Qinghao lowered his voice and said, Say it. Gao Yan doesn't care about authenticity. Bai Wei and Zhou Yuchao hooked up. When Qinghao spoke, he kept paying attention to Gao Yan's expression. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's face froze slightly, and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Okay, I understand. Bai Wei was the person he confessed to the day before yesterday. He didn't know whether Zhou Yuchao was serious about taking down Bai Wei, but he was certain that Zhou Yuchao hooked up with Bai Wei to deliberately stimulate him. Look, the woman you love has been captured by me. Seeing that Gao Yan could suppress his anger, Qinghao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, That woman Bai Wei is not a good thing. I couldn't say it before. Now that she is with Zhou Yuchao, I can't either. There is nothing to worry about. That woman has talked to several rich second-generation students in our school. Her private life is quite chaotic, and she typically dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Look, she will definitely kick that grandson out before long. Although Zhou Yuchao still has a little money, he may be able to satisfy Bai Wei's appetite in the short term. Over time, it will definitely become unbearable. Didn't you see that the woman's clothes and belt were all brand name? Fat man, you have your heart, I understand. Gao Yan patted Qinghao on the shoulder. At this moment, Yang Yu, who had his own aura, walked into the classroom. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. It returned to normal after Yang Yu sat down. What, do you have any thoughts about Yang Yu? Noticing Gao Yan's eyes, Qinghao asked with a smile. No, I still know myself. Gao Yan shook his head. As the bell rang, the associate professor in class announced the end of Get Out of Class. Gao Yan stood up and chased Yang Yu. Classmate Yang Yu, can we have a chat? After catching up to Yang Yu 3 steps behind, Gao Yan shouted. Yang Yu turned her head and glanced at Gao Yan with some confusion. I still have something to do, let's talk while we walk. Thanks. Gao Yan said gratefully, then he took a deep breath to calm down the tension in his heart, and said with a smile, Classmate Yang Yu took the liberty of interrupting, I hope you won't be offended. It doesn't matter. Yang Yu said lightly that she didn't have a deep impression of Gao Yan. He was a very ordinary boy and her understanding of him was limited to his name. I have a recipe for hot pot base. I heard that you have a chain of hot pot restaurants at home, so I want to sell this recipe to your hot pot restaurant. Trust me, with this. Hearing this, Yang Yu suddenly paused and looked at him with an incomprehensible look. Under Yang Yu's gaze, Gao Yan couldn't help but hesitate in his tone and his face was slightly swollen. At the same time, he also noticed Yang Yu's expression, which was still calm, but there was a bit of disdain and ridicule towards him in his eyes. Sensing the meaning in her eyes, Gao Yan felt bad all over and felt as if he was holding a breath. Classmate Gao Yan. I only heard Yang Yu speak slowly, I know what you mean, but I am still a student now. I focus on my studies. Professionals are taking care of my family business. I can't interfere, so I can't help. I hope you can understand. I still have something to do, so I'll take the first step. Looking at Yang Yu's beautiful back, Gao Yan couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. From beginning to end, Yang Yu behaved politely, but the alienation in her politeness made Gao Yan understand that they were from completely different worlds. I'm so excited. Gao Yan sighed secretly. But he had nothing to be discouraged and angry about. In fact, he had already expected that this would not happen. He is just an ordinary student, why should Yang Yu look down on him? Besides, he is also very confident in the super hot pot base provided by the system. Yang Yu is not willing to help introduce her family's hot pot restaurant. The loss is not for him, but for the other party. Thinking of this, Gao Yan was going to talk to other hot pot restaurants. Are you excited? Are you trying to take advantage of Yang Yu? At this time, Qinghao caught up and said with a strange expression. Of course not. Gao Yan shook his head decisively, I just have something to ask her. What is it? Qinghao asked. After thinking for a while, Gao Yan said, I have a very good hot pot base recipe. Didn't you say that Yang Yu's family has a chain of hot pot restaurants? So, I went to her to see if I could sell the recipe to them. What was the result? Qinghao asked with a smile. Of course not. Gao Yan said, a little depressed. At this time, Qinghao looked thoughtful. After a while, he asked, Are you sure that your recipe is good? After 2 years of getting along, he still knows Gao Yan better, and he will never do anything without a purpose, so he still believes that Gao Yan really has such a recipe. Gao Yan said, How about this? I just fried a lot of hot pot base yesterday. Let's go buy some vegetables and cook a pot to try. Okay, if your hot pot base is really that good, I will introduce someone to you. He may be interested. Qinghao said. Thank you. There was only one professional class in the morning, so Gao Yan and Qinghao went out of school together and bought a lot of ingredients at the nearby vegetable market. After returning to the rental house, Gao Yan started to get busy. An hour later, Qinghao was lying on the sofa with a big belly, looking satisfied. Gao Yan did not ask Qinghao if it was delicious. The answer was found from his bulging belly. Brother, your hot pot base is really awesome, and the food cooked is really delicious. Speaking of this, he looked a little hesitant. Such a good thing, are you really going to sell it? What else? Gao Yan followed and sat on the sofa. He knew that opening a hot pot restaurant with this recipe would definitely be very popular. However, he had no money and no connections, so what could he use to open a store? Besides, even if he opened the store, what would it matter? Can he guarantee that the formula will never be leaked? Once the formula is leaked, what can he do with capital? Although he is only a sophomore, his family reasons make him precocious. Since he doesn't have the ability to keep the recipe, it's better to sell it for money. As the saying goes, there is gain only when there is sacrifice. He can also use the money from the recipe to upgrade the system and get more benefits. A novice gift pack can bring him a super hot pot base. He believes that he can get more through the system in the future. People still have to take a long-term view. How about we open a hot pot restaurant together? You provide the recipe, and I provide the funds. Qinghao spoke again. You? Gao Yan looked at Qinghao with contempt. This guy is poorer than him, and he usually takes advantage of him. Qinghao, why not? Forget it, this young master won't pretend. In fact, I am a rich second generation. Son, kowtow to your father quickly, and your father will take you to pretend and fly. Get lost. Gao Yan glared at him unhappily, because he didn't believe Qinghao's words at all. This fat guy is not only stingy, but also likes to take advantage of small things, and his clothes are also ordinary. I really can't see how he looks like a rich second generation. Gao Yan, I'm serious. Qinghao's expression became more serious. Since you are a rich second generation, I will sell you the formula. Gao Yan sneered. Tell me the number, and Dad will transfer the money to you right away. Qinghao showed a smile of getting rich. 500,000, as long as you can come up with 500,000. The formula will belong to you. What's the card number? Qinghao pretended to take out his mobile phone. Gao Yan cooperated and reported the bank card number to Qinghao. Qinghao continued to operate on the phone for a while, then looked up and said to Gao Yan, 500,000 has been transferred to you. Are you addicted to acting? Gao Yan sneered. But at this moment, his mobile phone vibrated, and when he picked up the phone, it turned out to be a bank account arrival information. Clicking it, Gao Yan's expression suddenly became very strange, and he looked at Qinghao. Fatty, are you really a rich second generation? Because this message showed that his bank account had just received a transfer of 500,000. At this time, the system prompt sound also came. Ding, congratulations to the host for earning 500,000. The returned 500,000 has been received. The host can withdraw it through the system. Ding, the system has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade, Gao Yan said silently in his heart. Ding, the system has been upgraded. It is currently at level 2. Each income will be returned twice. At the same time, congratulations to the host for winning a lottery and 5 free attribute points. At this time, Qinghao's voice sounded, hee hee, did you receive the money? How about it? Dad didn't lie to you. Okay, you hide it very well. Since you are a rich second generation and you are still eating and drinking around me, then, grandson, tell me, how should I deal with you? Gao Yan grinned and walked towards Qinghao with ill intentions. Stop it. Brother Yan, I was wrong, please be gentle and don't hit me in the face. Dad, stop hitting me, I was really wrong. After beating up Qinghao, Gao Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. This fat guy was really good at pretending. He was obviously a rich second generation. But he pretended to be poor and pitiful in front of him and ate and drank for free. And he lied to him for almost 2 years. Sitting back on the sofa, Gao Yan glanced at Qinghao. Tell me, why did you lie to me? Brother Yan, I actually have my own difficulties. This matter has to start from high school. In short, in high school, Qinghao appeared in school as a rich second generation, and then fell in love with a beautiful girl. Qinghao thought he had found true love, and spent a lot of money on that girl. As a result, the girl was just after his money, and she also colluded with a group of people to cheat him of his money. After learning the truth, Qinghao was depressed. Although the girl was punished in the end. But Qinghao's heart was hurt a lot. So from college, he started to pretend to be poor. Qinghao smiled bitterly and stood up and said, Brother Yan, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lie to you. In fact, I have always wanted to find an opportunity to confront you, but I just don't know how to say it. I'll forgive you for 10 big meals. Gao Yan, who had been gloomy, smiled. This is too much, how about 3 meals? Qinghao also smiled and bargained. 10 meals, 1 less is not okay. Okay, 10 meals is 10 meals. Qinghao said with a painful face. The next moment, his face turned serious. By the way, Brother Yan, your formula is too cheap at 500,000. How about 2 million? No, 500,000 is 500,000. If you keep bargaining, we won't even be friends anymore. Gao Yan waved his hand impatiently. To be honest, although the value of this formula is relatively high, it is not easy to sell it at a higher price. If it were someone else, let alone 500,000, it would be good to give 100,000. By the way, this is the formula, keep it. Gao Yan took out a piece of paper and handed it to Qinghao. Brother Yan, I took advantage of you this time, but don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. Qinghao put away the formula, and his fat face was full of seriousness. By the way, do you have any extra base ingredients? I'll take it back for my parents to try. There are still some, I'll give them all to you. Gao Yan went to the kitchen to put the remaining hot pot base ingredients into a bag. After sending Qinghao away, Gao Yan couldn't wait to settle accounts with the system. It only takes 10,000 experience points to reach level 2. My income of 500,000 is equivalent to 500,000 experience points. How come I can only reach Level 2? Host, every time you upgrade, your experience points will be cleared. The system replied. Gao Yan was speechless when he heard the system's answer. If he had known this, he should have asked Qing Hao to transfer the money in batches. He wasted 490,000 experience points in vain. By the way, after the upgrade, he was also rewarded with a lottery. So Gao Yan hurriedly shouted, "System, I want to draw a lottery." Ding, let's start the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 32 milk tea recipes. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan had 32 more ways to prepare milk tea in his mind. This is good. Gao Yan was quite satisfied with this milk tea recipe. The hot pot base recipe can only be sold if you hold it in your hands. But with the milk tea recipe, he can open a milk tea shop. By the way, the system also awarded 5 free attribute points. Thinking of this, he brought up the system interface. God-level income system, LV2. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 67. Wealth, 50, 2003 yuan. Constitution, 70. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Revenue return multiple, 2 times. Lottery, none. Experience, none. 500,000 stored funds, to be collected. Free attribute points, 5 points. Gao Yan discovered that there was a plus sign behind the numbers 4. Appearance, physique, and spirit. Obviously, he can add 5 free attribute points to any item. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan added 5 points of free attributes to his physique in one breath. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt a warmth spread throughout his body. It took a full 30 seconds for it to disappear. Then Gao Yan felt that he became extra energetic, and there were a few more abdominal muscles on his originally soft lower abdomen. At the same time, the relatively fitting underwear also became tight. After a while, Gao Yan returned to normal. Thinking that there was still 500,000 funds stored in the system, he asked, "System, will there be any problem with the funds you returned entering my account? Now there are only 500,000, so no one is sure to check him. If the amount of funds returned in the future is large, someone will definitely investigate him. System, host, please rest assured that the returned funds will be deposited into the future's account registered in the name of the host, and various taxes have been paid. There will be no problems." That's good. Gao Yan felt relieved after hearing what the system said. Just then, the phone rings. Seeing the call note displayed on the screen, Gao Yan couldn't help but frown. When he picked up the phone, a bossy voice came from inside. "Gao Yan, transfer 1,000 yuan to me immediately. I have an urgent need." The person who asked him to transfer the money was his brother Gao Lang. Gao Yan was originally an orphan. When he was 3 years old, he was adopted by his adoptive parents who were infertile. At first, his adoptive father and mother were indeed very kind to him and treated him completely as their biological son. Unexpectedly, when he was 6 years old, his adoptive mother's infertility was cured and she became pregnant with Gao Lang. Later, his younger brother Gao Lang was born. The adoptive father and adoptive mother naturally devoted their affection to their biological son. Gao Yan's status in the family naturally plummeted. As the two brothers grew up, the better Gao Yan performed, the more uncomfortable his adoptive mother felt and the more she disliked him. His attitude towards Gao Yan, his adopted son, is getting worse and worse. However, Gao Yan didn't hate them for this. Although his adoptive parents had a bad attitude towards him, at least they did not lack food and clothing for him, and they also provided for him to go to college. But Gao Lang, his younger brother, had a particularly bad attitude towards Gao Yan. To put it bluntly, it's jealousy. Because from elementary school to high school, Gao Yan's grades were very good, and he was in the top 3 in every exam, if it weren't for the fact that he had a cold and fever during the college entrance examination and his performance was abnormal. I can definitely get into key colleges like 211 and 985. But Gao Lang can't. He was always at the bottom of the class every time he took the exam. Gao Yan also wanted to ease the relationship between the brothers, but unfortunately, Gao Lang didn't appreciate it at all, and even sneered at him and called him a hypocrite. This is not the first time Gao Lang has asked him for money. In fact, the living expenses given to him by his adoptive parents were not much, only 400 yuan per month. With this little money, I can still eat enough in the school cafeteria, but if I want to eat well, I definitely won't be able to. Therefore, from the beginning of his freshman year, Gao Yan began to work odd jobs outside. By the second half of his sophomore year, he didn't even ask his adoptive parents for tuition. He paid for it with his own money from part-time jobs. Gao Yan frowned and responded, "Why do you, a high school student, need so much money? Why are you asking so many questions?" "I'm just asking you, do you want to transfer money to me?" Gao Lang's tone became more and more arrogant, as if he was convinced of Gao Yan's words. Gao Yan also felt angry and said angrily, "If I don't have money, I won't transfer." "Well, you're such an arrogant person. You're an ungrateful bastard. You've been eating and drinking in our house for so many years, and I don't even give you 1,000 yuan. Believe it or not, I'm going to call my mother right now and tell him to stop your living expenses." Hearing Gao Lang's words, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel angry. His face became extremely gloomy, and he said sternly, "Gao Lang, listen to me. I admit that I owe my parents, and I will find opportunities to repay them in the future, but I don't owe you anything, and I'm your brother. Do you think it's appropriate for you to speak to me like this? What qualifications do you have to be my brother, you bastard? Let me tell you, Gao Yan, in my eyes, you are worse than a piece of shit." Gao Lang's words became increasingly unpleasant, and veins popped up on Gao Yan's forehead. If that kid was right in front of him, he would definitely punch him. He took a deep breath and hung up the phone. But Gao Lang didn't give up there, and soon sent several WeChat voice messages. Gao Yan knew it was not a good thing to say. Resolutely delete these WeChat voices and block Gao Lang's WeChat account. After thinking about it, he blocked Gao Lang's phone number. Comfortable. After doing all this, Gao Yan felt much better. But at this moment, the phone rang again. Seeing the note on the call, Gao Yan looked a little helpless. After answering the phone, the voice of adoptive mother Yang Huishan came to. Question, Gao Yan, let me ask you, why do you want to make your brother angry? Gao Yan suppressed the discomfort in his heart and explained, Mom, Gao Lang called me and asked me for money, but I didn't give it to him. Yang Huishan continued, why don't you give it? How much money did your father and I spent raising you to study for you? Now your brother asks you for money, and you don't give it. Do you still regard Gao Lang as your brother? I think you want to be a white-eyed wolf. If I had known this, I shouldn't have adopted you. The words of his adoptive mother deeply hurt Gao Yan's heart, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mom, I'm still a student, and you only give me 400 yuan a month for living expenses. Where can I find money for him? Okay, stop talking. Just say it clearly if you don't want to give it. Where? Do you get all these excuses? Don't you earn enough for your tuition by working part-time? You can also earn your own living expenses in the future. We will pretend that we don't have you as our son. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Huishan hung up the phone. Hoo-ho. Gao Yan let out a heavy breath, but his chest was still tight. That's all. When you have money, you can repay your adoptive father and mother twice as much as you can to repay them for their upbringing. Gao Yan said secretly. Stayed at the rental house for a while. Gao Yan got up and went to school. The afternoon class didn't start until 3 o'clock. He came now because he had discovered that there was a milk tea shop in the University Town Snack Street for sale. It just so happened that he had won the milk tea recipe, so he could definitely take over this store. He didn't come directly to the door. Instead, he stood nearby and observed silently for half an hour before walking towards the milk tea shop. The milk tea shop to be transferred is called Meat Milk Tea Shop. The store area is not large. It's only about 10 square meters. During the half hour Gao Yan observed, he discovered that this milk tea shop only sold 4 cups of milk tea. You know, this university town has 6 universities. The total number of faculty, staff and students is at least 6 to 700,000. As the only snack street in the university town, the flow of people is definitely considerable. But why is the business of this milk tea shop so poor? According to Gao Yan's observation and research, 3 reasons were found. First of all, the geographical location. Meat Milk Tea is located on the street of Snack Street. Generally, students come to Snack Street with the mentality of having fun, and there are 5 or 6 milk tea shops in Snack Street. Students with a comparative mentality will generally not choose the first school. Secondly, there is the issue of decoration. The decoration of the milk tea shop is very ordinary, which can be said to be relatively simple, but the consumer target is college students. As we all know, college students are more picky. Finally, regarding the product issue, the milk teas that Meat Milk Tea use the most primitive brewed milk tea. Although the price is cheap, it ignores that the main consumers of milk tea are girls, and now girls are more interested in comparison. Given the choice, they would naturally not choose to Meat Milk Tea. In this half hour, 3 of the 4 cups of milk tea sold were purchased by boys. Handsome guy, do you want milk tea? Seeing Gao Yan approaching, the clerk who was playing with his mobile phone casually stood up and asked, Want a watermelon-flavored cup? Gao Yan smiled and said, By the way, what flavor do you like to drink? The slightly chubby clerk was stunned for a moment, and then said shyly, I like to drink mango-flavored drinks. Then let's have another cup of mango flavor. Soon, 2 cups of milk tea were ready. Gao Yan picked up a cup of watermelon flavored milk tea and drank it, then pushed the mango-flavored one to the clerk. Please drink. Handsome boy, do you want to chase me? The clerk girl asked boldly. Don't get me wrong, beauty, I just want to get some information from you. Hearing this, the clerk girl couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay, what do you want to ask? Under the bribe of a cup of milk tea, the girl in the store knew everything. The owner of the milk tea shop is a senior who is about to graduate. The reason why he wants to transfer the milk tea shop is that he is about to go to work in Shanghai. Secondly, the business of the milk tea shop is getting worse and worse. It can be said that it has been unable to make ends meet, and for this reason, a clerk was fired. In addition, the 5-year lease signed for the milk tea shop has 3 years left. Rent is due annually. There are still 3 months left to pay the next year's rent. It just so happens that summer vacation is in 1 month. The main consumers of milk tea shops are students. Once summer breaks, business will get even worse. Therefore, the owner of the milk tea shop is very eager to transfer the shop. In the past few days, several people have come to ask about the transfer of the milk tea shop. However, the milk tea shop owner thinks the transfer fee is too short. When Gao Yan asked the owner of the milk tea shop what his psychological price was, the girl in the shop became a little hesitant. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled slightly, decisively added the girl's WeChat account and sent her a 200 yuan red envelope. Then the girl told him that the boss's psychological price was 30,000 yuan. After thanking the girl in the store, Gao Yan called the number on the transfer advertisement. I waited for about 20 minutes. A tall young man wearing a white t-shirt and jeans arrived. He is the owner of this milk tea shop, named Hu Bo, a senior student at Nandu Business College. Nandu Business College is just a private second university. The subsequent negotiations went very smoothly. One is willing to transfer, and the other is willing to take over. In addition, Gao Yan also added $1,000 to Hu Bo's psychological price. Therefore, the two parties quickly reached an agreement and signed the transfer agreement. Brother Gao, happy cooperation. Hu Bo solved a worry and felt much better. Happy to work with. Hu Bo continued, by the way, let me ask you a question, what are you going to do after Brother Gao takes over this store? I'm going to open a snack bar. Gao Yan did not reveal that he would continue to run a milk tea shop. Hearing this, Hu Bo was a little disappointed and said with embarrassment, Brother Gao, look at this, I will be going to work elsewhere soon, and these equipment and seats are useless. How about transferring them to you together? This? Gao Yan deliberately showed hesitation, the seat is okay, but this equipment I bought is useless. That's right. How about this? Everything in this store will be transferred to you, and you can just take 1,000 yuan. Gao Yan showed hesitation, but I don't need these things at all. Brother, just help your brother. Pretending to be deep in thought, Gao Yankai said, let's do it. If it's 500 yuan, I'll do brother Hu a favor. Okay, 500, just 500. Hu Bo pretended to feel pain, but in fact he was secretly happy. These equipments were bought 2 years ago, and no one was willing to take over them. They could only use them to buy scrap metal. Gao Yan said that he had made a profit by packing them for 500. Of course, he didn't know that Gao Yan was also used to open a milk tea shop. And these machines could be used makeshift. Next, Gao Yan paid part of the transfer fee to Hu Bo. As for the remaining fee, it will be given to Hu Bo after he is accompanied by the school and re-signs a formal rental contract. Before 3 p.m. Gao Yan came to the classroom. But strangely, he didn't see Qing Hao. So, Gao Yan sent a message to ask. Qing Hao replied that he had asked for leave to go home. He would come to school in 2 days. Gao Yan didn't think much about it, because he knew that Qing Hao was a local of Nandu. Suddenly, an uninvited guest sat down next to Gao Yan. It was Zhou Yuchao. He looked at Gao Yan with a playful look and said, Gao Yan, by way, is my girlfriend now. I hope you won't harass her again in the future. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being rude to you. Facing Zhou Yuchao's provocation, Gao Yan said calmly, don't worry. Although we are not friends, we have lived in the same dormitory for more than a year. I won't be so mean as to harass my girlfriend in the same dormitory. Zhou Yuchao heard the meaning of Gao Yan's words. He scolded him for being mean. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and there was a burst of anger in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, after Bai Wei and I confirmed our relationship, I took her to the hotel. Really? Gao Yan was still unmoved and said calmly, since she can go to the hotel with you so easily, I guess she must have gone to the hotel with other people before. Fuck. Zhou Yuchao almost went berserk when he heard this. He came with the purpose of stimulating Gao Yan. Unexpectedly, he was stimulated by Gao Yan. If it wasn't in the classroom, he would definitely not be able to resist punching this guy. After a while, Zhou Yuchao left with a harsh remark. But Gao Yan curled his lips in disdain. Although he had only obtained the system for more than a day, his mentality had changed greatly. Especially just now, facing Zhou Yuchao's provocation, he had always appeared very calm. If it were before, he might have already fought with the other party. The snack street in the university town was jointly built by 6 universities. The store that Gao Yan planned to take over belonged to Nandu Business College, so he needed to go to the business college to re-sign a contract. The next morning, accompanied by Hu Bo, Gao Yan came to the department of Nandu Business College that was responsible for the snack street storefront. Hu Bo first showed the old contract. Gao Yan took a quick look and found that Hu Bo's rental price was only 6,000 yuan a year. According to the rental agreement, the rent would be adjusted upward by 5% every year. And Hu Bo did not pay any transfer fee for that storefront. Everyone knows that students' money is the easiest to make. Therefore, the storefronts in the snack street are in short supply, and even new storefronts need to pay transfer fees for rent. Hu Bo did not pay a penny of transfer fee, which means that the other party probably has someone above him. Now Gao Yan has to pay the 3rd year's rent immediately after taking over. But even if it is 5% higher than the 2nd year, the rent is only about 7,000 yuan. This price is far below the market price. As far as Gao Yan knows, the cheapest storefronts in the snack street are now more than 10,000 yuan. No wonder Hu Bo insisted on the transfer fee of 30,000 yuan. Soon, Gao Yan signed a new contract with Nandu Business College, and did not wait until March to pay the next year's rent, but directly paid the next year's rent. When they parted, Gao Yan went to the school's small supermarket to buy a bag of huazi and stuffed it into Hu Bo. Gao Yan had to express his appreciation for taking advantage of the rent, although the transfer fee was a little high. But if the rent for the next 3 years is calculated, Gao Yan has earned 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Hu Bo refused a little and accepted the huazi, and said that if there was any problem with the store, he could call him at any time. Gao Yan just listened and didn't take it seriously. There was no class this morning, so Gao Yan went directly to the snack street. "Boss, are you here?" Wang Qin, who was playing with her phone, saw Gao Yan coming and quickly put away her phone, saying nervously, because she didn't know whether the new boss would continue to use him. Because Hu Bo doesn't take care of things and rarely comes to the milk tea shop. Plus, the business is not good. Even if she is alone in the shop, the work is actually quite easy. "Let's talk." Gao Yan smiled. The decoration of this milk tea shop is too simple now. The geographical Location is not advantageous. If the decoration is still like this, it will definitely not attract consumers. Therefore, Gao Yan is ready to redecorate the milk tea shop after taking over. How much was your salary before? Gao Yan asked. 2,500. Wang Qin said. Do you still plan to continue working here? Gao Yan continued to ask. Yes. Wang Qin nodded. Gao Yan said, don't rush to agree, I can tell you responsibly that work in the future will definitely not be as easy as it is now, and it will take some time to renovate. If you really plan to continue working here, I can give you a salary increase of 500, but you have to sign a confidentiality agreement. The milk tea formula extracted from the system is the key to success, but Gao Yan is still a student and it is impossible for him to watch the shop in person, so those formulas still have to be taught to the clerks. The fear is that after the milk tea shop becomes popular, someone will try to steal the recipe. When Wang Qin heard that she could get a salary increase, her eyes lit up. She had been working here for more than a year, and Hubo gave her a 300 yuan increase just a month ago after firing another employee. Now the new boss gave her a 500 yuan increase a year. As for the confidentiality agreement, she didn't take it seriously. This is a milk tea shop, not a scientific research unit, so she agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Wang Qin agreed to stay and continue to work, Gao Yan also expressed his welcome. He briefly explained a few words and left. About 20 minutes later, Gao Yan returned to the store. He also held a contract and a confidentiality agreement in his hand for Wang Qin to sign. Wang Qin secretly curled her lips, thinking that this young boss was a little too serious, but seeing that the salary increased by 500 yuan, she still signed it. After signing the contract, Gao Yan gave a few more instructions and posted a recruitment advertisement on the glass door. Wang Qin, do you have the contact information of the decoration company? Gao Yan asked casually. Yes, my cousin's family is a decoration company. Will they accept the decoration of our store? Of course. Then give her a call and see if it's convenient for her. If it's convenient, come over. If not, I'll go to her company. Then wait a minute. After a while, Wang Qin put down the phone and told Gao Yan that her cousin would arrive within an hour. While there is still time, Gao Yan took out a whiteboard and wrote on it, "Meet the milk tea shop to give back to customers, 20% off for 1 cup, 30% off for 2 cups, and 50% off for 3 cups or more." It turns out that the milk tea in the milk tea shop is uniformly priced at 10 yuan. As for the material cost of a cup of milk tea, it will not exceed 2 yuan. The daily rent, water, electricity, and employee wages add up to just over 100 yuan, which is quite cheap. As long as more than 10 cups of milk tea are sold, the capital can be guaranteed. But Hubo has no intention of running a business at all. Gao Yan learned from Wang Qin that on the worst day of business, only more than 20 cups can be sold, and more than 50 cups can be sold when business is good. Based on an average of 40 cups a day, that would be 400 yuan. After deducting the cost, there would be a profit of more than 200 yuan. If there is only one employee, he can still make 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. But if there are 2 employees, he can only make 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. When Gao Yan hung up the whiteboard, it really attracted a lot of students to come and consume. In just 1 hour, 22 cups of milk tea were sold. Among them, 6 cups were sold at 20% off, totaling 48 yuan, 10 cups were sold at 30% off, totaling 70 yuan, and 6 cups were sold at 50% off, totaling 30 yuan. It seems that the profit is very low. However, the system will return it twice. Therefore, Gao Yan directly received 296 yuan of income return from the system in addition to 148 points of upgrade experience. To upgrade the system from level 2 to level 3, 20,000 points of experience are required. After a while, Wang Qin's cousin came. After some consultation, a decoration contract of 15,000 yuan was signed. The other party also said that the decoration could be done the day after. Tomorrow at the latest. After sending Wang Qin's cousin away, Gao Yan returned to the milk tea shop to help and slightly improved the current milk tea formula, which improved the taste of milk tea a lot. Plus the low price. More and more students came to buy. Especially at noon, the number of students attracted by the discount increased and even lined up outside the store. It was not until after 1 p.m. that the flow of people in the milk tea shop gradually decreased. Gao Yan took the time to check the system, and the previous return of income actually reached 2,044 yuan. In other words, in just a few hours, the milk tea shop had a turnover of 1022 yuan. Because there were classes in the afternoon, Gao Yan couldn't stay in the store all the time, but if the evening time was included, the income should be more than 1,000 yuan. Wow, boss, today's business is really good, if it can always be like this. Wang Qin said happily. It will definitely be better than today in the future. Gao Yan smiled. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Thank you, boss, I want to eat. He took out 100 yuan and asked Wang Qin to buy food, while Gao Yan watched the store alone. At this time, a man and a woman walked into the snack street hand in hand. It was Zhou Yuchao and Bai Wei. When Zhou Yuchao saw Gao Yan in the milk tea shop, his heart moved. He pulled Bai Wei over and put his arm around Bai Wei's waist. He said in a demonstrative manner, Gao Yan, you found a new part-time job. Aren't you working too hard? Faced with Zhou Yuchao's provocation and sarcasm, Gao Yan smiled and said, we have to fight. After all, we are all adults after entering college. We can't always ask our family for money. What's the difference between that and a giant baby? Hearing Gao Yan's sarcasm, Zhou Yuchao's face darkened. It was obvious that Gao Yan was mocking him as a giant baby who only asked his family for money. But he didn't want to admit defeat, so he sneered, there's no way. My family doesn't want me to suffer. Besides, college is the time to learn knowledge. If you spend all your time on earning that little money, it's not like throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. What's the point of going to college? Just go to work and earn money, don't you think? Having torn his face with Zhou Yuchao a long time ago, Gao Yan's words became more and more impolite. He sneered. Learn knowledge? I heard that someone took 2 makeup exams in the first half of the term before passing. Is that how you learn knowledge? Hearing this, Zhou Yuchao almost vomited blood in anger. At this time, Wang Qin, who had gone to order food, also came back and said to Gao Yan, boss, the food is ready. It will be delivered to us later. Here is the remaining money. Boss? Zhou Yuchao suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Gao Yan and said, is this milk tea shop yours? Gao Yan smiled and nodded, yes, I just took over. By the way, do you want 2 cups of milk tea? Since we are all classmates, I will give you a 50% discount. I won't drink it even if it's given for free. When Zhou Yuchao heard that this milk tea shop belonged to Gao Yan, he was almost so angry that he spurted blood and pulled Bai Wei away. Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh, which was considered to be a breath of anger. After walking a distance, Zhou Yuchao suddenly realized that Gao Yan wanted to take over this milk tea shop. At least tens of thousands of yuan. Where did this guy get so much money? As far as he knew, Gao Yan and Qing Hao were both poor ghosts. It was impossible to come up with so much money. In other words, this milk tea shop should not belong to Gao Yan. Bai Wei was also somewhat puzzled. According to what she had learned, Gao Yan had to work part-time to make a living, and now he had bought a milk tea shop. Was he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Thinking of this, she suddenly became interested in Gao Yan. He had been pursuing her for several months. If there was any oil and water to be made, she might as well give him a little sweet taste. 2:30 in the afternoon. Gao Yan gave Wang Qin a few words and hurriedly left the milk tea shop. There was a big class this afternoon. The lecturer was an old professor who had retired and re-employed. Don't look at him, as he is nearly 70 years old. But what he said was not boring, but interesting. However, Gao Yan couldn't listen to it. Instead, he was thinking about how to make more money. The investment in the milk tea shop was not high, and the total would not exceed 100,000. In this way, he still had more than 900,000 in his hands. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved. The name of this system is the God-level income system. As long as there is income, you can get a rebate, but there is no regulation on how to make income. So what about borrowing money? If this method works, he can make the system cry. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. So, he sent a WeChat message to Qing Hao, asking him to transfer 20,000 yuan to him for urgent use. Qing Hao was also quite straightforward. Directly transferred 20,000 yuan to him. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the upgrade standard in experience value. Do you want to upgrade? Haha. If Gao Yan was not still in class, he would almost laugh out loud. Decisively choose to upgrade. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. The return funds will be increased to 3 times, and the reward is 1 lottery, for attribute points. With a thought, Gao Yan called up the system panel. God-level income system, level 3. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 67. Constituent, 75. Spirit, 72. Charm, 55. Income return multiple, 3 times. Lottery, 1 time. Upgrade experience, 0/50,000. Stored funds, 5020440000, to be collected. Free attribute points, 4 points. Another chance to draw a lottery. Gao Yan was about to start the lottery. At this time, the system prompt sounded, ding, the system has a loophole. Start repairing. Ding, repair successful, in view of the host's discovery of a system loophole, reward a high-level lottery. Gao Yan was stunned, and then his face showed a depressed look. He just found a way to quickly upgrade the system, but he didn't expect to exploit the system's loopholes. But it doesn't matter. If borrowing money doesn't work, there are other ways. By the way, the system also rewarded him with a high-level lottery. So he asked, System, what is the difference between advanced lottery and lottery? System, host, lottery without prefix is ordinary lottery, advanced lottery. We'll draw advanced prizes. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly realized, and his heart was a little more expectant. The next moment, he silently said in his heart, System, use ordinary lottery. First. Ding, open ordinary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a super seasoning recipe. Another recipe? Gao Yan was stunned. Is the system asking him to be a food tycoon? The next moment, there was a golden light that only he could see sink into his eyebrows, and then, in his mind, there was a super seasoning recipe suitable for any cuisine. As long as the super seasoning recipe is used, even a rookie chef can make top-notch food. If you use this super condiment to open a fast food restaurant, you will definitely make a lot of money. Gao Yan said secretly. Immediately, he ordered, the system starts the advanced lottery. Ding, the advanced lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill fighting master. Do you want to receive it? I won't receive it for now. Gao Yan replied that the 3 previous formulas turned into golden light and rushed into his eyebrows, but this time he was asked if he would accept it. Obviously, fusion skills should not be as simple as imagined. It's better to wait until you return to the rental house in the evening to collect it. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At the end of the class, Gao Yan followed the flow and left the classroom. He didn't go to the milk tea shop because he thought of another way to gain experience. Gao Yan went directly to a fruit mobile phone store. I spent 72,000 yuan to buy 15 of the latest fruit mobile phones. Then he took a photo with his mobile phone and sent it to the class group with the following message. A relative's mobile phone store raised funds and asked me to help sell a batch of the latest fruit mobile phones at a low price. Interested students can chat privately. The message in the group was sent out in just over 10 seconds. Some people chatted privately with Gao Yan. Xingchenhai, Gao Yan, is there any problem with your mobile phone? Xingchenhai is the WeChat name of Wang Bo, a boy in the same class. Born to be talented, they are all unopened original machines. There are only 15 units. The market price is 5,000 yuan. Now they are only 4,000 yuan. First come, first served. Xingchenhai, I'm going, seriously? College students have always been more sensitive to the prices of mobile phones and computers. Therefore, Wang Bo knew that Gao Yan was not lying. The market price of this mobile phone was indeed 5,000 yuan. Even if he could get it through some connections, it would be at most 200 yuan cheaper. If you buy one for 4,000 yuan, you will definitely make a big profit. So, he told several roommates in the dormitory about this matter. You can't be a liar, right? The latest fruit phone is easy to sell. It's so cheap, maybe it's a parallel import. That's right, cheap stuff means no good stuff. Another roommate also agreed with this point of view. It shouldn't be the case. After all, Gao Yan is our classmate. If he dares to deceive people with parallel imports, he will have no place in the class in the future. Wang Bo shook his head. That's right. Although I don't know Gao Yan very well, he shouldn't be a liar. Another roommate said. After thinking about it, Wang Bo decided to send a WeChat message to Gao Yan. To test, if I want to buy one, when can I get it? I am born with talent, you can come to me at the Yume milk tea shop in the snack street, pay with one hand, and deliver the goods with the other hand. I guarantee that there will be no problem with the mobile phone. If there is a problem, I will double the compensation. Xingchenhai, okay, wait for me, I'll come right away. Wang Bo decided to give it a try. What if it was true? So, he said something to a few roommates in the dormitory and hurried out of the dormitory. Gao Yan had just finished dealing with Wang Bo, and someone was chatting with him privately again. By the time he arrived at the milk tea shop, carrying more than a dozen fruit mobile phones, 5 buyers had already been identified. About 10 minutes passed. Wang Bo rushed to the milk tea shop out of breath. Gao Yan, I'm not late, am I? No, you're the first to arrive. Your cell phones are all here. Gao Yan smiled and pointed to the 15 mobile phones on the table. Wang Bo's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped to the table, picked up a well-packaged fruit phone and checked it. Coincidentally, he had long wanted to buy the latest fruit phone. But he only collected 4,200 yuan, and there was still a gap of 700 to 800 yuan. Unexpectedly, he saw Gao Yan selling this phone at a low price in the class group. Because he had been thinking about this phone for a while, he also checked how to distinguish the authenticity. Suddenly, he said to Gao Yan, brother, can you open it and check it? That's definitely not possible. Gao Yan shook his head, but I just want to change my phone. If you don't want it after opening it, I will buy it myself. Brother, thank you. Wang Bo said gratefully. He knew that his request was a bit excessive. He thought Gao Yan would refuse, but he agreed to it. So he simply unpacked it, took out the new phone inside and looked at it carefully. Then he turned it on and tried it again. He was sure that it was absolutely genuine, not a Hong Kong product that had been flashed. The same model of mobile phone in Hong Kong Island is relatively cheaper. But after flashing, the system will have certain problems and there are certain risks. Therefore, some people ship Hong Kong goods to China for flashing and selling. How is it? Is it okay? Gao Yan looked at Wang Bo, who couldn't let it go, and asked, brother, is this phone really only 4,000 yuan? Wang Bo asked. Gao Yan smiled and explained, yes, it's 4,000 yuan. If my relatives were not in urgent need of funds, it would not be sold at a loss. Do you want to consider it yourself? Anyway, in my opinion, this price will not be a problem to sell. I want it. Since it is confirmed that the phone is fine and the price is so cheap, what is there to hesitate about? Do you want cash or WeChat or Alipay? Hearing that Wang Bo wanted to buy it, Gao Yan was still quite happy, although it seemed to be a loss-making business. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. Wang Bo decisively transferred 4,000 yuan to Gao Yan on WeChat. The moment he received the money, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. And it was 12,000 yuan of refund funds that arrived. At the same time, his upgrade experience also increased by 4,000 points. After waiting for a while, the system did not prompt that there was a system loophole. Gao Yan couldn't help but clenched his fist. It seems that this method of brushing experience can be used for a long time. At this time, Wang Bo, who got the phone, did not leave, but said to Gao Yan, brother, Yu Tong and Zhao Yangfei also want to buy too. These two people are his roommates. Gao Yan naturally would not refuse. Okay, let them come quickly, because there are still people looking at the phone. If they come late, I can't guarantee that there will be any phones left. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 girls walked into the Meet the Milk Tea shop together. They were also classmates in their class. One was Zhang Feifei, and the other was Li Yanxue. Wow, so many phones. As soon as he entered the store, Zhang Feifei's attention was attracted by the fruit phone on the table, and she rushed up quickly. Now using fruit phones is a trend. Gao Yan even saw the news that someone wanted to buy a fruit phone and actually sold one of his kidneys. Therefore, the fruit phone has another nickname, kidney phone. Zhang Feifei, Li Yanxue, I can tell you that these phones are genuine. You will make money if you buy them. I have already bought one. Wang Bo, who was the first to buy a phone, turned into a tap water agent and persuaded Gao Yan. Really? Look, this is what I just bought, try it. Wang Bo handed the phone in his hand to Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei took it and played with it for a while. She was really tempted. Then she looked at Gao Yan and said, Gao Yan, can you make it cheaper? No, 4,000 yuan is already the lowest price, and now there are only 14 left. Gao Yan decisively refused. Although the system will also give him rebates, he bought these phones at a price of 4,800 yuan. Buying them at 4,000 yuan is already a bargain, so naturally, he will not reduce the price again. Besides, he just sold one to Wang Bo for 4,000 yuan. If he sold it to Zhang Feifei at a lower price, he would either offend Wang Bo or give him the missing money. Please give me a lower price, and leave me 200 yuan for living expenses. Zhang Feifei begged. No less. Gao Yan's face turned cold, and he felt that Zhang Feifei was a bit ungrateful, so he refused quite straightforwardly, and even didn't bother to explain a word more. If you give me a lower price, I will introduce you to a girlfriend. Zhang Feifei still didn't give up. No need. Gao Yan shook his head. Tisk, so stingy. Zhang Feifei was a little unhappy after being rejected by Gao Yan again and again. Although she was not as white, rich and beautiful as Yang Yu, her appearance was not low, and there were many boys pursuing her in the class. Originally, Gao Yan thought that after rejecting Zhang Feifei one after another, she would not buy again, but unexpectedly, she and Li Yanxue still bought one each. Soon, Gao Yan received another 24,000 yuan rebate from the system, as well as 8,000 experience points. After reaching a deal with Zhang Feifei and Li Yanxue, several classmates rushed to the milk tea shop. After checking that there was no problem with the phone, they decisively paid for it. Wang Bo saw that 6 phones were sold so quickly, and hurriedly sent WeChat to urge his 2 roommates. When there were only 4 phones left on the table, the 2 roommates finally arrived sweating. After the 2 bought the phones and transferred the money to Gao Yan. Gao Yan, who successfully sold 13 phones, had an experience value of 52,000 points. Upgrade requirements have been met. Ding, host, the system has met the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, the system starts to upgrade. Ding, after the upgrade is completed, the system will return 4 times the funds, award 1 lottery draw, and award 3 free attribute points. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan called up the system panel. When he saw the next upgrade experience, he couldn't help but frown and asked the system in his mind, System, how did the upgrade experience become so high? Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 only costs 50,000 experience points. But the experience required to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 has actually been increased to 1 million. System, the first 3 upgrades are the novice protection period. After completing 3 upgrades, the novice protection period will be lifted and the difficulty of the upgrade will also increase. So that's it. Gao Yan understood and said nothing more. After all, he also gained a lot of benefits from the system. After all, the system has returned him 156,000 yuan for 13 mobile phones. After the remaining 2 units are sold, they will receive a 4x return and another income of 32,000 yuan. After deducting the loss of buying a mobile phone, I lost 12,000 yuan. Net profit of 176,000 yuan. Just then, 4 more people came to the store. One is a classmate in the class, but the other 3 are from the same department. All 4 of them came to buy mobile phones. But now only one remains. Gao Yan sold one of them to the boy in the class, and the other 3 made the decision on the remaining one. This made the boy in the class very happy. Praise is enough. After 15 mobile phones were sold out, some people rushed to the milk tea shop to inquire, including people from the same class and others from other classes. Therefore, Gao Yan quickly sent a message to the class that the mobile phones were sold out. Soon, the news of Gao Yan selling mobile phones spread in the class. Those who bought the mobile phone happily showed off in the group. Those who didn't buy it will regret it greatly. Some classmates also chatted with Gao Yan privately on WeChat and asked him if he could still get a mobile phone. Gao Yan didn't say anything, he just said he wasn't sure. If his relatives wanted to dispose of the mobile phone at a low price, he would definitely inform the people in his class as soon as possible. The upgrade experience has increased to 1 million. If you continue to sell mobile phones, you will have to sell 250 units to get enough upgrade experience. Therefore, Gao Yan is also considering whether to continue using this method. At 9:30 that night, Gao Yan returned to the rental house. Because of the discount, the milk tea shop's sales today broke a record, with total sales reaching more than 2,500 yuan. But it also made him and Zhang Qin very tired. Fortunately, a new clerk has been recruited and can come to work tomorrow. In fact, Gao Yan can wait until the renovation is completed before recruiting new employees, which can also save some wages. However, he plans to take advantage of the renovation period to teach the store staff how to prepare new milk tea. There are a total of 32 recipes given by the system, but Gao Yan does not intend to use them all. He plans to launch 3 flavors of specialty milk tea in the snack street milk tea shop first. In the future, we will open a branch and introduce other flavors. By the way, there is still a fighting master and 7 attribute points that are useless. Gao Yan suddenly sounded. With a thought, the system interface appeared. God-level income system, LV4. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 67. Constitution, 75. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Revenue return multiple, 4 times. Draw, 1. Experience, 9,480. Stored funds, 690,000 to be collected. Free attribute points, 7 points. Seeing that the funds stored in the system had reached 690,000, Gao Yan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. You know, a few days ago, he was a poor boy with only more than 2,000. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, his capital exceeded 1 million, and he also opened a milk tea shop. System, transfer 90,000 yuan to my CCB card. Suddenly, Gao Yan had an idea in his mind and planned to put a sum of money on his card. Although he believed that the system would not cheat him, he still wanted to give it a try. It took him less than 3 seconds to issue the order. The payment information on your mobile phone has arrived. 90,000 yuan is neither too much nor too little. Just then, Bai Wei actually sent him a WeChat message. Click to take a look. Wei Wei is very charming. Gao Yan, I heard where you can buy the latest fruit. Phone? Seeing this WeChat message, Gao Yan couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. He had just quarreled with her boyfriend in the afternoon, and now she actually sent him a WeChat message, and he was still pursuing her. Is this woman really interesting? Gao Yan had a sneer on his face. He pursued Bai Wei before just because she was pretty. To put it bluntly, it was just because of sex. To say how deep the feelings were, it was complete nonsense. What's more, he has already learned about this woman's personality from Qing. How, so he won't take her seriously? After thinking about it for a moment, Gao Yan replied, yes, but it's already sold out. Wei Wei is very charming, that's really a pity. In fact, I have wanted to change my mobile phone for a long time. Seeing Bai Wei's reply, Gao Yan couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Bai Wei really regarded him as a licking dog. If he were a real licking dog, he would definitely pat his chest to show that he would get a fruit. Mobile phone for the goddess. Unfortunately, Gao Yan is not. I'm born with a talent, that's not easy, just ask Zhou Yuchao to buy one for you. Wei Wei is very charming, who do you think I am? Although Zhou Yuchao and I are in love, our relationship is very pure. Pure as a ghost. Seeing Bai Wei's reply, Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. It was obvious that this woman wanted to develop him into a fish in her pond. I am born with talent, then you are really a good girl. Wei Wei is very charming, shy, expression, by the way, congratulations on having your own milk tea shop. I'm born with talent, thank you, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Let's chat when we have time. After replying, Gao Yan logged out of WeChat. Other side. In the girls' dormitory. Seeing Gao Yan's reply, Bai Wei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon, she realized that Gao Yan's excuse for ending the chat was the one she often used to deal with dog licking. This bastard. Anger welled up in her heart, and Bai Wei wanted to send a message to scold Gao Yan. In a rental house. Gao Yan put down his phone and said to the system, fusion fighting. Master. The next moment, a ray of golden light sank into Gao Yan's body, and immediately after, there was a memory of practicing fighting skills in his mind. At the same time, there was an energy that rapidly transformed his body. It was accompanied by a strong tingling sensation. Now, Gao Yan asked why the system would ask him whether to merge tomorrow. 1 minute later. After the transformation was completed, Gao Yan let out a heavy breath, but felt that his whole body was full of strength. He was sure that even if he was besieged by 10 adults, he could easily handle it. Call up the system interface again. I found that my data had changed significantly. First of all, the height increased by 2 centimeters to 1.8 meters. There is no change in appearance. However, the physical constitution increased by 5 points, reaching 80 points. Anyone with a physique above 60 points is considered normal. Those with a constitution below 60 are weak or sick. Those whose physical fitness reaches 70 points are those who exercise for a long time and are relatively healthy. And reaching 75 points is already the physique of an athlete or special forces soldier. Those with more than 80 points belong to the characteristics of top special forces. In other words, Gao Yan's current physique has reached the level of a top Special Forces soldier. In addition, with the fusion of the fighting master skill, his mental power also increased by 3 points. The biggest increase is in charisma. The charm that was originally only 55 points actually soared to over 70 points. Think of this. Gao Yan got up and walked into the bedroom. Standing in front of the wardrobe mirror, Gao Yan found that his appearance had not changed, but his temperament had changed a lot. He was confident and masculine. There are still 7 free attribute points left. Where should I use it? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to add a few points to his appearance. After all, the appearance of 67 is not ugly at best and has nothing to do with being handsome. So, Gao Yan clicked 3 times on the plus sign behind appearance. His appearance also became 70 points. At the same time, his face felt hot and became a little stiff. Soon, his cheeks returned to normal, but there was a lot of greasy stuff coming out of his face. He quickly went to the bathroom, put on soap and washed away the greasiness on his face. Looking in the mirror again, Gao Yan suddenly felt much more pleasing to the eye. There were no changes in his facial features, but the position of his facial features was slightly adjusted. In addition, the skin on his face was also much whiter and more compact. Originally he had blackheads on his nose. Now, the blackheads on my nose have completely disappeared. If anything, the original him can only be considered not ugly. Now he has been promoted to the little handsome range. Do you want to put the remaining points into your appearance? Gao Yan said secretly. After thinking about it, he gave up this tempting idea. If the remaining 4 points were added to appearance, the change would be too big. So, he decisively added the remaining 4 attributes to his spirit. Mental power can enhance intelligence. After adding points, Gao Yan's mental power became 79 points, which means he has entered the category of high IQ. Many forgotten memories gradually came to mind. Cuckoo. Suddenly, there was a roar in my stomach. You're actually hungry so quickly? He had dinner just after 6 o'clock, and it was only more than 3 hours ago. Since you're hungry, get yourself some midnight snack. Just in the afternoon, he went to buy various seasonings needed to prepare the super seasoning formula. It's time to prepare the seasoning and taste it. It took half an hour. Gao Yan prepared the super seasoning. Then boil water to cook noodles. Soon a bowl of plain water noodles came out of the pot. This noodle was just added with some lard and salt. Then Gao Yan added some super seasoning and stirred it for a few times. Suddenly, an extremely rich aroma came out. Gao Yan swallowed his saliva unconsciously. This is too delicious. Gao Yan quickly picked up the noodles with chopsticks and put them into his mouth. Then an extremely intoxicated expression appeared on his face unconsciously. Next door, Lin Moer, who was studying questions in the room, suddenly sniffed, with a look of greed on his face, and couldn't help but said, "It smells so good." Woohoo, the guy next door is putting poison in the middle of the night again. Disgusting. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Nandu University Business School. Gao Yan appeared in the teaching building with confident steps. I happened to bump into Yang Yu walking from the other direction. Good morning, Yang Yu. Gao Yan smiled at the other party and nodded, then stepped up the stairs. Yang Yu was slightly startled, feeling that the boy who greeted her was a little familiar, but she immediately remembered that this was the little transparent Gao Yan who had sold her the hot pot base recipe on Monday. Why did he undergo such a huge change in just 2 days without seeing him? In the past, Gao Yan was busy working to make money. Every class comes and goes in a hurry. I am not keen on joining the student union, nor have I participated in any clubs. Even in the collective activities organized by the class, I can push and hide. This resulted in his very weak sense of presence in school and class. After attending college for almost 2 years, Qinghao was my only friend. However, after Gao Yan entered the classroom today, many classmates took the initiative to say hello to him. This was mainly due to the batch of fruit mobile phones he sold at a low price. Yesterday, Gao Yan responded with a smile to those who greeted him. Compared with before, Gao Yan's mentality has changed a lot. In the past, he used working as an excuse not to have contact with other people. To put it bluntly, he still felt a little inferior to himself. Now, he has a system. Even if he cannot become the richest man in the world in the future, he will definitely have a place on the list of rich people in Daxia. Have you noticed that Gao Yan seems to have become a lot more handsome? Wang Yuding whispered to the girls around her. Hearing this, the other girls subconsciously looked at Gao Yan. Then someone nodded in agreement. Yeah, I didn't notice it before. He seems to be really handsome. Wang Yuding asked thoughtfully, I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Ma Yuan said, probably not. I heard that Gao Yan's family is very difficult and he has to work to earn living expenses and tuition fees. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding, who was a little worried about Gao Yan, quickly disappeared. TCH, what do you know? Gao Yan already has a milk tea shop in the snack street. At this time, Zhang Feifei, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly couldn't help but turned around and interjected. Yesterday, when she went to buy milk tea at Yumei milk tea shop, she heard the clerk call Gao Yan boss, so she inquired about it and found out that Gao Yan had already purchased the Yumei milk tea shop and planned to redecorate. She estimated that to buy and renovate such a milk tea shop, she would have to invest at least 50 to 60,000. Although Gao Yan works outside, he can't save 50 or 60,000 even if he doesn't eat or drink. Therefore, in her opinion, Gao Yan must have asked his family for the money to open a milk tea shop. Therefore, Gao Yan's family situation should not be as bad as rumored. In fact, Gao Yan's family is really not bad. My adoptive father, Gao Jincheng, is the owner of an advertising company. The company's annual net profit is between 500,000 and 800,000. In addition, the adoptive father and mother also have 3 properties in their name, a BMW worth more than 800,000 yuan, and an SUV worth more than 300,000 yuan. Moreover, my adoptive father, Gao Jincheng, also plays stocks. I heard that all his stocks added up to 1 million. As for how much money he has in his bank card, Gao Yan doesn't know. Because the Gao family is located in a 4th-tier city, housing prices are not as expensive as in Nandu. The total cost of the 3 apartments is around 2 million. Even so, the total assets of the Gao family exceed 5 million. Definitely a middle-income family. Wang Yuding and the other girls were a little surprised when they heard that Gao Yan had opened a milk tea shop. Especially Wang Yuding, her thoughts arose again. Other side. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. Found 2 friend addition requests. One is Zhang Feifei and the other is Wang Yuding. Zhang Feifei is quite pretty. If there was a beauty rating system, she would have scored about 75 points. If her beauty effects were added, she could barely be called a goddess on the internet. As for Wang Yuding, she has a round face, petite figure, and is cute, with a score of above 70. It has to be said that business schools produce beauties. The most outstanding person in the class is naturally Yang Yu. Her appearance and figure are both good, and her overall score is definitely above 90 points. Except there are 3 other students in the class who have a score of 80 or above. But they are all famous flowers, with their own owners. As for Bai Wei, whom Gao Yan had pursued before, she was also a beauty with a score of 80 or above. Ask Gao Yan if he likes beautiful women. The answer is yes. If beauties like Zhang Feifei and Wang Yuding took the initiative to join him in the past, he would definitely be very excited. But now, he seemed calm. Perhaps because I have gained confidence, my vision has also become higher. First, set a small goal for yourself and find a beautiful woman with a score of 90 or above to fall in love with. After all, college is incomplete without falling in love. But Zhang Feifei and Wang Yuding are both girls in the same class. Therefore, Gao Yan still chose to accept their friend request. Little cutie, hello, classmate Gao Yan, I am Wang Yuding. I am born with talent, hello, classmate Wang Yuding, I am Gao Yan. Little cutie, I heard that you opened a milk tea shop. If I go to your shop to buy milk tea, can I get a discount? I am born with talent, of course, we are doing an event now. If you go and sign up for me, I will give you a 50% discount. Little cutie, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when you have time. I'm born with talent, no, you're too polite. Who are you talking to? At this moment, Qinghao's fat figure appeared next to Gao Yan. Wang Yuding. Gao Yan said casually, and asked, what have you been doing these 2 days? Hey, guess. Qinghao said mysteriously. You can say it or not. But Gao Yan didn't buy it. Qinghao lowered his voice and said, forget it, I won't keep you in suspense. I took your recipe back to meet my parents, and they also agreed with this recipe. Then I bought a hot pot restaurant yesterday and reopened it in 3 days. By the way, this is for you, sign it. What is this? Gao Yan took the folder and opened it. 30% of the shares of the hot pot restaurant. Qinghao said. Hearing this, Gao Yan was stunned and silent. He sold the super hot pot base to Qinghao for 500,000 yuan. Now, the other party wants to give him 30% of the shares. While he was moved, he didn't know what to say. Are you very touched? Brother, are you nice enough? Qinghao patted Gao Yan on the shoulder and said. Fatty, I don't want the share. Gao Yan closed the folder and declined. Although he knew that the value of the super hot pot base was far more than 500,000, it was not necessarily worth a high price. Qinghao was very satisfied with the 500,000 he could give. You are stupid. You don't even want it for free. Qinghao said anxiously. Gao Yan also said seriously, Fatty. Listen to me, the deal between us has been completed. Now the formula belongs to you and has nothing to do with me. No, you must have it. Qinghao's face sank. If you don't want it, you are not my brother. But Gao Yan was still unwilling to compromise. Fatty, calm down, the most taboo thing between brothers is to do business together. You are my only friend and brother. I don't want us to have a falling out in the future. Impossible. Qinghao shook his head and said, you have to work to earn living expenses. In the past 2 years, but you are willing to use the money you earn from working to help me. I don't believe you will turn against me for profit in the future. That's because you are too thick-skinned, I can't refuse. Gao Yan was speechless. To be honest, he was really disgusted with Qinghao's free food and drinks at first, but as he got to know him, he found that this guy was not bad, so he accepted his free food and drinks. Qinghao said seriously, I don't care. In a word, you either accept this 30% of the shares or break up. The two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds, and Gao Yan finally retreated, okay, I'll sign. That's right. Qinghao's face reappeared with a smile. Fatty, you don't like men, I warn you, I don't like men. Suddenly, Gao Yan joked. Get lost. You like men, I like women. Qinghao was furious, and his voice unconsciously rose. Then the eyes around him all looked at him, and the fat man died on the spot. Fortunately, the school bell rang in time and saved Qinghao from death in society. I had 2 professional classes this morning. Gao Yan, whose mental power had been raised to 79 points, sounded particularly relaxed and could even draw inferences. Moreover, he also found that his memory had also improved a lot. At the same time, Qinghao also told him about the hot pot restaurant during the break. The hot pot restaurant he purchased was a large hot pot restaurant with 2 floors. The first floor was the lobby and the second floor was the private rooms. It cost a total of 2.4 million. The new name of the hot pot restaurant is Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. The fat man took it. Gao Yan couldn't help but complain about the name of the hot pot restaurant. Fatty is the only son in the family. Both his parents supported his entrepreneurship. Fatty plans to turn this hot pot restaurant into a national chain store. To this end, he also registered a catering company. The shares he gave Gao Yan were limited to the first hot pot restaurant. If a branch is opened, Gao Yan wants to maintain 30% of the shares. Corresponding funds must also be allocated for investment. Gao Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't want to owe Fatty too many favors. Brother, to celebrate the launch of our career, I'll treat you to a big dinner. After class, Qinghao took the initiative. Not at noon today. Gao Yan shook his head. I took over a milk tea shop and made an appointment to interview new employees at noon. If you are okay, come with me. After the interview, I will treat you to lunch at the snack street. Before class today, he received another job application call and made an appointment for an interview at a milk tea shop at noon. What's more, the new clerk who applied for the job yesterday just started working today, so he had to go and take a look. You actually took over a milk tea shop, isn't it the one on the street? Qinghao asked, curiously. Well, that's the one. Qinghao, how much did it cost for the transfer? Gao Yan, 30,000 to 1. Although the price is not high, if you wait a little longer, you can definitely get it at a lower price. Qinghao said. Why? Gao Yan asked thoughtfully. Qinghao explained, this snack street was jointly developed by 6 universities in the university town. However, everyone knows that the facade of the snack street is delicious, so as soon as the construction was completed, more than 80% of the facade was divided up. If he flips the business again, he can easily earn tens of thousands in transfer fees. That Guy Hu Bo is the one who won the store at that time without spending a penny on the transfer fee. And his milk tea shop is almost no longer profitable, and that guy is, if I have to wait until the summer vacation to work abroad, I estimate I can get it at 25,000. It doesn't matter. Although the transfer fee is a little bit disadvantageous, The rent is not high, Gao Yan said with a smile. 2. Qinghao nodded. Unlike other stores, many of them are second landlords. While talking, the two of them also came to the snack street. I found that the business of Yume milk tea was quite good, with more than 10 people queuing up. Business is good, Qinghao said unexpectedly. What about the discount? Gao Yan smiled and said, it will be renovated tomorrow. Yes, the decoration is too crude. Qinghao nodded in agreement. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran, who were busy at work, both greeted him. Lu Ran is a new clerk, 22 years old. After graduating from high school, I worked in a garment factory. The clothing factory recently closed down. I came here to visit my sister who was going to school, and happened to see that the milk tea shop was recruiting. Gao Yan did not treat her badly, and she was paid 2,500 yuan during the internship period. If he becomes a regular employee, it will be the same as Zhang Qin, 3,000 yuan. More than 10 minutes passed. Two girls came together. It was the interview I had arranged for in the morning. It seemed that the two girls were not very old and should be students in school. Please take a seat. Gao Yan greeted the two of them. Thanks. After the two girls sat down, Gao Yan said, you two, please introduce yourselves. You should start first. The girl on the left lowered her head and said timidly, my name is Chen Yue. I am 19 years old. I am currently a freshman at the School of Economics at Nandu University. It turns out she's a junior, and I'm also from Nandu University. Gao Yan said with a smile, and then looked at the other girl. The other party seemed to be down-to-earth and generous. Hello, senior brother, my name is Shen Lingling, and Yue and I are classmates. Actually, we are looking for part-time jobs. Do you still accept part-time jobs here? Senior brother? Looking at how you're dressed, it doesn't look like you're looking for a part-time job, right? Gao Yan looked at Shen Lingling and said, this girl is not dressed ostentatiously, but what she wears may cost several thousand. Senior brother, you really have a sharp eye. Shen Lingling quickly flattered her. Actually, I came here with our family member Yue. She has a soft temper and is easily bullied, so I'm a little worried. Then, approximately how many hours can you work every day? Gao Yan asked again. It should last 6 hours. Shen Lingling said. Gao Yan thought for a while. Well, if you can guarantee to work 6 hours a day, I can give you a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan. If you perform well, there will be bonuses. Yue, what do you think? Shen Lingling didn't care about the salary, so she asked Chen Yue. I think it's pretty good. Chen Yue whispered. Gao Yan said again, that's right, I have just taken over this store and will start decorating it tomorrow. During the decoration period, I need you to learn how to prepare milk tea. Is there a salary? Shen Lingling asked. Have. Then there's no problem. By the way, when you come tomorrow, bring your ID cards and sign an employment agreement and confidentiality contract. Gao Yan reminded. No, senior brother, do you have to sign a confidentiality agreement to work in a milk tea shop? Shen Lingling said in surprise. You'll find out tomorrow. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the two women could leave. Okay, goodbye, senior brother. Goodbye, boss. Watching the two women leave, Qinghao lowered his voice and said, the one named Shen Lingling is pretty good. What, do you have an idea? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Chen Yue, was actually more beautiful, but she kept her head down and was dressed a bit ordinary, so she was easily ignored. About 2 months ago, Gao Yan bumped into Chen Yue in the school cafeteria. When he squatted down to pick up something, he happened to catch a glimpse of the other person's face. Even without makeup, his appearance was half as good as Yang Yu's. That's why, even if they met again after more than 2 months, he recognized Chen Yue as the girl who bumped into him. I'm just talking casually. Qinghao shook his head. The most important thing now is to start a hot pot restaurant. By the way, do you want to go to the hot pot restaurant this afternoon? You are also the second boss after all? I won't go. Gao Yan shook his head. I have to buy some things in the afternoon. He planned to buy the ingredients for making milk tea in the afternoon. Wait until tomorrow to teach Wan Qin and the 4 girls how to make milk tea. Had lunch at the snack street. Gao Yan came to the milk tea shop again to help. During this period, he took the time to go out and buy all the materials needed to make milk tea. After returning to the rental house in the evening, Gao Yan was hungry for noodles again, so he went to the kitchen to cook himself a bowl of noodles. Next door, smelling the rich aroma of noodles, Lin Moer had a confused look on her face. In the end, she still couldn't withstand the temptation and raised her hand to knock on the door. Gao Yan, who was eating noodles, heard a knock on the door and couldn't help but wonder why there was someone knocking on the door at this time. He stood up and opened the door, only to find that the person knocking on the door was Lin Moer. Rental house, kitchen. Gao Yan is cooking the second bowl of noodles. This bowl of noodles was cooked for Lin Moer. How about you go to the living room and wait? Gao Yan turned to Lin Moer, who was standing in the kitchen, and looked at him eagerly. He was now sure that this was a foodie girl who was attracted by the smell of his hot pot for the first time. This time, I was attracted by the smell of his noodles again. No, I also want to see why the noodles you cook are so fragrant. Lin Moer said curiously. Her family background is pretty good, and she is passionate about food, so whenever she has free time, her mother will take her to eat delicious food. She has eaten a lot of delicacies from the mountains and seas, but none of them can compare to Gao Yan's hot pot. Maybe noodles will be added now. Soon. The noodles are cooked in one pot. After you pick the noodles into a bowl, add the super seasoning and mix well. A rich noodle aroma will spread out. This made Lin Moer swallow her saliva unconsciously. Other side. Lin Xiaomin also returned home. Today, an important partner of her company came to discuss an order. She needs her own company. Fortunately, this order was successfully obtained. Just after changing into slippers, she subconsciously looked towards her daughter's room, only to find that the door was open and her daughter was not in the room. Baby? Lin Xiaomin panicked and rushed into the room to look for her daughter. No one. Then they searched the entire apartment again, but there was still no one there. Where have you been so late? Lin Xiaomin quickly picked up her mobile phone and dialed her daughter's number. The ringing sound came from her daughter's room. Is nothing going to happen? The phone was in the room, but her daughter was missing. Lin Xiaomin's face turned pale and she subconsciously wanted to call the police. Suddenly, she thought of a college student tenant next door and asked him if he had seen his daughter. Tuck tuck tuck. Gao Yan looked helpless when he heard the knock on the door. Why was there another knock on the door? Couldn't they wait until he finished the bowl of noodles? He put down his chopsticks and stood up to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a panicked voice, Xiao Gao, have you seen my daughter? She is missing. Sister Lin, don't worry, your daughter is with me. Gao Yan stepped aside, and then Lin Xiaomin saw Lin Mo sitting on the table, eating noodles. After seeing her daughter's figure, Lin Xiaomin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But what followed was suspicion. Why did his daughter come to Gao Yan's house? To eat noodles? When did the relationship between Gao Yan and his daughter become so good? For a moment, she looked at Gao Yan with a bit more suspicion and vigilance. Feeling Lin Xiaomin's eyes, Gao Yan felt that he had suffered an unreasonable disaster, and quickly explained, Sister Lin, don't get me wrong, I was a little hungry, so I cooked a bowl of noodles. When your daughter smelled the aroma, she came to me for help. She cooks a bowl of noodles. Amor, is that so? Lin Xiaomin looked at her daughter and asked. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. The main reason is that the noodles cooked by Gao Yan were too fragrant and I couldn't hold it back. She also heard her mother's panicked voice just now. She must have been worried when her mother came home and found her missing in a hurry. In Lin Xiaomin's heart, her daughter is well-behaved and sensible, and she is willing to believe her daughter's words. However, is the noodles cooked by Gao Yan really so delicious that it can actually attract the daughter who lives next door? As expected of a mother and daughter who have been together for a long time, Lin Mo knew from Lin Xiaomin's expression that she still had doubts in her heart. So she came forward with the noodle bowl and handed it to Lin Xiaomin. Mom, why don't you try it, it's really delicious. Originally Lin Xiaomin wanted to refuse. But smelling the aroma coming from the noodle bowl, she felt a little hungry. Tonight when she was drinking with her clients, she only ate a few dishes, so she nodded, I'll give it a try. But out of reserve. Lin Xiaomin only picked one noodle and put it in her mouth. Immediately, an indescribable aroma conquered her taste buds. Subconsciously, she picked a lot more noodles and put them in her mouth. Then I couldn't stop eating. This noodle is so delicious. Mom, can you leave some for me? Lin Mo said aggrievedly when she saw Lin Xiaomin, who still didn't stop after taking several bites. Ah. Hearing her daughter's voice, Lin Xiaomin couldn't help but blush. Now she understood why her daughter was attracted by Gao Yan's facial fragrance. Sister Lin, how about I cook you a bowl too? At this time, Gao Yan interrupted. Lin Xiaomin subconsciously wanted to refuse, but she took it back when the words came to her lips, then it will be troublesome for Xiao Gao. You're welcome. Gao Yan smiled, quickly ate the remaining noodles in the bowl, and then walked towards the kitchen. Soon, a steaming bowl of noodles with a rich aroma is served again. Sister Lin, the noodles are here. Thanks. Lin Xiaomin thanked her again and reached out to take the noodle bowl. Soon, Lin Xiaomin finished the bowl of noodle soup. She couldn't help but burped. She blushed for a moment and praised, Xiao Gao, your craftsmanship is amazing. If you open a noodle shop, you will definitely be very good. Hot. Then let me borrow Sister Lin's good words. Gao Yan smiled and said that he didn't even open a milk tea shop now, so how could he have time to open a noodle shop? However, after the milk tea shop becomes stable, he plans to open a Chinese fast food restaurant. With super seasoning here, he will never worry about running out of business. Xiao Gao, our mother and daughter have caused trouble for you tonight. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. It doesn't matter, I'll see you off. Goodbye, brother Gao Yan. Lin Mo also waved to Gao Yan. Goodbye. After closing the door, Gao Yan took the noodle bowl on the table to the kitchen and washed it, then took a shower and lay down on the bed. He casually took the phone and found that the woman, by Wei, had sent him another WeChat message. Look at the time, it was 20 minutes ago. At that time, he was entertaining Lin Xiaomin and her daughter. After thinking about it, Gao Yan still ignored it and just let this woman harm Zhou Yuchao. Except Zhang Feifei also sent him a WeChat message. I don't have a good impression of Zhang Feifei's arrogant words. After all, when buying a mobile phone, the other party was a little pushy. However, for the sake of his classmates, he still chatted with the other person for a few words, and then ended the chat on the excuse of sleeping. By the way, there seems to be another lottery. One time I got the milk tea recipe, and the other time I got the super seasoning. It is estimated that there will still be a formula or something in this lottery. Therefore, Gao Yan planned to keep it for now. Wait until you can use it later. Time flies to the next day. Today the milk tea shop will start to be renovated. So, he first went to the milk tea shop to make a handover. Immediately afterwards, he received calls from Zhang Qin and Lu Ran. Gao Yan directly asked them to go to his rental house. Later, Gao Yan sent the location of rental houses to Chen Yue and Shen Lingling respectively. Zhang Qin and Lu Ran arrived first. Shen Lingling and Chen Yue arrived at 9:10. At first, Shen Lingling also felt that Gao Yan was making a fuss by asking them to sign a confidentiality agreement. But after they drank the milk tea made by Gao Yan, they no longer had such thoughts. Because the milk tea made by Gao Yan was so delicious, even the shy Chen Yue drank a lot of it. Senior brother, can we have free milk tea at work from now on? Shen Lingling said. If you don't want a salary, drink whatever you want. Gao Yan said with a smile. After tasting the milk tea he made according to the system's formula, he felt confident. He is sure that when his milk tea shop reopens, it will become an instant hit. Next time, Gao Yan began to teach the 4 girls how to prepare 6 kinds of milk tea with different flavors. Although the 6 kinds of milk tea have different tastes, they all have the same characteristic, that is, they are delicious. Senior brother, did you research these 6 flavors of milk tea yourself? Shen Lingling asked, curiously. So be it. Gao Yan nodded. After almost an hour of getting along, he also figured out the personalities of Shen Lingling and Chen Yue. Shen Lingling comes from a good family and has a lively personality, but she has no scheming ideas and just says whatever comes to her mind. Chen Yue is the kind of honest girl who always works silently and never takes the initiative to speak. Then how did you study it? You are too powerful, right? Shen Lingling praised with admiration. She knew that with these 6 flavors of milk tea, Gao Yan's milk tea shop would definitely become a hit. Okay, that's it for today. Remember, don't reveal our milk tea recipe. Gao Yan reminded solemnly. Don't worry, boss, we know the severity. Zhang Qin said quickly, and the other 3 women also nodded, and they did not dare to leak it. After all, they had signed a confidentiality agreement. If they leaked the formula, Gao Yan had the right to sue them and make them pay compensation. Moreover, Gao Yan also kept an eye on it and mixed some of the ingredients in advance according to the proportions, and he would also make the future mixing ingredients himself. As long as the proportions of the ingredients were wrong, it would be difficult for others to prepare milk tea with a perfect taste. It was only early 10 o'clock. There was only one open class today, which Started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan decided to buy himself some sets of clothes and shoes. Because of the partiality of his adoptive father and mother, his clothes are relatively cheap. After going to college, he relied on working part-time to earn tuition and living expenses, and was reluctant to buy expensive things for himself. Now that he has money, there is no need to treat himself badly. What's more, after integrating the skills of the fighting master, he has grown 2 centimeters in height and his figure has also changed significantly. The original clothes no longer fit. Although Nandu is not an international city like the capital or Magic City, it is still a provincial capital. University Town is located in the eastern suburbs of Nandu City, 7 or 8 kilometers into the city. Gao Yan's destination is Bandung Mall. Bandung Mall is developed by Bandung Group. Bandung Group is the largest real estate development company in Guangdong Province. As for Wang Wanlin, the chairman of Wanlong Group, he is a star entrepreneur in Yangdong Province, with a net worth of over 100 billion, and is a well-known presence across the country. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan took a Didi taxi to Wanlong Mall and take the elevator to the 3rd floor of the mall. The 3rd floor of the mall is home to various famous brand stores from home and abroad. Gao Yan stepped into the LV store. There is no such thing as being looked down upon by a shopping guide because of cheap clothing. After all, the shopping guides in brand stores like this have received special training. They will never ridicule customers in person. At most, they will despise them in their hearts. Although LV's style is a bit old-fashioned, it is more suitable for Gao Yan's taste, because he is not a high-profile person and does not like to dress himself up. Gao Yan picked out a t-shirt, a shirt and 2 pairs of shorts. He just put on a t-shirt and shorts and looked in the mirror. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Gao Yan felt that he looked a lot more handsome. Pulling out the system panel and taking a look, the charm has indeed increased a bit. Sure enough, people depend on their clothes. Sir, this outfit suits you very well, but you can choose a pair of shoes, to match it, suggested the young shopping guide standing next to you. Okay, let's pick a pair of shoes. So, on the recommendation of the shopping guide, Gao Yan found a pair of casual shoes and changed into them. Final checkout. Good guy, this little thing actually costs 13,800. However, there was a flash of hesitation in Gao Yan's eyes, and he settled the bill decisively. Sir, do you need to pack these old clothes for you? The shopping guide asked. No, please help me throw it. Gao Yan waved his hand, and suddenly his eyes glanced at the sunglasses in the store, so he stepped forward, took off one, put it on, and looked in the mirror, and it felt good. Looking at the price, it turned out to be 3,680 yuan. I already gave him more than 10,000 yuan, so there is no need to feel bad about the more than 3,000 yuan. So, Gao Yan paid the bill again and walked out of the LV store with confident steps, holding the shopping bag handed by the shopping guide with both hands. Next, Gao Yan went to a Nike store to buy a set of sportswear and a pair of basketball shoes. Then I went to the Gucci store and bought a jacket and trousers. The total cost was close to 30,000. Almost. Gao Yan decided to end today's shopping. Before getting the system, he never thought that one day he would spend 30,000 yuan in less than an hour. Somewhat luxurious. After walking around for a while, he felt a little hungry. Prepare to go to the restaurant on the 4th floor for dinner. After his physique became stronger, his food intake not only increased, greatly, but he also became hungry easily. Fortunately, he was not short of money now. Gao Yan? An uncertain voice sounded. Gao Yan turned around and saw a pair of girls walking out of the Chanel store. Hand in hand. It's really you. Shu Jianyue let go of his companion's hand, walked up quickly, then stopped. 1 meter away, looked at Gao Yan from head to toe, and said in a loud voice. You guy, we haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, and this happened. Such a big change. In fact, Gao Yan has really not changed much in the past 2 years, and he has only changed in the past few days. Shu Jianyue is Gao Yan's high school classmate and deskmate. Both of them were top students in school at first, but Gao Yan caught a cold and had a fever in the college entrance examination and performed abnormally. So they were not admitted to the school of their choice. Shu Jianyue, who performed normally, was admitted to Yangdong University of Science. In fact, in high school, the two of them had a little interest in each other. But because of the college entrance examination, neither of them could get through that layer of paper. Later, Gao Yan performed abnormally in the college entrance examination and became somewhat self-defeating. Shu Jianyue was born more beautiful and had better family conditions, while Gao Yan's only advantage was his academic performance. Therefore, after failing the college entrance examination, he felt that he was not worthy of Shu Jianyue. So much so that the two went to college in the same city for almost 2 years, but never contacted each other. As for why Shu Jianyue has a crush on him, the reason is also very simple. One day after school, Gao Yan saw Shu Jianyue being blocked by gangsters outside the school. At that time, he rushed forward without thinking. The hero failed to save the beauty, but was beaten up by the gangsters. From then on, Shu Jianyue began to take the initiative to contact him. You're still so beautiful. Gao Yan also looked at Shu Jianyue. Compared with 2 years ago, Shu Jianyue was even more beautiful now. She was definitely a beauty with a score of 95 or above. Hey, after 2 years of not seeing each other, you have become glib? Shu Jianyue joked with a smile, but immediately, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. After living in the same city for 2 years, this guy never contacted her once. You know, her phone number has been kept for a certain guy. Nothing has changed. Jianyue, who is this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to me? Song Yufei, the best friend who was abandoned by Shu Jianyue, also came over because just now, she found that her usually calm best friend started to tremble a little after calling out the name Gao Yan. You know, in the past 2 years, my best friend has rejected 80 if not 100 suitors. The man named Gao Yan in front of him is considered handsome at best. In terms of handsomeness, he is not even ranked in the top 10 among Shu Jianyue's suitors. But my best friend is so excited to see each other. Therefore, she immediately judged that there was a problem between these two people. The strong soul of Bagua also awakened. When asked by her best friend, Shu Jianyue pretended to be calm and introduced, Gao Yan, this is Song Yufei, my best friend and classmate. Yufei. This is Gao Yan, my classmate and deskmate in high school? Just a roommate, not a childhood sweetheart or something? Song Yufei teased. In a narrow tone. Faced with Song Yufei's teasing, a faint blush appeared on Shu Jianyue's pretty face. After Song Yufei, who had been watching her expression, found out, she became more and more sure that her best friend had a problem with this Gao Yan. Soon, Shu Jianyue regained her composure, don't talk nonsense, we are really just classmates, otherwise we wouldn't have been without contact for 2 years. Shi Jianyue emphasized the word 2 years very strongly, with a hint of resentment. Gao Yan also heard it, and felt guilty secretly in his heart. To be honest, he was avoiding Shi Jianyue on purpose. He thought that 2 years later, the ignorant feelings from back then had long since dissipated. Unexpectedly, Shi Jianyue still missed him. For a moment, he felt a little proud and happy inside. Isn't it time for dinner? I wonder if I can invite these two beauties to have lunch? Gao Yan deliberately changed the subject. Okay, but there are too many people in school who want to treat our Jiangyu to dinner. We won't go to ordinary restaurants, Song Yufei said eagerly. In fact, Song Yufei is also a beauty. Although her appearance is not as good as Shi Jianyue's, she is still above 90 points. Don't listen to her nonsense, just eat whatever you want. Shi Jianyue said quickly that she knew what was going on at Gao Yan's family, and didn't want Gao Yan to waste money. He said it didn't matter, and he protected him so quickly. Song Yufei whispered in Shi Jianyue's ear jokingly. Shi Jianyue's cheeks turned red again. At this time, Gao Yan said, "It doesn't matter. It's an honor for me to treat these two beauties to dinner. You can choose any restaurant upstairs. I can still afford the money." He knew that Shi Jianyue was saving money for him, and he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. In the past, he felt that he was not worthy of Shi Jianyue. But now that he has a system, he is no longer the poor boy he was before. Naturally, a good girl like Shi Jianyue has to fight for it. Hearing this, Shi Jianyue looked at Gao Yan with some suspicion. As far as she knew, Gao Yan was not the kind of person who pretends to be fat. Don't worry, Mississippi. He can't eat enough. Just what he wears costs more than 10,000. Song Yufei said with a smile, her eyes were quite poisonous. And she noticed that Gao Yan was only wearing LV, even if you don't have big money. But there should be no shortage of small money. So the three of them went up to the 4th floor of the shopping mall. This Sichuan restaurant looks good, why not go there to eat? Jiangyu, Miss Song, what do you think? Gao Yan asked the two daughters for their opinions. Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue are both from southwest China and like spicy food. Neither woman objected. Handsome beauties, how many of you are there? The waiter came up and asked. Just the three of us. This way please. After sitting down, the waiter brought the menu. Gao Yan asked the two girls to order. It's better you come, after all, it's your treat, Shi Jianyue said with a smile. Okay. Gao Yan took the menu and asked Song Yufei, can the beautiful lady Song eat spicy food? She is a Hunan girl and can eat spicy food, Shi Jianyue said. That's good. Gao Yan nodded and ordered a mapo tofu, fried chicken, twice-cooked pork with black bean sprouts and garlic sprouts, and a spicy and sour potato shreds, and meatball soup. Shi Jianyue felt sweet when she heard the names of the dishes announced by Gao Yan, because these dishes were all her favorites. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, this guy still remembered her preferences. Similarly, Song Yufei, who knew Shi Jianyue well, also showed a half-smiling expression after hearing the name of the dish. If these two people are not in trouble, she will stand on her head to wash her hair. Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue both enjoyed the meal because they chatted while eating, mostly about their high school days. Song Yufei, beside them, couldn't get a word in at all. So I could only eat in silence. Unknowingly, I ate too much. This meal is not expensive, costing only about 200 yuan. Gao Yan, thank you for inviting us to dinner. I'll treat you to milk tea. Shi Wen said with a smile. Okay, then I'm welcome. Do you still like lemon-flavored drinks? Shi Wen asked again. Right. Gao Yan nodded. Okay, I'll buy it right now. Looking at Shi Wen heading towards the milk tea shop, Song Yufei quickly shouted, Jiangyu, you haven't asked me yet? Don't you like taro ball-flavored drinks? Shi Wen asked. I want to change my taste today, I want Hong Kong style. Song Yufei felt that she had been ignored, and her heart was slightly sour. Okay then, you guys wait for me here. Gao Yan, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with our Jiangyu? Song Yufei stared at Gao Yan and asked. High school classmates and desk mates. Gao Yan said. TCH, where's the liar? Song Yufei smiled disdainfully, you remember what Jiangyu likes to eat, and she is familiar with what kind of milk tea you like. How can it be that she is just a deskmate and classmate? It's really just like that. Gao Yan said again. It's boring. Song Yufei pouted, but I have to remind you that Jiangyu has many high quality suitors in our school. It will not be easy for you to catch her. Thanks for reminding me, I know. Gao Yan nodded. If it were in the past, he would definitely choose to retreat. But now, he has a system and is confident to defeat other competitors. What's more, he already felt that Shi Wen had a crush on him. Based on this, he already had an absolute advantage. Why don't you ask about Jiangyu suitors? Song Yufei joked. Then please give me some advice from Miss Song. Gao Yan said seriously. So, do you really want to chase Jiangyu? Song Yufei said proudly. Do you think I look like a blind man? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Song Yufei was stunned, what do you mean? Gao Yan said, it's very simple. I'm not blind. Why don't I pursue an outstanding girl like Jiangyu? That makes sense. Song Yufei nodded, actually, although Jiangyu has many suitors, there are only two people who really need to pay attention to. One is Chen Jian, the chairman of the student union. It's hard to tell about his family background. But his ability and appearance are quite outstanding, his personality is gentle and elegant, and she has been admitted to graduate school and is a key training target of the school. She also takes good care of Jiangyu in the student union. Do you feel pressure? Gao Yan nodded. Just listen to Song Yufei continue, the second person you need to pay attention to is Deng Yu. This guy is a rich second-generation dude. It is said that his family is one of the major shareholders of the Wanlong Group. This guy has an extremely surly and arrogant personality and has caused many troubles. As for other girls, the key is that this guy is extremely mean. He will find ways to seduce any suitor he feels is a threat to him. If you want to be with Jiangyu, this guy will be your biggest obstacle. Hearing this, Gao Yan also felt a chill in his heart. Thank you for reminding me, I'll remember it. Let's add a WeChat account. If anything happens to Jiang, you can contact me. Okay, you sweet me. After the two added WeChat, Shi Wen also came back with 3 cups of milk tea. Shi Wen originally planned to invite Gao Yan to watch a movie. But there are classes in the afternoon, and if I watch a movie, I will definitely not be able to make it in time, so I can only decline politely. However, Gao Yan took the initiative to invite Shi Wen to watch a movie together this Saturday. After a slight hesitation, Shi Wen agreed. When they broke up, Gao Yan took the initiative to ask for her WeChat account and gave her his phone number. 2 p.m. Gao Yan appeared in the lecture theater on time and walked straight to Qing. How to sit down. The teacher of this class also arrived soon after. 2 hours later. At the end of the course, Gao Yan was going to the snack street to check the renovation progress of the milk tea shop, while Qinghao was going to the hot pot restaurant to check the renovation progress. The milk tea shop is not large, so the construction speed is very fast. By now, the suspended ceiling has been finished and the walls are being plastered. However, Gao Yan found a figure in the store that shouldn't be there. Chen Yue, come out. Gao Yan called the other party out and asked, why are you here? Chen Yue lowered her head as usual and whispered, boss, I can't get my salary in vain. I knew the store was being renovated, so I came over to help. I hope it can open as soon as possible. You are such a fool. Gao Yan couldn't laugh or cry and said, the decoration of the store is fully paid for by the decoration company. If you come to work, you will use my salary to work for the decoration company in vain. Okay, go back and rest quickly, and come back after the opening. I know, boss. Chen Yue nodded. Wait. Suddenly, Gao Yan stopped Chen Yue again, and then he quickly bought a bottle of drink from the store opposite and handed it to Chen Yue. Although you didn't help me, you were also out of good intentions, and this bottle of drink will reward you. Boss, no need. Chen Yue waved her hand and refused. Just take it if I tell you to, otherwise I will get angry. After a moment of silence, Chen Yue reached out to catch the drink and whispered thank you. Okay, let's go back. Gao Yan waved his hand. Watching Chen Yue leave, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. It's really rare to find a girl with such a sincere eye like Chen Yue in this day and age. Afterwards, Gao Yan went into the store and handed a few cigarettes to several decoration masters before leaving. He originally planned to go to the vegetable market to buy some meat and vegetables and cook them himself. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left the university town, he received a call from his landlord, Lin Xiaoming, and invited him to her house for dinner. Gao Yan wanted to refuse, but he didn't expect Lin Xiaoming's firm attitude, so he had to agree. But this was the first time he went to the landlord's house. You can't go empty-handed. There happened to be a fruit shop outside the community, so he went to the fruit shop to buy some fruits and planned to take them home. Back to the rental house. Gao Yan first washed his face, then returned to the room and turned on the air conditioner and lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone. When he opened WeChat, he found that Zhuo Jianyue had sent him a text WeChat message an hour ago, asking him if he wanted to return to his hometown after summer vacation this year. To be honest, Gao Yan has no sense of belonging to his current family. The differential treatment by his adoptive father and mother made him feel like he was always an outsider. Therefore, except for the holidays during the first half of his freshman year, when he went back once, during the holidays during the second half and the first half of his sophomore year, he used working as an excuse and did not go back. He didn't want to go back during this vacation. After all, he would have to face Gao Lang's troubles and his adoptive mother's scoldings. He is not a masochist, why should he go back to find sin? Born to be talented, sorry, I was in class before and my phone was set to silent, so I didn't see your message. I shouldn't go back this summer vacation. What about you, do you want to go back? Yangdong University of Science and Technology. Girls' dormitory. Zhuo Jianyue was reviewing his homework, but his eyes would glance at the mobile phone placed aside from time to time. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. A new WeChat message has arrived. She quickly picked up her phone and saw that the guy finally replied to her WeChat message. A faint smile appeared on her face. She unlocked and opened WeChat. After reading the content, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about Gao Yan's family situation, she also understood why. Gao Yan was unwilling to go back. In high school, although the two did not break the layer of paper, they also told each other a lot of things. After pondering slightly, Shi Wen typed a reply, "Our tutor has a research project and needs to select a few people to serve as assistants. If they are selected, I will not return. If not, I will probably return." In fact, just yesterday, the instructor asked for her opinion and asked her if she would like to be her assistant. Because of her excellent performance, she is highly valued and loved by Qin Iran, the youngest associate professor of Yangdong Science Department. Generally speaking, in this case, the instructor will choose a graduate student as an assistant, at least a senior student. Letting her, a sophomore, serve as an assistant is definitely an exceptional promotion for her. Because being an assistant on a research project will be recorded in the file. It will be a great advantage if she chooses to stay in school in the future. I am born with talent, I am worthy of being a female academic master, and I can act as an assistant to my tutor in my sophomore year. Shi Wen, no, the matter has not been settled yet. I am born with talent, I believe you will definitely be chosen, and I will treat you to a feast when the time comes. Shi Wen, I don't want to eat a big meal, I want to eat hot pot. Born to be a genius, okay, I know a hot pot restaurant that tastes very good. But it won't open until this Sunday. Let's go together then. Shi Wen, wow. Chatting with Shi Wen, Gao Yan felt very relaxed, so before he knew it, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiaomin called again, so he ended the chat with Shi Wen. Turn off the air conditioner, leave the bedroom, pick up the fruit and go to 503 next door. The door was ajar. Gao Yan pushed it open and shouted, "Sister Lin, I am Xiao Gao next door, can I come in?" Lin Xiaomin, wearing home clothes and an apron, walked out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Don't be so polite, come in, there are new slippers on the shoe rack." "Okay, Sister Lin." After Gao Yan put on slippers, he saw Lin Mower jumping out of the room. "Brother Gao Yan, you are here, and you also brought a gift. What did you bring? Let me see." "Mower, don't be so rude, hurry up and pour a glass of water for Brother Xiao Gao." Then he said to Gao Yan, "Xiao Gao, sit down for a while, there is only one soup left, and you can eat soon." After a while, Lin Xiaomin asked Gao Yan to sit down. Lin Xiaomin cooked 4 dishes and 1 soup tonight. Gao Yan originally thought that a rich woman like Lin Xiaomin would have average cooking skills, but after tasting the dishes she cooked, she found them to be quite good. "Sister Lin, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good." "Really? Then eat more," Lin Xiaomin said with a smile. "Then I won't be polite." Gao Yan responded and began to eat heartily. In the end, more than half of the 4 dishes and a soup went into Gao Yan's stomach. Lin Xiaomin didn't mind at all, but was rather pleased. Especially when she saw Gao Yan eating heartily, her appetite improved a lot. When Gao Yan put down his bowl and chopsticks, he found that the mother and daughter were looking at him. He did not feel embarrassed, but smiled and said, "Sister Lin, the dishes you cooked are so delicious, I couldn't help it." Sorry to embarrass you. It's okay, seeing you eating so happily, our appetite has also improved a lot. Yes, Brother Gao Tian, I also ate 1/3 more today than usual. Lin Mower also nodded in agreement. After the meal, Gao Yan planned to help clean up the dishes. But he was rejected by Lin Xiaomin. And he brought out the cut fruits and snacks from the kitchen and put them on the coffee table, and asked Lin Mower to accompany him to the sofa to chat. Lin Xiaomin should be at least 36 or 37 years old. But she looks like she is only 27 or 28 years old. Before, he was not familiar with her, and she gave Gao Yan a feeling of being cold and difficult to approach. But today, he felt the gentle and virtuous side of Lin Xiaomin again. Brother Gao Yan, I heard from my mother that you are a student of Nandu University. Can you tell me about your school? Lin Mower is already a senior high school student. She will take the college entrance examination soon, and she is still full of yearning for college. Faced with Lin Mower's request, Gao Yan really didn't know where to start. Because in the first 2 years, his university life was really boring. He either studied or worked. He did not participate in student union activities or join any clubs. He would postpone class gatherings and activities whenever possible. After 2 years, Gao Yan could not guarantee that he was familiar with the campus he had been in for 2 years. After thinking about it, he said, relatively speaking, the learning environment in college is relatively relaxed. It is not like high school when teachers chased you to study. If you just want to get a diploma, as long as you don't fail the exam, no one will care if you play games or watch TV series. Even during class, as long as you don't disturb other students, the teacher will not say anything if you do other things. But if you plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination, you should start preparing from the freshman year. In today's society, the requirements for academic qualifications are getting higher and higher. It is very difficult to find a good job with a high salary with a master's degree from Nandu University. Therefore, before obtaining the system, Gao Yan planned to take the postgraduate entrance examination in Yangdong Science. Therefore, in addition to working, he almost focused on studying. In addition, he had good talent and his grades in the class were always good. But now that he has obtained the system, he no longer needs to work for others, and his desire to take the postgraduate entrance examination is not as strong as before. After all, isn't getting a good degree also for finding a good job and making more money? After a while, Lin Xiaomin came out of the kitchen and found that Gao Yan and his daughter were chatting very speculatively, so she asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" Lin Mower said, "I am asking Brother Gao Yan about things in college." "Xiao Gao, you will be a junior next semester, right?" Lin Xiaomin asked. "Yes, Sister Lin." "Then do you plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination?" Lin Xiaomin asked again. Gao Yan said, "I have been preparing, but the specific situation is not clear now." Lin Xiaomin nodded. "If you have the idea of taking the postgraduate entrance examination, prepare early. Do you want to take the exam directly from your school or from another school?" "I plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination for Yangdong Science," Gao Yan said directly. "If you have ambition, then you have to work hard. It is not easy to take the postgraduate entrance examination for Yangdong Science," Lin Xiaomin said. Yangdong Science ranks among the top 10 universities in the country. In the south, it is second only to Zhejiang University. I just have this idea, I don't know whether it will succeed or not. Gao Yan smiled. By the way, where is your hometown? Lin Xiaomin asked again. Jiangsu City, Southwest Province. Gao Yan said. I have been to this place, the scenery there is very beautiful. Gao Yan, yes, there are still many scenic spots in our area, there are 5A. Scenic spots, one is the giant panda base, and the other is the snow mountain. It's nice to go to the hot springs after skiing in winter. When it comes to skiing and hot springs, Gao Yan's mind surges with a past event. During the winter vacation of the first year of high school, his adoptive parents discussed where to travel, and finally decided to go to the snow mountain to ski and soak in hot springs. He was secretly happy for a while. As a result, his adoptive parents only took his younger brother Gao Ling, and he had to stay to look after the house. The family of 3 came back happily after the Chinese New Year. And he could only stay alone at home. Since then, he understood a truth, a biological son is always a biological son, and an adopted son can never become a biological son no matter how good he performs. After chatting with Lin Xiaomin for a while, Gao Yan said goodbye and left. After going home to take a shower and lie on the bed, Gao Yan pulled out the system interface. The experience is still more than 9,000, and it has not increased. You can't be satisfied with just having a little money. You have to continue to brush experience to upgrade the system and increase the rebate multiple. Today, when he reunited with Shi Wen, Gao Yan was no longer inferior. But he knew that Shi Jianyue's family conditions were quite good. Shi Jianyue's father was an official in one of their cities. Gao Yan didn't know what level he was at, but it was definitely not low. Her mother was also a strong woman in business. The scale was not small. Therefore, Shi Jianyue has never lacked money since she was a child. Now Gao Yan has no house or car, and his money is just over 1 million, which is not enough to buy a larger house in Nandu. Once he and Shi Jianxiu get married, this achievement will definitely not be enough. So, you have to work hard. So, how to gain experience? Continue to sell mobile phones? The system now returns 4 times, and selling a fruit mobile phone can return 16,000 yuan. After deducting the 800 yuan loss of the purchase, the net profit can reach 152,000 yuan. For now, this method is still good. So Gao Yan decided to go to the city tomorrow to buy a batch of fruit mobile phones and sell them to the school. The next day, Friday, there are 2 professional classes in the morning and no classes in the afternoon. So, before class, Gao Yan opened the class WeChat group at everyone. My relatives haven't collected enough funds yet, and they need to deal with a batch of genuine fruit mobile phones at a low price. The price is the same as last time, 4,000 yuan each. I will go to the market in the afternoon. Please pick up the goods in the area. If you are interested, please prepare cash, no credit will be given. After the news was sent out, the quiet group suddenly became lively. Last time, a dozen students in my class bought mobile phones. They were absolutely genuine and they all felt good after using them. One of them, Jiang Pengfei, resold it to a friend for 4,600 yuan, making a net profit of 600 yuan. So when he saw that Gao Yan was about to buy a mobile phone again, he couldn't help but get interested, because he had a few friends who also wanted to buy mobile phones at a low price. So, he went directly to Gao Yan's seat. Gao Yan, how many mobile phones do you have this time? Do you still want to buy it? Gao Yan looked at Jiang Pengfei and asked. right? Jiang Pengfei nodded. Last time, the one was mailed to my sister, and I wanted to change it myself, because after my sister showed it off to the family, my cousins, and cousins also wanted to buy it. Gao Yan didn't believe Jiang Pengfei's lies at all. He knew that the other party probably wanted to resell the mobile phones, but this was just what he wanted, so he asked, "How many do you want? Is Wutai completed?" Jiang Pengfei asked tentatively. "Yes, but you have to pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand," Gao Yan reminded. "This is no problem." Jiang Pengfei nodded. Next, several students came over to ask. This aroused Qinghao's doubts and asked him when he started selling mobile phones. Gao Yan still said that relatives needed cash flow. After the 2 professional classes, Gao Yan hurriedly took a taxi to the city, raided several mobile phone stores, and finally collected 60 of the latest fruit mobile phones. On the way back, he sent WeChat messages to those students who were interested in buying mobile phones, and agreed to meet at a small pavilion in the school. When Gao Yan arrived, he found that not only the scheduled classmates had arrived, but also people from other classes. Altogether, there are more than 30 people. Jiang Pengfei was the most active. He directly transferred 20,000 yuan to Gao Yan via WeChat and took away 5 mobile phones. The remaining people also saw business opportunities. Some bought 3 units, and some bought 2 units. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, all 60 units of the latest fruit mobile phones were sold. The money returned in the system account also reached 960,000. However, the upgrade experience only increased by 240,000. The total experience is close to 250,000. If you come back a few more times, the system can be upgraded again. Gao Yan felt that the days were getting more promising. After collecting his mood, Gao Yan went to the milk tea shop again. I asked the decorator, and it could be completed in 2 days at most. Thinking that after reopening, business will definitely be very good, and a batch of brand new equipment will have to be ordered. So Gao Yan checked on his mobile phone and spent more than 5,000 yuan to order a batch of equipment. The seller is local from Nandu and has made an appointment to deliver it tomorrow morning. However, he had a date with Shui Jianyue tomorrow, so Gao Yan called Zhang Qin again and asked her to come over to receive the equipment tomorrow morning. I went to the vegetable market and bought half an old hen, half a kilo of white beans and half a kilo of rapeseed, and carried them back to the rental house. Gao Yan has been assigned to cook by his adoptive mother since he was 10 years old. Therefore, his cooking skills are still good. After going to college, he ate in the cafeteria when living in the dormitory. And after renting an apartment, he cooked by himself. Often, just 2 stir-fried dishes can last a day, and it's clean and cheap. Even if he now has money, it is difficult for him to get rid of his frugal habit and spend lavishly. For Gao Yan, there is no such thing as sudden wealth and retaliatory consumption. What's more, he also has a super seasoning recipe at home. With this recipe, the dishes he makes are definitely better than those made by top chefs. After cleaning the meat of half an old hen, Gao Yan poured it into the pot, mixed it with water, added super seasoning and started stewing it without adding any other seasonings. The incredible thing about super seasoning is that it can be used to stew soups, stir-fry vegetables, mix cold dishes, etc. It is simply a universal oil. And the dishes produced all have different tastes. If this super condiment were promoted nationwide, chefs would probably lose their jobs. After stewing the old hen, Gao Yan took care of the rape heads. Then prepared to wash the rice and cook it. But when he was putting the rice away, Gao Yan couldn't help but wonder if Lin Moer's snack food would be attracted to him again, so by some strange coincidence, he scooped up some more rice and cooked it. The old hen has been stewed and the rice has been cooked. Gao Yan picked up a professional book from the desk in his bedroom and started to review it. There will be an exam in less than a month. His homework is usually quite solid and he is confident that he will not fail the exam, but he also wants to do better. What's more, with the growth of mental power, his memory and understanding greatly increased. Efficient learning is also a kind of enjoyment for him. About 7 or 8 minutes passed. There was a strong smell of chicken soup wafting out from the kitchen and then into Gao Yan's nose. It smells so good. Gao Yan couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. I got up and went to the kitchen to pull the lid of the pot, leaving a gap to prevent excess water vapor, allowing the soup in the pot to escape and put out the fire. Before I knew it, more than an hour passed. Gao Yan came back to the kitchen, picked up a piece of chicken, and pricked it with chopsticks. Well, just simmer for another half an hour and it's almost done. So he added another ladle of water to the pot. 5:40. Gao Yan tested the hardness of the chicken again and found that it had become quite soft. So, he adjusted the fire to the minimum and prepared to cook. Outside the door, the elevator opened, and Lin Moer walked out of the elevator carrying a school bag. She sniffed sharply. Wow, the chicken soup smells so good. Is brother Gao Yan making something delicious again? Should I go get some food? Lin Moer hesitated. Forget it, it's not good to just go and get food all the time. Lin Moer shook her head, opened the door and put down her heavy school bag. It's just that she overestimated the resistance of foodies to delicious food. Especially when the fragrance penetrated her nose uncontrollably. No matter what, I'm going to get some food. Tuck tuck tuck. Hearing the knock on the door, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. It was probably Lin Moer who was attracted by the scent again. So he hurried to the door, opened it, and said, "Come in first, I'm cooking. I'll be ready to eat in 2 minutes." Without waiting for Lin Moer's answer, Gao Yan turned around and returned to the kitchen. But Lin Moer's cheeks were a little red. Brother Gao Yan was not surprised at all by her arrival. He obviously knew that she was coming to eat. Am I just a snack in the eyes of brother Gao Yan? Then she walked in with slightly heavy steps, came to the kitchen door and asked, "Brother Gao Yan, do you need help?" Gao Yan, well, then you put the rice in the bowl first. By the way, the bowl is in this cabinet. Okay. After a while, the dining room table in the living room. Gao Yan smiled at Lin Moer, use your chopsticks. Then I'm welcome. Smelling the alluring aroma emanating from the dishes, Lin Moer couldn't bear it for a long time. Lin Moer was extremely satisfied with this meal. Subconsciously I touched my belly and found that it was already bulging. Then, Lin Moer rushed to wash the dishes and chopsticks, and said no, but she said that she was here to wash the dishes, so it was her duty to wash the dishes. Therefore, Gao Yan did not stop him. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, Lin Moer waved goodbye. Brother Gao Yan, I'm going back first, otherwise I'll be anxious when my mother doesn't see me when she comes back. Go back. Gao Yan nodded. Walking to the door, Lin Moer turned back and smiled brightly at him, brother Gao Yan, thank you for your hospitality. Gao Yan, you're welcome. After Lin Moer left, Gao Yan came to the kitchen and found that Lin Moer was very attentive and the entire kitchen had been tidied up. Thinking about it, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow seemed to be very busy. Gao Yan decided to go to the city to buy a batch of mobile phones tonight and sell them at school on Monday. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yan returned to the rental house with a large bag of fruit mobile phones. After running around all night, he bought 100 of the latest fruit mobile phones. As long as he sold them all, he would get another 400,000 experience points. And the system return would reach 1.6 million. At 8:30 the next morning, Gao Yan took a car to the outside of the Wanlong Mall. He saw Shi Wen sitting on a bench outside the mall. "How long have you been here?" Gao Yan walked up quickly and asked. "I just came not long ago. This is the breakfast I bought for you." Shi Wen handed Gao Yan 2 big meat buns, a cup of soy milk and 2 tea eggs. "Thank you." Gao Yan took it and sat down next to Shi Wen. "Have you eaten it before?" "I have eaten it." Shi Wen smiled sweetly. "You eat the buns first, I will help you peel the tea eggs." "Thank you." Gao Yan thanked again, picked up the buns and ate them, while looking at Shi Wen carefully. Feeling Gao Yan's slightly fiery gaze, Shi Wen seemed a little shy. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at beautiful women." Gao Yan laughed. "You have become so slick. How many girlfriends have you had?" Shi Wen asked casually. "None," Gao Yan said without hesitation. Hearing that Gao Yan had never had a girlfriend, Shi Wen felt inexplicably happy, but continued to ask, "Why not?" "Because I know someone likes me silently." Gao Yan stared at Shi Wen with burning eyes. Under his fiery gaze, Shi Wen couldn't help but pause, and then she said coquettishly, "The devil likes you silently." "Really?" Gao Yan smiled. Shi Wen couldn't help but feel embarrassed and directly sent the peeled tea egg to Gao Yan's mouth, saying fiercely, "Eat it quickly." Gao Yan took it and took a big bite, smiling brightly, "Delicious." Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Gao Yan asked Shi Wen to watch a movie. But it was not suitable to watch a movie at this time. So, the two discussed and decided to visit the local attractions in Nandu first, and then go to the movies after lunch. The two of them were in love. During the tour, Shi Wen stepped on a banana peel and almost fell. Gao Yan quickly supported her. Taking this opportunity, he held her hand and never let go. Shi Wen struggled symbolically for a few times, but found that she couldn't break free. After rolling her eyes at the shameless guy, she acquiesced to his hand-holding behavior. There are few formal confessions of men and women to confirm the relationship, and they are often tacitly understood. The relationship confirmed by confession is often uncertain. For example, Gao Yan confessed to Bai Wei before, but he couldn't grasp what Bai Wei was thinking in her heart. At noon, the two had dinner at a specialty restaurant in the scenic area. Not to mention the price was very expensive, the taste of the food was really average. After dinner, the two left the scenic spot and found a movie theater. Gao Yan didn't remember what the movie was about, but Shi Wen was very moved by it. He was only busy playing with her delicate little hand, during which Shi Wen rolled her eyes more than 5 times and pinched her waist to warn him. After watching the movie, the two found a coffee shop to chat. It was almost time. Gao Yan suggested going to a well-known seafood restaurant for dinner. Shi Wen said that there was no need to go to such an expensive place, because she knew Gao Yan's situation and she was not the kind of girl who despised the poor and loved the rich. Gao Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who pretends to be rich. I'm already starting my own business and have made some money." Shi Wen was quite curious about this, but Gao Yan said he would keep it a secret and tell him when he became big in the future. This seafood dinner was very enjoyable. To be honest, it was also the first time for Gao Yan to eat in such a high-end restaurant. His adoptive parents had a good family background, but they would never take him to a high-end restaurant every time they went to a high-end restaurant. After dinner, the two walked hand in hand along the inner river of Nandu City. Men and women who have just fallen in love are inseparable. At 9 o'clock, when Gao Yan sent Shi Wen back to the university, he clearly felt the attachment and reluctance in her eyes. "Give me a hug, see you tomorrow." Gao Yan smiled and opened his hands. Shi Wen hesitated for only a second before throwing herself into Gao Yan's arms. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Shi Wen, Gao Yan was a little emotional. He had never dreamed that a girl as outstanding as Shi Wen would become his girlfriend. "Thank you, system," he said silently in his heart. "System, host, you're welcome." After hugging for almost 10 seconds, the shy Shi Wen took the initiative to break away from the embrace. After all, there were still many students in and out of the university gate at this time. After watching Shi Wen's figure completely disappear in the campus of Yangda, Gao Yan decisively turned around and took a taxi to leave. And the scene of their hug fell into the eyes of many people. Shi Wen is one of the celebrities of Yangdong science, and she is also the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Now the goddess is hugging a boy at the school gate. Someone posted the photo of the two hugging on the campus network. In just 20 minutes, it was on the headlines. Fortunately, the light at the school gate was dim, and Gao Yan's face was not photographed, so maybe some boys would come to the door with knives. In the luxurious box of Eugene Club, Deng Yu was enjoying the happiness of being hugged by women. Suddenly, the phone rang. Deng Yu picked up the phone and pushed the woman beside him to answer the phone. "What's the matter?" "Mr. Yu, it's bad, Jiang Yu has a boyfriend." A woman's voice came from the phone. This woman was his spy next to Jiang Yu and one of Shi Wen's roommates, named Chen Mei. Suddenly, Deng Yu's face became extremely gloomy, and he shouted, "Who is it? Is it that bastard Chen Jian?" Deng Yu didn't take Shi Wen's other suitors seriously, but he was full of vigilance against Chen Jian. Others didn't know Chen Jian's background, but he did. If it was someone else who had no background and was extremely threatening to his pursuit of Shi Wen, he would have thought of a way to beat him up. "Mr. Yu, it's not Chen Jian. It seems that the other party is not from our school." Chen Mei replied. "Who the hell is that?" Deng Yu shouted. "Mr. Yu, don't worry, I'll help you find out," Chen Mei said quickly. Taking a deep breath, Deng Yu calmed down a little. "Okay, find that guy for me as soon as possible, I won't treat you badly." "Mr. Yu, I've got my eyes on a bag from LV." Chen Mei began to negotiate. She was average-looking and knew that she couldn't catch Deng Yu's eye. The reason she was willing to act as Deng Yu's spy was just to get benefits. Of course, there was another reason, that is, she was jealous of Shi Wen. "Okay, someone will contact you tomorrow and take you to buy a bag." After finding out who that guy is, I'll give you another 10,000 red envelope. Dang. You said. Thank you very much, Mr. Yu. Chen Mei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mei looked around carefully, put away her phone and walked towards the dormitory as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the other two girls in the dormitory were asking who the boy who was hugged by Shi Jianyue on the campus network was. Song Yufei naturally knew it well. As for Shi Jianyue, she just smiled and did not intend to reveal Gao Yan's identity. She is a smart girl, and she knows that Deng Yu, who is pestering her, is not a good person. If Gao Yan's identity is exposed, it may bring him a lot of trouble. Seeing that Shi Jianyue did not answer, Chen Mei was a little anxious. Jianyue, just tell us, so that we can help you refer to it and see if he is worthy of you. Does it have anything to do with you whether he is worthy or not? Song Yufei sneered unceremoniously, I have never seen you so enthusiastic. Chen Mei's personality is not pleasing. Not only does she like to take advantage of small things, but she is also very utilitarian. If it were someone else, even if they didn't like her, they would endure it. But Song Yufei didn't. In her words, everyone was a human being for the first time, so why should they spoil her? Therefore, whenever Chen Mei was wrong or displeased, she would say it out. Naturally, their relationship was not very good. At the beginning, Chen Mei was tit-for-tat with Song Yufei. She said bad things about Song Yufei everywhere. As a result, she was caught by Song Yufei when she said bad things. Song Yufei didn't treat her with courtesy and slapped her twice. Since then, Chen Mei has become much more honest. She didn't dare to confront Song Yufei directly. You. Chen Mei was furious when she heard Song Yufei's words. Okay Yufei, we are all roommates, so stop talking. Shi Jianyue advised. Back to the rental house. Gao Yan first called Zhang Qin to inquire about the equipment, and the other party told him that the equipment had been received and there was no problem. Then, he called Qinghao again. Because the brothers' hot pot restaurant will open tomorrow. In the afternoon, Qinghao called him and asked him, the second boss, to attend the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony, but Gao Yan declined. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan was a little amused, because in the previous call, Qinghao told him that he had invited all the classmates to the hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. The fat man could pretend to be poor for 2 years, which shows that he is not the kind of person who likes to show off. But this time, he invited all the classmates. Is it to show off? Of course not. It's because of Yang Yu. He wants to vent his anger for Gao Yan, his brother. Didn't Yang Yu reject Gao Yan at the beginning? Qinghao wanted to tell Yang Yu in this way that you are blind and missed a great opportunity. Gao Yan didn't say anything unnecessary, hypocritical for Qinghao's kindness. We are all young people, and everyone has some arrogance in their hearts. Although he didn't resent Yang Yu for rejecting him. But he could see that Yang Yu felt sorry and regretful for this. He was still happy. After all, he first thought of looking for Yang Yu, and he also considered that everyone was a classmate, and the fat water should not flow to outsiders. It was still early. Gao Yan went to the bathroom to take a shower first. Then he picked up a professional book and started reading. Now it was as if his memory and comprehension had been buffed, and he was really excited to study. It was 11 o'clock. Gao Yan put down the book, turned off the light and went to sleep. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Gao Yan took a taxi to Brother's Hot Pot restaurant. Brother Yan is here, I'll take you to visit our site. Qinghao enthusiastically took Gao Yan to visit the 2-story hot pot. restaurant and asked, "How do you feel?" "Not bad." Gao Yan nodded. He could see that Qinghao really put a lot of effort into this hot pot restaurant. Hee, that's good. Qinghao smiled proudly. The ribbon cutting will be at 10:40. I asked a master to calculate the time. You can go up later. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. I will just be a shareholder, quietly. You can take the limelight. Are you sure you don't want to go? Qinghao smiled. If others know that you are also one of the owners of this store, there will definitely be many girls chasing you. You won't have to worry about having a girlfriend in the future. No need, I already have a girlfriend. The figure of Zhuo Jianyue flashed in Gao Yan's mind. When did it happen? How come I don't know? Qinghao was stunned. We just confirmed the relationship yesterday. She will come today too. Gao Yan smiled and said, I will introduce her to you later. Just then, a strong engine sound sounded, followed by a bright red Ferrari 488 drove to the open space outside the hot pot restaurant. The car door opened. A slender white leg stepped on the ground first, and then a blonde with flaming red lips, big waves, and sunglasses came out of the car. This woman is only about 20 years old, and her makeup and dress are a bit retro. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to control it, and would give people the suspicion of wearing heavy makeup and showing off their coquettishness. But when it falls on her, it gives people a sense of inviolability as a queen. The woman stepped into the hot pot restaurant, took off her sunglasses, and shouted loudly, "Little mouse, why don't you come out to greet me?" "Oh, my sister, I am the boss now, can you save some face for me?" Qinghao rushed down from the second floor and said with a smile, "The little brat is still in my hands." Tang Yi curled his lips in disdain, with a smile hidden in his eyes. Qinghao flashed a bitter smile on his face, knowing that he could not do anything to this lady, so he asked, "Sister, when did you return to the country? Why didn't you tell me so that I could pick you up at the airport?" "Okay, stop being so hypocritical here." Tang Yi waved her hand disapprovingly. "Tell me, why did you think of opening a hot pot restaurant? You don't want to inherit such a big family business. But you open a hot pot restaurant. Sister, you don't know, I opened a hot pot restaurant for a reason." At this time, Qinghao waved to Gao Yan. "Gao Yan, let me introduce you, this is my cousin, Tang Yi. Sister, I opened a hot pot restaurant because my brother Gao Yan provided a unique hot pot base." "Hello, Sister Tang, I am Gao Yan." Gao Yan greeted with a smile, but did not extend his hand. Tang Yi looked at Gao Yan with a scrutinizing look, and then smiled. "You are Xiaohaozi's only friend, help him well, as long as you have no other thoughts, we will not treat you unfairly." Hearing this, Qinghao's face changed immediately, and Gao Yan felt a little uncomfortable, because the other party's words revealed a warning in Om's intention. The next moment, Qinghao asked, "Sister, Gao Yan is my best brother, what do you mean by saying this? You must apologize to him." Gao Yan opened his mouth, but did not speak, because if he spoke to Tang Yi, it would only be Qinghao who would be embarrassed. Obviously, Tang Yi regarded him as a villain who was clinging to the powerful. To be honest, if Qinghao hadn't forced him to take 30% of the shares, he would not want it at all. What's more, if the super hot pot base was handled well, the value it created would definitely be more than billions. Even if Qinghao gave him 30% of the shares of this store for free, he would feel at ease and did not feel that he took advantage of Qinghao. Moreover, after having the system, he was also confident that his future Achievements would definitely not be too bad, so he never thought of clinging to anyone. But Tang Yi obviously regarded him as that kind of person. Faced with Qinghao's questioning, Tang Yi raised his expression, "Little mouse, you are getting bolder. Are you sure you want me to apologize?" "Sure." A hint of fear flashed across Qinghao's eyes, but he immediately became firm. "You just came back and don't know anything. I forced Gao Yan to accept the shares of this hot pot restaurant. I can guarantee that he definitely didn't approach me with a purpose, so I don't allow you to insult our friendship." "Okay, I apologize." Tang Yi nodded, and then said to Gao Yan, "Gao Yan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter, I can understand, I know you are doing this for Housies." "Good." Gao Yan shook his head secretly, and at the same time realized his weakness. Although he didn't mean to cling to Qinghao, because of his weakness, he would still think he was clinging. Qinghao was quite surprised. He didn't expect Tang Yi to really apologize. I was relieved and said, "Sister, thank you for your understanding." Tang Yi waved her hand, "Okay, I was just testing you just now. I also heard from my aunt about you and Xiao Gao. He was able to help you even when he was not in good condition. Obviously, he really treated you as a friend. You were willing to get angry with me for him, which shows that you have really grown up and can stand on your own." Qinghao was very moved. "Sister, thank you." But Gao Yan did not completely believe Tang Yi's words. Maybe she really wanted to test Qinghao, but why did she involve him? Obviously, she didn't take him seriously. But he didn't show it, because the barking of the weak is meaningless and can only add to the jokes. The only way is to make yourself strong so that no one dares to ignore you and humiliate you at will. I heard my aunt praise your hot pot to the sky. Let me taste it first. At this time, Tang Yi spoke again. "Sister, believe me, you will never forget it after you have eaten it once." Qinghao said hurriedly. "Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Brother Yan, I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. She really doesn't mean any harm. I hope you don't mind." After introducing Tang Yi into the box upstairs, Qinghao specially ran to Gao Yan and said, "Okay, I'm not a glass-hearted person. Besides, hasn't your sister already apologized?" Gao Yan smiled and patted Qinghao on the shoulder. "Brother, thank you for your understanding." Qinghao said gratefully, "By the way, I have to go in and accompany my sister. You should take care of the things in the store." "Okay, let's go." Gao Yan waved his hand. 10 minutes later, in the private room upstairs. The bottom of the pot in the copper basin has opened, exuding a strong hot pot aroma. Under Qinghao's urging, Tang Yi picked up a piece of tripe and put it into the pot. More than 10 seconds later, she picked up the hairy belly again, put it to her mouth, blew on it, put it in her mouth and chewed it. "Sister, how do you feel?" Qinghao, who had been staring at her expression, asked nervously. "Much better than I imagined." "Really?" A smile immediately appeared on Qinghao's face. "Even a picky person like you, sister, finds it delicious. I will definitely not worry about business in the future." "Xiao Hao, let me ask you something." Although Tang Yi had been conquered by the taste of hot pot, she still resisted the urge to continue eating, put down her chopsticks, and said with a serious expression. Qinghao's heart tightened again. Sister, what do you want to ask? Did you buy the recipe for the hot pot base from Gao Yan? Tang Yi asked. Right. Qinghao nodded and said with some pride, originally Gao Yan wanted to sell this formula to Yang Yu's family, but unfortunately that woman Yang Yu was too arrogant and didn't give Gao Yan a chance at all. I just made a mistake. Then have you signed the acquisition contract? Tang Yi asked again. That's not true. Qinghao shook his head. Sister, I know what you are worried about. Gao Yan and I are the best brothers, and I also believe in him. Hearing this, Tang Yi frowned slightly. Xiao Hao, you have to understand truth, friendship is friendship, business is business, not to mention, human nature is the least able to withstand the test. To be honest, the current hot pot restaurant model, it has been figured out. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you have to win through taste. If your hot pot restaurant wants to become stronger, then the hot pot base recipe is your trump card. But now, this trump card is not only in your hands. It will become your biggest loophole in your future expansion. Sister, what do you mean? Qinghao said in a deep voice. Tang Yi said firmly, sign a transfer agreement with Gao Yan. Isn't that bad? By signing the agreement, doesn't it mean that you don't trust him? Qinghao shook his head in embarrassment. It's not about trust. Tang Yi said with hatred, if he treats you as a brother, he should understand you instead of making things difficult for you. However, the purchase price of 500,000 is a bit low. If he is willing to sign the contract, he will be compensated with another 1.5 million, and he still owns 30% of the shares of this hot pot restaurant, and the annual income is enough to make him rich, but the rest has nothing to do with him. Qinghao was entangled, but in the end, he gritted his teeth. Sister, I still believe in Gao Yan. He is my only friend and brother. I don't want this incident to cause a rift in our brotherhood. Silly boy. Tang Yi almost laughed out loud. What I said is very clear. Friendship is friendship, business is business. I asked you to do this for your own good. If, in the future, someone is eyeing this hot pot base recipe, others don't dare to have your idea, but others still don't dare to have Gao Yan's idea? Only by plugging all the loopholes can Gao Yan not be trapped in dilemmas, and the relationship between you brothers be long-lasting, don't you think? Qinghao nodded. That was indeed the truth. He grew up in a businessman's family. His father deliberately cultivated him and told him some stories about intrigues in the shopping mall. But sister, I still can't say this. Seeing that Qinghao was persuaded, Tang Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she didn't want to be this evil person, but who said this task was given to her by her aunt? Tang Yi, well, since you can't open this mouth, my cousin can help you open it. Okay, don't worry about it. You go and call Gao Yan in, and I'll talk to him alone. Okay, but sister, don't say anything excessive. Qinghao reminded worriedly. Don't worry, he is your good brother, and I will consider your feelings. Tang Yi assured. Soon. Qinghao walked out of the box and saw Gao Yan, who was busy in the store, so he walked over quickly and whispered, Brother Yan, my sister wants to talk to you. Looking at Qinghao with twinkling eyes, Gao Yan nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. Tuk tuk. Please come in. Gao Yan pushed open the box door and walked in. He saw Tang Yi slowly putting the hot belly into his mouth. She didn't say anything, but pointed to the chair and motioned for him to sit down and talk. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Tang Yi said, Xiao Gao, I made you laugh. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious hot pot. As long as Sister Tang likes it. Crack. Tang Yi put her chopsticks on the plate again. She looked at Gao Yan and smiled. I heard that you sold this hot pot base to the little mouse for 500,000? Yes. Gao Yan nodded and wondered why Tang Yi wanted to see him alone. Did he think the price was too high? This price is too low. Tang Yi spoke again. Now, Gao Yan was even more unsure of the other party's thoughts. He said, Sister Tang, in fact, this price is not low, I am already very satisfied. No hurry, listen to me first. Tang Yi waved his hand. With this hot pot recipe, we can build a chain of hot pot restaurants across major cities across the country, so the hot pot base recipe you provided is very precious and also the key, but to build such a large chain of hot pot restaurants, it also requires a huge amount of funds. Since you are Qinghao's friend, we can't bully you, so I plan to compensate you another 1.5 million. Gao Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Yi to call him in to compensate him. However, he is no longer the same as before. In the past, 1.5 million was an astronomical figure for him, but now, he can earn it by selling 2 more mobile phones. Therefore, he waved his hand, Sister Tang, no need, I am already satisfied. With 500,000. You surprised me. Tang Yi was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Gao Yan to be able to resist the temptation of 1.5 million. You know, she also heard from her aunt about Gao Yan's family situation. Gao Yan smiled, if Sister Tang has nothing to do, I won't disturb you to eat. Wait. Tang Yi shouted, don't worry, Xiao Gao, although we plan to give you an extra 1.5 million, but there are conditions. What conditions? Gao Yan sat back. Sign a formal transfer agreement, and after you take the 1.5 million, your hot pot base recipe cannot be transferred to others, otherwise you will face a high amount of compensation. Hearing this, Gao Yan also woke up immediately. It turned out that Tang Yi was worried that he would leak the hot pot base recipe in the future, and wanted to plug the loophole in the form of signing a contract. Then, the smile on his face disappeared, and he said lightly, okay, I promise you warm tips, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing Gao Yan agreed, Tang Yi also smiled. Xiao Gao, thank you for your understanding. In fact, signing an agreement is also for your own good. After all, when the hot pot restaurant becomes bigger, there will definitely be people who are jealous of the benefits. Others can't do anything to the Qing family, so they can only think of other ways. Therefore, signing the agreement is also a kind of protection for you. And this matter is also proposed by me. I hope it will not affect your friendship with Xiao Hao. Sister Tang, I can understand. Gao Yan nodded. Although he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he also thought that Tang Yi's approach was not wrong, not to mention that she also compensated 1.5 million. With this 1.5 million, his system can be upgraded again. Tang Yi, it's good to understand. Xiao Hao is lucky to have a good brother like you. By the way, this is a transfer agreement. You can take a look. If you are not sure, you can also find a lawyer to help you take a look. Then let me take a look. Gao Yan reached out to take the agreement and read it carefully. First, Qinghao fully acquired his hot pot base recipe at a price of 2 million. Secondly, after signing the agreement, he can no longer transfer the formula to others. Finally, if he violates the agreement, leaks the formula, or transfers the formula to others again, he will pay a penalty of 100 million. Sister Tang, I've read it. Gao Yan raised his head and said. Any questions? Tang Yi asked. No problem, you can sign it now. That's good. Tang Yi handed over a pen, and Gao Yan took it and quickly wrote his name on the place where he needed to sign on the agreement. Then, Tang Yi called Qinghao in again and asked him to sign. Brother Yan, Okay, don't hesitate, sign it quickly, after all, I can get an extra 1.5 million. Gao Yan said with a smile. After the agreement was signed, Tang Yi gave Gao Yan a copy and asked for his bank account number. In less than 5 minutes, a sum of 1.5 million was deposited into Gao Yan's bank account. The system's experience pool was full, and asked him if he wanted to upgrade. Gao Yan naturally would not hesitate. Decisively choose to upgrade. God-level income system, level 5. Host, Gao Tian. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 70. Constitution, 80. Spirit, 79. Charm, 70. Income return multiple, 5 times. Lottery, ordinary lottery X1, intermediate lottery X1. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 7.56 million, to be collected. Free attribute points, 2 points. This upgrade, the system rewards an intermediate lottery and 2 attribute points. The most important thing is that the stored funds in the system have reached 7.56 million. It is just around the corner to break through 10 million. Ordinary lottery can be kept, and intermediate lottery can be used. So, Gao Yan ordered, System, I want to conduct an intermediate lottery. Ding, open the intermediate lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a stock with a big rise in the next month. Immediately afterwards, a golden light that outsiders could not see directly sank into his mind. Then, he had more information about a stock in his mind. Starting from next Wednesday, this stock that has been falling for almost 3 years will finally start to turn around. In just 1 month, the stock price has increased several times. This is an old pharmaceutical stock. 3 years ago, they invested a lot of money to research a new special medicine, which resulted in annual losses in financial reports and internal chaos. As a result, the stock price fell from the original 120 yuan to the current 40 yuan, and the assets shrank by 2 times. But in general, the decline is still relatively stable. However, starting from the last month, the stock price has fallen somewhat abnormally. The closing price on Friday has fallen to 22 yuan. Obviously, this is a dealer washing the market and deliberately suppressing the stock price. Because once the company announces the success of the new drug research, the stock price will surely rise by 1,000 miles. According to the information in his mind, the stock price will continue to fall next Monday, and finally stabilize at 15.5 yuan. That is the best time for him to enter the market. And the pharmaceutical company will announce the successful development of the new drug on Wednesday. So, he has 2 days to buy the stock. No longer thinking about stocks, Gao Yan focused on 2 attribute points. He hesitated a little. He added the 2 attribute points to his spirit, and his spirit also increased. from 79 to 81 points. The reason for adding spirit is that the spirit can increase memory, understanding, thinking, and analytical abilities. Sure enough, as the spirit reached 81 points, Gao Yan felt that his mind was much clearer. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning. The classmates invited by Qinghao arrived one after another, and each of them presented a flower basket. Qinghao had already reserved 2 large private rooms upstairs, each with 2 tables, which could just accommodate nearly 40 people in the class. Dear classmates, thank you for coming to support us. Gao Yan and I don't have anything to treat you. We just hope that everyone will eat with an open stomach, and don't save for me and Gao Yan. Hearing Qinghao give himself away, Gao Yan was a little speechless. The classmates looked at Gao Yan with a different look. They originally thought that this store was opened by Qinghao alone, but they didn't expect that it was opened in partnership with Gao Yan. Brother Yan, can you say something? Qinghao said with a smile. A look of helplessness flashed across Gao Yan's face. Students, I don't have anything to say. I just hope that everyone can eat and drink happily. If you need anything, just say hello to me and Qinghao. We promise to take care of everyone. Baba is comfortable. Ba bang bang. Everyone applauded. There are also people shouting that Boss Qing is powerful, Boss Gao is powerful, and they want to make you poor. However, Zhou Yuchao did not come today. He had conflicts with Gao Yan, and Qinghao was his good friend, so naturally his relationship with Zhou Yuchao was not much better. Moreover, the 2 guys he was not dealing with suddenly turned around. One opened a milk tea shop and the other opened a hot pot restaurant. He was also very upset. Soon, a waiter brought the bottom of the pot over. They didn't ask everyone to order, but just served plates of various meats and vegetables. At the same time, 6 boxes of cold beer and drinks were brought to each box. Gao Yan, why is there no dipping sauce? Where do you prepare the dipping sauce? Suddenly, Zhang Feifei, who was all dressed up, stopped Gao Yan. Gao Yan said, our hot pot is different from other hot pots. It does not require dipping sauce. You can try the taste first. If you think it is better with dipping sauce, I will help you adjust it. Hot pot without dipping sauce is soulless. Gao Yan, you'd better get us some dipping sauce. Lu Wei said loudly. This guy turned out to be in the same dormitory as Gao Yan. However, he and his other roommate Wan Ming are very close to Zhou Yuchao, and their relationship with Gao Yan and Qinghao is not very good. Okay, I'll ask the kitchen to get you some dipping sauce. Gao Yan was too lazy to argue with Lu Wei, because hot pot with dipping sauce would lose its original taste. This is the result of many experiments conducted by Qinghao. Soon, the bottom of the pot boiled, exuding an extremely attractive and fragrant smell. Everyone couldn't help but put vegetables into the pot. The first ingredients to be cooked are naturally duck intestines, goose intestines, and tripe. Wow, it's delicious and has a medicinal smell. Zhang Feifei picked up a piece of tripe and put it in her mouth, and was instantly conquered by the taste of hot pot. After others tasted it, they also nodded, and many foodies even opened their eyes. This? Yang Yu also took a bite, and then she was shocked. She spent a lot of money to hire someone to research the hot pot base at home. Its taste is much higher than other hot pot restaurants on the market, but compared with the taste of hot pot restaurants like Qinghao and Gao Yan, the gap is a bit big. As far as she knew, the Qing family's business had nothing to do with the catering industry. Why did the heir of the Qing family open a hot pot restaurant? Could it be? She suddenly remembered that on Monday, Gao Yan had approached her to sell a hot pot base. Is it possible that the hot pot base was provided by Gao Yan? If that's the case, she missed a huge opportunity. This group of students has been completely conquered by the taste of hot pot. Everyone is busy pouring ingredients into the pot. After boiling them, they quickly pick them up and stuff them into their mouths. I didn't care about chatting or drinking at all. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan and Qing Hao couldn't help but smile at each other. This situation is stable. With such a delicious hot pot, there is no need to worry about running out of business. This group of students started eating at 10 o'clock. We ate until 11:30. I am also quite satisfied with the taste of the hot pot. Because they knew they still wanted to do business, they thanked Qing Hao and Gao Yan one after another and left. When leaving, Gao Yan and Qing Hao gave each classmate a 100 yuan cash coupon. Next time they come to spend, they can deduct 100 yuan. At the same time as the aroma of hot pot wafts out, customers come to the door proactively starting from 11 o'clock. Currently, there are 2 guests in the private room upstairs and 7 guests in the lobby downstairs. As these customers ate, the aroma of the hot pot quickly spread to the surroundings. Anyone passing by outside the store couldn't help but take a breath of the aroma. At this time, Gao Yan's phone rang. But it was Shi Wen Zi who called. After receiving the call, Gao Yan quickly walked out of Brother's Hot Pot restaurant, just in time to see Shi Wen Zi and Song Yufei getting out of the taxi. Coming? Gao Yan stepped forward and took Shi Wen Zi's hand. Seeing this scene, Song Yufei couldn't help but joked, I didn't expect you two to hook up so quickly. Yesterday, a photo of the two embracing appeared online on campus, and Song Yufei still didn't believe it. Because in the past 2 years, there have been many people chasing Shi Wen Zi, including many outstanding and handsome people, and I have never seen my best friend fall in love with any of them. Even if a good best friend had a crush on Gao Yan, a high school classmate and deskmate, they wouldn't be so quick to establish a relationship. But now, seeing the two holding hands intimately, she still doesn't understand that they are really together. Yufei, what do you mean by hooking up? We are in an upright relationship. Shi Wen Zi protested dissatisfied. Yes, my wife is right. Gao Yan quickly agreed. Shameless, who is your wife? Shi Wen Zi's cheeks turned red. Who else could it be but you? Okay, you two, stop acting like bitches here, I'm worried that I won't be able to eat later. Song Yufei said angrily. Come on, let's go in. Gao Yan chuckled. This hot pot restaurant is newly opened. How does it taste? Song Yufei said while looking at the flower basket placed at the door. Although the hot pot restaurant is newly opened, you will definitely not be disappointed. Gao Yan said confidently, the owner of this hot pot restaurant is my classmate and good brother, and I also have a small stake in it. Hey, that's good. It turns out you are also the owner of a hot pot restaurant. Song Yufei joked. Why didn't you tell me earlier, otherwise I would have bought 2 flower baskets. Shi Wen Zi said angrily. It doesn't matter, your coming is better than giving me anything. Gao Yan looked at Shi Wen Zi. I say, you two, can you please stop being sour? Song Yufei was dissatisfied. Hearing this, Gao Yan and Shi Wen Zi both looked at each other and smiled. Gao Yan, are these the younger siblings? seeing Gao Yan holding the hand of a very beautiful girl and walking into the hot pot restaurant, Qing Hao, who was standing at the cashier, couldn't help but show a shocked expression, and then quickly came over to greet her. What younger brother and sister you are, you have to call me sister-in-law. Gao Yan glared at Qing Haodao, then turned to Zhuo Jianyue and said, Jiang. You, Miss Song, this is my good brother Qing Hao, who is also the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Mouse, this is Zhuo Jianyue, my daughter. Friends. This is Song Yufei, my girlfriend's best friend. Hello, Qing Hao, I am Zhuo Jianyue, Gao Yan's girlfriend. Zhuo Jianyue said a little shyly, and at the same time she felt a little regretful. That guy hadn't confessed to her yet, so why did he become his girlfriend? Some pleasantries. Gao Yan led the two girls into a small box on the second floor. He didn't call the waiter, but served the two girls himself. Gao Yan, you are dishonest, why did you suddenly find such a beautiful girlfriend? As soon as he walked out of the box, Qing Hao grabbed Gao Yan's arm and asked, with envy. He, my classmate in high school, is considered a childhood sweetheart. Gao Yan said with a proud smile. How come I haven't heard of it before? Gao Yan said, we had a crush on each other in high school, but I did not perform well in the college entrance examination, and Jiang Yu was admitted to Yangdong Science. We had no contact for 2 years, but unexpectedly we met by chance at the Bandung shopping mall this Friday. Then we went on a date yesterday, and it's natural that we're in a relationship. Qing Hao exclaimed, come on, my brother and sister are actually talented students in Yangdong Science Department, and they are so beautiful. You are so lucky, and you won it in one day. Why haven't I seen you with such ability before? Are you envious? Gao Yan asked with a smile. It's still a little bit. Gao Yan said, that won't be easy. Now that you have regained your status as a rich second generation, you are still worried about not being able to find a girlfriend. I estimate that when you go back to school, a lot of girls will chase you. TCH, I don't like that kind of woman who only cares about my wealth. If you don't pay attention to your wealth, what should you pay attention to? You have to be talented. Not only is Qing Hao fat, he is only 1.7 meters tall. He has an ordinary appearance and no extraordinary talent. His only advantage is wealth. Regardless of his only advantage, he, like Gao Yan, has been single in the past 2 years. Gao Yan, I'm going to break up with you. Qing Hao was furious. Come on, I won't fight with you anymore. I'm going to tell the kitchen to serve the food. Gao Yan ran away with a smile. A few minutes later, Gao Yan returned to the private room with a pot of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. After reporting the ingredients he had arranged to the two girls, he asked, do you have any other dishes you want to eat? If so, I'll have someone arrange them. Also, do you want to drink? Zhuo Jianyue said, these ingredients are enough. I don't need them. What about you, Yufei? Song Yufei said, eat first. If it's not enough, add more. But drinking alone is boring. Gao Yan, if you want to drink with me, I'll drink. Okay, do you want white wine or beer? Gao Yan asked. Beer is boring. Let's drink white wine. Song Yufei waved her hand. Okay, I'll get up and get the wine. After a while, Gao Yan walked into the private room with a bottle of Maotai. Song Yufei's eyes lit up. This wine is good, pour it quickly. Gao Yan opened the package, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured a glass for Song Yufei first, then poured it for himself, and then looked at Zhuo Jianyue. Jiangyue, would you like some? Then I'll drink some too, just pour me half a glass. After pouring the wine, Song Yufei raised the wine glass and said, Congratulations to you two for your success, I toast you a glass. Thank you. Gao Yan raised the glass, and the three of them clinked it. After drinking the white wine in the glass in one gulp, Gao Yan, subconsciously, looked at Zhuo Jianyue, but he didn't expect that the other party also drank half a glass of wine without blushing or beating his heart. Okay, the bottom of the pot is boiling, you guys try the taste of hot pot first. Gao Yan said with a smile, then took the initiative to pick up a piece of tripe and put it in the pot, and put it in Zhuo Jianyue's bowl after it was boiled. Originally, Song Yufei planned to get Gao Yan drunk, who told this guy to kidnap her best friend without even saying hello. But after tasting the taste of hot pot, she no longer had this thought. I can't wait to scoop out and eat the ingredients right after pouring them in. At this moment, Gao Yan and the other two were happily eating hot pot. But Deng Yu, another suitor of Zhuo Jianyue, was furious after receiving the photo sent by Chen Mei. Because it was a photo of Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue holding hands. In order to find out who Zhuo Jianyue's new boyfriend was and get benefits from Deng Yu, Chen Mei even gave up her date with her boyfriend. She knew that men and women who had just fallen in love would like to stick together all day. Zhuo Jianyue was likely to meet that man today. So, she kept finding excuses to stay in the dormitory and wait for an opportunity. At 11 o'clock, Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei finally left the dormitory with a smile, so she followed them all the way to the brothers' hot pot restaurant and secretly took a photo of Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue holding hands in the car and sent it to Deng Yu. Looking at the man in the photo, Deng Yu really couldn't see how this guy could compare to him. You bastard, you dare to snatch a woman from me, I will never let you go. Deng Yu muttered to himself with a gloomy face, then picked up his mobile phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was connected. An old man's voice sounded, Master, what do you want? Deng Yu said coldly, Uncle Da, I will send you a photo later, and you will find out who the other party is as quickly as possible. Arrogance and rebelliousness are just the appearance of Deng Yu. But in fact, he is still quite cautious and knows who can be moved and who cannot be moved. So, although he was angry and wanted to break Gao Yan's limbs, he would still send someone to find out his details before making a decision. After hanging up the phone, Deng Yu sent the photo to Uncle Da. Staring at Gao Yan in the photo, he said sinisterly, Boy, I hope you have a background that I am afraid of, otherwise, I will let you know what will happen if you snatch a woman from me. And Gao Yan, who was eating hot pot with Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei, had no idea that he had been targeted. At the same time, it turned out that there was a topic about Qinghao and Gao Yan in the dormitory where Gao Yan lived. Lu Wei, where do you think Qinghao and Gao Yan got the money to open the hot pot restaurant? Wan Ming asked in confusion. In fact, he had been thinking about this question on the way back. In his impression, Gao Yan was a poor boy who needed to work to earn living expenses, and Qinghao was even worse, and he had to rely on Gao Yan, the poor boy, for help. Now, these two guys have turned over and opened such a big hot pot restaurant together. You ask me, who should I ask? Lu Wei said unhappily, although Gao Yan and Qinghao treated them to an unforgettable hot pot meal for free today, and gave them a 100 yuan voucher before leaving. But he didn't feel grateful at all. Instead, he felt quite uncomfortable. Because in the past, he would have a sense of superiority when facing Qing Hao and Gao Yan. Now, the two guys he looked down on suddenly turned over and became the ones he needed to look up to. How could he feel happy? Wan Ming continued, I have observed that the location of the hot pot restaurant is very good. The annual rent is at least hundreds of thousands. In addition to the decoration and other things, it is absolutely impossible to open it without investing 2 million. Damn, it's really hell, two poor guys can come up with 2 million. I heard that Gao Yan also bought a milk tea shop in the snack street, and it is also being renovated now. Lu Wei added. I don't know what kind of shit luck these two guys have. Wan Ming cursed. Could it be that they won the lottery? Lu Wei guessed. Impossible. Wan Ming immediately rejected it. Those two guys are so stingy, how could they be willing to spend money on lottery tickets? Besides, if they really won the jackpot, the surrounding lottery shops would have spread the news long ago. Have you heard of anyone winning the jackpot recently? That's right. Lu Wei took out a pack of cigarettes, took out two and threw one to Wan Ming. Lit it himself and continued, could it be that one of the two guys is pretending to be poor, and one of them is actually a rich second generation? That's possible. Wan Ming nodded in agreement. Tisk tsk, Zhou Yuchao has always had a bad relationship with them. What would he feel if he knew that the two guys jointly invested more than 2 million to open a hot pot restaurant? What do you think? Lu Wei grinned. It's probably as uncomfortable as eating shit. Hee hee. Wan Ming laughed strangely. The fact that they are close to Zhou Yuchao does not mean that their relationship is so good, but Zhou Yuchao likes to pretend to be a big shot and often invites them to dinner and karaoke. On the other side, Yang Yu did not return to school. Instead, he returned to his villa and saw his father sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading a newspaper and drinking tea. I heard that you went to the hot pot restaurant of the Qing family. How was it? Yang Yujiang asked indifferently. Their Yang family mainly operates chain hotels. In the past 2 years, they have entered the catering industry and are preparing to build a large hot pot chain. At present, it has not yet gone beyond Yangdong province. But there are already 23 chain stores in Yangdong province. Dad, maybe we will have one more opponent. Yang Yu said in a deep voice. Why do you say that? Yang Yujiang asked. Yang Yu said, because the taste of Cheng's hot pot restaurant is much stronger than the hot pot in our store. Hearing this, Yang Yujiang frowned. Are you sure? To be honest, hot pot restaurants are not an emerging industry for a long time. The Yang family did a lot of market research before entering this industry and invested a lot of money in hot pot recipe research. And the effect is also remarkable. Although the business is still not as good as Haidalao. But in terms of taste, they are second only to Haidalao in Guangdong province. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to expand to 23 stores in just 2 years. Now that there is a hot pot restaurant with better taste than their Yang family, it will definitely become an obstacle to the growth of their Yang family. If the people who open the store are just ordinary people, they can also use various means to bring down this hot pot restaurant and get their formula. But it just so happened that it was the only son of the Qing family who opened the hot pot restaurant. The Qing family's background and connections are much deeper than their Yang families. In particular, the Tang family, the married family of the Qing family, made him even more afraid. Yang Yu said, Dad, you can send someone to investigate and we will find out. Yang Yujiang nodded, picked up his cell phone, dialed a number, and ordered Xiao Zhou, take people to the newly opened Brother Hot Pot restaurant on Huaibei Road to investigate, and then make a report and send it to me. When Yang Yujiang hung up the phone, Yang Yu said hesitantly, Dad, actually, I suspect that the Qing family's recipe may come from my classmate Gao Yan. Why do you say that? Yang Yujiang asked. Yang Yu smiled bitterly and said, because Gao Yan and Qing Hao have a good relationship, and on this Monday, Gao Yan came to me and wanted to sell me a recipe for hot pot base, but I didn't take it seriously at that time. I thought she was taking the opportunity to strike up a conversation with me. And within a week, Qing Hao opened a hot pot restaurant. He must have thought of opening a hot pot restaurant because he discovered that Gao Yan's recipe was very good. Hearing this, Yang Yujiang showed a thoughtful look. Well, tomorrow you go and contact Gao Yan first. If he really has the formula, we will find a way to get it. After all, the Qing family only has one store now, and there are 23 companies. Once we have the same formula, we have an absolute advantage. Okay, Dad, I get it. Yang Yu nodded, feeling relatively confident in her own charm. After Gao Yan and the other two finished eating and walked out of the private room, they found that the hall downstairs was full, and there were even people queuing at the door. They estimated that the private room upstairs was also full. Gao Yan, you are going to make a fortune. Your business is so good just after opening. Song Yufei smiled. Then I'll lend you Ji Yen. Gao Yan responded with a smile, and then handed Song Yufei a gold card. This is for you. You can get a 30% discount when you come to dine with the card in the future. Are you trying to bribe me? Song Yufei asked with a smile. Yes, you are Jiang Yu's good friend. You have to say more good things for me in the future. Gao Yan followed her words. Don't worry, seeing that you are so tactful, this lady will definitely help you. Song Yufei promised. Can you two make a deal in front of me? Shuo Jiangyue couldn't help asking. As they were talking, the three of them went downstairs. Qing Hao, who was at the cashier counter, came up to them and said, Sister-in-law, Miss Song, are you satisfied with the hot pot in our store? It's very delicious. I'll definitely come to your house next time I want to eat hot pot. Song Yufei said. That's good. Haozi, can you tell us how much we spent? Gao Yan said at this time. Qing Hao said unhappily, aren't you annoying me? It's your first time to bring your sister-in-law here, how can you charge money? Besides, you are the boss yourself. Gao Yan shook his head, public is public, private is private. You can't refuse to pay for the meal just because I am also a shareholder. But since I am a shareholder, you can give me a discount. I also think Gao Yan is right. Qing Hao, can you help us calculate how much it costs? Shuo Jiangyue also said. Okay then. Qing Hao didn't insist. In fact, the food the three of them ate was not worth much. The most expensive thing was the bottle of mitai, which cost exactly 3,000 yuan in the end. Qing Hao, Gao Yan, if you insist on paying, I'll give you a 50% discount. Just give me 1,500 yuan. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, let's calculate it at 60%. From now on, whenever we treat you to a meal, we'll calculate it at 60% off. Okay. So, Gao Yan happily took out his phone and scanned the code to pay. After paying, Gao Yan asked again, is the upstairs full? Qing Hao nodded excitedly, except for your seat, they're all full, and there are 12 guests waiting outside. We're going to be a big hit. Then can you handle it? Gao Yan asked again. Don't worry, take your sister-in-law to play. I've long expected that the business will be good, and we've hired more than a dozen new employees, so there's absolutely no problem. Okay, I'll leave. Go ahead, have fun. Ching Hao waved his hand. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, at Song Yufei's suggestion, they took a taxi to a mass-market KTV to sing. But because it was the weekend, the business was really good. There were no small private rooms, so he had to open a medium-sized one. Song Yufei was busy eating at the hot pot restaurant before, and she forgot to get Gao Yan drunk. After arriving at the KTV, she was not polite. At first, Gao Yan was a little worried. Because he rarely drank before, never more than 2 bottles of beer, and never more than half a caddy of white wine. Facing the aggressive Song Yufei, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. But soon, he found that his alcohol tolerance seemed to have increased a lot. After a few bottles of beer, he was not hurt at all, just felt a little bloated. He estimated that it should be related to his physical and mental improvement. So, he decisively launched a counterattack. So in the end, Song Yufei did not get Gao Yan drunk, but drank too much herself. What should I do? Shui Jiangyue looked at Gao Yan with some reproach. It's not my fault. She was the one who had bad intentions first. Otherwise, find a hotel to open a room and let her sober up? Gao Yan suggested. After all, it would be troublesome to send her back to school. Okay. Shui Jiangyue agreed after a little consideration. Gao Yan said, there is a hotel in this building. You stay here to watch her. First, I'll go get the room. Then go quickly and come back soon. Soon, Gao Yan went to the first floor to get a room and returned to the KTV with the room card. Then he and Shui Jiangyue each held Song Yufei's arm and walked out. Everyone knows that drunk people don't have much strength, so they look particularly heavy. Gao Yan's physical strength has greatly increased, so he can hold her, but it is a bit difficult for a delicate beauty like Shui Jiangyue. Jiangyue, how about I carry her? Shui Jiangyue didn't have any other ideas, but asked, can you do it? Don't worry, I still have some strength. Okay then. So, Gao Yan directly picked up Song Yufei and took the elevator to the hotel room on the 13th floor. Gao Yan booked a deluxe standard room. After dealing with Song Yufei, Shui Jiangyue kindly handed over a bottle of mineral water. You must be tired, drink some water. Thank you. You're welcome. In the following time, Song Yufei did not vomit or make a fuss, and she slept obediently, which made Gao Yan and Shui Jiangyue relieved a lot of worry. Although the two have established a relationship, they have not seen each other for almost 2 years, so there are still many topics to talk about. As they chatted, Gao Yan's hands became dishonest and he hugged Shui Jiangyue's slender waist. The other party twisted unnaturally and glared at Gao Yan again. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was thick-skinned. You glared at me, and I hugged me. For a while, Shui Jiangyue's face became more helpless, but fortunately Gao Yan did not push it too far, and she also agreed with his behavior. On the other side, Deng Yu also received the news investigated by Uncle Da. After reading Gao Yan's identity and background, Deng Yu laughed angrily. Damn it, I actually lost to such a poor boy. It would be okay if he lost to Chen Jian. But losing to a poor boy who wanted money but no background, he really couldn't bear to think about it. So, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number, brother who, as usual, Help me break a guy's legs, and I will pay the money directly to your account. Thank you, Mr. Deng, for taking care of me. A loud voice came from the phone. 6 o'clock in the evening. Song Yufei finally woke up. She took a shower in the hotel, and then the three of them found a restaurant nearby for dinner. Gao Yan was going to send them back to school. However, they were rejected by Zhuo Jianyue. There had been so much noise yesterday, and if they were sent back today, they would probably be discovered. Zhuo Jianyue didn't want to make such a big fuss if she fell in love. After putting the two girls into a taxi, Gao Yan also took a taxi back to the rental house. He planned to go back and study how to trade stocks. After all, he had never been exposed to stocks before. More than 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived outside the community. As soon as Gao Yan got out of the car, he saw a dilapidated van parked not far away. At this moment, inside the van, the bald man with a fleshy face and tattoos on both arms narrowed his eyes, stared at Gao Yan, who got out of the car and said, "That's that boy, please be more agile." "I know, Brother Tiger." The car door opened, and two tall young men wearing peaked caps and masks jumped out of the car and went straight to Gao Yan. Seeing the two people approaching him with ill intentions, Gao Yan suddenly became more vigilant. Sure enough, at the next moment, the speed of the two suddenly accelerated. And Gao Yan also noticed that one of them had a shining dagger in his hand. "What do you want to do?" Gao Yan shouted loudly, and his body tensed up. "Boy, you are very alert. Come with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing anyone with the knife in my hand," the man holding the dagger said, with a ferocious smile. While talking, the two of them reached out and grabbed Gao Yan's shoulders. Facing the current situation, Gao Yan was not afraid. On the contrary, he was a little eager to try. After all, after he obtained the fighting master, he had never had the opportunity to use it. The two people in front of me are not good people at first glance. Just try them out. The skill of fighting master not only includes the fighting moves of major factions at home and abroad, but also includes various grappling techniques, weapon fighting, etc. Therefore, in Gao Yan's eyes, the actions of the two men grabbing his shoulders were full of flaws. In an instant, dozens of ruthless moves that could kill him with one blow appeared in his mind. But these tricks obviously cannot be used, otherwise you may be involved in a life-threatening lawsuit. Gao Yan's body took half a step back slightly, his hands stretched out at the same time, and he accurately grasped the wrist joints of the two people, and pulled them down. With two clicks, the wrist joints of the two people were removed. At the same time, Gao Yan's right foot kicked out one after another, hitting the knee joints of the two people. There were two more clicks, and the two fell to the ground screaming. The dagger in the hand of one of them also dropped. Gao Yan stepped forward and kicked the dagger aside quickly. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. It wasn't until they fell to the ground that the two boys reacted and kicked up the iron plate. "Who are you, and why do you want to arrest me?" Gao Yan stared at the two of them. "Fuck, two losers." In the van, brother who couldn't help but cursed when he saw this scene. I didn't expect the two younger brothers to be so useless. He grabbed a baseball bat and rushed out of the car quickly, his eyes flashing fiercely, and headed straight for Gao Yan. Just at this time, a Maserati Quattroporte drove to the gate of the community. The driver was Lin Xiaomin, who happened to see brother who swinging a baseball bat and hitting Gao Yan on the head. "Stop!" she shouted subconsciously. But how could Brother Hu listen to her? Just when Gao Yan was about to be hit, he shrunk, put his hands on the ground, and swung his legs out, sweeping Brother Hu's tall body to the ground. Then he quickly stepped forward and slashed Brother Hu's neck with his hand knife as he struggled to get up. The other party fainted with a groan. At this time, the two younger brothers also got up from the ground. Seeing that their boss had been KO, they limped and ran towards the van in panic. Snort. Gao Yan snorted, quickly caught up with the two, and knocked them unconscious with a knife. The van driver who was still in the car saw that something was not going well and drove away decisively. Xiao Gao, what's going on? At this time, Lin Xiaoming got out of the car and walked over and asked. I don't know these three people either. Gao Yan shook his head. I was attacked by them just as I got off the taxi. Are you okay? Lin Xiaoming asked with concern. She had not paid much attention to Gao Yan before, but after the last two contacts, she still had a good impression of Gao Yan. Thank you for your concern, Sister Lin, I'm fine. What are you going to do about it? Lin Xiaoming asked again. You can only call the police for this kind of thing, Gao Yan said. Lin Xiaoming thought for a while and said, don't rush to call the police yet. I have a friend who works in the city's criminal police team. These people will definitely not attack you for no reason. They were probably ordered by someone. Thank you very much, Sister Lin. Although Gao Yan didn't know what was going on inside, but he knew that Lin Xiaoming would not harm him. 20 minutes passed before Lin Xiaoming called. A police car arrived. Then 3 plainclothes men, 2 men and 1 woman, walked out from above. Lin Xiaoming directly said to the middle-aged plainclothes leader, Wang Dong. This is Xiao Gao, my tenant. He was attacked by these 3 people as soon as he returned to the community by car. Take him back and investigate to see what happened. By the way, another accomplice drove away. Captain, this person seems to be Yan Hu. After seeing Brother Hu's appearance clearly, the female plainclothes companion couldn't help shouting in surprise. Hearing this, Wang Dong also changed his face. Are you sure? It's unmistakable, it's him. I happened to look through his information too. Days ago. The female plainclothes woman said with certainty, although this guy is a lot fatter than before, he definitely didn't admit his mistake. Hurry and cuff me, Wang Dong said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoming asked curiously, is there a problem with this person's identity? Wang Dong said in a deep voice, this guy is an A-level wanted criminal. I thought he had escaped from Nandu long ago, but unexpectedly he sneaked back to Nandu and played tricks on us under the light. Suddenly, Wang Dong thought of something and asked, who knocked these 3 people unconscious? It's me, Officer Wang, Gao Yan said. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong and the other 3 couldn't help but curiously cast their eyes on Gao Yan. Wang Dong smiled and said, you have good skills. Yan Hu used to be a Sonda champion. Have you practiced before? Yeah, I practiced for a while, Gao Yan said casually. What do you call your little brother? My name is Gao Yan. Okay, you can go to the city bureau with me and cooperate with me to take notes. By the way, this guy Yan Hu is a wanted criminal. If you catch him, you will get a bonus. Hearing that there was a bonus, Gao Yan couldn't help but be happy and said quickly, okay, Officer Wang, I will definitely cooperate. Half an hour later. City Bureau Criminal Police Brigade. Wang Dong took people to interrogate Yan Hu and the others. The plainclothes policewoman from before took notes for Gao Yan. The other party's attitude was quite gentle, and he comforted Gao Yan not to be nervous. After asking for name, gender, and age, policewoman Gao Weilan asked Gao Yan's occupation again. When she learned that Gao Yan was still a sophomore at school, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be a college student. Please tell me in detail what happened. Gao Yan nodded and told the story of the fight. After listening, Gao Weilan looked a little strange. Are you sure what you said is true? Gao Yan nodded. It's true, Sister Lin saw me knocking out Yan Hu. Gao Weilan was still a little unbelievable about this. An ordinary college student could easily kill 3 murderers with sharp weapons in a head-on fight. One of them was a Sonda champion who had caused 1 death and 2 serious injuries. By the way, there is surveillance at the entrance of our community. You can retrieve the surveillance video. Gao Yan reminded. People have been sent to retrieve the surveillance video. Let's continue. Because what happened was not complicated, Gao Yan's transcript was quickly prepared. Police Officer Gao, can I go back? Gao Weilan said, just wait a minute. The colleague who went to retrieve the surveillance will be back soon. After checking the surveillance to prove that your transcript is correct, you can leave after signing. Do you want some water? I'll pour you a glass. Thank you, I don't have to. Another 5 minutes passed, and the police officer who called for surveillance came back. With curiosity, Gao Weilan checked the surveillance camera and couldn't help but open her mouth, because Gao Yan really didn't lie. He did easily deal with Yan Hu and the others, and his moves were quite clean and neat. Even she couldn't do it in that situation. Therefore, when she reappeared, she looked at Gao Yan with a slightly strange look. Gao Yan, who did you learn your fighting skills from? Watch the video. Gao Yan said. Suddenly, Gao Weilan showed an expression that looked like you were fooling a ghost. How could such skillful fighting and grappling skills be learned by watching videos? Police officer, can I go? Okay, just keep the phone open. If necessary, we will call you. Okay, Officer Gao, I'll go back. Wait a minute, I'll take you back. This won't delay your work, will it? Gao Yan hesitated. It doesn't matter, I am also a handyman here. Gao Weilan said disapprovingly. She had just graduated from the police academy. Her parents originally planned for her to work as a civilian, but finally she joined the city's criminal police force at her insistence. But under her father's care, even if she came to the criminal police team, she could still only do some odd jobs and run errands, and important cases were not her turn at all. Soon, Gao Yan and Gao Weilan walked out of the city bureau building side by side. Then, led by Gao Weilan, they came to a white Grand Cherokee. He didn't expect a girl to drive such a domineering car, but Gao Yan felt relieved when he thought about his profession. However, this Gao Weilan looks to be only 23 or 24 years old. He can drive a Grand Cherokee and his family situation is obviously good. After getting in the car, fasten your seat belt. Gao Weilan skillfully reversed the car and turned around and drove out of the municipal bureau compound. Then merge into the main lane. Xiao Gao, your fighting skills are not weak. How many years have you practiced? Gao Weilan asked while driving. She took the initiative to send Gao Yan back because she was interested in his fighting skills. She usually works hard at fighting and grappling, but she can defeat at most 3 people with bare hands. Once she encounters someone with a weapon, it's good to be able to defeat one person, but there is no guarantee that she will not be injured. Therefore, in her eyes, Gao Yan is definitely a master. Just practice whenever you have free time, Gao Yan said casually. You are able to practice to this level without anyone's guidance. It seems that you are a legendary martial arts genius. I have been training in the police academy for several years, but I am far inferior to you in terms of fighting, Gao Weilan joked. You think so too? I also think that I am a genius in martial arts. If I were born in ancient times, even if I couldn't be a general who goes into battle to kill enemies, I could still be a hero who can defeat the strong and help the weak. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. Seeing Gao Yan admitting so shamelessly, Gao Weilan was a little speechless. But continued, I saw the surveillance video, you used grapples against those 3 people, and every attack hit the opponent's joints. Your situation cannot be achieved by just practicing. Hey, I was discovered by you. Officer Gao, let me tell you a secret. Gao Yan said mysteriously. What secret? Gao Weilan's eyes lit up. Gao Yan lowered his voice and said, actually, I am the reborn king of soldiers, and all my fighting skills were learned in my previous life. Upon hearing this, Gao Weilan couldn't help but roll her eyes. The king of soldiers is reborn, why don't you say that you are the reincarnation of Tianzuan? High police officers also read online novels? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Gao Weilan said somewhat depressedly, yes, I usually only do odd jobs and run errands in the team. When I have nothing to do, I can only read novels to pass the time. You are so good at fighting, how about you teach me? You don't need me to teach you, don't you have any fighting masters in your police force? Gao Yan asked in surprise. Yes, I have. Gao Weilan said, our captain is very strong, but he is busy investigating cases all day long and has no time to teach me. I think your strength should not be weaker than that of Captain Wang. As long as you are willing to teach me, I can give you tuition. Sorry, Officer Gao, I'm quite busy too. Cut. Gao Weilan curled her lips disdainfully, don't think I don't know that you college students today are busy picking up girls and playing games all day long, what else can you do? Gao Yan retorted, Police Officer Gao, you have misunderstood our college students. I admit that there are many people like you said, but there are also many college students who work very hard, especially those who want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Start preparing right from the beginning, it's not any easier than the study tasks in the 3rd year of high school. Are you also planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Gao Weilan asked. I spent the first 2 years preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, but recently I started a business. You started a business in your sophomore year. What are you planning to do? Open a milk tea shop. Puff. Gao Weilan burst out laughing. Opening a milk tea shop is also called starting a business? Gao Yan was not embarrassed at all. How can a milk tea shop not be called a business? If I build a milk tea shop into a chain store, I can still go public. Okay, then I wish you can go public as soon as possible. Gao Weilan smiled, but in her heart she didn't think Gao Yan could really make the milk tea shop go public. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed before arriving at their destination. Before getting off the car, Gao Weilan brought up old things again. Xiao Gao, what do you think about what I just told you? what's the matter? Gao Yan pretended not to know. Gao Weilan's face darkened. Just asking you to teach me how to practice fighting? That's it, but I'm very busy. Shall I give you 500 yuan for a lesson? Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Now the system's return multiple is 5 times, which means that he can earn 3,000 yuan from the last class. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, I will teach you a lesson for 1,000 yuan, and I need you to find a venue near the school. The reason why he agreed was actually to make connections. Okay, that's settled. When will it start? Gao Weilan said excitedly. You can find a suitable venue, but there will be no classes on Saturdays and Sundays. Gao Yan said that his relationship with Shi Wen was now at a critical moment. He was busy dating on Saturdays and Sundays, so how could he have time to attend classes? Okay, let's add WeChat and I'll let you know when I find a venue. Drop. Scan code successfully. Gao Yan approved Gao Weilan's friend request. Goodbye, senior officer. Putting away his mobile phone, Gao Yan opened the car door and walked out. However, as soon as he entered the community, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated again. When he picked it up, he saw that it was Gao Weilan transferring 20,000 yuan to him. She also sent a message saying that she would buy 20 classes first to see the effect. It seems that this high-ranking police officer is also a rich woman, Gao Yan said secretly, and without being polite, he clicked to receive the payment. The upgrade experience that was originally cleared increased by 20,000, and the system account also increased by 100,000. It is worth mentioning that the experience increased to 5 million when the level 5 was upgraded to level 6. Back to the rental house. Gao Yan sent a message to Lin Xiumin, telling her that he had returned from the municipal bureau and thanked her for her help. Lin Xiumin only replied, "It's okay." After staying outside for a day today, Gao Yan sweated a lot because of the hot weather. He took a shower first, then lay on the bed and picked up his mobile phone to chat with Shi Wen for a while. Then searched for stock knowledge and watched it. His memory and comprehension ability are now far better than before. After just over an hour of watching, he has a much better understanding of stock knowledge. He was about to watch for another half an hour before going to bed. Qing Hao called. Gao Yan, Howsy, what's the matter? Qing Hao, Brother Yan, guess how much our hot pot restaurant's turnover is today? Gao Yan thought for a moment, 50,000? Qing Hao, too little, keep guessing? Gao Yan, 80,000? Qing Hao, guess again. Gao Yan, 100,000. Qing Hao, let me tell you straight, today we sold 138,000 yuan. Gao Yan smacked his lips and said, so much? Qing Hao, hee, mainly because our hot pot restaurant tastes good, and because it's the first day of opening, we're preparing, the ingredients are insufficient, otherwise, it will definitely sell for 150,000. Gao Yan, then congratulations. Qing Hao, congratulations, after all, you are also a shareholder. After chatting with Qing Hao for a few more words, Gao Yan suddenly thought of something and asked the system directly, System, I also have 30% of the shares in the hot pot restaurant, why is there no profit return? System, the shares must exceed 50% to have profit returns, and if the host gets dividends, they will also be returned. Hearing the system's explanation, Gao Yan couldn't help but show a thoughtful look. He still has more than 7 million in his system account. If he takes this money to find a store to invest in, as long as he gets 50% of The shares, wouldn't he be able to collect the money without hesitation? It's Monday. Gao Yan got up at 6:30 today. After a brief wash, I took 100 fruit mobile phones to a breakfast shop outside the community and bought 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. I ate them and walked to the snack street in the university town. Yesterday, the decoration of the milk tea shop was completed. He made an appointment with Zhang Qin's cousin to inspect the goods at 7:00 this morning. There is no problem with the acceptance, and it can be opened after cleaning. Gao Yan came to the milk tea shop and opened the rolling door. After checking the decoration in the store, there is indeed nothing wrong with it, but it seems a bit messy. So he started cleaning. Unexpectedly, after working for a while, 4 girls, Zhang Qin, Lu Ran, Shen Lingling, and Chen Yue, all arrived one after another. Why did you come so early? Gao Yan asked in surprise. Zhang Qin claimed the credit. Yesterday, my cousin said that boss, you will come to inspect the decoration at 7:00. After the inspection, you must clean up, so I took it upon myself to notify them to come together. Have you all had breakfast? Gao Yan asked again. Not yet. In this case, after the store is cleaned up, I'll treat you to breakfast. Thank you, boss. Before 7:00, Wang Qin's cousin came. After a brief exchange of greetings, Gao Yan happily paid the balance. The other party said that if there were any problems with the decoration, he could contact her at any time. The 5 people cleaned together and quickly improved the hygiene of the milk tea shop, and also placed various machine seats and the like. Brother, what do you have in this bag? After finishing her work, Shen Lingling stared at the travel backpack filled with mobile phones and asked. The latest fruit phone. Gao Yan said. No way, it's all mobile phones? Shen Lingling obviously didn't believe it. Then open it and take a look. After getting Gao Yan's consent, Shen Lingling opened the travel bag and found that it was filled with unopened fruit mobile phones. Senior, why are you bringing so many fruit phones here? Shen Lingling asked. Again. Use it for activities. Gao Yan said. You're not going to do a campaign where you buy milk tea and get a mobile phone for free, are you? Shen Lingling said with a strange expression. Do you think I look like a fool? Gao Yan joked. How much does a cup of milk tea cost? My activity is to recharge 500 yuan, and you can buy a latest mobile phone worth 5,000 yuan for 4,000 yuan. After buying mobile phones for the last 2 times, Gao Yan realized that he had underestimated the appeal of the latest fruit phone to students. So, he had an idea and thought of recharging money at a milk tea shop to buy a mobile phone at a low price. If these phones are genuine, it's a good deal. Shen Lingling said straightforwardly. The phones are all genuine, absolutely no problem. Gao Yan promised, and then he took out another 100 yuan and handed it to Lu Ran. Sister Lu, please go buy breakfast. Tell Lu Ran directly what you want to eat. Boss, what do you eat? Lu Ran asked. I've already eaten, don't worry about me. Gao Yan waved his hand. After Lu Ran left, Shen Lingling walked up to Gao Yan with some hesitation. Brother, can you sell me one of these mobile phones? You're not short of money, are you? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Shen Lingling said, who said I am not short of money? Besides, why not buy a genuine mobile phone at a low price? In this way, whoever wants to buy a mobile phone can take away 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said. Wow, thank you, senior brother. Shen Lingling said happily. Boss, I want to buy one too. Zhang Qin also said, in fact, she was interested in Gao Yan selling mobile phones last time, but she didn't have enough money, but this time the store was renovated, and her cousin gave her a referral fee of 2,000 yuan. Both women paid the money very simply. The upgrade experience will be 8,000 more points, and the funds stored in the system will be 40,000 more. Qin Yue, do you want to buy it? After looking at Shen Lingling and Zhang Qin, who were happily disassembling and installing phone cards, they asked Qin Yue in a high voice. Thank you, I don't need it. Qin Yue shook her head. Although she could save 1,000 yuan by buying a mobile phone from Gao Yan, she didn't want to waste money. If she has extra money, she would rather send it back to her hometown than buy a mobile phone. Not long after, Lu Ran came back from buying breakfast. She couldn't help but be very curious when she saw Zhang Qin and Shen Lingling playing with their new mobile phones. She was also very tempted when she learned that the new mobile phones were bought at a low price from her boss. She has also saved some money by working in a garment factory in the past 2 years. She herself has no requirements for a mobile phone, as long as she can make calls and send WeChat messages, but her sister has always wanted a fruit phone. So, she gritted her teeth and got one. What time do you two have class? Gao Yan asked Shen Lingling and Qin Yue. 9 o'clock in the morning is the last class of the semester, and then it's time to review and prepare for the exam. Shen Lingling said. Is there any problem in the exam? Gao Yan asked again. Yue is fine, I guess there is a problem. Shen Lingling said with a bitter look on her face. After going through a difficult senior year in high school, when she arrived at college, she was like a wild horse that had escaped the reins. This resulted in her failing 2 subjects last semester, but she wanted to study this semester. But a wild heart is not so easy to recover. Fortunately, Qin Yue is here and can help her with tutoring. 8 o'clock. Contact a good material supplier to deliver all the materials needed for milk tea to the store. The 4 clerks also started working. Gao Yan wrote the content of the activity on the small whiteboard. Any customer who recharges 500 yuan in our store will get a 20% discount, and at the same time, he can purchase a latest model of fruit mobile phone with a market value of 5,000 yuan for 4,000 yuan. The number of mobile phones is limited, while stocks last. After hanging the small whiteboard outside, Gao Yan began to mix milk tea powder. The time came to 8:30. The first customer finally arrived. Gao Yan priced all 6 kinds of milk tea at 10 yuan. Take the path of small profits, but quick turnover. After handing the prepared milk tea to the girl, Zhang Qin began to promote the recharge activity. Is it true? The girl was a little unconvinced. Well, look for yourself, it's such a mobile phone. Zhang Qin took out her own fruit mobile phone and showed it to the other party. After seeing it, the girl was also quite tempted. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money, so she had to give up cruelly. However, after tasting the milk tea, her eyes lit up, and then her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she sighed in her heart, this milk tea is so delicious. As the first cup of milk tea was sold, more and more people came to buy milk tea. Among them, 5 people participated in the recharge activity. The time came to 8:50. Shen Lingling and Qin Yue had to go back to class, but they said that they would come to help after class. With the departure of the 2 girls, the manpower was slightly insufficient. So Gao Yan also joined the ranks of making milk tea. When the time came to 10 o'clock, the milk tea shop ushered in a wave of peak period. Fortunately, Shen Lingling and Chen Yue both came after class, otherwise it would be too busy. At the same time, the number of people participating in the recharge to buy mobile phones also increased to 26. Gao Yan estimated that all mobile phones would be sold today. Moreover, this activity can be carried out for a long time. When the time came to noon, many students came to inquire about the activity of recharging and buying mobile phones at a low price. In less than half an hour, the remaining more than 50 fruit mobile phones were sold out. Gao Yan also quickly took down the small whiteboard. But there were still students asking. Gao Yan had to tell them that the activity was over, but it would continue tomorrow. After sending these students away, Gao Yan pulled out the system interface and took a look. 100 fruit mobile phones brought him 400,000 upgrade experience, and the milk tea shop also brought him more than 50,000 experience. More than 90% of the experience of the milk tea shop came from recharging, and the actual revenue was just over 3,000. He estimated that as long as the reputation of the milk tea shop was opened, the daily revenue would be at least 7,000 or 8,000 in the future, and it was even possible to exceed 10,000. Add the experience of buying mobile phones, 5 million upgrade experiences. Nothing. Today, the system returns a multiple of 5 times. Therefore, for every mobile phone sold, Gao Yan can get 20,000 yuan in return funds. After selling 100 mobile phones, he received a total of 2 million in returned funds. The milk tea shop also has an income of more than 50,000 yuan, so there is also a return fund of close to 260,000 yuan. Added together, the funds stored in the system are very close to tens of millions. Add in the cash in the bank card, and he is truly a multi-millionaire. Including today, it has been exactly 10 days since he obtained the system. Earn an average of 1 million a day. It's really awesome. Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Now with tens of millions in cash, Gao Yan thinks he should buy a car. After all, he often has to run to the city. Besides, he has to go on a date with Shi Wen Zi, so it's not convenient to always take a taxi. I happen to have to go to a securities company in the city to open an account in the afternoon. The securities company was on lunch break, so they took advantage of this time to get the car done. Half an hour later, Gao Yan appeared in a car mall. The auto city is very large, and you can buy domestically produced cars, joint venture cars, and brand cars here. On the way here, Gao Yan decided what car to buy. He is still a student, and the purpose of buying a car is to facilitate travel, so there is no need to buy a so-called luxury car. Therefore, he plans to buy an Audi A4 with a total value of around 300,000. Because there is already a goal. After the car buying consultant arrived, Gao Yan directly asked her to take him to see the Audi A4. Relatively speaking, the Audi A4 has a good style, with beautiful overall appearance and smooth lines. Gao Yan pointed to a white Audi A4 and said, "How much does it cost?" "Sir, our price for this car is 298,000 yuan. The car buying consultant replied, "If you add purchase tax, vehicle and ship tax and insurance, the landing price will be 318,000 yuan. Are there any discounts?" Gao Yan asked. "I have to apply to the manager for this," said the car purchasing consultant. "Then go and apply." "Sorry sir, we have to make sure that you really have the intention to buy a car before you can apply. I hope you understand." "How to be sure?" "Pay a deposit of 2,000 yuan first." "Can After Gao Yan scanned the QR code and paid 2,000 yuan, the car purchase consultant went to the manager to apply for the price. In the end, after some haggling, the price was reduced by 5,000 yuan. After agreeing on the price, the car buying consultant promoted their loan services to Gao Yan. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Gao Yan paid the full price for the car. Gao Yan had heard someone say before that 4S stores actually make little money from selling cars. Their main income comes from loans and insurance. Also, after hearing Gao Yan's full payment, the car buying consultant will feel disappointed. After paying, Gao Yan asked, "When can I pick up the car? If there are no accidents, we can do it tomorrow morning." The car buying consultant said, "By the way, Mr. Gao, do you need us to help you apply for a license plate? It only costs 1,000 yuan, which can save you a lot of time." "Okay, then you can help me apply for the license plate." Gao Yan nodded. It was already 2:20 when he came out of the 4S store, so Gao Yan quickly took a taxi to Nandu Securities Company. There are several securities companies in Nandu. After checking online last night, I found that Narada Securities has a pretty good reputation and service. This is why Gao Yan chose them. Under the guidance of employees of the securities company, Gao Yan quickly opened a stock account and deposited 8 million yuan into the account. The employee who served Gao Yan was shocked when he learned that Gao Yan had actually deposited 8 million into his account. He became very enthusiastic in an instant and said that he could help him be promoted to a senior customer, and at the same time he could enter the big account room for operations, and provide him with a trader for free. At the same time, he was also drawn into a large account group, saying that in this group, senior analysts from their company would publish some stock market analysis information every day. After leaving the securities company, Gao Yan hurriedly took a taxi and went to the mobile phone store to scan goods. Because there was another class this afternoon, he had to hurry up. In the taxi, Gao Yan called up the system interface and checked. During the time he left, the sales volume of the milk tea shop was still very good, with another sales of nearly 2,000 yuan. Even excluding recharge users, the total revenue exceeds 5,000 yuan. And it closes at 9 p.m. It can easily reach 8,000 yuan. Because Gao Yan had just come to scan the goods not long ago, the clerks in the mobile phone store were very familiar with him. Gao Yan had good luck today. The first store received 40 fruit mobile phones. "Brother Gao, why did you buy so many mobile phones?" After he paid and was about to leave, the manager of the mobile phone store couldn't help but asked curiously. "I have a store, take these mobile phones back to do activities," Gao Yan said matter-of-factly. Brother Gao is so generous that he actually uses the latest fruit mobile phone for activities, the mobile phone store manager said with a surprised expression. Gao Yan didn't chat much with the other party and hurried to the second mobile phone store with his mobile phone in hand. 3:30 in the afternoon. Gao Yan hurried into the classroom. The teacher who was attending the class also followed in his footsteps. "How is the business of your milk tea shop?" Qinghao asked in a low voice. "Not bad. With the recharge amount included, the revenue has already exceeded 50,000. Gao Yan replied in a low voice. Qinghao originally planned to come to the milk tea shop in person, but Gao Yan refused. However, he still asked someone to buy 2 pairs of flower baskets. In addition, Yang Yu also sent 2 pairs of flower baskets. This surprised Gao Yan. After this class, it was time to review. In fact, College exams are relatively easy. Basically, most of the questions can be found in the textbooks. As long as you listen carefully and pay more attention when reviewing, you will hardly fail. After class, Qinghao left in a hurry. Because the hot pot restaurant's business is still very good today, it's the first time to be a boss, and I really don't feel at ease if I don't go to the store to keep an eye on him. Student Gao Yan. Gao Yan was also going to the milk tea shop, but he didn't expect Yang Yu to stop him. Student Yang, is there anything? Gao Yan asked. How about having a cup of coffee together? Yang Yu smiled. Okay. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan agreed. Seeing this scene, the students around were surprised and shocked. Yang Yu actually took the initiative to ask Gao Yan out. Fuck. Especially Zhou Yuchao, after seeing this scene, he felt quite uncomfortable. At this time, Wan Ming beside him said, I heard that Gao Yan's milk tea shop business is also quite good. Indeed. Lu Wei echoed, I heard that there are almost 50,000 yuan in recharges in his milk tea shop alone. Hearing this, Zhou Yuchao's face became more gloomy. Noticing Zhou Yuchao's expression, Wan Ming and Lu Wei smiled at each other. These two guys said this just to deliberately stimulate Zhou Yuchao. Zhou Yuchao likes to show off. If they didn't see that they could take advantage of him, Wan Ming and Lu Wei would have been too lazy to pay attention to him. And Gao Yan suddenly became rich, and they felt uncomfortable. If they could make Zhou Yuchao and Gao Yan fight, they would also be very happy to watch the show. Off-campus cafe. While stirring the coffee with an iron spoon, Gao Yan asked, classmate Yang. You are not just inviting me to drink coffee, are you? To be honest, Yang Yu was still very surprised by Gao Yan's change. Last week, Gao Yan was still a little transparent in her eyes, but in just 1 week, he has undergone a huge change, confident and sunny. Therefore, she was also very curious about what made Gao Yan change so much. Collecting her mind, Yang Yu stared at Gao Yan and asked, indeed, if I am not mistaken, is the hot pot base of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant provided by you? Yes. Gao Yan nodded, but he did not mean to hide it. Last time you came to me, did you want to sell me the hot pot base? Yang Yu asked again. Yes. Gao Yan nodded again. After getting Gao Yan's reply, Yang Yu felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, because she had already found out that the daily business of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant exceeded 130,000 on the opening day. And today's business is even more popular than yesterday. If there is no accident, it is not a problem to exceed 150,000 in revenue today. Generally speaking, the profit of a hot pot restaurant is between 30% and 50%. Even if we calculate it at the lowest 30%, if the daily revenue exceeds 150,000, the profit per day can reach 45,000. That's 1.35 million a month. In a year, the profit can reach 10 million. If this hot pot base is used in the 23 hot pot restaurants of the Yang family, it is conservatively estimated that the profit can reach 200 million a year. In other words, the hot pot base provided by Gao Yan is definitely a golden doll. Do you still have the recipe for the hot pot base? Yang Yu asked with a bit of luck. In fact, she knew that this possibility was unlikely. After all, the Chung family was not stupid. How could they not have such a crucial thing in their hands? Already sold to Qinghao. Gao Yan said that when Yang Yu invited him to drink coffee, he guessed the other party's intentions and came here for the hot pot base. He would not be arrogant and think that Yang Yu had taken a fancy to him. Have you both signed an agreement? Yang Yu asked again, without giving up. Hearing this, Gao Yan sneered in his heart. Yang Yu underestimated him too much. Even if he didn't sign the transfer agreement, he wouldn't sell the formula to her. However, he didn't show it, and said calmly, "We have signed a contract. The Qing family gave me 2 million, as well as 30% of the shares of the Brothers Hot Pot restaurant. By the way, the liquidated damages are 100 million. At this time, Yang Yu was completely speechless, and said bitterly, "Congratulations." At this moment, she almost regretted it if she had not refused Gao Yan's promotion. By using this hot pot base in her family's hot pot restaurant, she believes that her family's hot pot restaurant will definitely become the second Haidaleo, or even surpass Haidaleo. Thanks. Gao Yan answered politely, and then took a sip of coffee from the cup. Classmate Yang Yu, I have something to do, so I'll go ahead. After saying this, Gao Yan stood up and walked outside the cafe. Yang Yu stayed there for a while, then picked up her cell phone and dialed her father Yang Yujiang's number. "Dad, I just talked with Gao Yan. The Qing family's hot pot base is indeed made by Gao Yan. Then there is a way to do it. Even if you spend a little more money, it won't be a problem." Yang Yujiang said solemnly that yesterday he sent an assistant to Brother Hot Pot restaurant for inspection. This morning, the inspection report was delivered to his desk. If there is no accident, Brothers Hot Pot restaurant will become their Yang family hot pot restaurant's biggest enemy in the future. That's why he wanted to get the hot pot base recipe so urgently. Yang Yu responded with a wry smile, "Dad, it's too late. Gao Yan has already signed a transfer agreement with the Qing family, and the liquidated damages are 100 million. There is no way we can win." After hearing the liquidated damages of 100 million, Yang Yujiang also fell silent. If the liquidated damages were only 10 million, they could still help Gao Yan pay the liquidated damages, but it would be 100 million. Don't say they can't take it out. Even if it were available, it would be impossible to spend 100 million on a hot pot base recipe. Is there any other way to get the hot pot base ingredients? Yang Yujiang asked unwillingly. "Dad, I really can't think of anything else to do." When Yang Yu said the last word, she paused and realized the meaning of her father's words, which was probably to get her to use a honey trap. At this time, Yang Yujiang persuaded, Yeah, Daddy only has a daughter like you. From now on, Daddy will leave everything to you. The hotel industry has become increasingly difficult to do in recent years, and there is no way to transform into a hot pot restaurant. Seeing that we have made some achievements, we are about to leave Duangdong province. But suddenly a Brother Hot Pot restaurant pops up. Once they become bigger and stronger, where will our survival be? After hearing this, Yang Yu fell silent, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, "Dad, I'll try my best." "Yaya has made you feel wronged." Yang Yujiang sighed. "Dad, it's okay, after all, I am also a member of the Yang family." Yang Yu said solemnly. "She is the goddess of Nandu University, and there are countless boys who are secretly paying attention to her every day." She still didn't believe that she couldn't get away with just a few words when she took the initiative. As long as she gets the hot pot base recipe from Gao Yan, it's not her responsibility to worry about how he should face the Qing family. Other side. Gao Yan initially planned to go to a milk tea shop. But after thinking about it, I decided to go back to the rental house and take my phone to the store to continue the recharge activity. This time, he brought back a full 150 units of the latest Fruit mobile phones. From the city. If they all take action, the system can return funds up to 3 million yuan. After deducting the lost purchase fee of 120,000 yuan, the net profit is 2.88 million yuan. Plus the 100 units already sold today. That income is almost close to 5 million. When Gao Yan came to the milk tea shop, carrying a large bag of mobile phones, I found that even though the 4 clerks were working together at the counter, there were still 7 or 8 people queuing outside. He entered the store first. Then he hung up the small whiteboard and shouted loudly, "The recharge activity has started again. If you want to buy the latest Fruit phone at a low price, please hurry up." Wow, that's great. I heard the news this morning. Unfortunately, the event was already over by the time I arrived. A girl in line said happily, "Little boss, please recharge me quickly, I want to buy a mobile phone. I'll recharge 500 too." The boy who was first in line decisively took out his mobile phone and scanned the code. Gao Yan somewhat underestimated the students' enthusiasm for Fruit mobile phones. Within 20 minutes, a large number of students arrived with inquiries. Less than an hour, 150 Fruit mobile phones were actually snatched up. The recharge amount of the milk tea shop also increased by 75,000. But the students who came later were dissatisfied. "Boss, is this activity still going on? I didn't get it in the morning, and I didn't get it in the afternoon. This is too unlucky. There will definitely be none today, there will be activities tomorrow," Gao Yan said quickly. After dismissing the students who had not bought mobile phones, Gao Yan had some thoughts. Offline transactions are never as fast as online transactions. If you set up a discount mall online, wouldn't you be able to make a lot of money? He had heard about the Black Friday discounts in Beautiful Country. He can completely follow this model and open a similar discount mall online. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and searched for information related to Black Friday. I found that the products on Black Friday in Nian Liguo are generally 25% to 20% off. Special offer items can be discounted by 40% to 50% off. These special items are mainly low-priced daily necessities. As for domestic e-commerce, they have also launched many shopping festivals, such as Double 11, Double 12, etc. And these e-commerce companies can make a lot of money every shopping festival. If he sells at a discount once a week and reaches a certain scale, he will probably kill all these e-commerce companies. After all, he has a system to give back. In terms of discount strength, who can beat him? Thinking about this, Gao Yan's blood boiled inside. Prepare to go back and write a detailed plan first, and then start a company and create a discount online mall. So, Gao Yan gave a brief explanation and hurriedly left the milk tea shop. Unknowingly, the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. I shook my sore wrist and it seemed that I had to buy a computer. After working hard for several hours, he had finished writing the plan. My belly started to rebel a long time ago. I just got inspired and planned to finish writing the plan in one go before eating. As soon as I thought about it, I pulled out the system interface and took a look. Good guy. After deducting the recharge amount, the milk tea shop sales today have exceeded 10,000. It is estimated that the 4 clerks are very tired. So, he came to the milk tea shop again. "Boss, are you here?" Zhang Qin said hello feebly. To be honest, she was very tired today. She hadn't experienced such high-intensity work in a long time. have you all had dinner? Gao Yan asked. Have eaten. Gao Yan said with a smile, in this case, we will close at 9 o'clock, and I will treat you to a midnight snack to celebrate our opening. At the same time, I will give each of you a red envelope. As soon as they heard about the red envelope, the four girls immediately became energetic. Before closing the door, Gao Yan took out several business cards from his trouser pocket and dialed the phone numbers one by one. These business cards all belong to the managers or store managers of mobile phone stores. Today he has cleared out all the Fruit mobile phones in their store. But he will continue to carry out recharge and low-price purchase activities tomorrow, so he has to remind them in advance to prepare the goods. In response to the request of Gao Yan, a major customer, the managers or store managers of several mobile phone stores said they would adjust the goods overnight, and some even offered to deliver the goods to your door. Naturally, Gao Yan would not refuse this. The time came to 9 o'clock. Although there are still students playing in the snack street, it will continue to operate, and it will definitely sell a lot of milk tea, but he still decisively chose to close the door. You have worked hard today, and each of you will receive a red envelope. Gao Yan handed over the red envelope he had prepared in advance. The four women who received the red envelopes all thanked him as their boss. Senior brother, how much is in the red envelope? Shen Lingling asked. You'll know if you take it apart and see for yourself. Gao Yan smiled. Then, Shen Lingling opened the red envelope and said in surprise, wow, there is actually 400 yuan. Seeing the 4 bills in Shen Lingling's hand, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran couldn't help but look at each other, because they thought Gao Yan could give them 200 yuan at most, but they didn't expect that he would give them 400 yuan. Senior brother Gao, is 400 yuan too much? At this time, Chen Yue whispered. Silly girl, just take what our senior brother gave us. As long as we work hard in the future to repay him. Shen Lingling said quickly. Although she has a straightforward personality, she is not stupid. If Chen Yue does not accept the 400 yuan, if they retreat to Gao Yan, should Zhang Qin and Lu Ran also retreat? If you really do this, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran will be offended to death. Gao Yan glanced at Shen Lingling and said, yes, Shen Lingling is right. As long as you work hard in the future, it will be the best reward for me. Besides, today's turnover exceeded 130,000, and I will give you each 400 red envelopes. Not much. Oh my god, today's turnover is actually 130,000? Shen Lingling exclaimed. Most of them are recharge amounts. The actual turnover is just over 10,000. But it's already pretty good. Gao Yan explained that the investment in this milk tea shop was less than 60,000 yuan, and the turnover of just over 10,000 yuan on the first day was already quite extraordinary. If the recharge amount is included, he has already recovered his capital. If you add in the rebates from the system, he has already made a huge profit of 670,000. As for the upgrade experience, it has reached more than 1.15 million. Zhang Qin and Lu Ran also said they were shocked by this business data. Gao Yan reminded, okay, let's go to the barbecue restaurant to have something to eat, otherwise the school will be closed. Shen Lingling and Chen Yue are both freshmen. Generally speaking, freshmen are not allowed to rent a house outside, so they must enter the school before 10:30. 10:25 p.m. Gao Yan returned to the rental house. I took out my phone to unlock it, and after clicking on WeChat, I found an additional friend request. When I clicked it open, it turned out to be Yang Yu. Suddenly, Gao Yan's expression was a little strange. Could it be that this woman hadn't given up yet? After adding through friends, Gao Yan had no intention of chatting with the other party, so he put down his phone and went to take a shower first. There are 2 things to do tomorrow. The first is to pick up the car at the Auto City, and the second is to buy that pharmaceutical stock. Girls' dormitory. Yang Yu stared at the phone with some irritability. Gao Yan obviously approved her friend addition, but 2 minutes had passed and the other party did not take the initiative to send her a message. Is it possible that you want me to take the initiative? She secretly said that although she planned to use a honey trap on Gao Yan, she was still arrogant in her heart. In her opinion, as long as she gave Gao Yan a little signal, he would take the initiative to pursue her. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. 5 minutes have passed, and Gao Yan still hasn't sent her a message. After taking a shower, Gao Yan picked up his cell phone, lay down on the bed, opened the stock software, and searched for the stocks of the pharmaceutical company. Just like the message provided by the system. The closing price of this stock was 15.5 yuan. Then he searched out some stock knowledge from the internet and watched it for a while. When he felt sleepy, he decisively turned off the light and went to sleep. A night of silence. Early next morning, Gao Yan got up on time at 7 o'clock. I simply washed up and went to the breakfast shop outside the community to have breakfast, and then headed towards the milk tea shop. The materials he prepared yesterday have been almost used. He had to prepare a new batch today. Before 8 o'clock, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran arrived one after another. The 2 consciously began to clean the store. Soon, Chen Yue and Shen Lingling also came. Also joined in the cleaning process. 8:30. Gao Yan received a call from the manager of a mobile phone store. The other party said that he had transferred 40 fruit mobile phones overnight and could send them over if he wanted them. Of course Gao Yan would not refuse and gave the other party his address. Near 9 o'clock, he received another call from the other party. Gao Yan walked out of the milk tea shop and saw a BMW 320 parked outside the snack street. The car door opened and the manager of the mobile phone store stepped out of the car. The other party brought 40 of the latest fruit mobile phones. After the inspection was correct, Gao Yan also happily paid. Brother Gao, do you still need the goods tomorrow? The mobile phone store manager asked. Yes, the more the better. Gao Yan responded. Okay, I'll try my best to help you adjust the goods and send them to you tomorrow. The mobile phone manager said that although the latest fruit mobile phones are not worried about sales, he is still happy to meet a big buyer like Gao Yan. Thank you very much, Manager Huang. Gao Yan thanked Manager Huang. Wait a minute, this milk tea shop is mine. You came from afar, I will treat you to a cup of milk tea. Brother Gao runs a milk tea shop, you didn't take your mobile phone to the milk tea shop for promotion? Manager Huang asked. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Then how did you do this promotion? Manager Huang continued to ask. Recharge 500 yuan, you can buy a mobile phone for 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said. Truthfully. Oh my God. Now it was Manager Huang's turn to be dumbfounded. Even if the 500 recharge amount was added, the mobile phone would still lose 300 yuan. You know, Gao Yan got the mobile phone from him for 4,800 yuan. What is this guy thinking? Or is he a rich second generation? Does he not care about losing money at all? Gao Yan went to the store with his mobile phone, and soon came back with a cup of milk tea. Manager Huang, give it to me. how is it? Thank you, Mr. Gao. Manager Huang determined that Gao Yan was a rich second generation with too much money and nowhere to spend it, so he changed his name. You're welcome. Not long after sending Manager Huang away, Gao Yan received another call. It was from Gao Weilan. The other party told him that Yan, who was very tight-lipped, no matter how they tried, he would not tell who instructed him. After all, his previous crimes were enough to be sentenced to death, and even if he confessed, it would not be changed to life imprisonment. In this case, why should he confess? It was his two younger brothers who confessed. Unfortunately, the two younger brothers only knew that Yan who was instructed by someone, but they didn't know who it was. At the same time, Gao Weilan also told him he had reported the arrest of Yan Hu, and the bonus would come this week. Gao Yan asked, and it turned out to be 50,000. He was very happy. If the system refunded, it would be 300,000. He almost got back the money for buying the car. After talking about business, Gao Weilan said that she had found a venue nearby, and she would arrange someone to set it up today, and she could go there to teach her to practice fighting tomorrow. Since the money had been received, Gao Yan would naturally not refuse, saying that there was no problem at all. Then, Gao Yan received a call from the Audi 4S store, asking him to pick up the car at the store at 10:30. After hanging up the phone, the time was exactly 9:30. Gao Yan decisively logged into the stock software with his mobile phone, found the pharmaceutical stock, and started buying it. It took almost half an hour. Gao Yan completely exchanged the 8 million yuan in his account for Australian and American pharmaceutical stocks. Don't look at the fact that the stock price has been falling. But there are really not many people selling. Some people feel that the stock price of Aomei Medical has reached a point where it can no longer fall. If you hold it in your hands, it may rebound one day. As for the other part, it is because some thoughtful people are deliberately buying up the stock. But this has nothing to do with Gao Yan. Anyway, he bought everything he needed to buy, and he just had to wait for the stock price to reach its highest point before selling. Suddenly, the phone rang. The caller was the employee of Nandu Securities who opened an account for him. The reason why the other party called was that he found out that he had bought all the money in his account into shares of Aomei Medicine, reminding him that Aomei Medicine had been in decline for several years. I hope he will be more cautious. After Gao Yan thanked the other party, he said that he had determined that Aomei stock would not be sold in the short term. It's almost time. Gao Yan left the milk tea shop and took a taxi to the Auto City to pick up the car. Picking up the car went smoothly. Originally, the other party arranged a small car-carrying ceremony, but Gao Yan refused. The 4S store gave him a temporary license. As for the official license plate, he still needs to wait for 2 days. At that time, the 4S store will notify him to go to the vehicle management office to select the number. Driving his new car, Gao Yan went to several mobile phone stores. Because he called last night, these mobile phone stores have mobilized a lot of mobile phones. Gao Yan said that no one would be rejected. Including the 40 units in the morning, the number actually reached 205. After getting more than 200 mobile phones back at once, Gao Yan didn't know if they would be able to sell them all today. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the enthusiasm of students for the latest Fruit mobile phone. As of 3:20 p.m., all 205 mobile phones were sold. The system returned funds reaching 4.1 million. In addition, the recharge amount also reaches 512,500 yuan. Cash also reached 8.52 million. At the same time, the upgrade experience has also reached 1.92 million. Capture your mind. Gao Yan walked towards the school. As soon as we sat down, Jiang Pengfei and Wang Bo came hand in hand. Is something wrong? Gao Yan looked at the two of them and asked. Brother Gao. Don't. Gao Yan raised his hand to interrupt Jiang Pengfei's address. We are all classmates, just call me by my name. Class is about to start, so if you have anything to say, just say it. Brother Gao, we want to get some mobile phones from you. Jiang Pengfei lowered his voice. The news that Gao Yan was offering recharge at a milk tea shop to buy fruit phones at low prices has long spread, and Jiang Pengfei and Wang Bo naturally knew about it. After tasting the benefits of reselling, they came to Gao Yan together to see if they could buy a batch of mobile phones from him and continue reselling them. After all, a mobile phone has a profit of 600 to 800 yuan. How much do you plan to take? Gao Yan asked. 10 units. Wang Bo said. Do you want a 4,200 unit? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Isn't it 4,000 yuan? Their expressions changed slightly. Gao Yan explained, you must also know that when I use my mobile phone to do activities in milk tea shops, the supply exceeds the demand. If I sell the mobile phone for 4,000 yuan, I can not only get a 500 yuan recharge, but also lock in a long-term customer. I will sell it to you for 4,200 yuan. Also for the sake of everyone being in the same class, if you want it, I'll pay for it. And deliver it tomorrow morning. After thinking about it for a while, the two decided to go for it. Even if one unit costs 4,200 yuan, they can get at least 400 yuan in profit. As soon as the two left, the class bell rang. Qinghao didn't come today. Because the classes for this semester have been completed, you can come to class to review or review by yourself, and the teacher will not call on you again. Gao Yan didn't want to think about anything else, so he picked up the textbook and started reviewing it seriously. However, during this period, he felt that many eyes were secretly looking at him. The owner of one of the eyes was actually Yang Yu. The bell rang, and the teacher stood up and left. Gao Yan also packed up his things and prepared to escape. Gao Yan, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a movie. Looking at the slightly shy Wang Yuding, Gao Yan chuckled and shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I have something to do tonight and can't accompany you. To watch a movie? Everyone knows that he owns 30% of the shares in Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. And I also saw a milk tea shop that was booming in the snack street. The most important thing is that his appearance and charm have improved a lot. So he has become the target of many single girls. Wang Yuding was the first to attack him. But it definitely won't be the last one. Upon hearing Gao Yan's rejection, Wang Yuding couldn't help but have a flash of disappointment in her eyes. He smiled at the other person. He walked out of the classroom. Through the activity of recharging to buy mobile phones, Yume Milk Tea Shop has accumulated more than 400 recharging customers. In addition, the 6 flavors of milk tea are indeed quite delicious. Therefore, the business of the milk tea shop today is no worse than yesterday. The turnover may even exceed yesterday's. Gao Yan, wait. Not far out of the teaching building, Yang Yu caught up with him from behind. Gao Yan looked back at her. How about having dinner together tonight? Yang Yu said. After taking the initiative to add Gao Yan's WeChat account last night, the other party has not sent her a message until now. Yang Yu analyzed this and found that there may be 2 reasons. The first Possibility is that Gao Yan is a straight man and cannot understand her hints. The second possibility is that Gao Yan is self-aware and understands the gap between the two parties, so he does not dare to pursue him. As for the possibility that Gao Yan looked down on her, she didn't believe it. She is extremely confident in her appearance and figure. Since Gao Yan didn't take the initiative, she could only take the initiative. Sorry, classmate Yang Yu, I don't have time tonight. Gao Yan shook his head. He didn't think Yang Yu was interested in him when he invited him to dinner. It was probably because of the hot pot base. You don't even have time for a meal? Yang Yu was a little angry and annoyed. She took the initiative, but the other party actually rejected her. I have an appointment tonight and I have other things to do, so let's go. First. Seeing Gao Yan's back getting further and further away, Yang Yu felt a sense of hatred and dissatisfaction in his eyes. At the same time, he also had doubts about his own charm. Was he so unpopular? Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and logged into the stock software. It was found that Almay Pharmaceuticals' share price rose by 50 cents. But starting from tomorrow, the price of this stock will rise rapidly like a rocket. Come to the milk tea shop. Seeing the students waiting in line to buy milk tea, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile with relief. So far, the milk tea shop's turnover has exceeded 7,000. There are still more than 4 hours before the store closes for the night. In the evening, it is the peak time for milk tea shops, and the sales can easily exceed 10,000. As expected. When the time came to 5:30, the business of the milk tea shop ushered in a peak period. The 4 clerks were busy working together, and the queue did not shorten at all. So, Gao Yan ordered 5 takeaways, ate one for himself first, and then replaced the 4 others for dinner. It was busy until 7 o'clock, and the queue gradually disappeared. The turnover had already exceeded 10,000, but reached 11,000, which has exceeded yesterday's turnover. Shen Lingling, Qin Yue, come here. Gao Yan shouted. Senior brother, what are your orders? Shen Lingling said weakly. Originally, you only need to come to work for 6 hours a day, but in the past 2 days, you have worked for more than 8 hours. The senior fellow is not Huang Shiren, and both of you have a salary of 2,500 yuan. The 2 women were very happy to hear that Gao Yan had given them a salary increase, especially Qin Yue, who had a rare smile on her face. However, she quickly lowered her head when she noticed that Gao Yan was looking at her with a smile. Later, Gao Yan called Zhang Qin and Lu Ran over again. Your wages will remain the same for the time being. However, I plan to open a branch in the city. This store will also select a store manager, and those who perform well will be hired as a store manager in the city. The boss will get a salary of 4,500 yuan, and the other one will stay here with a salary of 4,000 yuan. Due. Good job. When they heard that they could get both a salary increase and a promotion, the 2 women felt very motivated and quickly expressed that they would not let Gao Yan down. Night. In a rental house. Gao Yan was lying on the bed and chatting with Shui Jiangyue about where to go on a date on the weekend. There are still many interesting attractions in Nandu. For example, Jinxiao Lake, Qiyun Mountain, Ocean Zoo, etc. Finally, the 2 decided to go boating on Jinxiao Lake. When the time came to 10:30, the 2 said good night to each other. Gao Yan was not going to go to class for the next 2 days. In today's class, he has already reviewed the past and learned new things. In addition, he has studied well before, so he has no problem coping with the exam. In the next few days, he plans to open a milk tea branch. In addition, he also plans to open another restaurant. After all, he still has a super sauce on hand. Because the amount of money he has now is not enough for the online discount mall he plans. After all, after a discount online mall is established, no matter how cheap it is, if there is no traffic, it will be in vain. To create traffic, large-scale advertising is required. This is no small sum of money. Burning tens of millions in 1 month is nothing unusual. The next day, Wednesday, Gao Yan drove his new car Audi A4 to the city. He first went to several mobile phone stores to scan 348 units, and then drove to an intermediary company. "Sir, what do you need?" A female employee first invited Gao Yan to sit down, then offered him a cup of tea and asked with a smile. Gao Yan said, "I plan to open a milk tea shop. The requirements for the store are that it needs to be in a place with a large flow of people. The area does not need to be too large. Does your company have suitable housing?" "Yes, sir." The female employee quickly said, "Mr. Sui, you requested 3 places, 2 of which are stores in Wanlong Plaza and Hengda Plaza, and the other one is located in Nandu No. 7 Middle School and Nandu Primary School, among which." After listening to the female employee's detailed introduction, Gao Yan asked if he could go to the site to take a look. "Of course, there is no problem." "Does Mr. drive?" the female employee asked. "Have." Gao Yan nodded. "Shall Mr. Gao take my car or drive?" the female employee asked again. "Just take your car," Gao Yan said. The female employee who received Gao Yan was named Han Yumei. She was slightly fat and should be around 30 years old. It seems that in online novels, pig trotters will meet beautiful women whether they go to buy a house or a car. And what about him? Whether buying a car or renting a house, I have never met a beautiful woman. Anyone who can obtain the system should be considered the protagonist, right? He seems to be a bit unlucky as the protagonist. They first went to the street where Nandu No. 7 Middle School and Nandu Primary School were located. The store is located between 2 schools, no more than 100 meters apart. It turns out that this shop is a fly restaurant, with a small area of more than 60 square meters. It stands to reason that if you open a restaurant in this place, business will not be too bad. But in fact, in recent years, more and more attention has been paid to the dietary hygiene of primary and secondary school students, and small restaurants have one with low prices. After strict control, there is naturally no place for small restaurants to survive. In addition, the rent in this area is also extremely expensive, so it is natural that small restaurants will become increasingly unable to operate. Overall, everything else is good. It's just that the facade of this store looks a bit shabby. Moreover, Gao Yan also plans to follow the example of the snack street in University Town and sell mobile phones at low prices to attract recharge customers. The customers here are mainly primary and secondary school students, so this approach may not work. Therefore, after a little hesitation, Gao Yan passed this store. Didn't even ask about the price. Han Yumei also saw that Gao Yan did not like this shop, so she took him to the shop in Bandung Square. This store is located on the 4th floor of Bandung Mall. The total area is much smaller than that of the school, only more than 10 square meters. Moreover, there are already 3 milk tea shops on this floor, which is very competitive. "How is the rent calculated?" Gao Yan asked. Han Yumei said, the flow of people in Bandung Square is quite good. The area of this store is 18 square meters, and the monthly rent per square meter is 620 yuan. The way to pay the rent is to deposit 1 and pay 3. Gao Yan secretly calculated that the monthly rent was 11,160 yuan. The decoration fee is up to 10,000 yuan, plus the investment in machinery. It is only 60,000 yuan. It's nothing to him. Although he had the idea of renting it, Gao Yan still wanted to visit a store in another shopping mall. The shops in Hengda Plaza are located on the basement floor. The area is also larger than that of Bandung Square, about 30 square meters. The rent is slightly cheaper than that in Bandung Square, only 580 yuan per square meter per month. Mr. Gao, what do you think? Han Yumei asked. Gao Yan already had an idea in mind, so he said, let's go back and talk. Good. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Han Yumei immediately understood that Gao Yan should have taken a fancy to one of the shops. Back to the agency. Gao Yan said bluntly, I have taken a fancy to the shops in both shopping malls. Moreover, I can pay the rent once a year, but the price has to be reduced. If you can satisfy me, I will have a bigger loan. The list is over. To you. Han Yumei couldn't help but feel happy when she heard that Gao Yan actually wanted to take over 2 stores. As for the bigger list, Gao Yan said, she didn't take it to heart. She is also an old agent. It is common for many clients to casually throw out a bait in order to get them to lower the price. Mr. Gao, please don't worry. I will contact the properties in the 2 shopping malls and try to keep the price as low as possible. Gao Yan nodded slightly, indicating that I would wait for your news. About 5 minutes later, Han Yumei came back. She negotiated the price at Bandung Plaza for 600 yuan, and at Hengda Plaza for 550 yuan, but there was a requirement that it must be paid annually, and the deposit was still 1 month. Okay, let's prepare the contract. Gao Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. Han Yumei stood up excitedly. This order went so smoothly. After 2 shops, she could get a commission of at least 2,000 yuan. Soon, the contract was signed. Gao Yan also paid a certain 30% of the rent, and the rest will only be paid after the formal handover. Sister Han, I also plan to rent an office building on the 1st floor. The location does not have to be too prosperous, and the area can be anywhere from 800 to 1,000 square meters. You can help me look for it during this period. I will come back to you next week. Upon hearing this, Han Yumei couldn't help but be overjoyed. Mr. Gao, who looked to be in his 20s, actually wanted to rent an 800 square meter office building to start a company. Most of them are rich second-generation entrepreneurs. Don't worry, Mr. Gao, if you come next week, I won't let you down. Gao Yan nodded, okay, I'll wait for good news from Sister Han, then I'll leave first. On the way back, Gao Yan received a call from Gao Weilan. The venue was ready, and I asked him if he had time in the afternoon. As a result, the 2 sides settled on a meeting at 3:30 p.m. And Gao Weilan sent him a location. Gao Yan checked and found that it was only 300 meters away from the university town, very close. Now, Zijin Lake Villa Community, a single-family villa. An old man with gray hair stood in front of Deng Yu and said, don't worry. Young master, Yan who has not let go, and the old slave also arranged for someone to pass the message in, he will definitely not bite randomly. Hearing what Uncle De said, Deng Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the anger in his heart became even stronger. Uncle De, I want to teach that boy a profound lesson. Is there anything you can do? Uncle De hesitated slightly and said, that Gao Yan's strength is very good. Most people may not be able to deal with him, but I know a suitable candidate. Deng Yu's eyes lit up. Who is it? Uncle De said, that man's name is Li Feng, he is a filial son. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. His strength has reached the late stage of Mingjin, and none of the 10 Yen Hus are as good as him. Currently, his mother is suffering from an extremely serious liver disease and needs a lot of money for treatment. In order to treat his mother's illness, he practiced black boxing in Wei Wu's underground boxing ring. But master, you also know that Wei Wu is notoriously greedy. But Li Feng had a strong temper and refused to cooperate with Wei Wu in fake boxing. This made Wei Wu very angry, and he specially spent a lot of money to invite a Muay Thai master from the Elephant Kingdom to deal with Li Feng. It is said that the Muay Thai master was the proud disciple of Nogi, the 3 major Muay Thai masters in the Elephant Kingdom. With Li Feng's strength, the possibility of defeat is very high. That match will be held on Sunday night this week. If he is allowed to deal with Gao Yan before participating in the boxing match, and he is beaten to death by the Muay Thai master on the field, then there will be no proof. After listening to Uncle De's story, Deng Yu felt that Li Feng was the most suitable candidate. Uncle De, I'll leave this matter to you. It's best to let Gao Yan lie in bed for a year and a half. Okay, master. Uncle De took the order and left. After Gao Yan drove back to school, he notified Wang Bo and Jiang Pengfei to come get their mobile phones. After waiting for a few minutes, the two hurried over. After they took away 10 fruit phones, Gao Yan's upgrade experience increased by another 42,000, and the upgrade experience officially exceeded 2 million. The amount of returned funds also increased by 210,000. Move all mobile phones into the milk tea shop. Gao Yan hung up the small whiteboard again. Students who got the news quickly inquired and came to recharge and buy mobile phones. Soon, Xiao Zhao's family encountered hundreds of people gathered in front of the milk tea shop. It made the owner of a milk tea shop diagonally across the street so angry that he burst into tears. The original one was half dead when he met the milk tea shop. I didn't expect that after changing the boss, the business would become so good. The better the business of the Yume milk tea shop is, the worse the business of his family is. Originally, his milk tea shop had a revenue of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan every day. But starting from Monday, the turnover of his milk tea shop has continued to decline. Monday was fine, with a turnover of 2,800 yuan, but on Tuesday, yesterday, it only sold 1,800 yuan. As for the store opening today, it has only sold a dozen cups of milk tea so far. Brother-in-law, you don't have to worry. I've asked around, and the owner of the milk tea shop is just complaining about losing money. I guess he won't be able to open it for long. My sister-in-law, who is the store manager, comforted me too. Ling Dong nodded. He had also inquired about this colleague's promotional methods, mainly relying on selling fruit mobile phones at low prices to attract customers. A fruit mobile phone with a market price of 5,000 yuan only needs to be recharged with 500 yuan and sold for only 4,000 yuan. You will have to lose several hundred yuan to sell a mobile phone. He estimated that as soon as this event ended, the other party's turnover would definitely plummet. It's a pity that he doesn't know that Gao Yan has a god-level income system. And no matter how cheap he sells it, he will not lose money. 12:07 p.m. All 338 Fruit mobile phones were sold out, and the milk tea shop also had 338 more recharge customers. The upgrade experience skyrocketed again by 1,521,000 points. The total experience reached more than 3.53 million. There is only a little over 1 million left to upgrade. If there are no accidents, we can upgrade by selling a batch of mobile phones tomorrow. As for the returned funds, it is as high as 7.6 million, and the total number of funds is close to 15 million. Think of this. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and logged into the stock software. Good guy. In the morning, the stock price of Almay Medicine has reached the daily limit and has reached 17.05 yuan. As for his income, it has almost reached 800,000 yuan. According to the display in his mind, Almay Medicine will continue to rise by the limit in the afternoon. Then, he can earn another 880,000. Fragrant. It smells really good. If you add in the system's 5 times rebate, that's 8.4 million. In other words, he made 10 million in one day. Suddenly, Gao Yan didn't want to work hard anymore. After a while, Gao Yan returned to normal. Checked the turnover. Yes, the turnover of the milk tea shop reached a new high today. Even excluding recharge users, the turnover exceeded 5,000 yuan. It's only noon. Maybe it will break 12,000 yuan by night. The phone rings. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Gao Yan still picked up the call. Hello, I'm Gao Yan. Who are you? I'm Yang Yu. The ghost lingers. Gao Yan, oh, it's classmate Yang Yu, is something wrong? Yang Yu, I have my birthday this Friday. I originally wanted to invite you in person in the morning, but you didn't come to class, so I had to find someone to ask for your phone number. Are you free to come and play on Friday? Gao Yan thought for a while and said, beautiful Yang invited me personally. Even if she is not available, she is still available. Yang Yu, okay, it's settled, I will send you the address on Friday. Gao Yan, okay. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan sneered. He simply didn't believe that Yang Yu's birthday was this Friday, because he remembered that she celebrated her birthday not long after school started. As for why he knew, that's because one of Yang Yu's suitors gave her a set of jewelry worth more than 100,000 yuan at her birthday party. But Yang Yu didn't accept it. But this incident also spread in the school. Now Yang Yu made up a birthday out of nothing, most likely because she invited him to dinner yesterday but was rejected, so she wanted to find a reason that he couldn't refuse. As for Yang Yu's thoughts, Gao Yan also knew that it was nothing more than the hot pot base recipe in his hand. For a moment, Gao Yan was also a little annoyed. He had already explained to Yang Yu that he had signed the transfer agreement, and the penalty for breach of contract was as high as 100 million. But the other party still wanted to make a move. If the other party really let the other party get the recipe from him, he didn't think that the Yang family would help him pay the penalty of 100 million, so the penalty of 100 million would definitely fall on him. Thinking of this, Gao Yan's eyes also had a cold light. Don't you want to play a beauty trap? Then don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation and not admitting it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan came to a community near the university town according to the WeChat location. After calling to inquire about the specific address, he came to the 6th floor of Unit 1, Building 5. After knocking on the door, Gao Weilan opened the door for him. In this 2-in-1 layout, Gao Weilan transformed the master bedroom into a training room and installed sandbags, physical training equipment, etc. This is a set of training clothes, and the room next to it is the locker room. Gao Weilan took out a set of clothes and threw it to Gao Yan. He didn't hesitate to take the clothes and went to the next room to change. And then came to the training room again. As for Gao Weilan, she had already changed into a close-fitting vest and camouflage trousers, without shoes. Gao Weilan's appearance did not reach 90, it should be 88 points. Not fierce, but the figure is very well proportioned, and has a pair of long legs. Teacher Gao, where do we start? Gao Weilan asked. Gao Yan pondered and said, you graduated from the police academy and already have a fighting foundation. As for physical fitness, you should also know how to train. I won't teach you. I will directly teach you fighting skills. So, let's try it first and see how good your fighting skills are. Okay. Gao Weilan has been eager to try it. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked Gao Yan with a flying kick, but she wanted to test Gao Yan's quality. Pa. Gao Yan slightly bent his body and landed his right palm on Gao Weilan's knee. Suddenly, she felt her whole leg numb. Then, a strong fist wind came, but she found that Gao Yan's fist had stopped in front of her nose. If it was a real fight, she would have been defeated. For a while, she was a little discouraged. She had studied in the police academy for several years, but she couldn't even take Gao Yan's move. But immediately she was happy again. Doesn't this mean that Gao Yan is a real master? With her guidance in practicing fighting, she will definitely make rapid progress. Gao Yan retracted his fist and said, in modern fighting skills, there is a saying that if you can punch, try not to use your legs. Modern fighting skills are different from Chinese martial arts. They do not focus on the training of the lower body. Once you punch, you will be better than you. It's okay for weak people, but when you meet someone who is equally matched or stronger than you, it's easy to lose balance in your body's center of gravity. The fighting master skills Gao Yan acquired were not just fighting skills, but also contained a long memory of training from an ordinary person to a fighting master. Therefore, not only can he fight, he also knows how to train others. Gao Yan continued, you are a policeman and a woman. You are more suitable for various grappling techniques. I will teach you grappling first. Afterwards, Gao Yan first described the grappling skills he had mastered. Immediately afterwards, he demonstrated again. Then he broke it open, crushed it and passed it on to Gao Weilan. When Gao Weilan heard Gao Yan's explanation, her eyes couldn't help but shine. She felt that she had benefited a lot and felt that her strength had improved a lot. Of course, this is all her imagination. Finally, Gao Yan concluded, no matter how much fighting knowledge you have, you still need actual combat. Now, I will be your sparring partner and use the skills I entrusted to you on me. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. At this moment, Gao Weilan was covered in sweat, and even her vest was quite wet. The expression on his face was sullen and defeated. Because in the drill just now, even if she tried her best, she couldn't say anything arrogant. At this time, Gao Yan spoke again. Actually, your strength and speed are quite good, but your biggest problem is that you cannot bring out your strength and speed. I will teach you another 3-body pose of Xingyi, which can help you integrate your strength and control your body. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan made 3 movements, and then asked Gao Weilan to imitate them. The other party had a good understanding. He only had to correct it a few times before he got the hang of it. You practice this 3-position pose for an hour every morning. The fighting master skills mastered by Gao Yan not only include fighting skills from all over the world, but also the national martial arts of Daxia. According to the realm of Daxia's national martial arts, his realm is at the peak of Mingjin, but he is very familiar with the advantages and disadvantages of various boxing techniques in Chinese martial arts. In a real fight, Jin may not be his opponent in the early stage. If he uses weapons, he is confident that he can defeat the powerful dark warriors. But it won't work if you meet a master of Huajin. Because Huajin masters have developed their strength into every inch of their bodies, their perception and reaction abilities have surpassed those of ordinary people. Not to mention cold weapons, even if you use hot weapons, it will be difficult to kill them. Teacher Xiao Gao, how about one more class? Gao Weilan took the initiative to suggest. No. Gao Yan waved his hand, your physical strength and energy are almost exhausted. If you continue to go to class, you will inevitably lack energy. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. By the way, Officer Gao, when will my bonus come down? Are you short of money? Gao Weilan asked. Of course it's missing. Gao Weilan said, I heard that your milk tea shop is doing very well, and you also have 30% of the shares in Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. You should not be short of money, right? Gao Yan said, these 2 stores are newly opened. How about I double your class fee? Gao Weilan joked. I have no objection. Gao Yan agreed very much. This time it was Gao Weilan's turn to be dumbfounded. I thought you would refuse? Why should I say no? Gao Yan asked back, I make money based on my skills. Besides, if my courses don't satisfy you, will you take the initiative to raise the price for me? Hearing Gao Yan's sophistry, Gao Weilan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Okay, your class fee is raised to 2,000. Thank you very much, boss. Gao Yan said happily. What a money addict. Gao Weilan rolled her eyes. After a while, Gao Yan changed out of his training clothes, put his own clothes back on and left. Drive back to the rental house. Gao Yan took a shower first, then took out his mobile phone to log into the stock software. As expected, after rising to the limit in the morning, the stock price of Almay Medicine rose to the limit again in the afternoon, and the stock price had reached 18.75 yuan. It rose by more than 3 yuan in one day. According to the information in my mind, this stock will have 2 daily limits. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, that is, Thursday and Friday. In the next 20 days, although it will not be as exaggerated as these 3 days, the stock price will continue surge. In fact, Gao Yan still wants to continue buying some stocks. Unfortunately, there is only a buyer's market now, not a seller's market. After all, Almay Medicine's special medicine is on the market, and with excellent clinical trial results, fools all know that even if Almay Medicine cannot rise sharply, there is no problem in returning to the top. Why don't you have such a stock in your hands? What's more, as early as January, market makers had carried out a washout, and very few stocks were in the hands of investors. If Gao Yan had not taken advantage and entered the market yesterday, if he had entered the market again today, he would not have been able to grab the stock at all. Time flies, and it's Friday noon. The beautiful system upgrade prompt sounded in Gao Yan's ears. Ding, the system has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to ask the host if you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Gao Yan responded decisively. Ding, the system is being upgraded. Ding, the system upgrade is successful. Congratulations to the host. The God level income system has reached level 6. The return multiplier will reach 6 times. The reward will be an intermediate lottery draw and 2 free attribute points. With a thought, the system interface appears. God level income system, level 6. Host, Gao Tian. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 72. Physique, 80. Spirit, 81. Charm, 70. Income return multiple, 6 times. Lottery, ordinary lottery X1, intermediate lottery X1. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 2345, 9,600 yuan, to be collected. Free attribute points, 2. System, use ordinary lottery first. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, ordinary lottery starts. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level medicinal wine. Formula. The next moment, a golden light drilled out directly from the void and sank into Gao Yan's eyebrows. Then, he had an extra medicinal wine formula in his mind. No, it should be 2. Because the same medicinal materials have different proportions, the medicinal wine prepared has different effects. These 2 kinds of medicinal wine have the functions of strengthening physical fitness and nourishing yin and strengthening yang, respectively. One is comprehensive improvement, and the other is focused on improvement. The effect of the first medicinal wine was too strong, so Gao Yan didn't dare to use it easily, but he felt that the second one had a huge market. Once it was made, it would become a new source of income for him. System, use the intermediate lottery. Gao Yan continued to order. Ding, the intermediate lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for a skill upgrade card. Looking at the golden card lying in the system space, Gao Yan hesitated slightly and decided to use it on the fighting master. Because he only had this one skill. After all, as his wealth increased, more people wanted to covet him, and his life would inevitably be threatened. The last time he was attacked by Yan Hu was the best example. The skill upgrade card turned into a golden light and fell into his body. Then, Gao Yan felt a lot of memories in his mind, which lasted for several seconds before disappearing. At the same time, his body was also transforming. 1 minute later, the transformation was over. His physical fitness soared by 10 points to 90 points, his mental strength increased by 5 points to 86 points, and his charm also increased by 10 points to 80 points. As for strength, even though it has only been upgraded by 1 level, his combat power has definitely soared several times. If divided according to the realm of national martial arts, he has reached the peak of dark power. With the various fighting skills and boxing techniques he has mastered, he can definitely compete with the early stage of Huajin. By the way, there are still 2 attribute points that have not been used. Gao Yan thought about it and added them directly to his appearance. Suddenly, his face began to itch, and after more than 10 seconds, the discomfort disappeared. Gao Yan turned around and walked to the bathroom of the milk tea shop, looked in the mirror, and found that he was much more handsome. Brother, why do I feel that you seem to have become much more handsome? As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she happened to meet Shen Lingling and Shen Yue entering the store. As soon as she saw Gao Yan, she subconsciously said. Gao Yan, who was in a good mood, joked, "A lover's eyes see beauty, sister. You are not secretly in love with me, right?" Bah, no. Shen Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly and retorted. When an ugly guy flirts with a girl, that's called being a hooligan. When a handsome guy flirts with a girl, that's called knowing how to have fun. Gao Yan is definitely a handsome guy now. Therefore, Shen Lingling was not angry at all for his flirting. Instead, she felt her heart beating faster. Gao Yan brought back 300 fruit mobile phones today. Only 200 units were sold, and the system has already been upgraded. There are 100 units left, and I should be able to sell them all today. However, the system rebate will be 6 times higher, and the harvest will be even greater. Let's talk about the rise of Ame medicine in the past 2 days. There was a daily limit yesterday morning, with the closing price being 20.62 yuan. Although there was no daily limit in the afternoon, it still rose by 8 points, closing at 22.26 yuan. There was no further daily limit this morning, but it still rose another 9 points to a closing price of 24.26 yuan. According to the information in my mind, there will be a daily limit this afternoon, and the closing price will reach 26.68 yuan. In just 3 days, the stock price rose by 11.1 yuan. Next Monday, the price of Gao Yan's stock will double. Moreover, he estimates that when he sells stocks, he has upgraded the God level income system to level 7. By then, the stock income will be returned 7 times. By then, his worth will easily exceed 100 million. As expected. When the time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all the remaining 100 mobile phones were sold, and the wealth increased again by 2.7 million. Compared with the past few days, the speed of selling mobile phones today is a bit slower. After all, fruit water machines are not cheap. Even if they are sold at a reduced price, they cost 4,000 yuan, which ordinary students cannot afford. Think of this. Gao Yan decided to reduce the number of mobile phones starting from tomorrow. It is worth mentioning that the 2 stores in Wanlong Shopping Mall and Hengda Shopping Mall have been completed. Currently, Zhang Qin's decoration company has entered the scene and is renovating. He has also contacted him about milk tea machines, including table and chair materials, etc. Gao Yan plans to open 2 milk tea shops together next week. To this end, he hired 8 more employees. Shen Lingling, come here. Gao Yan waved to Shen Lingling. Brother, what's the matter? After being teased by Gao Yan for a while at noon, Shen Lingling, who had already recovered, couldn't help but feel nervous when she heard Gao Yan's call. Both Zhang Qin and Lu Ran will be transferred to the city as store managers. Are you interested in becoming the manager of this store? Gao Yan asked. In fact, Gao Yan also considered Qin Yue. But this girl always likes to bow her head and has a bit of low self-esteem. So she probably won't be able to be a store manager. Therefore, Shen Lingling can only take the position. Let me be the store manager? Shen Lingling said in surprise, Senior brother, I work part-time. Besides, I will have summer vacation soon and I have to go back to my hometown. 2. Gao Yan nodded thoughtfully. Shen Lingling's family was not short of money, so she definitely didn't want to stay here and work during the summer vacation. Senior brother, why not let Yue try it? Shen Lingling suggested in a low voice. I've thought about her too. Gao Yanwei said, but you also know her temperament. She's shy and doesn't like to talk. I'm afraid she won't be able to control other store employees. Senior brother, Yue, is actually very good. Her grades are the best in the class, and she gets scholarships every time. Although she is a little shy, people can grow. And I asked Yue, if she doesn't go back this summer, she will stay and continue working. Senior brother, can you give her a chance? By the end, Shen Lingling was acting like a spoiled brat. Okay, you call her over and I'll talk to her. Gao Yan nodded. Okay, senior brother. Shen Lingling jumped to Chen Yue's side and explained in a low voice. Chen. Yue walked over and shouted nervously, Senior brother. Sit down. Gao Yan pointed to the stool. Junior sister Chen, I plan to let you be the manager of this store, what do you think? I can't do it. Qing Yue waved her hands repeatedly, her pretty face flushed a little. Because she was too nervous. Why not? Gao Yan asked back, I heard from junior sister Shen that your academic performance is very good and you get scholarships every term. It shouldn't be a problem to manage a milk tea shop, right? I'm sorry, senior brother, I really can't do it, you can find someone else. While talking, Qin Yue was about to flee. But Gao Yan shouted softly, sit down and listen to what I have to say. Qin Yue sat back subconsciously, but her expression was a little aggrieved. Gao Yan continued, I know you are soft-tempered and shy, but have you ever thought about what will happen after you graduate from college if your temper doesn't change? Do I have to be a hardworking, low-level clerk all my life? Since I have to change sooner or later, why don't you follow my orders from now on, hold your head up and hold your chest out. Senior brother, me. Qin Yue did not dare to resist, so she could only obey the order and raise her head and chest. Seeing the aggrieved expression on Chen Yue's extremely beautiful face, Gao Yan also lost his mind for a moment. However, Qin Yue still didn't dare to look at him, so he shouted again. Look ahead. Qin Yue, with lowered eyebrows, couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Gao Yan. Normally she rarely looked at Gao Yan, but after looking at him this time, she found that her senior brother seemed quite good-looking, and for a moment, she forgot to look away. Does it look good? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Ah. Qin Yue couldn't help but feel ashamed, and immediately turned into an ostrich again, and the blush on her face spread to her ears. When Gao Yan saw this, he couldn't help but have a bad taste in his heart, and wanted to continue teasing her, but after thinking about it, Qin Yue was already shy, and if she teased her again, the other party might not be able to accept it, so he said in a deep voice, I'm not a cannibal. Tiger, what are you afraid of? Listen to me. From today on, you should hold your head high and behave like a good person. We will neither steal nor rob. What are you afraid of? Besides, you are also very good and beautiful. You are no worse than any other girl, why do you feel inferior? Hearing Gao Yan's words, Qin Yue was stunned. At the same time, she was also very moved inside. She slowly raised her head and looked at Gao Yan. Senior brother, I can do it. That's right, starting from next Monday, you will be the store manager of this store, and your salary will be increased to 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said, while Zhang Qin is still here, you can ask her for advice these days. If she can't solve it, you can also ask me. I understand, senior brother. Qin Yue nodded vigorously, but senior brother, is my salary too high? I'm just a part-time job. It depends on your performance. If you perform well after taking office, your salary will be 4,000 yuan. If your performance is unsatisfactory, your salary will be reduced by 500 yuan. Thank you, senior brother, I will perform well. Okay, let's go to work. After defeating Chen Yue, Gao Yan felt quite accomplished. From Chen Yue, he could vaguely see the shadow of his past if he hadn't obtained the system. He will probably continue to feel inferior. 5 o'clock. Gao Yan received a call from Yang Yu again. Let him go to the city for dinner. She also sent him the hotel's address via WeChat. Gao Yan had already guessed Yang Yu's intention and specially created a birthday dinner for him, but he didn't know what the other party planned to do. For a moment, Gao Yan was somewhat looking forward to it. Just a few words. Gao Yan stood up and left the milk tea shop, but he didn't notice that after he stepped out of the milk tea shop, a pair of eyes silently stared at his back for a few seconds. The place Yang Yu chose was not a high-end hotel. It is a private kitchen with Suzhou garden style. I have also heard of Gao Yan, a private cook. After getting rich, he was busy continuing to make money. This was his first time in a place like this. However, he doesn't have any stage fright. After all, he will become a billionaire in a month at most. You're here. As soon as Gao Yan got out of the car, he saw Yang Yu standing not far away. Today she was obviously dressed up deliberately and looked even more radiant. Wearing a snow-white short skirt, long-leg stockings, and high-heeled shoes, a platinum necklace and jade pendant was wrapped around her snow-white neck. When her eyes moved downward, she could see the ravine. Gao Yan swallowed secretly. But he immediately suppressed his inner restlessness and stepped forward. Classmate Yang Yu, you are so beautiful today. This is the birthday gift I bought you. I hope you like it. Even though he knew that Yang Yu's birthday was not really a birthday, Gao Yan still spent several hundred yuan to buy a hairpin in the mall. Thank you, I like it very much. Yang Yu said perfunctorily after putting away the gift box, and then invited Gao Yan to come in. Yang Yu took the initiative to walk side by side with Gao Yan. The two were no more than 30 centimeters apart. Faintly, there was a faint fragrance that penetrated Gao Yan's nose. Yang Yu introduced while walking that the owner and chef of this private restaurant was a friend of her father. Before opening the private restaurant, the other party had worked in the state guest house. The cuisines that he is best at are Shandong cuisine and Sichuan cuisine. There are 8 major cuisines in Daxia, and Shandong cuisine is the most respected among the 8 major cuisines. As they talked, the two walked into an antique private room. There were already 4 beautiful girls in their 20s in the private room. Yang Yu smiled and said, Gao Yan, let me introduce you. The 4 of them are all my good sisters. This is Du Wei, she is Qin Lan, this is Su Shui, and this is Zhou Yuan. Hello, my name is Gao Yan, Yang Yu's classmate. Gao Yan also greeted the 4 girls with a smile on his face. It must be said that these 4 girls are very beautiful, 2 are close to 90. And the other 2 are over 90, which is only a little bit worse than Yang Yu. The 4 girls also gave face and invited Gao Yan to sit down. They took the initiative to ask about his relationship with Yang Yu, and joked that Yang Yu had never brought a boy to meet their good sisters. If it were an ordinary boy, he would have fainted and lost his way. But Gao Yan always stayed awake, because he knew that today's meal might be a hangmen banquet. While talking and laughing, the waiter began to serve the dishes. And they were all famous dishes in Shandong cuisine, such as Jiuzhuan large intestine, scallion fried sea cucumber, Dijon braised chicken, for joy, meatballs, etc. In addition, there were also several Sichuan dishes. It can be said to be quite rich, and Gao Yan couldn't help but salivate. Unfortunately, before he could eat much, this group of women took turns to toast Gao Yan. It must be said that these women are all masters, and they speak very nicely. And Gao Yan can't help but drink. Yang Yu told the four girls not to go too far. But the four girls drank even more fiercely. Fortunately, Gao Yan's physical fitness has increased dramatically today. Otherwise, even if his physical fitness has increased greatly, he can't hold on. No. I can't drink anymore. Seeing that it was almost time, Gao Yan began to pretend to be drunk. At this time, Yang Yu also jumped out to pretend to be a good person. You guys have enough. If he keeps drinking like this, he will have to go to the hospital. Gao Yan, are you okay? Come and have a cup of tea. Thank you. Gao Yan took the teacup and poured it into his mouth. At this time, Yang Yu picked up another piece of food for Gao Yan and said, "Come on, eat some food slowly." Seeing this, the four girls began to joke again, saying that Yang Yu had not married yet, but she started to protect her husband. And Gao Yan kept grinning. Seeing this, Yang Yu's eyes flashed with a smug look. At first, it was easy for her to take down Gao Yan, but this guy just didn't take the bait. In desperation, she could only use her brain. She thought of getting Gao Yan drunk, and then creating the illusion that they had sex, and then forcing Gao Yan to hand over the recipe, otherwise she would sue him for jail. If Gao Yan didn't want to go to jail, he would definitely hand over the recipe for the hot pot base. As for the four women, they were not her good sisters, but employees of the public relations department of her father's company, and they were definitely good at persuading people to drink. Out of caution, Yang Yu did not take Gao Yan to the hotel after dinner. Instead, she asked Du Wei and Qin Lan to help him to the KTV. In the KTV box, the four women who received Yang Yu's instructions began to force Gao Yan to drink again. No. I can't do it anymore, I want to go to the bathroom. Without waiting for Yang Yu and the other women to react, Gao Yan staggered out of the box. Yang Yu didn't care. Instead, she smiled and said, "Wait until he comes back, and you continue to force him, and don't stop until he is completely drunk." "Don't worry, miss, the four sisters joined forces, and there is no man we can't take down." The four women assured confidently that they were the four golden flowers of the public relations department under Boss Yang. After Gao Yan walked out of the box, the drunken look on his face disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. He was thinking in his heart how Yang Yu would deal with him, but he was sure that the other party would definitely want to get him drunk first. But what about after getting drunk? After getting drunk, he had no way to reveal the recipe of the hot pot base. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Is this woman planning? It must be said that after the increase in mental strength, Gao Yan's mind has become extremely flexible. In a vague way, he has guessed Yang Yu's plan. Staggering to the bathroom, Gao Yan first took a shower. Although he was not drunk, the pressure on his bladder was still quite high after drinking so much alcohol. Then he simply found a cubicle and closed it. Time passed slowly. Yang Yu in the box could not sit still, because Gao Yan had been out for 10 minutes. She finally asked Gao Yan out on the pretext of celebrating her birthday. If he ran away, wouldn't it be a failure? So, she explained to the four women. She got up and went to find someone. She came to the bathroom and asked the waiter if he had seen Gao Yan go in. When she knew that Gao Yan had not come out yet, Yang Yu was relieved. So she waited outside the bathroom. But more than 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, and Yang Yu became impatient. So she came to the bathroom door and shouted, "Gao Yan, are you okay?" She shouted several times but got no response. So Yang Yu asked the waiter to go in and take a look. Soon, the waiter finished the check and told Yang Yu that Gao Yan was probably in a toilet cubicle. He knocked several times but got no response. He must be drunk. This bastard. Yang Yu was very annoyed. He actually fell asleep in the toilet. She had to get him out, otherwise her plan would fail. So, she asked the waiter to guard the door of the toilet and went into the toilet alone. Fortunately, the KTV cleaning staff cleaned frequently and there was no odor. When she came to the toilet cubicle where the waiter was, she knocked and shouted, "Gao Yan, are you in there?" "Yeah." Gao Yan deliberately made an unclear sound. Yang Yu's expression was happy. "Open the door quickly, I'm Yang Yu." "You, wait," Gao Yan said, and then opened the toilet door slowly. And Yang Yu also saw Gao Yan sitting on the toilet. "Hurry up," Yang Yu said with disgust. Gao Yan tried to get up, but every time he got up, he sat back weakly. "Waste." Yang Yu frowned and cursed, and stepped into the toilet cubicle helplessly. Reaching out to grab Gao Yan's arm, "I'll pull you up." "Okay." Just as Yang Yu was exerting force, a force suddenly hit her. Unexpectedly, Yang Yu was pulled into Gao Yan's arms. And Gao Yan's hands were even around her waist, and he seemed to be restless. And pinched it. This made Yang Yu very angry, and she couldn't help but curse, "Asshole." The next moment, Yang Yu struggled to get up and found that Gao Yan was staring at her with his eyes wide open and grinning. Bad luck. In order not to repeat the same mistake, Yang Yu called the waiter in to help Gao Yan back to the box. After returning to the box, the four female public relations began to force Gao Yan to drink again. After a few glasses of wine, Gao Yan was completely drunk and passed out. Seeing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then called two waiters to help, gave them a tip of 200 each, and asked them to send Gao Yan to the hotel room upstairs. Hotel room. 2 KTV waiters have been dismissed by Yang Yu. "Miss, have we completed our mission?" Du Wei, who came to the room with her, asked. "Okay, thanks to you today, everyone go back." Yang Yu waved her hand. "Miss, do you want one of us to stay to help? What if this guy has sex after drinking?" Du Wei said worriedly. "No." Yang Yu smiled disdainfully. "This guy is already drunk into a puddle of mud. What can he do?" Du Wei and the other 4 girls nodded subconsciously, thinking that was the case. They drank Gao Yan nearly a pound and a half of liquor at the private kitchen, and drank him a lot of beer when they came to the KTV. With his current level of drunkenness, he may not be able to wake up until tomorrow. There is absolutely no threat. After Du Wei and the 4 girls left, Yang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what she had to do was not very honorable, and she didn't want others to see her. Thinking of this, her eyes fell on Gao Yan, who was sleeping on the bed, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She came to the bedside, shook Gao Yan, and shouted, "Gao Yan, Gao Yan." After shouting several times and getting no response, Yang Yu felt that she could implement her plan. So he reached out and took off Gao Yan's clothes. But at this moment, Gao Yan, who was drunk to death, suddenly opened his eyes, reached out and grabbed Yang Yu's wrist, staring at her with a playful expression. "Classmate." "Yang Yu, what do you want to do? At this moment, Yang Yu also looked stunned. How could Gao Yan, who was obviously drunk to death, suddenly wake up? For a moment, there was a bit more panic in his expression. Gao Yan, don't get me wrong, I saw you drink too much, so I sent you to the hotel to rest. Yeah? Gao Yan's expression turned cold and he sneered, I'm afraid your purpose is not that simple. For the hot pot base recipe, the dignified Miss Yang would actually use such despicable means. At the KTV, Gao Yan only vaguely guessed Yang Yu's plan. When the other party took him to the hotel and took off his clothes, he understood that the other party probably wanted to use a mortal jump on him and force him to hand over the hot pot ingredients. Recipe. What nonsense are you talking about? I saw you drinking too much, so I sent you to the hotel. If I had known better, I shouldn't have cared about you. What a kindness. Yang Yu argued. Hee. Gao Yan looked at her with disdain. It seems that even now, you are still making excuses. Today is not your birthday, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's expression changed. Just listen to Gao Yan continue. Also, Du Wei and the others are not your good sisters. Their conversational skills in persuading people to drink are too professional. From the beginning to the end, they have only one purpose, which is to get me drunk. For a moment, Yang Yu's face became more and more ugly. Let me guess what you will do next. Gao Yan analyzed it unhurriedly. If I am not wrong, you will first strip me naked, and then create the illusion that you have been violated by me, thus threatening me to hand over the hot pot base recipe. If I know the truth, your goal has been achieved, but I have to bear a liquidated damages of 100 million. If I don't agree, you may threaten to call the police and force me to hand it over. If I still don't understand, you young family can also do it. Is it right to seize this opportunity and send me to jail? After listening to Gao Yan's analysis, Yang Yu felt inexplicably horrified. Because Gao Yan had guessed 99% of her plan, and she planned to pay Gao Yan a sum of money after getting the formula. Giving money was not a sign of kindness on her part, but to silence the Qing family. Because they gave the money, the Qing family had no way to blame them. They could only blame Gao Yan for being unjust. The Yang family can also put all the blame on Gao Yan. Miss Yang, is there anything else you want to say? Let me go. Yang Yu struggled twice, but found that his wrist seemed to be trapped in an iron hoop, and he could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. Let you go, you plotted against me, don't you think that's the end of it? Gao Yan said coldly. What do you want? Yang Yu gave up struggling and gradually regained her composure. Gao Yan, it was my fault for plotting against you. I apologize to you. If you want anything, I can compensate you. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Gao Yan nodded secretly. She is a decisive woman. After experiencing this, it is estimated that Yang Yu would not dare to have any more ideas about him. And he has no way to completely fall out with the Yang family. Although he has some money now, he is still a little brother compared to the Yang family. As for extorting some money from Yang Yu, it is estimated that Yang Yu was eager for him to do this, and the other party just used this excuse to bite him back. But Gao Yan felt aggrieved to be calculated in such a vain way without any interest. So, Gao Yan grabbed Yang Yu's wrist with a little force and pulled Yang Yu into his arms. Then he turned over and pressed Yang Yu under him. Suddenly, Yang Yu became panicked and turned pale. Gao Yan, what do you want to do? I advise you not to mess around, otherwise, woo-woo. 2 minutes later. Gao Yan got up, put on his shoes, and walked towards the door. Before going out, he said to Yang Yu on the bed, "Miss Yang, this time I will only give you a small lesson. If there is a next time, I will give you a lesson. Don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan decisively opened the door and left. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yang Yu turned over and sat up on the bed, and couldn't help but curse, "Gao Yan, you bastard, I will never let you go. It's worthless." Gao Yan looked down after entering the elevator and cursed inwardly. Just now, he just wanted to teach Yang Yu a lesson, but he almost lost control of himself. In order not to make mistakes, he had to leave in advance. He took a taxi back to the rental house. After taking a cold shower, Gao Yan felt that the heat in his body was suppressed. But this is not the same thing. He had to take down Shi Wen Zi as soon as possible, otherwise, he could only think of another way. It is undeniable that as the money grew, Gao Yan's heart became restless. It was okay before. But after experiencing tonight's scene, he felt that some strange valve was opened. Lying on the bed, he took out his mobile phone, logged into WeChat and chatted with Shi Wen Zi for more than half an hour. He made an appointment to meet tomorrow, and then he put down his mobile phone and went to sleep. The next morning, after getting up and washing, Gao Yan hurried out. He took a taxi to the private restaurant to get a car, and then drove to the vicinity of Yangdong University to pick up someone. As soon as he arrived at Yangdong University, Gao Yan suddenly recalled what Song Yufei had said to him, and then thought of Yan Hu's attack. He felt that the other party was probably instructed by Deng Yu. After all, before he got the system, he was a nobody, and the only person he had a conflict with was Zhou Yuchao. Zhou Yuchao was at most an ordinary family with a little money, and he had no chance to contact people like Yan Hu. After getting the system, Gao Yan was busy making money. He didn't offend anyone. So he thought that the one who attacked him was Deng Yu, one of Shi Wen Zi's pursuers. After all, this guy had a criminal record. And Deng Yu's father was one of the shareholders of Wanlong Group. Unless he used the fighting master to hit the door, it would be impossible to use other means to deal with the Deng family. But now it is a society ruled by law. What can he do if he hits the door? At most, he can beat up the father and son of the Deng family. Can he kill them? But this grudge can be remembered first, and when he has the strength, he can slowly retaliate. After waiting in the car for a while, Gao Yan saw the beautifully dressed Shi Wen Zi walking out of the school gate alone. Just as he was about to open the car door and get out, a black Mercedes-Benz G suddenly sped up and stopped right in front of Shi Wen Zi. The car door opened and a handsome, tall and thin young man stepped out. What a coincidence, Jiang Yu. Where are you going? I happen to be free and will take you there, Deng Yu said with a smile. Seeing Deng Yu suddenly appear, Shi Wen Zi couldn't help but frown slightly and responded coldly, "No, a friend is coming to pick me up." Upon hearing this, Deng Yu was immediately angry because he knew that Shi Wen Zi and Song Yufei had always been inseparable, even going to the toilet together. Now she came alone outside the school gate, making it clear that she was going on a date. Fortunately, Chen Mei kept an eye on him and notified him in time. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to Shi Wen Zi after he went out with the poor boy, a man and a woman alone? Deng Yu, who became more and more angry as he thought about it, couldn't control his emotions and shouted, "Is it that poor boy named Gao Yan? Who the hell is he, and he is worthy of snatching a woman from me? Hearing that Deng Yu knew about Gao Yan's existence, Shi Jianyue's expression changed slightly. Just when she was about to warn Deng Yu not to act recklessly, a voice suddenly sounded, I don't know who you are, but I know that you are really, it's not a good thing. It's really still the old society. I still think highly of you when you pursue Jiangyu openly, but you can only use some crooked means to threaten competitors with you like this. Even if my Jiangyu lives alone, I will consider you Jiangyu, don't you think so? While speaking, Gao Yan came to stand next to Shi Jianyue, reached out and grabbed Shi Jianyue's hand and interlocked her fingers. Shi Jianyue was very happy that Gao Yan came forward, but immediately, she felt a sense of worry in her heart, because she knew that Deng Yu was a very shameless person, and if Gao Yan provoked him like this, he might resort to deeds to deal with Gao Yan. As for Deng Yu, his eyes were widened at the moment. He had been pursuing Shi Jianyue for so long without even touching her hands. Now, this brat who suddenly appeared was actually intertwined with Shi Jianyue. Gradually, his breathing became rapid, and then he yelled at Gao Yan, boy, let me go. Does it have anything to do with me holding my girlfriend's hand? Gao Yan was not afraid at all, but instead said provocatively, you're looking for death. Deng Yu could no longer suppress the anger and hatred in his heart, and punched Gao Yan directly in the face. Careful. Shi Jianyue's expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously tried to block Gao Yan's punch. But Gao Yan moved faster and kicked the charging Deng Yu away. He hit the Mercedes-Benz G with a bang, causing a large dent in the car body. Waste. Seeing Deng Yu fall to the ground, he said with a sarcastic tone, the Yan who you found is no match for me, you actually dare to attack me, you are really stupid. As soon as he heard the word Yan who, Deng Yu quickly regained his composure. He slowly got up from the ground and stared at Gao Yan resentfully. After a while, he said quietly, Gao Yan, let's wait and see. What will you do for today's behavior? Regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Yu quickly climbed onto the big G and drove away. I kind of underestimate this rich second generation, Gao Yan said with some disappointment. He originally thought that in a fit of rage and impulsiveness, Deng Yu would directly admit to asking Yan who to deal with him, and he even started recording in advance. Unfortunately, the other party was not fooled. Although the recording cannot be used as evidence in court, if it is handed over to the police, it can also provide the police with a direction for investigation. Gao Yan, what happened to Yan who you just said? Did Deng Yu find someone to beat you? Shi Jianyue asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine, my skills are pretty good, Gao Yan said with a smile. I suspect that Deng Yu is the one looking for him, but there is no evidence. That's good. Shi Jianyue also breathed a sigh of relief, but a look of disgust immediately appeared on her face. I didn't expect that Deng Yu would still be stubborn. How about we call the police? It's no use. Gao Yan shook his head, the police have no evidence. The most they can do is ask him to cooperate with the investigation. They can't do anything to him. Okay, let's not mention this disgusting guy. Then what if he finds someone to deal with you in the future? Shi Jianyue asked worriedly. Don't worry, if I don't have any skills, how can I have the confidence to challenge him? I'm not stupid. Gao Yan smiled confidently. Then you should be more careful. Deng Yu's family is not simple. Shi Jianyue reminded. I know, I will. Gao Yan could feel that Shi Jianyue truly cared about him. Suddenly, Shi Jianyue remembered something. Gao Yan, why didn't I know you? Had such good skills before? You know, in high school, Gao Yan saw her being molested by a gangster and rushed to save the beauty, but was beaten by the gangster instead. At that time, she thought this boy was stupid, but she was inexplicably moved inside. Also, although Deng Yu is a rich second generation, he practices free fighting. A few people are no match for him. Today, he was kicked away by Gao Yan. This confirms that Gao Yan is very skilled. Good. Regarding this, Gao Yan was not nervous at all. Instead, he looked at Shi Jianyue seriously and said, I can't help it. Who calls you a beauty? You are so beautiful. If I am not good at it, I will not be able to face your suitor. I have no confidence, so since I graduated from high school, I have been practicing fighting hard, and after 2 years, the results are still good. I hate it, beauty is not a disaster. Shi Jianyue said coquettishly and punched Gao Yan in the chest, but she was extremely happy and proud inside. Because Gao Yan was actually willing to spend so much time learning fighting for her, and even defeated the Deng Yu who she hated. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt that the atmosphere was a little quiet. Turning around, he found Shi Jianyue looking at him dreamily. What's the matter? Gao Yan, thank you. Shi Jianyue said softly. Is there any reward? How about a kiss? Gao Yan joked. Suddenly, Shi Jianyue's face darkened, secretly blaming this guy for ruining the atmosphere. Gao Yan chuckled, took out his car key, and pressed it, and the lights of the Audi A4 2 meters away started flashing. Is this your car? Yes, I just bought one. Considering that it would be inconvenient to date you without a car, I bought one. Gao Yan said truthfully. Where did you get the money? Shi Jianyue asked, curiously. Of course I earned it myself. Gao Yan said shamelessly, in addition to studying in the past 2 years, I have also studied stocks. It happened that the market in the past 2 years was good and I made some money. I withdrew part of the money and opened a milk tea shop. I also bought a car. Car? You haven't suffered less in the past 2 years, have you? Shi Jianyue felt her eyes were a little moist, because she knew Gao Yan's family situation, and his family probably couldn't give him support, so he had to work hard on his own. Gao Yan chuckled and shook his head. It's not bitter at all, because I always have someone in my heart. Every time I think of her, I feel full of strength. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Shi Jianyue couldn't help but think about it. No wonder Gao Yan hadn't contacted her in the past 2 years. It turned out that he had been working hard and struggling silently for them to be together. Seeing Shi Jianyue, who was extremely moved, Gao Yan secretly screamed in shame. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have the confidence to say such things to Shi Jianyue. For a moment, he couldn't help but thank the system again. Other side. Deng Yu drove his car furiously on the road. He grabbed his cell phone and quickly dialed Uncle Da's number, and said bitterly, Uncle Da, the plan is ahead of schedule. It's best to let that kid become a vegetative state and become a waste lying in bed for the rest of his life. Master, I'm afraid this won't work. Uncle Da said in embarrassment. Li Feng is a martial arts practitioner and he is arrogant. If we want to change the plan, he may not be willing to agree. Deng Yu yelled, go to hell with your arrogance, I can't wait any longer. I Want him to take action right away. If that doesn't work, double the price. His damn old lady can't just treat his illness and not provide for his old age. Give him an extra for twice the money. I don't believe he's not interested. Okay, young master, I'm going to try it right now. Uncle De said helplessly. Half an hour later. Uncle De came to the hospital ward with 2 bodyguards. In the ward, a tall man was patiently waiting for an old man to eat. Li Feng couldn't help but frown when he noticed Uncle De's arrival. But he didn't pay attention to it. He didn't wait until the old man finished drinking the porridge and wiped her mouth thoughtfully before saying, "Mom, I have a friend who wants to ask me for something. Please go out." Li Feng got up and left the ward, walking straight to the end of the corridor. Uncle De waved to the 2 bodyguards, motioning them to stay where they were. And then followed him. "Why are you here? Didn't I already promise you?" Li Feng said with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry to bother you again. Things have changed. I hope you can take action in advance." Uncle De said in a low voice. "No." Li Feng decisively refused. If he took action today, he might be targeted by the police and he would not be able to participate in the boxing match tomorrow night. With his strength, he is not afraid of 5th Master Wei, but he has an old lady who is seriously ill, so he cannot break the contract for the scheduled boxing match. "Mr. Li, please don't refuse in a hurry. Please listen to what I have to say." Uncle De smiled slightly. If Mr. Li is willing to take action today, the reward can be doubled. In addition, we can also provide you with a hiding place so that you can successfully participate in the boxing match tomorrow night. "No need, I will complete what I promised you, but I won't do it today." Li Feng remained unmoved. He is also a proud man, and he had no choice but to accept Uncle De's employment, but he also doesn't want to be manipulated by others. Mr. Li's next words are a bit offensive, but Mr. Li might as well listen. Uncle De continued, "Although Mr. Li has raised enough medical expenses now, Mr. Wei Wu is not easy to deal with. You may not be able to escape from the boxing match tomorrow night. If something happens to you, who will come take care of your mother? But as long as you take action today, apart from the medical expenses, the remaining money can be used as your mother's pension. At the same time, we promise that after your mother recovers and is discharged from the hospital, we will send her safely away from Nandu. After all, no one can be sure that Mr. Wei Wu will not vent his hatred on your mother. He dares." Li Feng's eyes widened with murderous intent. "Mr. Li, please don't overestimate Mr. Wei Wu's lower limit. Your unwillingness to cooperate with him in fake punches has angered him. He hired experts from the Elephant Kingdom to deal with you and spent a lot of money. Even if you die, he may not be willing to give up, and your mother is your only relative. You said, if he wants to vent his hatred." Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes flashed, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Seeing this, Uncle De continued, "Does Mr. Li want to kill 5th Master Wei? When a man is angry, his blood will be splashed 5 times, so why not?" Li Feng said in a low voice. "It's useless." Uncle De shook his head. As the saying goes, there are 3 cunning rabbit holes. There have been many people who have tried to assassinate or outright kill the 5th Master Wei in recent years, but no one has been able to succeed. Although Mr. Li is strong, the 5th Master Wei is too cunning and cautious. How can you kill someone if you don't even know where he is?" Hearing this, Li Feng fell silent. Mr. Li, you might as well consider the old man's proposal. If you don't think about it, you have to think about your father. Uncle De persuaded again. Okay, I promise you. Li Feng's eyes flashed with confusion and depression. Suddenly, Uncle De couldn't help but laugh. He took out a bank card and handed it to Li Feng. There is 1 million in this card, and the password is 6 sixes. It is enough for your mother to spend her old age. Thank you. Li Feng's face turned red as he took the bank card. As the saying goes, a penny can't help a hero, even if he is a master of Chinese martial arts. At this time, Uncle De took out a mobile phone and handed it to Li Feng. By the way, Mr. Li also holds this mobile phone. We will send you the location of the target. After the task is completed, please destroy the mobile phone. By the way, when you do it, I hope Mr. Li can cover up his true appearance so that we can hide it for you. As for the hospital, we will also arrange for someone to take care of your mother, so that you have no worries at all. Thanks for reminding me, I understand. Li Feng nodded. Then Mr. Li, I'll take my leave first. Take the time to say goodbye to your mother. Uncle De left a few words and left quickly with the 2 bodyguards. To be honest, it would be safest to proceed according to the previous plan. Once Li Feng dies in the boxing match, there will be no evidence of his death. But the young master had to take action today. Although he was sure that Li Feng would not be exposed, no one was sure that there would be no accidents. But there was nothing he could do. Who calls Deng Yu a young master? He is just a slave. Other side. Gao Yanjing and Zhuo Jiangyue were floating on the sparkling lake. Every time she saw a fish swimming by the boat, Zhuo Jiangyue would reach out to catch it innocently. Floated on the lake for an hour. The sun above our heads gradually became hotter. So Gao Yan turned the oar and headed towards the shore. Suddenly, he had the feeling that he was being watched by a wild beast. Looking subconsciously, I found a tall man wearing a mask standing under the willow tree on the shore of the lake a few hundred meters away. But as soon as the figure flashed, the man disappeared. What a keen sense! On the shore of the lake, Li Feng frowned. He was observing the target from a few hundred meters away, but the other party was actually able to spot him. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. Soon. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue landed. Jiangyu, go to the KFC in front and buy me a Coke. After you buy it, wait for me there. I'll go to the toilet first. Okay, then hurry up. After watching Zhuo Jiangyue leave, Gao Yan hurried towards the toilet. Come out. When he came to the back of the toilet, Gao Yu shouted indifferently. Then, the tall man wearing a mask flashed out. Little brother, I was also entrusted by others, and I was offended. Li Feng had no intention of talking nonsense. He attacked Gao Yan as soon as he appeared, and he used Bajiquan. Boom! The opponent's elbow broke the airflow, and with a roar, it was like a hammer, heading straight for his chest. There are flowers hidden under the leaves. Gao Yan twisted his body, not only avoiding the opponent's attack, but also burrowing into the opponent's armpit with his palms like a swimming fish. Bang! The opponent staggered back, and even cracked the blue bricks under his feet. He exclaimed, Bagua fist. Good eyesight, come again. Gao Yan shouted softly, stepped on Bagua Yulong's step, and rushed forward with shaking arms. Bang bang bang. After several collisions, Gao Yan's palm lightly touched Li Feng's dantian. And with a burst of secret energy from his hand, he knocked the opponent away. And fell to the ground. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Li Feng's mouth, and he stared at Gao Yan. In horror, you have actually developed dark power. Tell me, who asked you to come? Gao Yan looked at the other person condescendingly. Li Feng was silent. If you don't tell me, then I'll have to call the police. Gao Yan frowned. At this time, Li Feng said in a hoarse voice, can you give me 2 days? If I don't die, I will come back to you in 2 days to apologize, and I can do whatever you want. Gao Yan stepped forward and took off Li Feng's mask, but the other party did not resist. May I have your name? Gao Yan asked. Li Feng said, my name is Li Feng, from Shangma village in Nandu. I have a boxing match tomorrow night. If I don't die, I will come to you. How can I trust you? Gao Yan asked again. This is my ID card, and the mortgage is with you. Li Feng took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took it and looked at it. Okay, I believe you once. Then, he slapped Li Feng on the lower abdomen to disperse the dark energy. Injected into his body, and then turned around and headed towards KFC. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his mind. How could a master of martial arts be so miserable? A dignified late Ming Jin could actually be reduced to being a thug? The author has something to say. Thanks. I came to see the sea for your wonderful writing. Thanks to Guanan Wu Yanzu for the flowers. Thank you all for the gold coins. Then, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. More than an hour ago, he had just kicked Deng Yu, and the other party immediately found a martial arts master to deal with him. No. Gao Yan shook his head secretly. He could see that this Bajiquan master named Li Feng was arrogant. It shouldn't be so easy for Deng Yu to make him do something. He should have wanted to use this Li Feng to deal with him a long time ago. But he kicked Deng Yu in the morning, so that the other party brought forward the plan. However, he has exposed the strength of the Dark Power Master today, and Deng Yu should not act rashly again. 2 attacks, can't just let it go. Thinking of this, he needs to understand the situation of the Deng family in detail, so as to formulate a targeted revenge plan. And the news about Deng Yu was provided by Song Yufei. So, does Song Yufei know the details of the Deng family? After playing happily with Shui Jiangyue for a day, Gao Yan drove Shui Jiangyue to the gate of Yangdong University. This time, Shui Jiangyue did not ask to get off nearby. She got off the car nearby because she was worried that Deng Yu would find out and take revenge on Gao Yan. Now that they have fallen out, there is no need for that. Let's buy some fruit and bring it back to your roommate? Gao Yan suddenly had an idea and said. No, I'll just buy some snacks later. Shui Jiangyue declined. No, you have to buy it. After all, I picked the most beautiful flower in your dormitory. I have to give you some compensation, right? You're annoying. You only know how to say nice things. The 2 of them went to the fruit supermarket hand in hand and picked some fruit. How about I take you directly to the downstairs of the dormitory, otherwise it will be very tiring. Gao Yan suggested again. Then I'll trouble you. He drove Shui Jiangyue to the girls' dormitory and watched his girlfriend enter the dormitory before he drove away. A thought came to his mind. Call up the system interface. Because of the shopping for several days in a row, Gao Yan is already familiar with several mobile phone stores. Therefore, he doesn't need to go to their store to get the goods now, they deliver them to his door. So, even if Gao Yan is not in the store today, he still sold 100 fruit phones. But it was just as he expected. He had squeezed the students dry a few days ago, and it was not until 4 p.m. today that he sold all 100 phones. Now it's a six-fold rebate. Therefore, the total profit brought to him by 100 mobile phones is 2.22 million, and there is still more than 1 million short, and his cash can reach 30 million. Do you want to buy a house? Gao Yan thought for a while. After thinking about it, he decided to wait for a while, and he also planned to create a discount online mall. Nandu is a provincial capital after all. Although the university town is a suburb, it is also a school district house. And the average house price is more than 30,000. And the house price in the city is also more than 20,000. To buy a house, you must pay it all at once, buy a villa. Therefore, it is better to use the money for entrepreneurship first, and it will not be too late to buy a house after the money in the stock market is withdrawn. After closing the system panel, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but it was marked as Jiangsu City in the southwest. So he picked up the phone. Gao Yan, it's me. I'm having dinner with my friends outside and I'm short of money. Please transfer 500 yuan to me. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew it was Gao Lang. Gao Yan was speechless. The other party had already fallen out with him last time, and he also blocked his phone number and WeChat. He didn't expect that the other party would have the nerve to call him and ask for money. However, with the change of mentality, Gao Yan did not directly confront him, but asked, "Is 500 yuan enough?" Gao Lang on the other end of the phone was stunned, and then hurriedly asked, "How much can you give?" "I just made 2,000 yuan from my part-time job, how about I give you 1,000 yuan? How can 1,000 be okay? Give me 1,500 yuan, don't worry, I will say good things about you in front of my parents." Gao Lang said proudly, but he cursed Gao Yan in his heart. If he wanted him to help say good things, he would wait for the next life. Gao Yan, okay, I'll deposit money in the bank now. I'll transfer it to you. After I deposit it. Gao Lang, then hurry up. Gao Yan, okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan couldn't help but sneer. Southwest, Jiangsu City. After finishing the call, Gao Lang stepped back into the private room and said, with a proud face, "Brothers, if there are not enough dishes and wine, keep ordering. Don't save money for me." After hearing what Gao Lang said, the young people in the private room were not polite at all. They quickly ordered a few more hard dishes and 2 bottles of white wine worth more than 200 yuan. Gao Yan came to the store to inspect it and left. The main reason was that the milk tea shop was too well staffed. The employees of the 2 new stores in the city were all learning here. Seeing that he couldn't help much, Gao Yan went back to the rental house. Then he contacted Song Yufei on WeChat and asked him if he had detailed information about the Deng family. Unexpectedly, the other party called directly. Song Yufei, Gao Yan, why do you want the information about the Deng family? Is Deng Yu causing trouble for you? Gao Yan, I want to prepare for a rainy day. I want to know more about the Deng family. Song Yufei, I have the information about the Deng family, but what do you want in exchange? Gao Yan, well, I don't know what you want either. Just tell me. Song Yufei, then you owe me a favor? Gao Yan, no, my favor is not valuable. How about this, I will give you a bag worth 50,000 yuan, or you can choose it yourself. I will pay for it within 100,000 yuan. Favors may seem cheap, but sometimes they are extremely valuable. Song Yufei, no, I want you to owe me a favor. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan still chose to agree. Then Song Yufei asked him to send him an email. About 20 minutes later, a piece of information was received in Gao Yan's mailbox. Click on this information and check it carefully. After reading the information of the Deng family, Gao Yan felt a little heavy. The strength of the Deng family was beyond his imagination. Even if he had a system, it would be difficult to defeat the other party in a short time. First of all, the Deng family runs many industries. For example, real estate, hotels, supermarkets, restaurants, entertainment, investment, etc. The real estate industry occupies an absolute share in the Deng family. First of all, the Deng family is the major shareholder of Wanlong Group, owning 17% of the shares, worth about 30 billion. The fact that Wanlong Group can reach its current scale and the achievements of the chairman of Wanlong Group can be achieved today are inseparable from the investment and support of the Deng family. Secondly, the Deng family also has its own real estate company. However, unlike the direction of Wanlong Group, the Deng family's real estate company mainly develops villa-type properties. More than 90% of the shares of this real estate company are in the hands of the Deng family. Although the market value is far less than that of Wanlong Group, it has reached about 80 billion. Adding other industries, the assets of the Deng family are definitely over 100 billion. Moreover, the Deng family is still a long-established local force. The network of contacts is quite extensive. If it were an ordinary wealthy family, Deng Yu would have been dealt with long ago for being so reckless, but Deng Yu is still safe and sound. Therefore, Gao Yan's desire to use commercial means to deal with the Deng family is simply the difficulty of hell. Of course, he has no intention of giving up. He is weak alone to deal with the Deng family. When he develops, he can form an alliance. Because in Yangdong province, the Deng family also has many enemies. For this, Gao Yan had to give Song Yufei a thumbs up. She even sent him the information of the enemy of the Deng family. One favor is not a loss. So, he expressed his gratitude to Song Yufei on WeChat again. Inside the rental house, a quick phone ring sounded again. It was Gao Lang calling again. Gao Yan answered the phone calmly. Suddenly, Gao Lang's roaring voice sounded, "Gao Yan, what the hell is wrong with you? Why haven't you transferred the money to me yet? I'm still waiting for the money to settle the bill." Facing Gao Lang's questioning, Gao Yan apologized. "Gao Lang, I'm sorry, there is a problem with the ATM near the school and it can't be used. I was going to deposit it in the city, but the school teacher suddenly asked me for something and delayed it. Now I'm on the bus to the city. Wait for me for more than 10 minutes, and I should be able to transfer the money to you." Gao Lang, then hurry up, I'll give you another 20 minutes. If you don't transfer the money to me, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. Hearing this, Gao Yan sneered, but said, "Don't worry, there will be no problem in 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan decisively blocked this number as well. If Gao Lang had been a little more respectful and polite to his adopted brother and given him some money, it would have been fine. But Gao Lang never treated him as a brother. He ordered him around and scolded him when he was not happy. The most disgusting thing was that he liked to complain to his adoptive mother. And his adoptive mother was always indiscriminate. As long as Gao Lang complained, she would definitely teach Gao Yan a lesson. He was not an ungrateful person. Although his adopted parents did not treat him well, they raised him and sent him to college. He planned to go back to his hometown after the summer vacation and have a frank talk with his adoptive parents to completely break away from that family. As for the money his adoptive parents had spent on him over the years, he would pay it back double. It must be said that Gao Lang was quite resilient when it came to asking for money. Gao Yan had clearly blocked that number. 20 minutes later, he called again from another number. Gao Yan, are you kidding me? Gao Yan smiled. Yes, you just found out? This made Gao Lang furious, and he started to curse wildly. Gao Yan was too lazy to listen, so he hung up the phone and blocked it again. A few minutes later, the foster mother called. It is estimated that Gao Lang complained to his foster mother again. After the last call, Gao Yan was completely disappointed with his foster mother. Even if he answered the phone, he would face accusations and scolding. So, Gao Yan had no intention of answering the phone and hung up directly. This made the foster mother far away in Jiangsu City very angry. While cursing Gao Yan, she called again. But Gao Yan still hung up. The foster mother, who was furious, had to send a message to scold Gao Yan. Looking at these hurtful words, if it were usual, he would definitely feel unusually uncomfortable. But the repeated unequal treatment and overly hurtful words had already worn away Gao Yan's feelings for his adoptive parents. Moreover, he had already planned to completely leave this family. In his eyes, his adoptive parents were just better than strangers. Therefore, he was able to treat it calmly. He just deleted the message and ignored it, thinking that the milk tea shops in Hengda Plaza and Wanlong Plaza would open. On Monday, Gao Yan called the managers and store managers of several mobile phone stores and asked them to help prepare a batch of mobile phones. At this moment, Zijin Lake Villa community. Uncle Da stood in front of Deng Yu respectfully, with a bit of bitterness on his face. Master, our people have found Li Feng. According to him, Gao Yan is a master of dark power. Dark power master, how could that boy be a dark power master? Deng Yu said with a surprised face. Dark power masters are not cabbages. As far as he knows, there is only one dark power master. The other party is the captain of his father's bodyguard team. Not only does he have an annual salary of 12 million, but he can also enjoy a certain amount of dividends from their company. The other party's name is Liang Feng, who is 48 years old. According to his father, he was able to invite Liang Feng as a bodyguard because his grandfather had done a favor to him. Otherwise, let alone an annual salary of 12 million, even if the salary was doubled, he would not be able to invite Liang Feng. And the strength of the Dark Power Master is also quite abnormal. He has resolved the assassination crisis against his father several times and effectively deterred those enemies who wanted to attack his Deng family. Uncle Da continued, Li Feng shouldn't lie. Master, the plan against Gao Yan may have to be put on hold. Even though the Deng family has a dark power master like Liang Feng, Gao Yan is young. He entered the dark power at the age of 20. Maybe he will become a master of Huajin in the future. Once he becomes a master of Huajin, it will be a disaster for the Deng family. Is there any way to let Uncle Liang take action to deal with the other party? Deng Yu asked tentatively. Uncle Da was shocked and quickly persuaded, Master, it's better not to. Why? Deng Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. Uncle Da analyzed, first, Liang Feng may not be able to defeat Gao Yan. After all, if he can't beat him, he can still escape. In this way, we will become mortal enemies. Secondly, Gao Yan has become a dark power master at such a young age. Will there be a stronger existence behind him? If we beat the younger one, the older one may pop out. There is another possibility that he may have a relationship with a martial arts family. If Gao Yan is from a martial arts family, our entire Deng family may be buried with him. Master, with your background, you can get any woman you want. Why do you have to become mortal enemies for a woman and a dark power master? If I don't go against him, he may not let me go. Deng Yu said with a grim expression. Master, find a chance to resolve this grudge. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Uncle De persuaded, after all, our Deng family is not made of clay. Although you arranged people to attack him twice, you didn't cause him any damage. As long as you are sincere and pay a certain price, the other party may not be unwilling to resolve this grudge. Deng Yu's face changed several times, and finally waved his hand depressedly. Okay, let's do it. You call Lao Su and ask him to arrange 2 clean people to be sent here. I want to relieve my anger. Because the Deng family has only one heir, his father told him some secrets. After he became an adult, including martial arts families. Martial arts families may not be as rich as their Deng family. However, it is best not to provoke these martial arts families, because these martial arts families may not care much about the law. Once you provoke the other party, you may die without anyone noticing. The next morning, the morning light spread all over the earth. Gao Yan drove to the agency. Han Yumei has helped him find several office buildings that meet his requirements in the past few days. The 2 parties agreed to visit today. Han Yumei was very attentive to Gao Yan, a big customer. Knowing that Gao Yan was coming soon, she stood at the door of the agency, waiting. Then, under the guidance of Han Yumei, they came to an office building in the high-tech zone. This office building was built 2 years ago, and the current occupancy rate is not high. There was also a property manager named Zhong Maoxin accompanying them to view the house. They were looking at the 15th floor of this office building, which is just over 1,000 square meters. After the visit, the rent issue was mentioned. Zhong Maoxin's quotation was 2 yuan per square meter per day. Based on 1,000 square meters, the daily rent is 2,000 yuan, which is 60,000 yuan a month and 720,000 yuan a year. Han Yumei was still quite attentive and prepared the information in advance. Gao Yan had already seen it on the way here. So he said, Manager Zhong, this floor has been vacant for more than half a year, and because of the geographical location, it is not easy to rent out this floor. Hearing this, Zhong Maoxin knew that Gao Yan came prepared. What does Mr. Gao mean? Zhong Maoxin asked tentatively. If it's 1.5 yuan, I can sign the contract today. Gao Yan said. Zhong Maoxin smiled bitterly, Mr. Gao, this price is too low. A few days ago, there was a company that failed to take it even though it offered 1.6 yuan. Don't rush to refuse. Gao Yan waved his hand, if you are willing to rent it to me at a price of 1.5 yuan, I can sign a 5-year contract and I will pay the rent once a year. This is convenient for you and me. After all, there are not many companies that can rent such a large area at one time. Even if there are, they can't sign such a long contract with you. Even if you rent it at 2 yuan, once there is a window period of several months, the loss will be great. Manager Zhong. Don't you think so? Zhong Maoxin was also quite tempted. Gao Yan made sense. There were indeed not Many companies that could take over the entire floor. As for those top companies, they would not consider this place at all. Wouldn't it be better for them to rent an office building directly in the CBD? After all, they are not short of that little money. So, he said, Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. I will call the leader to report. And see what the leader means? Okay, Manager Zhong, whatever, let's continue to visit. Gao Yan nodded, and it was estimated that this matter was almost done. Author's words. Thanks to Chimail Book Friend _103148101529, Xinhataya, Liangqing, Sungurans. Good luck, Koi, urging talismans and flowers. Thanks to everyone for the gold coins. After a while, Zhong Maoxin came over after the call and said with a smile, Mr. Gao, after I communicated with the leader, he basically agreed to your conditions, but he also has a condition. Please speak. Gao Yan looked at the other party and said. The leader means that if it is 1.5 yuan per square meter, the annual rent will increase by 5%. That won't work. Gao Yan shook his head decisively. It is undeniable that the housing prices in our country are rising every year, but the market for office buildings is not very good. If I remember correctly, compared with last year, this year's office building market has dropped a lot. If it increases by 5% every year, wouldn't I become a sucker? What does Mr. Gao mean? Zhong Maoxin asked back. He knew that Gao Yan would never agree to such conditions. How about this? Gao Yan thought for a while and said, 1.5 yuan this year, 1.6 yuan tomorrow. And a 10-cent increase every year? 1 cent more per square meter means an extra 100 yuan a day, and more than 36,000 yuan in rent a year. Zhong Maoxin still thinks Gao Yan's proposal is good. The high-tech zone is not very popular, and the prices of office buildings are a bit inflated. So, Zhong Maoxin said again, excuse me, what type of company does Gao Xiao plan to open? Gao Yan said, Internet company, conservatively estimated to invest 1 billion. In the first year. Really? Zhong Maoxin's eyes lit up. The reason why the high-tech zone has not developed is mainly because there are no famous companies. If Gao Yan really invests 1 billion in the first year, it will definitely not be a small-scale business. Once Gao Yan's company is established, it will be a role model for the high-tech zone. So, he said, Gao Xiao, please wait a moment, I will call the leader to report soon. Zhong Maoxin returned after the call, Gao Xiao, the leader agrees with your proposal in principle, but the leader has a requirement that you must invest more than 300 million in the first year. This needs to be written into the contract. If Gao Xiao achieves the investment target, we can maintain the original rent for the next few years. Gao Yan agreed after a little consideration. Because he originally planned to make the discounted online mall his main business in the future. So, both parties signed the contract happily, and the property management gave Gao Yan 15 days to complete the renovation. Manager Zhong, do you have any good recommendations for headhunting companies? After signing the contract, Gao Yan asked Zhong Maoxin. Yes. Zhong Maoxin said quickly, I have the phone number of the vice president of the largest headhunting company in Nandu, and I will send it to you now. Thank you. Then, he exchanged a few words with Zhong Maoxin, followed Han Yumei to the agency to settle the agency fee, and then called the headhunting company to tell him his requirements. Then he drove to the milk tea shop to check the progress of the renovation. Unexpectedly, he was stopped as soon as he entered Wanlong Plaza. Is there something wrong, old man? Gao Yan looked at the gray-haired Uncle Da and asked, suspiciously. I am Chen Da, I have met Mr. Gao. Can Mr. Gao move over to talk? Uncle Da said politely. We don't know each other, right? Gao Yan frowned. Uncle Da replied, I don't know him, but there is a misunderstanding between my young master and Mr. Gao. I came here to apologize to Mr. Gao. You mean Deng Yu? Gao Yan's face turned cold. Yes, Mr. Gao. Uncle Da nodded, our young master has realized his mistake, so he sent me to apologize. Why didn't he come by himself? Gao Yan sneered. When he heard this, Uncle Da's face flashed with embarrassment. In fact, he also persuaded Deng Yu to come and apologize in person, but Deng Yu couldn't let go of that face. In order to solve the worries, he had to come forward. Mr. Gao, although my young master didn't come in person, he really wanted to resolve the grievances between the two of us. Uncle Da said sincerely. Oh, how do you want to resolve it? Gao Yan said lightly. After learning about the power of the Deng family, he didn't want to confront them immediately, so he didn't plan to take action. I didn't expect the other party to come to apologize. He immediately guessed that it was probably because Deng Yu learned from Li Feng about his strength as a dark force warrior and felt apprehensive. Mr. Gao, can you please move over to discuss in detail? Uncle Da invited him again. Okay. After a while, the two came to a private room in a cafe on the 4th floor. Now, you can talk, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Uncle Da took out a brocade box and handed it over, saying, Mr. Gao, this is one of our young master's apologies. Why not open it and take a look? Gao Yan opened the brocade box with doubts, but inside was a bank card. Uncle Da introduced, Mr. Gao, there are 10 million in this card. I hope you can accept it. Then, he took a file bag from the bodyguard and put it in front of Gao Yan. This is a set of transfer documents for a villa worth 18 million. As long as Mr. Gao signs, he can immediately go through the transfer procedures. Your young master is really generous, Gao Yan said lightly. If he hadn't obtained the system, he would definitely be ecstatic when faced with 10 million in cash and a villa worth nearly 20 million. But now, he seemed very calm. At this moment, he was considering whether to accept or reject. He had only had one direct encounter with Deng Yu, but he could tell that he was a vindictive guy. He apologized because of his strength as a dark energy warrior. Once he was sure of dealing with him in the future, he would definitely continue to attack him without hesitation. And he himself did not have the strength and capital to fight with the Deng family, so he also needed time to develop. Therefore, accepting Deng Yu's apology would have more advantages than disadvantages. Moreover, he could use the money to upgrade the system. Uncle Da was a little confused about Gao Yan's thoughts, and smiled. Mr. Gao is already a dark energy master at a young age, and he can expect to become a power master in the future. Naturally, our Deng family does not want to be an enemy of someone like Mr. Gao. By the way, Mr. Gao, there is a third apology. Please accept it. While speaking, Uncle Da handed over a card inlaid with diamonds. He said, this is the diamond card of Tianyun Club, and there are no more than 10 diamond cards of Tianyun Club in the whole Nandu. If Mr. Gao is interested, I can send you the services that the diamond card can enjoy. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, I accept your young master's apology. You can tell your young master not to harass my girlfriend again in the future. Otherwise, no matter how much apology he gives, I will not reconcile and will make him pay a heavy price. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Uncle De also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for your understanding, and please rest assured that my young master will also retreat when he meets Miss Xue in the future. That's good. Gao Yan nodded. Afterwards, Gao Yan signed his name on the villa transfer agreement. Uncle De promised to send all kinds of certificates to him within 3 days. And at the same time, he would send him the services that the diamond card of Tianyun Club can enjoy. After Uncle De left, the prompt sound of system upgrade also sounded. Soon, the system completed the upgrade and reached LV7. The return multiplier was increased to 7 times, and accordingly, the upgrade experience was also increased to 100 million. In addition, the system also awarded an intermediate lottery and 2 attributes. System, start the lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Hearing the system's announcement, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He didn't expect that this intermediate lottery would actually open such a good thing. Gao Yan never dreamed that a superpower would be revealed in an intermediate lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the primary golden eye. The next moment, a golden light directly penetrated into Gao Yan's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt that his eyes began to feel sore and swollen. And tears flowed horizontally. He knew that this was the system reshaping his eyes. After about 10 seconds, the discomfort disappeared. Taking a tissue to wipe away his tears, he began to read the information about golden eyes in his mind. First of all, the power he obtained is only elementary. The scanning range is 1 meter. The target is dead. The number of uses per day is 10 times. Thinking of this, Gao Yan urged his golden eyes to look at the coffee cup on the table. Suddenly, a series of images flashed in his mind, and soon after, he learned the origin, year of manufacture, and even the value of the coffee cup. If you use the golden eye ability to pick up antiques, it will be difficult to catch an eye. Unfortunately, it can only be used 10 times a day. Can the system, golden eyes, be upgraded? Gao Yan asked. System, okay. Gao Yan asked again, how to upgrade? System, draw an upgrade card, or draw 2 more elementary golden pupils and fuse them to upgrade, or draw an intermediate golden eye directly. Anyway, the golden pupil has 10 opportunities to be used every day, so it would be a waste if it is not used. Gao Yanqing had the idea of going to the antique street to pick up missing items. By the way, it is worth mentioning that his assets have exceeded 100 million. The total value of Deng Yu's compensation reached 38 million. Among them, 10 million in cash, 18 million in villas, and that diamond card is actually worth 10 million. Gao Yan didn't expect that not only money could be returned, but even objects would be converted into corresponding money for rebate points. Therefore, the system directly returned him 228 million. This directly caused his wealth to soar to 260 million plus. I have to say, it feels great when your enemies make themselves stronger. As for the 2 attribute points awarded by the system, Gao Yan directly added them to the physical constitution, bringing the physical constitution to 92 points. The renovation progress of the milk tea shop is very good. It will be completed this afternoon. So, he called Zhang Qin and Lu Ran respectively and asked them to bring someone over to clean the 2 milk tea shops this afternoon after the decoration was completed. He also directed the workers to install various milk tea machines so that they Can open tomorrow. Gao Yan drove to the antique street of Nandu City. Although he obtained golden eyes, Gao Yan was still a novice when it came to antiques. Therefore, after arriving at the antique street, he used his golden eyes on 5 seemingly antiques. The results are touching. These 5 antiques that he was quite optimistic about were all modern handicrafts. The shortest one only took 3 days to make. This shows how deep the water in the antiques industry is. However, the ones he scouted were street stalls. He decided to change the mode. So I walked into a large antique store in my photo. The name of this antique shop is also very grand, called Jubiozai. The store is divided into 2 floors. After Gao Yan entered the store, the fat shopkeeper lying on the taishers chair just said in a nonchalant manner, "Your Majesty, please do as you please," and ignored him. Therefore, Gao Yan used his golden eyes on 3 antiques that seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. Then secretly called "Good Guy." Unexpectedly, the antique store also sells handicrafts. However, the antiques in the antique shop look more real and deceptive, and the manufacturing process is also much more complicated. For example, a jade pendant he examined with a golden eye was soaked in sheep blood and urine, and then buried in the soil for a few seconds. It was taken out a month ago. Never mind. Gao Yan decisively left. The fat shopkeeper didn't try to stay either. Because in his opinion, a young man like Gao Yan is not a serious buyer at all. He is probably the kind of stickman who has just entered the industry and only wants to make a fortune by picking up leaks. Even a rookie would call him this kind of person. Not on. There is one chance left to use. Gao Yan was about to find an antique that pleased his eyes, use the golden eyes for the last time and escape. But I happened to hear a piece of news. But it was someone from Hanyun Shifeng on this street who discovered ice jade. He only had a vague idea of jade Gao Yan because it was mentioned in the novels he had read. But he only remembered the glass imperial green. With curiosity, he followed the 2 people into Hanyun Stone Square. At the same time, he also took out his mobile phone to search for knowledge about jade. The introduction about jade on the internet is very complicated, but Gao Yan's memory and understanding are now quite amazing. After summarizing and absorbing this knowledge, he can barely understand the grades of jade. The value of jade mainly depends on species, water, color, clarity, and workmanship. The species refers to the structure and texture, and is divided into glass species, ice species, waxy species, and bean species. Among them, the glass species has the highest value and the bean species has the lowest value. Water refers to transparency. Color refers to color, and imperial green is the top jade color. Clarity refers to the absence of flaws. The final craft is carving. With the same materials, jade jewelry carved by apprentices will definitely not be as valuable as jade jewelry carved by masters. At this moment, most of the people in Gambling Stone Square were gathered in Jieshur district. There are almost hundreds of people watching the stone interpretation. It's gone up again. At this time, a burst of exclamation came. Gao Yan also moved closer, and squeezed forward despite the glares of several people, and found a stone exfoliating master shining a bright flashlight into the newly cut interface. Stop cutting it. Wei Hingjing Jewelry received 3 million yuan for this rough stone. A middle-aged man shouted loudly. It's okay to pay 3 million for such a big piece of ice. Ardafu Jewelry offer is 4 million. 4.2 million. 4.5 million. Looking at the rapidly soaring price, Lu Dong, the owner of this rough stone, was so excited that his hands trembled. Today he has solved 5 rough stones, and the first 5 have all collapsed. And more than 500,000 yuan has been wasted. Unexpectedly, he finally made a desperate move and bought a promising rough stone that actually rose sharply. Not to mention getting your money back in one fell swoop, you can also make millions. Soon. Dafu Jewelry was more confident and raised the price to 5.2 million, forcing others to withdraw. Mr. Lu, do you still want to cut it? Master Jiasher asked Lu Dong. He was a frequent customer of this stone gambling shop and Master Jiasher was already familiar with it. Hearing this, Lu Dong showed a tangled look. If he opens another store, the price of this rough jadeite stone will definitely increase by 1 or 2 million. Of course, if nothing is opened, the value of this rough stone will also decrease. At this time, Gao Yan took a step forward, just 1 meter away from the rough stone, and then he activated the golden eyes for the last time. His eyes penetrated directly through the stone skin and saw through the entire rough stone. It was discovered that under the 3 centimeters of stone skin, there was actually a piece of ice jade that was completely integrated. And golden eyes also gave the price, 15 million. Immediately, Gao Yan had an idea and said to Lu Dong, I'll give you 6 million, will you sell it? Little brother, aren't you a little unscrupulous in what you do? The manager of Dafu Jewelry said with a frown. Why don't you pay attention to it? They haven't agreed to sell it to you. If you're not convinced, just increase the price. Gao Yan said lightly. 6 million and 2 million. The manager of Dafu Jewelry also lost his temper. 7 million. Gao Yan smiled and said, if you continue to bid, I will give it to you. But the manager of Dafu Jewelry was hesitant. Although the possibility of finding ice jadeite from this rough stone was very high, there was still a certain risk. He bid 5.2 million because the master carvers behind Dafu Jewelry can still make a fortune after making high-quality jewelry even if they don't make money from raw jade. But now, this guy who suddenly appeared has raised the price to 7 million. Even if his family has a master engraver, he can't make any money and will probably still lose money. At the same time, he was a little more curious about Gao Yan's origins. To be able to spend 7 million at such a young age is probably not an ordinary family. Since this little brother is willing to bid 7 million, we, Dafu Jewelry, can withdraw. Thanks. Gao Yan was not aggressive, and then looked at Lu Dong. Mr. Lu, are you willing to transfer this rough stone to me for 7 million? Originally, Lu Dong was prepared to sell it at a price, but now that Dafu Jewelry has withdrawn, and the price has increased by 1.8 million from the original price, he was already very satisfied, so he smiled and said, okay, I am willing to transfer. The author has something to say. Thanks to Pateo Laozu and Lao Fu for coming to see the sea for the reminder. Thank you all for the gold coins. Hong Yun Shifang has a ready-made contract. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes, both parties signed a formal transfer agreement. Gao Yan also asked for Lu Dong's card number and transferred 7 million from the system account to the other party. Seeing that 7 million had arrived, Lu Dong almost danced with joy. His attitude towards Gao Yan also became more and more enthusiastic and respectful. After all, a young man who could easily spend 7 million with his wealth and background was not simple, so he was worthy of fawning over him. Young Master Gao, do you want to continue cutting this rough stone? Master Jiesher asked politely. Give me an opening on every side. Gao Yan said decisively. Okay, wait a moment. Master Jiesher responded and started working. The guests in Gambling Stone Square also quickly gathered over. Soon, another hole opened. After rinsing with clean water, the crowd screamed again. Because it has increased again. Seeing this scene, Lu Dong felt a little disappointed for some reason. Master Gao, do you want to sell this rough stone? Our Dafu Jewelry offer is 8 million, said the manager of Dafu Jewelry. Upon hearing this, everyone around him looked envious. Previously, Gao Yan spent 7 million to buy the rough stone, and many people thought he was taken advantage of. But now, only a few minutes have passed. The rough stone received for 7 million yuan immediately increased by 1 million yuan. As for the previous owner of the rough stone, Lu Dong also looked annoyed. If he had cut it one more time and sold it, he would have made an extra million. Not for sale. Gao Yan said, of course, if you are willing to pay 12 million, I can consider it. Upon hearing this, the manager of Dafu Jewelry was choked up. At Gao Yan's signal, the stone master continued to open the other side of the original stone. Soon, new openings appeared. Then, it skyrocketed again. The people present were almost divided, they were so jealous. As for Lu Dong, his fists were clenched tightly and his eyes were a little red. He regretted it. Young Master Gao, 10 million, as long as you are willing to sell it, I will arrange a transfer immediately. Dafu Jewelry manager looked excited. Although there is still an opening that has not been opened, it is now basically certain that this rough stone will be sold in large quantities. Keep cutting. Gao Yan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and ordered Master Jiesher to open the last hole. The results are obvious. The last hole was opened, and it was still jade. At this time, the manager of Dafu Jewelry did not make another offer, because the result was already clear, so it would be better to wait for Gao Yan to cut out the jade before discussing the acquisition. It took another half an hour for Master Jiesher to cut out the entire piece of jadeite. It was a seamless piece of ice jadeite with a relatively pure color. Then, the manager of Dafu Jewelry directly offered 14 million. At the same time, he also had some regrets. If he had promised Gao Yan to win it for 12 million, he would still have made a lot of money. As for Lu Dong, the joy of receiving a huge sum of 7 million has completely disappeared, leaving only endless annoyance and even a bit of resentment towards Gao Yan. If he insists on cutting out the jade, he will get not 7 million, but more than 14 million. 15 million, we Hingjin Jewelry want this piece of jade. At this time, a woman's voice sounded. Gao Yan felt that the voice sounded familiar, and turned around to see that it was Tang Yi. What is different from the last time we met is that today's Tang Yi is dressed completely different from the last time. Today she is wearing a professional OL suit, paired with black stockings and high heels, which makes her look like a royal sister. Our Dafu Jewelry offer is 15.5 million, the manager of Dafu Jewelry frowned. 16 million. Tang Yi didn't even look at the manager of Dafu Jewelry, but said to Gao Yan, Mr. Tang, you are raising the price maliciously. The manager of Dafu Jewelry said dissatisfied. Tang Yi glanced at the other party lightly and said in a contemptuous tone, You, a copycat jewelry company, have what qualifications to compete with this lady? You. When the manager of Defuk Jewelry heard this, his cheeks suddenly turned red, because there is a very famous jewelry company called Chow Tai Fuk. Their company is called Defuk Jewelry, and it is indeed suspected of being a copycat. What are you doing? If you don't continue to quote, get out of my way. Don't delay this lady's business discussion, Tang Yi said very domineeringly. Then, the manager of Dafu Jewelry left in despair. Because he knew that if he continued to stay here, he would be humiliating himself. Although Tang Yi just took over Hengjin Jewelry not long ago, her drastic reforms have already squeezed out a lot of Dafu Jewelry's market. How about Gao Yan? Do you want to sell this piece of jade? Tang Yi looked at Gao Yan and asked with a smile. Sell? Gao Yan said decisively, no matter who he sells to, it is not a sale. Besides, Tang Yi's arrival made him an extra million, so why not do it? Then, under the witness of Hong Yunshi Fang, the two parties signed the jade transfer agreement again. After signing the contract, Tang Yi immediately asked someone to transfer the money. Soon, 16 million will be credited directly to the account. The system rebates are also here, with 7 times the rebate amounting to 112 million. His total assets have also successfully exceeded 300 million, and are only just over 10 million short of breaking 400 million. I'll buy you coffee, are you free? After the transaction was completed, Tang Yi Chao Gao Yan sent out an invitation. She suddenly became curious about Gao Yan. She had read Gao Yan's information a long time ago, and it was impossible for him to take out 7 million to buy the raw stone. But he took it out anyway. So, where did his money come from? In fact, he was more curious about where Gao Yan's hot pot base recipe came from. In addition, he suspected that Gao Yan's attainments in gambling on stones were not simple. Why was he so confident? Wasn't he worried that 7 million would go down the drain? In fact, she had already come when Gao Yan started to cut the stone. She found that from beginning to end, Gao Yan did not show any nervousness or worry, as if he was sure that this raw stone would rise sharply. Even she could not remain absolutely calm in this situation. Sorry, Sister Tang, I have something else to do. Let's do it next time. Gao Yan politely refused. He didn't think that he and Tang Yi would have any topics to talk about. He estimated that the other party wanted to find out some secrets from him. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal, Tang Yi frowned slightly. Are you still blaming me for what happened last time? Yes. Gao Yan smiled and said, he is a little narrow-minded. Although he will not retaliate against Tang Yi, can't he even have some emotions? Don't tell him about mind and temperament. You can't show it when you are angry, and you have to pretend to be indifferent. At least he can't do it now. Hearing Gao Yan's answer, Tang Yi was stunned. To be honest, Gao Yan's answer was really beyond her expectations. Sorry, I apologize to you for what happened last time. No need, you have already apologized last time, I'll leave first. Watching Gao Yan leave, Tang Yi smiled and whispered, what an interesting boy. Leaving the antique street, Gao Yan did not go to school, but went to Xinhua bookstore to buy more than 20 books in one go. Some of the books he bought were about antique appraisal, some were about jade, and some were about stock trading and finance. Although he has golden eyes, he can directly see whether antiques are real or fake, and whether there is jade in the raw stone. But he still needs to understand the corresponding knowledge. In addition, he is learning very fast now, so it is not a bad thing to master more knowledge. It was almost noon, and the bookstore was only 1 kilometer away from Yongdong Science Department. So Gao Yan put all the books he bought in the trunk and drove to Yangdong Science College. Soon, Gao Yan dialed Shi Jianyue's phone number. But she didn't answer. After a few minutes, the other party called back. I'm sorry Gao Yan, I was with my tutor just now, and it's not convenient to answer the phone. By the way, are you okay? Gao Yan, I happen to be near your school and want to have lunch with you. Shi Jianyue, then you will be disappointed. My mentor and I went to the county town below. Otherwise, you owe me a meal? Gao Yan, don't wait until the time comes. By the way, is your instructor male or female? Shi Jianyue, what, are you jealous? But before Gao Yan could answer, Shi Jianyue explained, don't worry, my tutor is a woman, the youngest associate professor at our Yangdong University. Her name is Qin Yiren, you can search it on our school's official website too. Her message? Gao Yan, okay, just be careful. Shi Jianyue, yes, I understand. Okay, I won't say any more. My instructor is urging me to call you when I return to Nandu. Since Shi Jianyue is not at school. Gao Yan turned around at the next intersection and planned to go back to the rental house to cook for himself. To be honest, he kind of misses super spiced dishes. In a rental house, Gao Yan has already prepared 3 dishes. 1 portion of potato braised pork ribs, 1 portion of spicy cabbage and 1 portion of pickled cabbage and vermicelli soup. The food had just been brought to the table, but I hadn't had time to serve myself some food. There was a knock on the door. Get up and open the door. Seeing the pretty Lin Moer standing outside, Gao Yan smiled slightly, come in. Thank you, brother Gao Yan. Lin Moer smiled sweetly. Serve yourself. Okay. Lin Moer was not polite, ran to the kitchen and got a pair of bowls and chopsticks, filled herself a large bowl, and then started to eat happily. Today is the weekend, your mother is not at home? Gao Yan asked. Lin Moer had a piece of pork ribs stuffed in her mouth. She spit out the bones and swallowed the meat before saying, the company needs her to deal with emergencies. Gao Yan nodded and said nothing more, because he found that Lin Moer a snack foodie, focused on eating. 20 minutes later. 1 meat, 1 vegetable and 1 soup were completely wiped out by the 2 of them, and not even half of the pot of rice was left. Gao Yan's physical fitness has improved by more than 20 points than before. And his food intake has at least doubled. Lin Moer, a young girl, is also very good at eating. She actually ate 3 bowls of rice. Wow, the food at Brother Gao Yan's house is so delicious. I really want to eat it forever. Lin Moer leaned back on the chair, contentedly, and touched her slightly bulging belly. However, she immediately realized that her actions were a bit inelegant, so she quickly put down her hands and sat up straight. Let's do this. Whenever I cook in the future, I will make an extra portion. If you smell the aroma, come right over. Gao Yan said with a smile. He also likes Lin Moer, a girl who is pretty and delicate in appearance, but also has a straightforward and charming personality. Silly, it's so annoying that I can't stand it. Of course, this kind of love is not the love that a man has for a woman, but the love that a brother has for his sister. That's so embarrassing. Lin Moer said a little shyly. It doesn't matter, you just wash the dishes every time. Brother Gao Yan, don't worry, I'm the best at washing dishes. Lin Moer said quickly. Lin Moer didn't stay at Gao Yan's house for long. After washing the dishes, she mopped the floor at home and went back to Review. The college entrance examination was coming soon, so even if she got good grades, she didn't dare to neglect it. Gao Yan, on the other hand, opened a newly bought book, made himself a cup of tea, and went to the balcony to lie down and read. Unconsciously, a book has turned to the last page. He closed his eyes and reflected on it, and found that he had already mastered the knowledge of this book after just reading it once. Sudden. He thought that he had won a medicinal wine formula before. I just took advantage of my free time today to make both kinds of bubble wine. More than an hour later. Looking at the 2 glass wine jars in the living room, Gao Yan looked forward to them. According to the recipe records, these 2 medicinal wines only need to be brewed for 7 days to take effect. He needs the first one to enhance his physique, but as for the second one, to enhance his function, he doesn't need it yet. 5 p.m. Gao Yan appeared at the milk tea shop in the snack street of University Town. Only Chen Yue, Shen Lingling and 2 new employees are left in the store. As for Zhang Qin and Lu Ran, they have already taken their men to clean the new milk tea shops in the 2 shopping malls. Today's 50 fruit mobile phones have been successfully sold, in exchange for 50 recharge users, and brought Gao Yan a rebate of 1.57 million. At the same time, the business of the milk tea shop is also very good. Especially at Chen Youwei's side, there were more than 20 people in line. And all of them were boys. On the other hand, the other 3 women were also queuing up, but there were only a few people there. It was obvious that these 20-odd boys came here for Chen Youwei's beauty. Junior sister Chen, come here. Gao Yan called Chen Yue over. Although Chen Yue did not bow her head anymore, she still felt a little nervous when facing Gao Yan. Are you still used to it these 2 days? Gao Yan asked. It's okay. Chen Yue said softly. Are you tired? Gao Yan continued to ask. I'm not tired. It's much easier than working in my hometown. Chen Yue replied. Well, you rest for a while, and I'll take your place. Gao Yan said again. Chen Yue was stunned for a moment, then said gratefully, Thank you, senior brother. Since she raised her head and revealed her beauty, many more boys came to the milk tea shop to buy milk tea and look at her, and many took the opportunity to ask for her WeChat ID or phone number. There was even a confession to her this morning. But the guy who confessed his love was scolded and ran away by the aggressive Shen Lingling. As for the other drunkards who were not interested in drinking, she had nothing to say. Therefore, it caused Chen Yue a lot of trouble. Gao Yan got up and came to the operation room, taking Chen Youwei's place. Seeing this scene, the boys in line showed dissatisfaction. Brother, what flavor of milk tea do you want? Gao Yan smiled and said to the boy in front. Someone else, I won't drink the milk tea you made. The boy said very rudely. If you don't want to drink, give up your seat and let the next one come. Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and said angrily. Sorry, buddy, I won't drink the milk tea you made either. We will only drink the milk tea from the beautiful woman just now. The boy in second place said loudly. Yes, we only drink milk tea made by Miss Chen. The boys in line shouted in unison. Dude, you heard that, hurry up and get out of the way, let's go to beauty Chen instead. The boy who was first in line said with a joking look on his face. It seems that you are planning to find trouble? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Faced with Gao Yan's gaze, Zhao Chong felt inexplicably flustered for some reason, and said with a stern expression, We are not looking for trouble, we are customers are God, and we also have the right to choose. Bullshit God. Gao Yan said speechlessly, for 10 yuan a cup of milk tea, you tell me that. The customer is God? If you spend 1 yuan to go to a public toilet, do you want someone to wipe your butt? Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter, and Zhao Chong's face turned red. However, Gao Yan changed the subject, but it's not impossible for you to enjoy godlike service. Can you drink 1,000 cups? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong, who was first in line, became more and more embarrassed and prepared to get out of the way. At this time, someone in the queue shouted, if Miss Chen feeds me mouth to mouth, I will drink. Who said that? Stand up for me. Gao Yan's eyes turned cold and he suddenly looked at the people waiting in line. What did I say? A tall boy with a height of over 1.9 meters stood out from the crowd and looked at Gao Yan with a provocative look on his face. Gao Yan glanced at the other party and walked directly outside the operation room. Shen Lingling reached out and held his arm. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. The main reason was that the boy's height and body shape were too intimidating, and Shen Lingling was also worried that Gao Yan would suffer. Brother, don't go. Qin Yue also ran over anxiously. I heard your name is Gao Yan, don't you just open a shabby milk tea shop? What's so cool about it? The tall and strong boy continued to challenge, if you have a temper, come out and challenge her, or you can only hide behind the woman. At this moment, Gao Yan broke away from Shen Lingling's hand, jumped out of the counter more than 1 meter out of thin air, and quickly came to the other party. Say what you just said again. Yang Chenhui looked down at Gao Yan with contempt and smiled disdainfully. I will pay you 1,000 yuan if I ask Qin Yue to feed me milk tea mouth to mouth. Crack. A loud slap sounded, and Yang Chenhui was slapped by Gao Yan and staggered back. Yang Chenhui stared at Gao Yan in disbelief. He didn't expect that Gao Yan would dare to attack him. Then, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. You bastard, if you dare to touch me, you are finished. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge Yang Chenhui rushed towards Gao Yan like a bear. Seeing this scene, Qin Yue, Shen Lingling and the other 2 clerks couldn't help but turned pale with horror, and quickly shouted, be careful. The boys in line showed gloating expressions, who knew that the owner of the milk tea shop was so crazy that he dared to attack Yang Chenhui. Yang Chenhui is a celebrity at Yangdong Sports School and is known for his ability to fight. Even those students who specialize in martial arts are no match for him. Therefore, he is the top player in Yangdong Sports School. But the outcome of the matter deviated from everyone's imagination. Seeing that Yang Chenhui was about to bump into Gao Yan. At this time, Gao Yan kicked Yang Chenhui in the chest. With a bang, Yang Chenhui was kicked back repeatedly. I saw Gao Yan dashing forward, flying into the air gracefully, and kicked Yang Chenhui in the chest again with 2 consecutive kicks. He kicked the opponent several meters away and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Gao Yan, on the other hand, used the force of the shock to flip back and land smoothly. I'll go and kick in the air, what a cool move. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. I love it, I love it. It turns out that boys who fight can be so handsome. A girl standing in line to buy milk tea said with bright eyes. Senior brother is actually so powerful. Shen Lingling also said in shock. The boss is mighty. 2 new clerks shouted in unison. The boss is mighty. The boss is awesome. The boys who were queuing up to buy milk tea were also impressed by Gao Yan's strength and started shouting along with him. As for Zhao Chong, he was secretly glad that Gao Yan did not attack him. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Yang Chenhui. Gao Yan walked up to Yang Chenhui and looked down at him condescendingly. Do you still want to drink milk tea mouth to mouth? Don't drink any more. It was my fault, boss. I shouldn't have molested your clerk. I apologize to you. Yang Chenhui decisively gave in. In front of Gao Yan, he had no power to resist at all, and he was only convinced by Gao Yan, who was stronger than him. Therefore, he was now completely convinced by Gao Yan. The surrounding students who came to watch the excitement asked what happened. When they learned that Gao Yan was standing up for the molested clerk, many people secretly praised Gao Yan as a good boss. Another girl said, I feel so safe. I wonder if the milk tea shop is still hiring? You shouldn't apologize to me, go and apologize to Qin Yue. Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll go right away. Yang Chenhui quickly got up from the ground, came to Qin Yue, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I spoke unintentionally. I hope you can forgive me. No. It doesn't matter. Get up. Qin Yue said nervously. Thanks. Yang Chenhui breathed a sigh of relief, and then ran to Gao Yan. Boss Gao. Classmate Chen has forgiven me, do you think it's okay? Get lost. Gao Yan waved his hand. Thank you, Boss Gao. Yang Chenhui bowed to Gao Yan again and left quickly. When the boys who were waiting in line saw that Yang Chenhui had been taken care of, they were also ready to run away. At this time, Gao Yan shouted, Wait a minute. Hearing this, these boys had a bad premonition on their faces. Don't you want to buy milk tea? Why don't you go? Keep queuing and I'll let Qin Yue make it for you. Don't dare. Don't dare. Some boys kept saying. Don't worry, as long as you behave yourself, I won't make things difficult for you. Gao Yan continued. Thank you, boss. Next, Qin Yue returned to the operation room again, but the boys in the queue were extremely honest. Not to mention asking for WeChat and phone numbers, they didn't even dare to look at Qin Yue again. This incident was also posted on short videos and campus websites by some students. Then, Gao Yan became popular. Qin Yue is also popular. The Met Milk Tea Shop also became popular. This makes a large number of students come to milk tea shops to buy milk tea. Buying milk tea is secondary. The real thing is to look at Gao Yan, the boss, who protects calves and knows martial arts, and the beautiful shop assistant, Qin Yue. This caused Qin Yue, Shen Lingling, and the other two to be busy from 6 o'clock until closing time without a break. The main reason was that the milk tea shop was doing so well. Gao Yan checked the accounts and found that even without counting the recharge users, today's sales had exceeded 20,000. You've worked hard, and each of you gets a red envelope. Gao Yan, who was happy about making money, gave each person another red envelope, still 400 yuan per person. The next morning, Gao Yan received a call from the counselor. Are you here? When he saw Gao Yan again, Counselor Fan Xian looked at him with interest, and then pointed to the stool. Sit down. Brother Fan, what do you want me to do? Gao Yan asked with a smile. You've changed a lot during this period, Fan Xian said. In his impression, Gao Yan was a relatively silent student with a bit of inferiority complex and not very sociable. However, he was also quite satisfied with Gao Yan's attitude towards learning. And he had always been at the top of the class. But after seeing Gao Yan's video yesterday evening, he just found out that this student, who seemed to be relatively transparent in His eyes was actually so skilled, and he also opened a very popular milk tea shop in the snack street. As for why he knew it was popular, because he went to the snack street to take a look last night. He also wanted to buy a cup of milk tea to support the student's business, but there were too many people queuing, so he had to give up this idea. People, they always have to grow up, Gao Yan said calmly. Yes, a man's growth is often a moment. Fan Xian nodded with emotion. I heard that you haven't come to class in recent days. You have performed well in the past few periods. Don't fail this period? Brother Fan, don't worry, I have finished reviewing and I promise I won't fail. By the way, Brother Fan, I plan to take a few days off. Why? Today my 2 milk tea branches are opening, I have to go and see. Gao Yan said truthfully. Opening branches so soon? Fan Xian was surprised. Yes, one is in Wanlong Plaza, and the other is in Hengda Plaza. How many days do you plan to take leave? 3 days. Okay, just give the leave slip to your class leader later. Fan Xian waved his hand and said, also, you are good at fighting, but don't let the incident like yesterday happen again, it will have a bad impact. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Fan. I will pay attention. After leaving the counselor's office, Gao Yan drove to the city. Author's words. Thanks for the powerful reason. Thanks for the energy drink, inspiration capsules, and update reminder from the wine bottle in seclusion. Thanks for the update reminder and flowers from Wei Chen and TC. Thanks for the gold coins from everyone. 2 milk tea shops opened at the same time. Lu Ran serves as the store manager of the Wanlong shopping mall store, and Zhang Qin serves as the store manager of the milk tea store in Hengda shopping mall. To this end, Gao Yan prepared 200 fruit mobile phones for each of the 2 stores to hold activities. None of the young people these days own a fruit phone, and they are too embarrassed to take it out when there are many people. Gao Yan went to the Wanlong store first. The boss is here. Lu Ran greeted him warmly. She had only been working in the milk tea shop for a week and had already become the store manager. Her salary was much higher than that of the electronics factory where she worked. Therefore, she was quite grateful to Gao Yan. Is everything going well? Gao Yan asked casually. Lu Ran nodded, and then Gao Yan noticed 4 pairs of high-end flower baskets placed outside the milk tea shop. The names on 2 pairs of flower baskets were actually sent by an entertainment company, and the other 2 pairs were sent by Bandung Mall. Who sent this flower basket? Gao Yan asked, pointing to the flower basket of the entertainment company. Lu Ran said, the other party is an old man in his 50s, followed by 2 bodyguards. He said his name is Chen De. Yes, I understand. Gao Yan nodded. Is it open? Lu Ran said, more than 10 cups of milk tea have been sold, and 3 people have recharged to buy mobile phones. Okay, I'll leave this to you. If you have any questions, call me anytime. Later, Gao Yan came to the store at Hengda Plaza. Generally speaking, the passenger flow of shopping malls is concentrated at noon and evening. As expected by Gao Yan, Hengda only sold more than 10 cups of milk tea, but there were 5 people who recharged to buy mobile phones. Similarly, at the Hengda store, Chinda also sent a flower basket. Stayed here for a while. After finding that everything was normal, Gao Yan left. Looked at the time. The stock market has opened. Although I know that the stock price of Aume Pharmaceutical will continue to rise today. But Gao Yan still couldn't help but want to take a look. Just as he expected. Only half an hour after the market opened, the stock price of Alme Pharmaceuticals has already risen by 3 points, which looks very strong. According to the information in my mind, Alme Pharmaceuticals stock price will rise by 9 points today. The closing share price will reach 29 yuan. Calculated based on today's closing price, the 8 million invested has become 14.96 million. It's less than a week. Afterwards, Gao Yan drove to the high-tech zone. The office building he rented has already begun to be renovated, and the decoration company he used is still Zhang Qin's cousin. This renovation will take approximately 12 days. There is no news from the headhunting company yet. But if Cao Cao arrives, Cao Cao will arrive. Just after Gao Yan inspected the decoration of the office building, he received a call from the headhunting company. This time, the headhunting company recommended 6 people to Gao Yan. 2 general manager interviewers, 1 financial manager interviewer, and 3 senior programmers. Shortly after the call ended, the headhunting company sent the resumes of the 6 people to Gao Yan's mailbox. Gao Yan parked the car on the side of the road, downloaded the 6 people's information from the mailbox and watched it, then called the headhunting company to arrange interviews. The headhunting company said that 4 people can be interviewed this afternoon, but 2 programmers are still in Shanghai City and will not arrive in Nandu tomorrow. So Gao Yan said he would interview 4 people first. 2 p.m. Starbucks coffee shop. Gao Yan is conducting an interview. Sitting in front of him was a paunchy middle-aged man named Yang Senian. He was 42 years old and had served as the vice president of a state-owned enterprise for 3 years. Later, he resigned and started his own business, but failed, and now he was recommended by a headhunting company to interview the general manager of Gao Yan's company. Although Gao Yan had no workplace experience, he did not like the other party. In the few minutes of communication, because the other party gave him a sense of boastfulness and a strong sense of superiority. Okay, Mr. Yang, today's interview ends here. If there is any news, I will notify you in time. After dismissing Yang Senian, Gao Yan waited in the coffee shop for another 10 minutes. The person interviewing the financial manager came. The other party is a mature woman in her 30s named Xinghui. She once served as the financial director of a large company in Nandu for 2 years. Before the interview, Gao Yan made up for his management knowledge and financial knowledge. Although it has not reached the mastery stage, it has at least reached the level of a novice. After some exchange, Gao Yan asked, Ms. Zhang, I have one last question, why did you leave Tonda Company? This? Zhenghui showed hesitation. What, isn't it convenient to say it? Gao Yan continued to ask. Zhenghui Dao, actually, it's not impossible to say that I don't want to make false accounts and I was forced to resign. Gao Yan nodded, then what are your salary requirements? Zhenghui asked nervously, is 6,000 yuan okay? Hearing that the other party only wanted 6,000, Gao Yan was a little surprised. Your annual income in Tongda can reach 100,000, why only 6,000? Zhenghui smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Gao, you may not know it when you start your own business. Generally speaking, the financial director of a company is either a close confidant of the boss or a senior financial officer who has been promoted. Although my ability is good, if I go to other companies, it is impossible for me to be the financial director. At most, I will start as an ordinary financial employee. Don't worry about your ridicule. I have been leaving the job for 3 months. If I can't find a job, I will not be able to pay off the mortgage or raise my children. Gao Yan remembered that Zheng Hui's marital status was divorced. Ms. Zheng, congratulations on being accepted by our company. The salary during the internship period is 6,000 yuan, and the salary after becoming a full-time employee is 8,000 yuan. When can you go to work? Zheng Hui was very happy to hear that she was admitted. She thanked Gao Yan repeatedly and said she could go to work immediately. Gao Yan said again, by the way, Sister Zheng, do you understand the procedures for registering a company? I'm not afraid of making you laugh. Although I have rented an office space, the company has not been registered yet. If you understand the registration procedures, this is what you are doing. The first task after joining the company. Ah. Zheng Hui was a little dumbfounded. Gao Yan didn't even register the company. And she couldn't help but laugh or cry. However, as a senior financial officer, she was quite familiar with the company registration procedures. However, Zheng Hui still recommends finding a scalper to help register, which will save a lot of time. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The third interviewer arrives. The other party's name is Fang Zhenjin, and the other party's resume is very impressive. He actually holds a master's degree in management and economics from Harvard University in a beautiful country. After graduating from college, he directly joined a large Wall Street company. In just 2 years, he has reached a supervisory level position. 6 months ago, she resigned and returned to China. The position she applied for this time was also general manager. Fang Zhenjin is very beautiful, with an oval face, thin eyebrows, very fair skin, a tall and slender figure, and a sense of confidence between her eyebrows. Moreover, Gao Yan also noticed her clothes and the bag she was carrying. The other party should not be short of money, because the bag she was holding was worth more than 100,000 yuan. Gao Yan had seen it in a LV store. Miss Fang, it's not difficult to find a job in a big company with your resume. Why would you apply for a job in a small company like mine? Gao Yan said bluntly. To put it simply, it's not challenging, and I don't like being told what to do. Fang Zhenjin was also very calm and honest. In that case, why don't you start your own business? Gao Yan asked, curiously, your own economic conditions should not be bad, right? I have no experience in starting a business, so I need to find a place to practice first. Fang Zhenjin still answered frankly. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh or cry. It turns out that you regard my place as a place to gain experience. Gao Yan thought about it and realized that his main purpose in setting up this online discount mall was to obtain system rebates. It doesn't matter whether the mall is profitable or not. After all, even if the company makes more money, it is impossible to make more money through systematic rebates. Now that Fang Zhenjin wants to practice with his company, why not just leave it to her? Wouldn't it be nice to make money by herself? So he asked, Miss Fang, what are your salary requirements? Fang Zhenjin waved her hand, let's not talk about salary for now. I have another question here. If I apply successfully, will you delegate power? This requirement is estimated to be difficult for 90% of bosses to fulfill. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, to be fair to Miss Fang, I am still a college student. If you apply successfully, I will not interfere in the daily management of the company, but you have to listen to me in the general direction of the company. Fang Zhenjin was quite satisfied with Gao Yan's answer and continued, I heard that you rented an office building in the high-tech zone. What is the Company's main business direction and how much money do you plan to invest? Gao Yan said, I plan to build an online discount mall. Since you have studied in the United States, you should also know about Black Friday. The discount online mall I built is based on this model. Fang Zhen's eyes lit up. This model is good, and it has hope of breaking out. However, if you want to offer general discounts, I'm afraid you will be suppressed by the two major e-commerce companies as soon as you reach a large scale. The initial investment will definitely be necessary. It's just a small fuss, I advise you to change the project. I know this. Gao Yan nodded, the discount will be very strong. I will keep it secret for the time being. As for the funds, you don't have to worry. I will invest no less than 1 billion in this project this year. Are you sure? Fang Zhen looked at Gao Yan with some surprise and thought to herself, is this guy a super rich second generation? When he is still in college, his family is willing to give him 1 billion to start a business? Of course, my company has not been registered yet. Once the registration is successful, I will first transfer 200 million to the company account. Gao Yan said with certainty. Okay then, let's talk about salary. Fang Zhen said, if this guy can really invest so much money, this would be an excellent opportunity to practice his skills. What's Miss Fang's expected salary? Gao Yan asked. Fang Zhen said thoughtfully, my annual salary in the United States is $300,000. Of course, it cannot be compared with the United States. Therefore, my expected salary is about 800,000 to -1.2 million. Gao Yan said, in this way, I will give you a 1-month internship period, and the annual salary will be calculated as 800,000. If you perform well, it will be increased to 1.2 million after you become a full-time employee. Thank you, boss. Fang Zhen did not dwell on this issue and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Gao Yan took out an employment contract and signed it. When can Mr. Fang go to work? Gao Yan asked after signing the contract. I still have some personal matters to deal with. I'll go to work in 2 days. Fang Zhen thought for a while and said. Then it's settled, Mr. Fang is welcome to join. Gao Yan extended his hand. The company was still being renovated anyway, and the matter of registering the company was left to Zhenghui. After sending Fang Zhen away, Gao Yan continued to wait for the next interviewer. Soon, the next interviewer arrived. His name was Han Weilin. He was 27 years old and a senior programmer. He was wearing a white shirt and jeans. Somewhat inarticulate. The other party joined a game company after graduating from college and has been working there until now. There were 2 reasons for resigning. The first is that the housing prices in the Magic City are too expensive and cannot be afforded. The second is that his family is from Nandu, and his family arranged a blind date for him, and he got married. He plans to get married, and the woman is a teacher at a middle school in Nandu. Once they get married, either the woman will follow him to the Magic City, or he will resign and return to the southern capital for development, but the pressure of life in the Magic City is too high. Therefore, he finally chose to return to Nandu for development. It happened that the boss of the headhunting company was his classmate, so he knew that Gao Yan was looking for a programmer and recommended him for an interview. After some exchanges, Gao Yan was quite satisfied with Han Weilin. So the 2 parties directly signed an employment contract, with a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan. At the same time, Gao Yan also entrusted the other party to help find some senior programmers. For each one he dug out, once he signed the contract, he would be given an introduction fee of 3,000 yuan. Then Han Linwei clapped his badge and said that he would definitely be able to help him recruit more than 10 senior programmers. After all, he has been in this industry for so long and knows a lot of programmers. Moreover, he is about to get married and needs money to buy a house, a car, and a wedding. Why not make some extra money from your boss? After the last interviewer is settled, Gao Yan also drove to the university town. He first went to the milk tea shop in the snack street and found that the business was not slowing down at all, so he was going back to the rental house to read a book. Unexpectedly, I was blocked by people as soon as I walked out of the snack street. Is something wrong with Miss Yang? Gao Yan looked at Yang Yu with a smile. Last Friday, Yang Yu, who had stolen the chicken but failed to lose the rice, became more and more angry in the past 2 days. She didn't get anything, but was taken advantage of by Gao Yan, the bastard. Then, she came here specifically today to stop this guy from settling a score. Gao Yan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yang Yu said with a cold face. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Gao Yan said with a frivolous smile. Asshole. Yang Yu's anger was ignited again. She stared at Gao Yan with unkind eyes. You did that to me in the hotel. Do you think that's the end of it? You brought it upon yourself. Gao Yan was not embarrassed at all. Don't you know what you want to do? Once you succeed, I will have to bear 100 million in liquidated damages. If it were anyone else, do you think I could let you go so easily? Yang Yu's momentum froze, and she said angrily, I admit that it was wrong of me to do that, but you can't do that to me either. I'm doing that to give you some memory. Gao Yan sneered. You bastard. Yang Yu couldn't help it any longer and slapped Gao Yan in the face with his hand. However, Gao Yan caught his wrist and said with an evil look, Yang Yu, listen carefully. We are all classmates, because you haven't succeeded yet. I won't argue with you. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame me and open a hot pot restaurant next to and opposite all your hot pot restaurants. Last Friday, Gao Yan didn't have the capital to fight against the Yang family. He didn't expect that things in the world were so wonderful. In just 3 days, he was already qualified to compete with the Yang family. TCH, it's up to you. Yang Yu said disdainfully, you just took some shares in Qinghao's hot pot restaurant. Do you think the Qing family will listen to you? Here, let me show you something. Gao Yan directly ordered the system to transfer 300 million to his bank account, and the transfer message was also sent to his mobile phone. He took out his mobile phone, handed it to Yang Yu, and continued, of the 300 million, I will use 100 million to pay liquidated damages. Will the remaining 200 million be enough to open 23 hot pot restaurants? How do you have so much money? Yang Yu said with a shocked look. Is it difficult for me to report how much money I have to you? Gao Yan said disdainfully, remember, if you don't want your hot pot restaurant to go bankrupt, don't harass me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being kind to my classmates. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan put away his phone and strode away. Looking at Gao Yan's leaving figure, Yang Yu's eyes were full of complexity. You know, the Yang family's assets are in the billions, but it is impossible to take out 300 million in cash at once. And Gao Yan, who was so poor that he worked part-time to earn tuition and living expenses, could actually come up with 300 million in cash. What kind of background and family does he have? The author has something to say. Thanks to Chimail Book Friends _old bookworm, Chimail Book Friends _07299754535544. The update reminder. Thank you all for the gold coins. That night, Gao Yan is taking stock of today's earnings again. As expected, a total of 450 fruit mobile phones in the 3 milk tea shops were sold out. With 7 times the rebate, the funds in the system account directly increased by 5,000 yuan. As for milk tea sales are also quite good. The sales of the Snack Street Milk Tea Shop reached a new high of 22,000 yuan. The sales of the Bandung Shopping Mall store reached 15,000 yuan on the first day. The first day sales of the Hengda Shopping Mall store were slightly worse, but still reached 13,000 yuan. The sales of the 3 stores exceeded 50,000 yuan, which also brought Gao Yan a rebate of 350,000 yuan. Even if 300 million were withdrawn from the system account, there would still be over 80 million. The upgrade experience has reached 18.24 million again. But unfortunately, there are still 10 opportunities to use the golden pupil today, but no place can be found. Think of this. Gao Yan asked the system, can the number of uses of the golden eyes be accumulated? System, no. Gao Yan, who had already guessed the answer, finally gave up. Time came to Thursday in a blink of an eye. The funds in the system account once again exceeded 100 million, and the upgrade experience reached 22.84 million. It is worth mentioning. Fang Xinjin took office yesterday. Didn't the other party want to practice her skills? Gao Yan, the boss, was confident enough in her to directly transfer 10 million to her and let her purchase office supplies and company cars. Gao Yan even left it to her to contact the headhunting company to recommend people for interviews. This made Fang Xinjin happy, but also felt a little speechless. Is it you who starts a business, or my mother? However, Fang Xinjin is indeed very capable. In just one day, she completed the purchase of computers, office equipment and cars. At the same time, she also recruited more than 10 programmers to the company, 5 of whom were recommended by Han Weilin, and the other 8 it was Fang Xinjin who poached him through connections. Moreover, Fang Xinjin still respected Gao Yan and reported all the expenses to him, saying that she did not spend money recklessly. Gao Yan was also lucky that he had chosen Fang Xinjin, otherwise, how could he have been so relaxed? Let's talk about AME Pharmaceuticals share price. Monday's closing price was 29 yuan. It rose 7 points on Tuesday and closed at 31.03 yuan. It hit the daily limit directly on Wednesday, with the closing price at 34.13 yuan. Compared with the purchase price, the increase has been close to 20 yuan. Gao Yan, hurry up and fill in the teaching instructions, and leave it to me. As soon as Gao Yan arrived in the classroom, class monitor Su Lingfeng came straight to his seat. Monitor, wait a moment, I'll write right away. Gao Yan took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a request for advice and handed it to Su Lingfeng. You're a very popular kid these days. By the way, before our class goes on vacation, we have a group outing. Are you going to participate? Su Lingfeng said with a smile. He didn't expect that there were 2 people in his class pretending to be pigs. The presence of tigers. Fortunately, he is quite fair and has never done anything to bully others. When? Gao Yan asked. In the past, he would push for class group activities if he could, but now that he is not short of money, there is no need to refuse to participate in group activities. It should be after the exam. Okay, I'll participate. Gao Yan nodded. Su Lingfeng took the leave request and left. After a while, Qinghao arrived. In high spirits. It has been 10 days since the opening of Brothers Hot Pot restaurant. That business is getting hotter day by day. Although the popularity of hot pot restaurants mainly comes from the hot pot base recipe, Qinghao still receives praise from his parents. Moreover, his fame has spread to his parents' circle. Talking about this matter, his parents' faces also felt bright. Brother Yan, do you know what the highest sales volume of our hot pot restaurant has been? Qinghao asked proudly. Have you broken 200,000? It broke. It broke last Friday and reached 230,000. Since then, the sales have been stable at 200,000 and have never dropped. Qinghao said excitedly. The 10-day average daily sales reached 200,000, and the sales in January were at least 6 million. Calculated based on 30% profit, it is also 1.8 million. A store's profit can reach more than 20 million yuan in 1 year. This is a pretty scary profit. You must know that for many listed companies, their annual profits may not reach 20 million. By the way, after class, let's find a place to chat. Qinghao said again. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, guessing that Qinghao was already planning to open a branch. After a review class, Gao Yan and Qinghao came to a coffee shop. Brother Yan, I plan to expand the scale of our brother's hot pot restaurant and open 2 branches in Nandu at the same time. Do you need to invest? Qinghao asked. I won't vote anymore. Gao Yan shook his head. Qinghao was able to give him 30% of the shares in this store because of his good brother. If he continued to invest, Qinghao would not be unhappy. But his family will definitely have opinions about him. Because everyone knows that Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant is a cornucopia. You really don't want to vote? Qinghao asked again, is it inconvenient to have money? If not, I can advance the capital to you first, and this month, you will have at least 500,000 in dividends. Thank you, Hausi, I appreciate your kindness. I have opened 2 more milk tea shops in 2 squares. I really don't have any extra funds. Gao Yan said tactfully. Oh well. Qinghao didn't say anything else. After leaving the cafe, Qinghao returned to Brothers Hot Pot restaurant. Unexpectedly, Tang Yi was actually sitting in his office. You went to see Gao Yan? Tang Yi asked. Yeah. Qinghao nodded. Are you asking him if he wants to continue investing? Tang Yi asked again. Yes. Then what did he say? He is unwilling to invest. Qinghao shook his head. He opened 2 more milk tea shops in 2 squares. He probably has no money. Hearing this, Tang Yi was silent for a moment, and then said, You are a good brother, worth making friends with. Gao Yan only made 9 million in Hongyun Shifeng before. How could he have no money? To be honest, even she wants to invest in Qinghao's hot pot restaurant now. Because everyone knows that Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant has a bright future. Once it goes public in the future, it will definitely be a large company worth hundreds of billions. If Gao Yan continues to invest, even if most of his shares are diluted before listing, his net worth will reach 10 billion in one fell swoop. But he was able to resist this temptation. You don't have to say it. Qinghao said angrily. To be honest, he still had some complaints against Tang Yi. He estimated that Gao Yan was unwilling to continue investing because of Tang Yi. After all, he said he could help advance the funds, but Gao Yan still refused. Sorry, it was my fault last time as a sister. Tang Yi also saw Qinghao's thoughts. It's okay, I know you do it for my own good. Qinghao waved his hand. After leaving Brother Hot Pot restaurant, Tang Yi developed a strong curiosity about Gao Yan. There was a vague feeling that Gao Yan deliberately sold the hot pot base ingredients to Qinghao to help Qinghao. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that he could spend 7 million to buy rough stones, but he would sell such a huge amount of hot pot base ingredients to Qinghao for only 500,000. What if that's the case? Then, she will become a villain who affects the relationship between brothers, Qinghao and Gao Yan. Thinking of this, she felt it was necessary to investigate Gao Yan again. Today, the trend of milk tea shops in snack streets is gradually receding, and the sales volume of milk tea may not exceed 20,000. However, the two milk tea shops in Wanlong Shopping Mall and Hengda Shopping Mall have already become famous. Since its opening, daily sales have been rising at a steady rate. Yesterday, the Wanlong store exceeded 20,000 yuan. Although the Hengda store was close, it was fast. That afternoon, after Gao Yan inspected the milk tea shop on the snack street, he drove back to the rental house. As soon as he drove outside the community, Gao Yan found a tall figure standing at the door of the community. However, his body was slightly stooped, and his face was pale and bloodless, as if he was seriously ill. Get in the car. Gao Yan rolled down the window and shouted to the other party. After a slight hesitation, Li Feng walked over and opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Soon, Gao Yan parked the car downstairs of the unit and asked, "You are pretty strong, how come you are injured like this?" Li Feng said, "The opponent is a Muay Thai master. After fighting with you, I broke through to the peak of Mingjin. I could have defeated the opponent steadily. Unexpectedly, the opponent was injected with banned drugs, which greatly increased his strength and temporarily lost his sense of pain. Although I was beaten to death, I killed the other party, but I was also seriously injured, so I came to see you today. What do you plan to do with me? Even if you let me die, I will not frown." "Can your injury still heal?" Gao Yan asked. "Yes, but the injury is serious. It will take at least 3 months of rest to fully recover," Li Feng said. Now, his mother has completed the operation and is out of the ICU, recovering well. Although he failed the mission and returned the second money, but the previous money was enough for his mother to recover and be discharged from the hospital, so he had no worries. "Why do you want to be a killer?" Gao Yan asked again. After a slight silence, Li Feng recounted his situation. After listening, Gao Yan frowned. "How can you, a master of Mingjin, do so poorly? With Li Feng's strength, if he works as a bodyguard for a rich man, even if he can't make 1 million a year, 500,000 or 600,000 should be fine. Right?" He actually didn't understand that he couldn't even afford my mother's medical expenses. Li Feng's face turned red when the Wei family saw that I was quite capable. They wanted to recruit me, but I didn't agree, and then they suppressed me. Originally, I planned to take my mother out of Nandu, but I didn't expect that my mother suddenly became seriously ill. The Wei family is so awesome, how can they suppress you, a Mingjin warrior? Gao Yan was puzzled. Li Feng looked at Gao Yan with some surprise. "Don't you know the Wei family?" "Should I know?" Li Feng was even more surprised. "Your strength should have reached the Anjin level. Don't you know that there are 3 major martial arts families in Yongdong Province? I really don't know, you might as well tell me everything you know. Gao Yan became interested, and a martial arts family actually appeared. Li Feng organized a speech and said, there are about 50 or 60 martial arts families in Yongdong Province, of which the Sun family, Wei family, and Qin family are the strongest. These three families have Huajin grandmasters in charge. Nandu City is the territory of the Wei family, the Sun family is rooted in Nandong City, and the Qin family is entrenched in Hanyang City. The Wei family controls the medicinal materials market in Yongdong Province. The Sun family owns the largest security company in Yongdong Province. More than 80% of the personal bodyguards of the rich in Yongdong Province are from the Sun family's security company. However, the strongest bodyguards sent out are those at the Ming Jin level. Masters at the Dark Jin level disdain to be bodyguards for others. As for the Qin family, they deal in antiques, jade, etc. It is also the one with the deepest foundation among the three. In our southern city, there is the Qin family's antique shop and stone gambling shop. It is said that the Qin family also has its own rough stone mine in Haimen. You also know that the situation in Haimen is very chaotic. If you don't have a certain level of strength, you can't keep the raw stone mines at all. Gao Yan nodded, he had heard this before, and continued to ask, even if the Wei family fails to recruit, there is no need to suppress you, right? Li Feng smiled bitterly and said, at that time I injured a member of the Wei family and angered the Wei family, so I was suppressed by them. Are you interested in working for me? Suddenly, Gao Yan solicited Li Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but look at Gao Yan strangely. If you dare to take me in, aren't you afraid that the Wei family will cause trouble? For you? Why not? Gao Yan smiled, although my strength is not as good as that of the Wei family, I am not afraid of the Wei family. Upon hearing this, Li Feng thought Gao Yan had something to rely on. However, considering that the other party is already a master of Njin at such a young age, there must be masters above Huajin who have trained and guided him since childhood. However, don't expose this matter until you recover from your injuries. Gao Yan added that if it was just a world for ordinary people, it would be fine. But now that some martial arts family has appeared, he must pay attention and recruit some masters in advance. If he encounters a place that requires martial artists in the future, he must not do it again and again. Let him do it himself. Besides, didn't Li Feng have to spend 3 months recovering from his injuries? After 3 months, he estimated that his strength should be able to break through to the Huajin level, and he would have the capital to protect Li Feng. Thank you, boss, I won't be exposed. Li Feng quickly assured that he was still arrogant before, and then suffered a lot of beatings from society. It would be fine if he was just alone. If Yongdong couldn't survive, the worst he could do would be to find another place, but he also had an old woman who had just undergone surgery, so it was necessary to find someone to rely on. In this way, I will give you 50,000 yuan a month while you are recovering from your injury, and I will give you a salary increase after your injury is healed. Gao Yan said again. No need, boss, you will pay me my salary after I officially start work. Okay, stop being pretentious. You are so seriously injured now, you have to spend money to buy medicine. Gao Yan said angrily, give me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you. Thank you, boss. If Li Feng refused again every month, he would definitely not have asked for it before, but now that he has fallen to this point, why should he care about the pitiful face soon. Gao Yan transferred 500,000 yuan to Li Feng. He also said, 150,000 is the salary I paid you, and the rest is what I borrowed from you. I will deduct it slowly after you go to work. Li Feng thanked him again, his eyes were slightly moist. After watching Li Feng leave, Gao Yan turned around and went upstairs. First, I made myself a pot of tea, and then took out my mobile phone to log in to the stock software. I found that compared to yesterday, it had increased by 5 points. According to the information in my mind, it could increase by 9 points today. Turn off the stock software. After pouring a cup of tea from the teapot, Gao Yan picked up the book and started reading. These days, whenever he has time, he reads books to gain knowledge. If the system leaves that day, he can rely on the knowledge he has learned to keep his wealth. But he only watched it for 10 minutes. There was a knock on the door. Putting down the book in his hand, he stood up and opened the door. He found Bai Wei standing outside the door. Gao Yan frowned slightly. Why are you here? Bai Wei, Gao Yan, I have broken up with that bastard, Zhou Yuchao. Are you still willing to accept me now? Hearing this, Gao Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Qing Hao to be right, but he didn't expect Bai Wei to kick that guy Zhou Yuchao so quickly. But what's interesting is that Bai Wei actually had the nerve to come to him to take over. So, he said calmly, sorry, I am not a waste collector. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan closed the door. The author has something to say. Thanks to Grandpa Jujiro, my heart is soaring for the reminder. Thank you Fairy for the flowers. Thank you all for the gold coins. Bang! Looking at the door slamming shut, Bai Wei was a little stunned, and then she was furious, especially Gao Yan's words I'm not a junk collector deeply hurt her. Thinking of this, she slapped the door vigorously and shouted, Gao Yan, what do you mean, open the door and tell me clearly? Gao Yan was not interested in talking to such a woman, let alone opening the door. Therefore, Bai Wei shouted outside for a while, and seeing that Gao Yan still had no intention of opening the door, she had to leave in disgrace. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan came to Gao Weilan's rented house to teach her fighting skills. This is his 3rd time here. I also came on Tuesday and found that Gao Weilan's mastery of the 3-body style is still good. Bodily coordination and control of her own strength have improved a lot. Is there any good news, Officer Gao? Gao Yan asked with a smile, because she noticed that Gao Weilan's expression was happier. This morning I had a competition with the 2nd best player in our team, and I won. Gao Weilan said proudly. Because of her father's intervention, she could only do some odd jobs in the criminal police team. In the eyes of the team members, she was just a vase to be gilded. But today, after she successfully challenged Chen Yong, the 2nd best player in the criminal police team, everyone looked at her differently, and even the Captain Wang Dong looked at her differently. She also took the opportunity to ask Wang Dong if he could take her with him next time he investigated the case. Wang Dong did not directly refuse as before, but said that he would consider it. Obviously, Wang Dong also recognized her strength. Daxia is different from the United States. The police in the United States will shoot once they feel they are in danger, but in Daxia, the management of firearms is extremely strict. Even the police are not allowed to shoot unless they have no choice or encounter extremely dangerous situations. Therefore, all police officers who fight on the front line have relatively high requirements for skills and physical strength. Congratulations, Officer Gao. Gao Yan hurriedly offered his congratulations. Thanks to your good teaching, I feel that after 2 classes, I have made great progress. Gao Weilan also took the opportunity to compliment Gao Yan. Gao Weilan had already changed into her training clothes in advance. After a while, Gao Yan also changed into his training clothes and came to the training room. This time, Gao Yan first tested Gao Weilan's mastery of the grappling techniques, and pointed out the areas where the other party did not do well. After correcting them, he taught new knowledge. Because she tasted the benefits of learning, Gao Weilan studied more seriously. In this class today, in a blink of an eye, the class was over. Gao Yan changed out of his training clothes and was about to leave, but Gao Weilan stopped him, handed him a brown paper bag, and said, "This is your bonus. I helped you collect it, a total of 50,000. This bonus should have been paid last week, but it was delayed because of something. I hope you don't mind." "It's okay." Gao Yan took the bonus with a smile and thanked Gao Weilan. Although the 50,000 yuan is nothing to Gao Yan now, but even a small amount is still meat, and it can at least increase 50,000. Upgrade experience. "You're welcome, it's just something I can do. By the way, are you free this weekend? I want to treat you to a meal," Gao Weilan said again. Although she paid Gao Yan for guidance, her strength has improved greatly in just 2 classes, so she is still grateful to Gao Yan in her heart. "Sorry, Officer Gao, I have to accompany my girlfriend on the weekend," Gao Yan said apologetically. "What about Monday?" Gao Weilan asked again. "That's no problem." Gao Yan couldn't refuse again, so he had to agree. That night, Gao Yan checked the stock of Australia and America again, and it really rose by 9 points, closing at 37.20 yuan. The revenue of the 3 milk tea shops is: Snack Street Shop, 18,000 yuan. Wanlong Shop, 25,000 yuan. Hengda Shop, 23,000 yuan. Total revenue, 66,000 yuan. At the same time, the 3 stores also sold 450 fruit phones through the recharge activity. In particular, the Wanlong store and Hengda store said that the fruit phones were not enough. However, Gao Yan did not intend to increase the number of fruit phones, and he would make steady progress. Correspondingly, the upgrade experience also increased by 2.09 million. The system rebate also increased by 14.63 million yuan. Even if he did not open up new channels in the future, his daily income would reach more than 14 million, and he would receive more than 400 million system rebates every month. After calculating his monthly income, Gao Yan had the idea of lying down. But he still suppressed this idea. To be honest, after obtaining the system, he was able to maintain his original intention, which was quite good. Think about those who won the lottery. Who would not spend money in revenge? In contrast, Gao Yan, except for buying an Audi A4 and some brand name clothes, has never made any big purchases. Do you want to buy a house? Gao Yan had the idea of buying a house again. After all, he would have to sever his relationship with his adoptive parents in the future. He opened a company in Nandu again, and he would definitely settle down in Nandu in the future. Then, it was necessary to buy a house. Moreover, he thought that the housing prices would continue to rise in the next few years. Although Deng Yu lost a villa, he didn't want to live there. Who knew what Deng Yu had done there? After thinking about buying a house again, Gao Yan began to consider whether to buy it in the city or near the university town. The houses near the university town are all school district houses, and the housing prices are more expensive than those in the city. Take the house he rented. If the landlord didn't care about the rent, he couldn't afford it at all. Then, Gao Yan smiled. Anyway, he is not short of money now, so why bother to consider where to buy? Buy a 2-in-1 house near the university town. After all, he still has 2 years of college. Just buy a villa in the city. That's it. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Fang Zhenzhen calling. The other party mainly reported 2 things to him. Today she recruited more than 10 employees. At the same time, she appointed Han Weilin as the leader of the technical team and started to build the website with the programmers who joined the company. Secondly, the company registration has been completed, but he needs to verify the capital and name it tomorrow, sign it, etc. In this regard, Gao Yan naturally agreed. The next morning, Gao Yan completed the 2 important tasks of the company's capital verification and naming. The full name of the company is Nandu Xingchen Network Technology Company, Limited. The registered capital is 300 million. When he took out 300 million yuan in real money, the people in the agency were shocked. Fang Zhenzhen, who was traveling with him, also felt relieved and had the idea of doing something big. After the company registration was settled, this morning, Gao Yan used his mobile phone to search for villas in Nandu. Among them, the top villa community is Zijin Lake Villa Community, which has a complete environment and supporting facilities. Unfortunately, the developer of this villa community is the Deng family. Although Deng Yu has apologized to him, he will not let the Deng family make money as he regards the Deng family as an enemy. Slightly worse than Zijin Lake Community is Yijinjuan, which is also a villa-style community. In addition, there is also Nanhu Beijing, but this community is not a pure villa community. Drive to Yijinjuan. It's lunch break time now. The sales department seemed a little quiet. There were only 3 women chatting quietly at the front desk. Judging from the uniforms they wore, one was the front desk clerk and the other 2 were salespeople in the sales department. Xiaoxi, go and ask that handsome guy what he is here for? Old employee Wang Jin said to intern Siyu. The cheapest villas here cost 4 to 5 million, and those who could afford them were middle-aged men or rich women with successful careers. She didn't think that young people like Gao Yan could afford them. So I simply asked the intern employees to ask. Okay, Sister Wang. Siyue was quite happy and didn't dislike it at all. She had just come here to work not long ago, and her usual tasks were to memorize information and run errands with the old employees to learn from their experience. She had never received a customer. Hello, sir, I am Siyu, an intern employee in the sales department. Are you here to see the house? Right. Gao Yan nodded. I plan to buy a villa. This intern employee named Siyu is quite beautiful, with a very good appearance and figure. The overall score is at least 92 points, which allows Gao Yan to enjoy the treatment of a protagonist. Very good. Siyue shouted in her heart, then guided Gao Yan to the reception area, and was busy pouring water for Gao Yan. Seeing this scene, Wang Jin frowned slightly. The front desk employee smiled and said, Sister Wang, it looks like this is a customer. Maybe Siyue can catch someone today. How is that possible? Wang Jin curled his lips disdainfully. The other party looks to be in his early 20s, how can he afford a villa? What if the family is the 2nd generation of rich people? The front desk employee continued. What about the rich 2nd generation? Wang Jin's tone became even more disdainful. There are several rich 2nd Generation people who can spend 4 to 5 million in the whole of South China. I guess that boy saw Siyu's beauty and wanted to use the excuse of buying a house to seduce the girl. Then why don't you remind her? No need. Wang Jin waved his hand, just let her have a longer memory. Don't treat everyone as a customer. It is a waste of time and energy. 2. The front desk employee nodded. According to Siyu, there are 2 types of villas in Yujinjuan. One is a townhouse with a price between 4.5 million and 6 million. Another type of apartment is a large single-family villa. The price is between 12 million and 20 million. Since there is no shortage of money, it is natural to buy the best. Therefore, Gao Yan took a fancy to the large villa priced at 16 million yuan and proposed to go see the house. When Siyu heard this, she became more and more happy. She asked Gao Yan to wait, and then ran to the front desk to ask Wang Jin for help. Because the sun was hot now and the single-family villa was far away from the sales department, he needed to drive a battery car there. Siyu can't drive, so she has to ask Wang Jin for help. Hearing that Gao Yan wanted to see the house, Wang Jin frowned and said to Si, "You, go and tell the other party that it's okay to see the house, but the capital must be verified first." Isn't this bad? Siyu hesitated, worried about offending Gao Yan. After all, Gao Yan was still her first client. Silly girl, I'm doing this for your own good. If the other party can't afford it, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Wang Jin said angrily. Oh well. Siyu walked over with some anxiety. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, if you want to see the house, you need to verify the capital first. How to test? Just check your bank card balance. Siyu said. Okay, take me for capital verification. Gao Yan was not angry. On the way to the front desk, Gao Yan asked the system to transfer 30 million to his bank card, and then handed the bank card to the front desk to check the balance. When he saw the balance in Gao Yan's card, the initially careless front desk employee was suddenly shocked, because this young man actually had more than 30 million in his account. Wang Jin noticed her expression and turned to look at the computer. Then she felt a strong sense of regret. She didn't expect that the young man she looked down on actually had more than 30 million yuan. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan and his party entered the single-family villa number 3. After a visit, Gao Yan was quite satisfied. Mr. Gao, how do you feel? Wang Jin asked. It's okay. If the price is more favorable, I can sign the contract today. Gao Yan said. Young Master Gao, I can make the decision with 2 points less. Wang Jin replied. Let's do it, 15 million, I'll sign the contract and pay it today. Gao Yan said again. Mr. Gao, please wait a moment, I'll apply to the manager. Wang Jin said. Quickly. Go. Gao Yan waved his hand. After a while, Wang Jin completed the application and said that Gao Yan could close the deal for 15 million if he signed the contract and paid the money today. Gao Yan had no objection to this and returned to the sales department to sign the contract and pay the money. After swiping the card, Gao Yan asked, when can I get the certificate? Wang Jin replied, since you paid the full payment, Mr. Gao, you can get the real estate certificate in up to 3 days. Okay, Miss Siyu, let's add a WeChat account, and when the real estate certificate comes out, you can notify me directly. Gao Yan said to Siyu again. Okay, Mr. Gao. The villa is fully renovated and fully furnished, so you can move in at any time. I am also a homeowner now. After leaving the sales department, Gao Yan couldn't help but clenched his fists. And he planned to buy the second house today. So he drove back to the university town and found an agency to ask for a house. Then the agency recommended number 603, 6th floor, Unit 5, Shangjing Community. Suddenly, Gao Yan looked a little weird. Because this house happened to be located upstairs from the one he rented. This house has 2 sets and 1 house, the same as the landlord's house, 72 square meters, a second-hand house, priced at 2.13 million, with a parking space. Can the price be lower? Gao Yan asked. Sorry, Mr. Gao, Shangjing Community is a school district house, you are lucky, this house is only listed today. We have also contacted several customers, all of whom plan to come to see the house this afternoon. The agency employee said embarrassedly. Gao Yan smiled, did not take the other party's words seriously, and said, let's go to see the house first, and then talk about the price. After seeing the house, Gao Yan was still quite satisfied. This apartment is well maintained and clean. It can be seen that the previous owner is also a hospitable person. Well, you call the landlord. If it's 2 million, I can sign the contract today, Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao, let me try. After a while, the intermediary employee came back to report after the call. Mr. Gao, I talked to the landlord. The other party will ask you for a maximum of 30,000 yuan, but he can be responsible for the transfer fee. Okay, ask him to come and sign the contract. After returning to the real estate agency and waiting for a while, when the landlord arrived, Gao Yan found that the other party was actually a young and beautiful girl. He felt vaguely familiar. After a little recollection, he remembered who this girl was. The other party turned out to be Qian Bauer, the chairman of the previous student union of their school. This Qian Bauer is a celebrity in their school. Gao Yan remembered that when he first entered the school, Qian Bauer wore hanfu and performed a guzheng solo at the welcome party. She was regarded as a goddess by countless boys. Hello, Senior Qian, I'm Gao Yan. I didn't expect that the room in room 603 is yours. Gao Yan took the initiative to greet her. Author's words. Thanks for reading books, don't use your brain, and the wind passing by 4. Urging you to update. Thanks for everyone's gold coins. Are you also from Nandu University? Qian Bauer asked in surprise. Gao Yan smiled and said, yes, Senior. I happened to see Senior perform a guzheng solo at the welcome party the year I entered the school. I still remember it fresh. Really? Qian Bauer smiled knowingly, but there was a hint of sadness between his brows. It turns out that Ms. Qian and Mr. Gao know each other, so this matter will be much easier to handle. At this time, the agency employee said in a timely manner. Junior, do you want to buy a house? Qian Bauer asked in surprise. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Qian Bauer said with a smile, since we are all from the same school, let's do this. The house price will be calculated based on 2.05 million, and the transfer fee will be mine. Gao Yan was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would directly save 50,000 yuan through such a relationship. Gao Yan was not pretentious and said gratefully, thank you very much, Senior Sister. As a result, the two parties quickly signed a house transfer agreement, and Gao Yan also paid a 30% deposit. As for the remaining money, it must be paid after the transfer of ownership. Sister Zhao, when will the transfer be completed? Qian Bauer asked the agency employee because she was still waiting to use the money. Sister Zhao, an agency employee, said, Ms. Qian, we will hand over the information today. We have a good relationship with the housing authority. If there are no accidents, the transfer procedures can be completed on Monday. It's Monday. Qian Bauer's face looked a little anxious. Ms. Qian, tomorrow is the weekend, and the housing authority is not working. There is nothing we can do. Monday is already the fastest time. Sister Zhao explained. Qian Bauer said again, then can you handle it today? I'm anxious to wait for the money. If the transfer can be completed today, I will pay an extra 20,000 yuan for the agency fee. Ms. Qian, wait a moment, I'll call the boss. Sister Zhao was very excited when she heard that Qian Bauer was willing to pay an extra 20,000 yuan in agency fees, and immediately called her boss to report. Senior sister, I would like to ask, are you in some kind of trouble and need money urgently? Gao Yan hesitated slightly and asked in a low voice. Qian Bauer, who was irritable in his heart, didn't want to answer, but suddenly thought that Gao Yan could spend more than 2 million to buy a house, so he was definitely not an ordinary student, so he nodded, yes, my company did encounter some troubles and urgently needed help. Money to tide you over. Can you tell me more specifically? Gao Yan tried. What the hell, I met a villain. When mentioning this matter, Qian Bauer became very angry. My company has developed a new game and it was about to be successful. However, part of the source code was destroyed by an undercover agent from an enemy company. However, the enemy company had a game of the same type. The game is about to be launched. Once the other party's game is launched, our company's initial investment will be completely wasted. Therefore, we now need a sum of money to catch up with the progress and strive to launch it before the other party. So that's it. Gao Yan expressed sympathy for this. Junior, you should be quite rich, right? Suddenly, Qian Bauer's tone changed. And he asked in a low voice. It's not bad. Gao Yan said modestly. Then have you ever thought about investing your money? Qian Bauer asked. Again. Senior sister, you want me to invest in your game company? Gao Yan asked. With a half smile. Good. Qian Bauer nodded, although my company has only been established for more than a year, it has already made a good game. Our entire company is very confident in the second game. Once it is launched, the number of subscriptions will definitely be indispensable. This? Gao Yan hesitated. Please, Junior, don't you like Senior to talk about Guzheng? If you agree to invest, Senior will play a song for you alone. Qian Bauer said seductively. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was a little dumbfounded, so he said, let's do this, senior sister, I will go to your company to have a look first, and if it is suitable, I will invest. Then what are you waiting for? Go now. As he spoke, Qian Bauer excitedly grabbed Gao Yan's hand and pulled her outside. Gao Yan was speechless about this. Qian Bauer was too impatient. Senior, don't worry, let's say hello to the agency first. Gao Yan reminded. 2. Half an hour later. 2 cars were parked under an office building in the high-tech zone. Coincidentally, the office Gao Yan rents is also in this building. Senior, is your company in this office building? Gao Yan asked after getting off the car. Yes, it's on the 15th floor. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly felt that he and Qian Bauer were very destined. His new company was upstairs from the other party, and at the same time, the other party's house was still upstairs from the one he rented. Take the elevator to the 15th floor. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. But the employees of Qian Bauer Company are still working hard. Pop. Qian Bauer clapped her hands, and after catching everyone's attention, she said loudly, "Let me introduce to you, this is Gao Yan, my junior student at the university, and he is also the investor I found." Everyone applauds. Upon hearing that Gao Yan was here to invest, everyone's eyes lit up and they clapped enthusiastically. For this reason, Gao Yan did not feel embarrassed, but felt a little dumbfounded. Obviously, this was Qian Bauer's little idea, deliberately lifting him up so that he would not be able to refuse later. Later, Qian Bauer took Gao Yan to visit her game company. The company is not large, just over 100 square meters. But there are more than 50 employees working here. Seems rather crowded. Even the boss Qian Bauer only has an extremely small office, which is separated. "What do you want to drink, Junior?" Qian Bauer greeted warmly. "Senior, don't bother." Gao Yan waved his hand. "So what do juniors think of my company? Do you want to invest?" Qian Bauer's heart tightened and he asked pitifully. "Senior sister, please introduce your new game to me first." Gao Yan thought for a while and said, "Okay, Junior, listen to me tell you the design concept of our game." After talking about his company's new game, Qian Bauer suddenly became energetic and no longer as nervous as before. 10 minutes later. Gao Yan probably understood the content of this game, so he raised his hand. "Okay, Senior, I probably understand. By the way, how much investment do you need, and how much share can I hold?" "According to the requirements of the system, in order to obtain rebates, you must occupy 50% of the shares." Qian Bauer pondered slightly, looked at Gao Yan and said, "Junior, how about 3 million and 30% of the shares?" "She holds 90% of the shares in this company, and gives the other 10% to the company's employees. If she takes 30%, she will still have 60% and can fully control the company. 30% is too little. How about if I pay 5 million, I will hold 50% of the shares?" Gao Yan bargained. "No." Qian Bauer decisively refused, "I will give you up to 40% of the shares. 6 million is still 50% of the shares." Gao Yan increased the price slowly. "This?" Qian Bauer looked a little hesitant. If she had these 6 million, the second game could be launched on time, and the remaining money could be used for advertising. To be honest, she was a little excited. "Sister, how about I just make pure financial investments and not participate in the management of the company?" Gao Yan continued. "Really?" Qian Bauer became more and more excited. "Of course, I don't understand the game, I'm just optimistic about this game." Gao Yan explained. "If that's the case, just pay 5 million for 50% of the shares." Qian Bauer said. "Well, happy cooperation." Gao Yan stretched out his hand. "Happy cooperation." Qian Bauer also happily extended his hand. Then, Gao Yan felt that the senior's hand felt pretty good. After negotiating the investment funds and shares, the next thing became extremely smooth. "Junior, when will you transfer this money into your salary account?" "Now the company is waiting for rice to be harvested," Qian Bauer said with a smile. "Senior, give me your company account number and I will transfer the money." "Right away." Gao Yan replied. "Great, let's add WeChat, and I'll send you the account number using WeChat." Bite. Added. Qian Bauer's WeChat name is Bauer. Gao Yan was unambiguous. After receiving the account number from Qian Bauer, he immediately arranged for the system to transfer 5 million to it. Soon, the company's financial officer came in to report, and 5 million was received in the company's account. Junior, I love you so much. Upon hearing that the money had arrived so quickly, Qian Bauer blew a kiss to Gao Yan. Suddenly, Qian Bauer thought of something and said cautiously, Junior, I used to buy a house to raise funds for the company. Now the company is no longer short of money. I don't want to sell that house, okay? Senior sister, you are trying to burn bridges by crossing the river. Gao Yan joked with a half-smile. Hearing this, Qian Bauer's old face turned red and he said sheepishly, Junior, in fact, my grandfather left that apartment to me. If I didn't have no choice, I would choose to sell the house. And I also plan to wait for the company's game to be online to make money. I bought it with the money. Gao Yan said, Sister, it may not be easy not to sell now. First of all, we have signed a contract and must abide by the spirit of the contract. Secondly, at your urging, the intermediary company has sent the information to the Housing Authority for review. Once after passing the review, it will not be easy to regret it. Junior, I beg you as a senior, how about I pay you a liquidated damages, and if the house is sold, the senior will be homeless. Qian Bauer grabbed Gao Yan's arm. Begged. Senior sister, how about this, you still sell this house to me, but I rent it to you? Can't you really regret it? Qian Bauer was still a little unwilling. Cannot. Okay. Qian Bauer said with a depressed look on his face, but I have a request. Unless I don't rent this house myself, you can't kick me out. I can agree to this. Gao Yan nodded. Then thank you, Junior. Qian Bauer said happily, let's go, Junior, you are now the largest shareholder of our company, now go say hello to your employees. That's no need. Gao Yan waved his hand, as I said just now, I only make financial investments and do not interfere in company management. There is no need to get to know the employees. Hearing this, Qian Bauer was a little moved and a little touched. After all, there are really not many people like Gao Yan who have invested 5 million and still not intervene in the management of the company. Junior, senior, thank you again. No, by the way, senior sister, when will you fulfill your promise? Gao Yan said with a smile. What did I promise? Qian Bauer started to act stupid. Just to play a song. Gao Yan reminded. Don't worry about this, I will definitely play it for you when I have time. You have to give me an exact time, right? Gao Yan smiled playfully. Qian Bauer's mind was racing, I'm too busy at this time. I have to get the company's game online before my opponents. You just invested 5 million, you don't want to lose money, right? Then it will be after the company's game is launched. Seeing Qian Bauer trying to make excuses again, Gao Yan quickly added, don't make any more excuses, otherwise, I won't rent a house. Okay. Qian Bauer had no choice but to agree. Okay, senior, that's it for today, I'm leaving. I send you. Senior, stay. Arriving outside the company, Gao Yan waved to Qian Bauer and stepped into the elevator. However, Gao Yan, who entered the elevator, did not go downstairs, but came to the 16th floor. After all, they were all downstairs in their own company, so they had to take a look After asking the decoration workers, I learned that the decoration progress is very good, much ahead of schedule, and the decoration can be completed in up to 6 days. Zhang Qin's cousin is also very concerned about this decoration and will come to supervise the work every day. In the evening, Gao Yan drove to Yangdong University to pick up Shi Wen Zi, had a meal together, and watched a movie before driving back to the rental community. Stop the car and turn off the engine. After pushing the door open and getting out of the car, Gao Yan was about to walk towards the unit door. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the unit door, I saw a woman staggering in front of the unit door and shouting something. After getting closer, he heard the other person repeating the words "open sesame" repeatedly. At the same time, he also smelled the strong smell of alcohol emanating from the other party. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan wanted to laugh, then silently took out his mobile phone and started filming Qian Bauer. Yes, it was Qian Bauer who called "open sesame." Soon, Gao Yan put away his phone and shouted, "Senior, how much have you drunk? Who are you?" When Qian Bauer heard the sound, he looked at Gao Yan with wide eyes and a puzzled expression. Gao Yan, do you remember? Oh, you are Gao Yan, come on, come with me and shout "open sesame." God damn open sesame. Gao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. He reached out and entered the password on the door key, then opened the door and let Qian Bauer in. Wow, you're so awesome, you opened it instantly. Qian Bauer clapped his hands. How much did you drink to become like this? Gao Yan was speechless for a while. Seeing Qian Bauer still standing outside the door, he simply reached out and pulled her in. Take the elevator to the 6th floor. Help Qian Bauer to the door of 603, and then asked, "Senior sister, where is your key?" Bag. So Gao Yan lowered his head and searched in Qian Bauer's bag, but he still couldn't find the key after searching for a long time. "Senior sister, it's not in the bag, think about it again?" What? Qian Bauer looked at Gao Yan in confusion. "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Qian Bauer was wearing jeans. Gao Yan reached out and touched the position of the trouser pocket, but didn't find the key at all. What should I do? After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to take her to his house. Help Qian Bauer to re-enter the elevator and go to the 5th floor. After opening the door and entering, turn on the light and put Qian Bauer on the sofa first. Let her stay on the sofa for a while, because Gao Yan was worried that she would vomit. After finding a trash can and placing it in front of the sofa, Gao Yan went to the bathroom, found a set of clothes, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. While taking a shower, Gao Yan called up the system interface. Today's revenue did not change much from yesterday, but the sales of the 3 milk tea shops exceeded 70,000 yuan, and all 450 mobile phones were sold out. Therefore, the upgrade experience increased by 2.09 million. The rebate income reached 14.66 million. According to the current progress, it would take more than a month to upgrade again. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to take Shi Wen Zi to Hongyun Stone Square tomorrow to see if he could get some upgrade experience by gambling on stones. After taking a shower, Gao Yan, who changed into big shorts and slippers, came to the living room. Suddenly, his eyes froze, and then his eyes widened, and even his breathing became rapid. But it was Qian Bauer who gave herself. Yes, Qian Bauer took off his clothes and pants, wearing only his underwear. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yan suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He quickly entered the bedroom and took out a new quilt from the closet. He went to the living room again and covered Qian Bao's beautiful body. Then, Gao Yan took his mobile phone and sat on the other side of the sofa. He planned to keep watch for a while, and if Qian Bao vomited later, he would have to help clean it up. I haven't checked Aomei's share price today. So, Gao Yan logged into the stock software and nodded with satisfaction. Today, the stock price of Aomei Medicine rose another 7 points, reaching 39.80 yuan, only 2 cents away from reaching 40 yuan. The stock he holds is already worth 20.54 million, with a net profit of 12.54 million. If 7 times the income rebate is added, his net worth will skyrocket by more than 100 million, and it only took 8 days. And this stock will continue to rise for more than 20 days. After exiting the stock software, Gao Yan glanced at Qian Bao again, only to find that the quilt covering Qian Bao's body had slipped a lot. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked. The restlessness in my heart surged up again. He quickly stepped forward and pulled up the quilt to cover Qian Bao's body. Gao Yan returned to his original position and chanted the Buddhist scriptures. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, I have been practicing the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time. After a while, Gao Yan's restless mood gradually subsided. He looked at Qian Bao again. Fortunately, the cool quilt was still covering her body. In order to divert attention, Gao Yan sent Shi Jianyue a WeChat message. Are you asleep? Shi Jianyue, not yet, I'm waiting for someone to say goodnight to me. I am born with talent, daughter-in-law, what should I do if I miss you? Shi Jianyue, I want to show my face, who is your wife? I am born with talent, whoever answers is the one who answers. After chatting with Shi Jianyue for half an hour, and seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Gao Yan took the initiative to end the chat, looked at Qian Bao again, and did not act like a monster again, and then he went into the room to sleep. As for giving the bedroom to Qian Bao, the other party had stripped himself naked. If he gave it to the bedroom again, it would be a bit unclear. A dreamless night. When Gao Yan woke up, he immediately felt abnormal. Because he found that his neck was held tightly by a pair of hands, and 2 legs were wrapped around his body. No, it's Qian Bao. Even if he has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs running away. Qian Bao must have run into his room last night for some unknown reason. Ma Dan, this is a big misunderstanding. Gao Yan carefully broke away from Qian Bao's entanglement and was about to get out of bed secretly when he found Qian Bao looking at him with wide eyes. Qian Bao's eyes were a little confused, but then her pupils suddenly shrank. And her face became extremely ugly. Seeing this, Gao Yan quickly explained, Senior, don't get me wrong. When I came back last night, I happened to see you drunk outside the unit door. Gao Yan quickly recounted the entire incident in the most concise words. After listening, Qian Bao also vaguely recalled that she seemed to have slept until midnight. She got up from the sofa to go to the toilet. After using the toilet, she went straight into Gao Yan's bedroom. Moreover, she always liked to sleep with her arms around the stuffed bear. Since she was a child, so she habitually regarded Gao Yan as a stuffed bear. Junior, please go out first. Qian Bao said, trying to stay calm. Okay. Gao Yan quickly walked out of the bedroom and closed the door. Seeing Gao Yan leave, Qian Bao also breathed a sigh of relief, and her pretty face turned red. It was so embarrassing that she actually did such a thing. During this time, things in the company made her feel even more stressed. After Gao Yan invested 5 million for her yesterday, all the pressure disappeared, so he asked his secretary to go to a sake bar to drink, but he accidentally drank too much. The secretary was originally going to send her home, but she thought it was okay, and just asked the secretary to send her outside the community. After getting out of the car, I was blown away by the night wind and got drunk, and then this embarrassing thing happened. Suddenly, Qian Bauer thought of something. I quickly checked my body and breathed a sigh of relief when I felt nothing strange. At the same time, she was a little lucky. Fortunately, she met a gentleman like Gao Yan. If it were another man, wouldn't she have to hand over the innocence she had retained for more than 20 years and a days? You must drink in moderation in the future and never drink too much, Qian Bauer said to himself secretly. Just as he was about to get up, Qian Bauer realized that his clothes were not in the bedroom, so he could only shout loudly, Junior, are you still here? What's the matter, Senior? Gao Yan's voice came from outside the door. My clothes are outside, please help me bring them in. Okay, wait a minute. After a while, Gao Yan knocked on the door and came in, throwing his clothes and pants to Qian Bauer on the bed. Because such an embarrassing thing happened, Qian Bauer couldn't stay at Gao Yan's house for a long time, so she came out of the bedroom and prepared to say goodbye. At this time, Gao Yan said, Senior sister, you don't have the key, do you? Need to wash up at my house? If necessary, I will go to the community supermarket to buy you a towel and toothbrush. Thank you, no need. In fact, my key is under the carpet in front of the door. Qian Bauer waved. After watching Qian Bauer leave, Gao Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. The two slept in each other's arms for so long, and their bodies were stained with each other's scent. They would go on a date with Shi Wen Zi later, so Gao Yan thought he should take a shower first to avoid being misunderstood by Shi Wen Zi. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan met Shi Wen Zi at the gate of Yangdong University. Gao Yan, where are we going today? Shi Wen Zi asked. I plan to take you to sell. Gao Yan joked. Are you willing to part with it? Of course I can't. You are a priceless treasure in my heart. Oh, you are so disgusting. Along the way, the two flirted and came to the antique street. After parking the car, Gao Yan took Shi Wen Zi's soft and delicate little hand very familiarly and went to Hanyun Stone Square. What is this place? After entering Hanyun Stone Square, Shi Wen Zi couldn't help but look around curiously and asked. Do you know jade? Gao Yan asked. Yes, I have a jade pendant. My mother gave it to me on my birthday. Shi Wen Zi said. Then do you know where jade comes from? It seems to be cut from raw stones. That's right. Gao Yan nodded, this place is dedicated to selling raw stones. If you buy raw stones at a low price and cut out high-priced jade, it is called a rise. If you don't cut out anything, or cut out low-priced jade, it is called a fall. It's gambling on stones, right? I think I heard someone say that. Shi Wen Zi said thoughtfully. Hey, there should be someone cutting stones over there. Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, Gao Yan found that many people gathered in the stone-cutting area. Again, so he pulled Shi Wen Zi and moved over decisively. Mr. Gao is here. Mr. Gao hasn't been here for a while. Make room for Mr. Gao and his girlfriend, let them come to the front. Last time at Hanyun Stone Square, Gao Yan became famous in one battle, so many people present knew him. He didn't have to squeeze to the front like last time, but someone deliberately made way for them to go to the front. Thank you, everyone. Gao Yan smiled at everyone, and then his eyes fell on a large rough stone. At this moment, the stone cutter was fixing the rough stone, and Lu Dong was standing there with a nervous look on his face. "Mr. Lu, we meet again." Gao Yan took the initiative to greet him. After all, the rough stone he bought from him last time made him a lot of money. "Hello, Mr. Gao." Lu Dong responded with a forced smile, and then his eyes shifted back to the rough stone. "Manager Song, Mr. Lu's condition seems to be a little abnormal." Gao Yan turned his head and asked the manager of Dafu Jewelry next to him. Hearing this, Manager Song showed a gloating look. "Didn't this guy make a few million from you, Mr. Gao, last time, and then he got cocky? Before, he was just playing around, but now, he dares to play with high-priced rough stones. As a result, not only did he lose the money he earned from you, but now he has collected 1.5 million to buy this rough stone and plans to turn things around." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan shook his head secretly. Lu Dong was obviously unreasonable. Of course, it was also possible that he was stimulated by him and wanted to make a lot of money. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan opened his golden eyes and looked at Lu Dong's rough stone. Then I knew that Lu Dong was in trouble. There is indeed jade in this rough stone, but the jade inside is only worth 100,000 yuan. Once it is unlocked, it will lose 1.4 million yuan. Soon, the stone cutter fixed the rough stone and started cutting. Chi-chi. A harsh sound sounded, accompanied by stone powder and sparks flying. After a while, a rough stone the size of a washbasin was cut out of it. But after seeing the colors revealed by the two sections, Lu Dong's face turned paler. "Mr. Lu, do you want to continue cutting?" Master Jiashir asked. "Old Lu, if you give up, I will accept these two rough stones for 500,000, so that you will lose less." At this time, Qin Lin, the manager of the Lucky Gambling Stone Shop, appeared and said to Lu Dong. Lu Dong has been playing in their stone betting shop for a while, and Qin Lin also knows that Lu Dong has mortgaged his house and car, and borrowed hundreds of thousands from others. Once the rough stone is completely cut off, he will not only lose his house and car, but also have to bear hundreds of thousands of foreign debts. As the saying goes, no one will accept the money for hanging. If Lu Dong can't bear the blow and chooses to kill himself, it will not be a good thing for them. Therefore, he was willing to buy back the rough stone for 500,000 yuan. After all, the purchase price of this rough stone was not as high as expected. It was all produced in the Qin family's rough stone mine in the Black Burma country. "Manager Qin, I appreciate your kindness. Even if I die, I will die knowingly." Lu Dong shook his head, but was unwilling to accept Qin Lin's kindness. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Keep cutting. Old Lu, why don't you listen to my advice? Manager Qin also has good intentions, so sell it quickly. Even Lao Lu, even if he loses a little, he still makes a profit. This rough stone is already useless." Seeing this, the guests who were familiar with Lu Dong among the crowd of onlookers also started to persuade him. But Lu Dong is now a gambler who has lost his mind. He cannot listen to other people's words of persuasion. Instead, he yells ungratefully, "Shut up, I'll shut up. Even if the bet fails, what does it have to do with you? Good words can't persuade the damn ghost." Gao Yan originally wanted to persuade him, but after hearing Lu Dong's words, even if he tried to persuade him, the other party would definitely not listen. "Gao Yan, did he lose the bet?" Shui Jianyue said. "It's hard to say now, but it's almost there. Let's go, let's pick 2 rough stones to cut. Gao Yan pulled Shi Wen out of the crowd. He already knew the result, so there was no need to continue watching. There are 2 types of rough stones in Hanyun Stone Square. One kind has no windows, the price is lower, and most of them are leftover materials, so it is not easy to get good products. One type has a window, and it has been confirmed that there is jade in the original stone, and the price will be much higher. Gao Yan's golden eyes only have 9 chances left. It is obviously more cost-effective to use the original stone for the window. How about this? How about we each choose a piece of rough stone to cut? Gao Yan said to Shi Wen again. However, when Shi Wen saw the prices of these rough stones, she quickly shook her head. No need, these rough stones are so expensive. Because the cheapest rough stones that have been opened through the window are priced at more than 100,000, and the expensive ones are even tens of millions. At this time, Gao Yan whispered in Shi Wen's ear, "Daughter-in-law, I haven't told you something. Last time I spent 7 million to buy a rough stone. Cut out the jadeite and sold it, making a direct profit of 900 won, so you can choose. Don't worry, I won't have the money." "Really?" Shi Wen said in surprise. "Of course, otherwise those people wouldn't have been so enthusiastic towards me," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Bata." Suddenly, Shi Wen kissed Gao Yan on the face and said with a slight blush, "Gao Yan, you are awesome." Although her family was not short of money, 9 million was still a huge sum of money to her. She didn't expect that Gao Yan was so capable that he made 9 million in one fell swoop. "If you dare to sneak attack me, I will come back with revenge." Gao Yan pretended to kiss her back, but Shi Wen quickly ran away with a smile. After some fighting, the 2 began to choose rough stones. In the end, Shi Wen chose a rough stone worth just over 100,000 yuan. Although the rough stone was cut open, all it revealed was being jade. Moreover, the size of this rough stone is not large, so even if it is not broken, the possibility of a sharp rise is not high. Thinking of this, Gao Yan cast golden eyes on the rough stone Shi Wen selected, and it was as expected. The jadeite in this rough stone is only worth 80,000 yuan, and you will lose more than 20,000 yuan. During this period, Gao Yan also gained a lot of knowledge about stone gambling and jade. There were more than 200 rough stones in the window, and it was impossible to scan them all with golden eyes, so he first selected the 8 most promising rough stones from this area, and then used golden eyes on the 8 rough stones. Jump out and earn more. Accompanied by Shi Wen, Gao Yan spent more than half an hour looking at all the rough stones. Then 8 rough stones numbered A009, A087, A098, A099, A118, A129, A188 and A203 were selected. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan cast golden eyes on the 8 rough stones. In the end, A118 had the highest value, according to the information provided by golden eyes. This rough stone contained a piece of ice-type imperial green, worth 24.8 million. The price of this rough stone is 5.2 million. If you buy it and cut it out, you will make a huge profit of 19.6 million. Gao Yan called the waiter and said he wanted to buy these 2 rough stones. After signing the contract and paying, the 2 rough stones belonged to Gao Yan. Although Shi Wen didn't say anything to stop him, she was very nervous. Obviously, she was worried about Gao Yan. After all, it was more than 5 million. If it collapsed, it would be a huge loss. When we came to Jieshur district again, most of the people gathered here had dispersed. Because Lu Dong's original stone has been divided into 16 pieces. But only one jade noodle was cut out, and it was only the lowest bean seed. Even if it was completely cut out, the price would not exceed 100,000. Therefore, Lu Dong now looks defeated, with a sense of regret in his expression. If he had chosen to sell the rough stone to Qin Lin before, he would have lost hundreds of thousands less. Soon, the stone master polished out the rough stone with jadeite. Qin Lin came forward again and expressed his willingness to pay 100,000 yuan for a piece of bean jadeite that was not too big or too small. Crack! Lu Dong slapped himself hard, then swayed and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Lin supported him in time and asked the waiter to help him to the lounge to relax. It's our turn. Gao Yan motioned to the waiter to put down the 2 rough stones belonging to him and Shi Wen. Young Master Gao, which piece should be cut first? Master Jieshur asked. Cut the piece my girlfriend chose first, Gao Yan said. Soon, the master of stone analysis began to work. Because the rough stone was not large enough, he quickly found the jadeite and valued it at 80,000 yuan. The risk of gambling on stones is too high. I lost more than 20,000 yuan in just a short time. Shi Wen secretly smacked his lips and thought to himself, if Gao Yan's rough stone was also cut off, he must persuade him, this. The risks of betting on stones are simply too high. Don't be discouraged. My rough stone hasn't been opened yet. Maybe I can make more money back. Gao Yan consoled him. I hope so. Shi Wen really didn't have much confidence. Young Master Gao, how are you going to cut this rough stone? At this time, the master of stone removal asked. Speak first, Gao Yan said. Okay. The stone master quickly fixed the original stone, then turned on the cutting machine and cut out a 2 centimeter thick piece of stone skin. But looking at the color of the incision, Master Jieshur quickly said, Good luck to you, Mr. Gao, the cut has become swollen again. Quick, rinse it and see how the water quality is? Before Gao Yan could speak, Manager Song of Dafu Jewelry shouted first. The stone-cutting master quickly used a small water gun to rinse the interface, and then the water quality of the jade was revealed. It's ice quality. Oh my god, it seems to be ice quality imperial green. It's a big increase, Mr. Gao cut it and it's a big increase again. Looking at the excited crowd around him, Shi Wen asked puzzledly, Gao Yan, are we making money? Yes, it's increased. Gao Yan nodded and explained in Shi Wen's ear, the value of jade is mainly determined by the quality and water quality. The quality is divided into glass quality, ice quality. Mr. Gao, are you willing to sell this rough stone? We at Dafu Jewelry are willing to offer 8 million. Manager Song of Dafu Jewelry looked at Gao Yan with eager eyes. Now that this jade has been cut into 2 holes, the risk level has been greatly reduced, and the probability of a large quantity is very high. Similarly, the manager of Hengjin Jewelry also wants to make an offer. However, Gao Yan waved his hand, no hurry for now, wait until it's cut out. The manager of Hengjin Jewelry swallowed his words immediately. Through the last contact, he had determined that Gao Yan was a very determined person, and it was difficult to change his mind easily. However, he took 2 photos of the rough stone and sent them to Tang Yi. President, the rough stone selected by Gao Yan has increased in value again. When will you arrive? Tang Yi, on the way, at most 10 minutes. Tang Yi had told the manager in advance that she would notify Gao Yan once he came to gamble on the stone. In a speeding Ferrari 488. Tang Yi, who put down his phone, couldn't help muttering to himself, "This guy is getting more and more mysterious." The second time he gambled on the stone, he actually gambled on an increase again. Since Gao Yan refused to follow the investment last time, he commissioned a private detective to conduct a comprehensive investigation on Gao Yan. Today, the private detective has compiled the information he found into a book and sent it to her. After reading this information, she realized how deep Gao Yan hid. First of all, Gao Yan already has 3 milk tea shops. She knew this a long time ago, but she didn't take it seriously. But according to the information provided by the private detective, these 3 milk tea shops cannot be underestimated, because these 3 milk tea shops have 6 top-quality flavors of milk tea. This makes the sales of the 3 milk tea shops very good. The daily sales of Wanlong and Hengda shopping malls have stabilized at 20,000 yuan, and the snack street in University Town has also stabilized at 15,000 yuan. The daily sales of the 3 milk tea shops have exceeded 50,000. Even if calculated based on the minimum of 50,000 yuan, the milk tea shop has a turnover of 1.5 million per month. The cost of the milk tea shop is very low. Even if labor, rent, water, electricity, raw materials, etc. are excluded, there is at least 50% profit. In other words, Gao Yan can make 750,000 yuan a month with these 3 milk tea shops. The profit for a year can reach 9 million. The replicability of milk tea shops is very strong. Gao Yan can easily open 10 stores in Nandu City, so that the profit can reach 90 million. Then it will continue to expand to the whole Yongdong province. And the whole Yongdong province will have no problem accommodating 100 milk tea shops. In that case, Gao Yan's milk tea shop will be able to make a profit of 900 million yuan a year. What if it expands to the whole country? The profit is unbelievable, and the potential is even stronger than that of Brothers Hot Pot Shop. After all, it is much easier to copy a milk tea shop than to copy a hot pot shop, with a small footprint and small investment. When it goes public, it will be another large enterprise with tens of billions of dollars. No wonder Gao Yan is unwilling to invest in hot pot restaurants. He invested in a hot pot restaurant, which is enough to open several milk tea shops. Secondly, Gao Yan also created an internet company. The registered capital directly reached 300 million yuan. With Gao Yan's family situation, he could not come up with 300 million yuan at all, so where did his 300 million yuan come from? As for whether there would be any problems with the 300 million yuan, she felt that there could be no problem. If there was really a problem, the relevant departments would have found Gao Yan long ago, so how could he come up with 300 million yuan as registered capital in a high-profile manner? What's more interesting is that Fang Zhenzhen also got involved with Gao Yan. She and Fang Zhenzhen have been sworn enemies since childhood. Because both of them are extremely outstanding and equally beautiful, there are always people comparing them. Originally, the Fang family was weaker than their Tang family. But in the past few years, the Fang family's industry has exploded, and it has surpassed the Tang family in one fell swoop. Moreover, both of them chose to study abroad. It's just that after returning to China, she chose to take over the family jewelry company, while Fang Zhenzhen went to work for Gao Yan. In her opinion, a girl of heaven like Fang Zhenzhen would definitely not work for others for nothing. Rather, she knew Gao Yan's true identity and wanted to establish a Relationship with the relationship behind Gao Yan. Yes, she felt that Gao Yan's identity was problematic. In fact, the Qing family had previously investigated that Gao Yan's current parents were not his biological parents. Before Gao Yan sold the hot pot base to Qinghao, he was just an ordinary college student. But during this period, he not only obtained the milk tea formula, but also a large amount of funds. Tang Yi had reason to believe that it was probably Gao Yan's biological parents who came to him and offered compensation. But what kind of family could come up with hundreds of millions of dollars to support a student who was still in an ivory tower? Even if the Tang family wanted to raise $300 million, it would not be easy. Not to mention coming up with $300 million to help their children start a business. Therefore, the background of Gao Yan's biological parents is absolutely unimaginable. Thinking of this, she regretted it very much. She shouldn't be aggressive to Gao Yan, which would affect his relationship with Qinghao. Gao Yan could take out 300 million yuan to start a company, and he would definitely continue to invest in the hot pot restaurant, but he refused, which shows that he already had a grudge in his heart. Fortunately, Qinghao forced 30% of the shares to Gao Yan. For this matter, he thought Qinghao was a bit stupid before. Now it seems that Qinghao is a fool with good luck. Hongyun Stone Shop. After Gao Yan did not plan to sell the raw stone in advance, the stone cutting master continued to cut. Chi. Sparks and stone powder flew together. After a while, another cut was made. Seeing the green color revealed on the cut surface, everyone's eyes were extremely complicated. Obviously, this young master Gao has increased his cutting again. Wash off the stone powder on the cut surface with a water gun, and a dark green jadeite is also revealed. Manager Song secretly swallowed his saliva. If he had offered 10 million just now, he might have been able to get the rough stone. As for now, even if he offered 12 million, people might not pay attention to him. Then, everyone congratulated Gao Yan again. Gao Yan smiled calmly and signaled the stone cutter to continue cutting the other side. The stone cutter was also very happy to be able to cut out good goods. Generally speaking, after the rough stone cutout has increased in value, the owner of the rough stone will give him a big red envelope. The rough stone was fixed again and the cutting machine was turned on. Chi. The harsh sound sounded again. At this time, Tang Yi, wearing high heels, hurried over. "How is it?" she asked the manager. "Opening 2 sides in a row, each side has increased in value," the manager of Hingjing Jewelry said with envy. "Gao Yan, congratulations on your increase in income." Tang Yi walked to Gao Yan and looked at Shu Jianyue. "This is your girlfriend, so beautiful." "Sister Tang, you are too polite." "This is my girlfriend, Shu Jianyue." "Jianyue, this is Qinghao's cousin." "Hello Sister Tang." "Hello Jianyue." Tang Yi greeted with a smile, but she felt inexplicably unhappy in her heart. Because Gao Yan introduced her as Qinghao's cousin, and obviously did not regard her as a friend. Because the noise produced by the cutting machine makes it difficult to chat. After saying hello, everyone fell silent and focused on the rough stone being cut. Soon, the third side of the rough stone was cut open. Similarly, after washing with a water gun, 1/3 of the cut surface is emerald color. Although there is no huge increase, it can be proved that the size of the jadeite in the original stone is not small. "Young Master Gao, do you want to continue cutting?" Master Jiashir asked. "Untie it completely," Gao Yan said. etc. At this time, Tang Yi shouted, "Gao Yan, how about selling it to me for 20 million? How can you be so embarrassed?" Gao Yan waved his hand, "Qing Hao and I are good brothers. Although we have opened 4 sites now, who knows whether there will be hollow fractures or the like, so we'd better wait until it is completely incised." Tang Yi really couldn't refute Gao Yan's reasons. At the same time, I feel more and more that Gao Yan is a petty person. I apologized twice, but I still feel resentful. Oh well. It took the next 20 minutes for the stone master to cut out the entire jadeite. A large piece of ice jade. Although there are some flaws, the flaws are not concealed. "Young Master Gao, my Dafu jewelry offer is 22 million. Manager Song shouted quickly. He had already reported it in advance, and his superiors had also given him greater permission. 25 million. Tang Yi followed closely. What the hell? After hearing Tang Yi's quotation, Manager Song cursed in his heart. She was simply an unreasonable and crazy woman. Because the value of this jadeite has reached its peak of 25 million. However, if a good carver makes it, you can still make a profit of 2 to 3 million. So, he gritted his teeth and said, 26 million. 27 million. Tang Yi said without hesitation. Crazy woman. Manager Song couldn't help but curse out loud. What did you say? Say it again. Tang Yi stared at Manager Song with cold eyes and asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, it was my bad words. I apologize to you. Manager Song apologized helplessly because the two people's identities were not on the same level. Snort. Tang Yi snorted coldly, watch your mouth, and next time, don't blame Grandma for being rude to you. I know. Manager Song said repeatedly. How about Gao Yan, do you want to sell this jade? Tang Yi looked at Gao Yan again, with a smile on his face. In fact, if he bought this jadeite for 27 million, even if it was turned into jewelry, the profit would be extremely slim. However, this is an opportunity to make good friends with Gao Yan, who calls this guy stingy. Thank you very much for taking care of me, Sister Tang. Gao Yan nodded. Golden Eyes valued this piece of jade at 24.8 million. Now that Tang Yi has given him an extra 2.2 million, why doesn't he sell it? Then happy cooperation. Happy to work with. Next, the two signed a transfer agreement in Gambling Stone Square. Immediately after Tang Yi made a call, 27 million was deposited into Gao Yan's account. Suddenly, the system upgrade experience skyrocketed by 27 million, and the total experience reached 53.78 million. At the same time, 7 times the rebate was also injected into the system account. The system account increased by 189 million, and the system stored funds once again exceeded 300 million, reaching 331.6 million. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't wait to come to Gambling Stone Shop every day to gain experience and money. But he immediately suppressed the idea. First of all, it's so eye-catching that it's rising every day. Secondly, Bet Shifang belongs to the Qin family. If he is too high profile, he will be easily targeted by the Qin family. Therefore, he decided to come to Gambling Stone Shop once a month. It's still a period of development, so it's better to keep a low profile. Gao Yan, thank you for selling me the jade. How about I treat you and your girlfriend to a meal? Tang Yi extended the invitation again. No need, Sister Tang. Jiang Yu and I are planning to go out and have some fun. We'll talk about it when we have time. Gao Yan politely refused. What was the point of eating with Tang Yi? After being stimulated twice, he was most interested in conquering Zhuo Jianyue. How could he have the thought to fight with Tang Yi Su? Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Tang Yi's eyes. Okay, let's talk about it next time when we have a chance. Okay, Sister Tang, let's go first. Gao Yan waved to Tang Yi and led Zhuo Jianyue out of Gambling Stone Square. Looking at Gao Yan's leaving figure, Tang Yi's eyes were somewhat resentful and depressed. He had expressed his sincerity one after another, but this boy still didn't appreciate it. At this moment, Gambling Stone office. General Manager Qin Lin was calmly picking up a cup of tea and bringing it to his mouth. After putting down the teacup, he said to the tall man standing in front of him, Old Jiao, arrange for someone to find out what this Gao Yan's background is and see what his background is. I'll make arrangements right away. The tall man nodded and turned out of the office. The reason why Qin Lin asked Gao Yan to be investigated was because he suspected that this boy had a knack for identifying rough stones. The Qin family has been in the jade business for many years. There are also many stone betting experts under his command. Both times, he observed Gao Yan. He seemed to be extremely confident in the rough stone he chose, as if he could see through the rough stone. If the other party really has this ability, he will suggest that the family take this person under his command. Because in less than 3 years, the Qin family will have a stone gambling showdown with the major rough stone mine owners. This showdown is about each company's shipments over the next 3 years. As the saying goes, rare things are valuable. Over the years, they have been controlling the output of raw stones and speculating on jadeite. Among them, there are 7 largest raw stone suppliers, and the Qin family is one of them. They divide the shipment volume into 10 parts. Each of the 7 companies takes 10%, and the remaining 30% of the shipment volume is distributed in the form of gambling. In the last session, the Qin family barely won the 3rd place in the gambling. Therefore, the shipment volume in the next 3 years is only 1.5%, while the first place can enjoy 2.5% alone, and the second place can also enjoy 20%. If the Qin family can get the first place, then it can earn more than 10 billion a year, and more than 30 billion in 3 years. Unfortunately, with the death of several old gambling stone experts in the Qin family, there is already a lack of successors. Gao Yan didn't know. Even though he had planned to keep a low profile, he was still targeted by Qin Lin. It is midsummer now. The sun in the sky is also particularly scorching. It is obviously not appropriate to go hiking. Gao Yan originally planned to go swimming, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was a disadvantage to let Zhuo Jianyue wear a swimsuit in front of so many people. How could he let other men feast their eyes on his girlfriend? Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a diamond card for Tianyun Club. It is said that this club has all kinds of food, drink and entertainment projects, so why not go there for a day? Jianyue, I'll take you to a fun place. You decide. Zhuo Jianyue has not come back to her senses yet. The scene in the gambling stone shop just now has a great impact on her, because in just over an hour, Gao Yan actually made more than 20 million. From childhood to adulthood, her family has never lacked her money. But this does not mean that she does not know what more than 20 million means. At the same time, she was a little more worried in her heart. Can she grasp such an excellent boy? The improvement of mental power not only made Gao Yan smarter, but also improved his grasp and guessing of people's hearts. As soon as he saw Zhuo Jiang Yue's expression, he vaguely guessed something. So, he reached out and grabbed her hand, smiling and said, "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Do you have no confidence in yourself or me?" As the saying goes, a loud drum does not need a heavy hammer. Upon hearing Gao Yan's words, Jiang Yue immediately understood the meaning, but felt a little embarrassed and pretended to be arrogant and said, "Bah, I'm a fairy. How can I be inferior?" Tianyun Club is more luxurious and huge than Gao Yan imagined. The area it occupies is not inferior to that of Nandu University, and it is also located in the city center. Such a large piece of land in the city center is not something that ordinary people can take. For a moment, Gao Yan was also a little curious about the boss behind this club. There were 8 young security guards standing at the gate. From their posture and the momentum on their bodies, they were definitely not ordinary security guards. Moreover, there was a large security booth inside the gate, and there were also security guards stationed inside. Once a situation that could not be dealt with outside occurred, they could come out to support immediately. Gao Yan's car was intercepted by 2 security guards as soon as it approached. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a membership card?" the security guard asked in a cold tone. "Is this okay?" Gao Yan took out the diamond card and handed it to the security guard. The other party took the card, took out a machine and scanned it, then handed it back to Gao Yan with both hands and said, "Dear Diamond member, welcome to Tianyun Club." "Thank you." A smile appeared on the security guard's face. "You're welcome, sir." After entering the door, drive straight for 100 meters and there will be a special reception. "Thank you for the reminder." The door opened and Gao Yan drove in. The 2 security guards also returned to their original positions and couldn't help whispering, "I didn't expect that a person driving an Audi A4 would be a diamond card user." "Shut up, forget our rules, you can't talk about customers casually," another security guard reminded in a deep voice. The membership cards of Tianyun Club are divided into copper cards, silver cards, gold cards, diamond cards, and crown cards. The annual fee of the copper card is 1 million, the annual fee of the silver card is 2 million, the annual fee of the gold card is 5 million, the annual fee of the diamond card is 10 million. And this is just the card fee. You need to pay extra money to consume in Tianyun Club. It's just that different cards can enjoy different services and discounts. Take the lowest level copper card for example, it can only be used in ordinary areas, and all consumption is 9.5% off. Silver cards can be used in ordinary and intermediate areas at will, and all consumption is 10% off. Gold cards can be used in ordinary, intermediate and advanced areas at will, and all expenses are 20% off. Diamond card users can consume in any area, and at the same time, they can entrust Tianyun Club with some tasks, and the club will do its best to complete them. As for the crown card, unlike the previous 4 membership cards, it is not bought with money, but given by the boss. Users holding the crown card can consume in the club for free. However, so far, the security guards have not met crown card customers, so diamond cards are already the most distinguished customers. Under the guidance of the security guards, Gao Yan drove forward 100 meters. He saw a building, and there were 4 people standing in front of the gate waiting to receive Gao Yan and the others. Among the 4 people, there was a middle-aged man dressed as a butler and a young man in a white uniform. In addition, there were 2 tall Cheongsam beauties with a face value of 90 points. As soon as the car stopped, the middle-aged man leaned forward to open the door for Gao Yan, and said with a smile, "Dear Mr. Gao, I am Henry, your personal butler today, and I am happy to serve you." "Thank you." Gao Yan smiled at the other party, walked out of the car, and then went to the co-pilot to open the door for Shi Wen. Afterwards, two Cheongsam beauties also came forward to greet Gao Yan and Shi Wen, and led them into the reception hall. As for the car left in the original place, the young man drove it away for cleaning and maintenance. After sitting on the leather sofa, the two Cheongsam beauties immediately served tea and hot towels. "Henry, this is my first time here. Can you help me and my girlfriend introduce the project here?" Gao Yan asked the butler Henry. "Okay, Mr. Gao, can you show me your membership card?" Henry said politely. Gao Yan took out the membership card again. After Henry scanned the code, he handed it back respectfully with both hands, and began to introduce it with a slight bow. "First of all, Tianyun Club has many projects, such as basketball, football, badminton, bowling, horseback riding, archery, shooting, indoor skiing, golf, table tennis, swimming, cinema, opera house, party hall, script killing, etc. In addition, there are KTV, bars, beauty salons, gambling stone shops, and fencing." What surprised Gao Yan even more was that there was a ring match here. In short, almost all the projects you can imagine can be found here. Of course, in addition to the entertainment projects, there are also various delicacies here, including 8 major cuisines, French cuisine, Italian cuisine, and even street snacks. "Jiangyu, what do you want to play?" After listening to Henry's introduction, Gao Yan asked Shi Wen. "There are too many projects, and I don't know what to play." Shi Wen had difficulty choosing. "Since you don't know, try everything you are interested in, anyway, we have more time," Gao Yan suggested. After a while, under the guidance of two Cheongsam beauties, Gao Yan and Shi Wen came to the badminton hall. The service here is very thoughtful. Special sportswear is also provided. Gao Yan and Shi Wen, wearing sportswear, started playing. Gao Yan originally thought that Shi Wen's physical strength should not be very good, but after playing for more than 20 minutes, the opponent only had a slight sweat stain on his forehead, which seemed to be irregular. Exercise. Halftime break. The two came to the benches beside the stadium to rest. The Cheongsam beauty accompanying them kindly gave them towels and high-quality mineral water. After the break, the two continued. After playing for about 40 minutes, Shi Wen suggested changing the venue. So the two came to the bowling alley. There are special coaches here to guide. Gao Yan and Shi Wen both have good comprehension, and they quickly mastered the tricks and competed with great interest. Then the two changed venues to play archery and table tennis. And time also came to noon. As for which restaurant to eat, the two tacitly chose the Sichuan restaurant. It has to be said, the chef of Tianyun Club is quite awesome, and he must be a top chef. After tasting the taste, Gao Yan even felt that the dishes made by the chef here were only slightly worse than those with super seasoning. But in terms of color, plating, and knife skills, they far exceeded the dishes made by Gao Yan with super seasoning. After dinner, Gao Yan and Shi Wen walked hand in hand on the tree-lined path. "Gao Yan, the consumption here is not low, right?" Shi Wen asked softly. "I don't know either, after all, this is my first time here, but do you know where I got my membership card?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "How did you get it?" "Dang, you gave it to me." How is that possible? Jianyue was very surprised. Do you remember when we went to the shore for boating last week? I asked you. To buy a drink? Gao Yan asked. Remember? I deliberately sent you away because I found someone trying to harm me and was afraid of accidentally hurting you. Then, the people sent by Dengyu attacked me, but I ended up hurting them. Suddenly, Jianyue's face darkened. He's too much. He attacked you again. And again. You must call the police. Don't be angry, I'm fine. Gao Yan pinched Jianyue's little hand and comforted her. After 2 consecutive failures, Dengyu sent people to make peace with me. He was worried that I wouldn't agree, so he compensated me with 3 heavy gifts. I didn't covet these things, but I was mainly worried that the other party would attack you, so I pretended to agree, and I'll settle accounts with him later. When I have the chance. Gao Yan, I'm sorry for making you wronged. Jianyue was quite moved and tiptoed to kiss Gao Yan on the face. But this time Gao Yan had planned it in advance and reached out to hug her in his arms. You attacked me again, I won't let you run away this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan kissed those 2 cherry lips heavily. After a while, Jianyue broke away from Gao Yan's arms and ran forward along the tree-lined path with a red face. Don't run, I haven't kissed you enough yet. Gao Yan shouted pretentiously, but followed him unhurriedly. The 2 walked through the tree-lined path one after the other, and what they saw was a huge artificial lake. There are independent villas standing beside the lake. Henry had also introduced to Gao Yan before that only customers with gold cards or above were eligible to rent these single-family villas, which were suitable for holding parties or holding banquets. However, Gao Yan and Jianyue were just 2 people, and they didn't plan to spend the night here, so they naturally wouldn't rent a villa. Got you. Gao Yan pulled Jianyue into his arms with a single swoop. At this moment, there was a villa on the 2nd floor, not far away. A shirtless and muscular young man was shaking a red wine glass in one hand and holding a mobile phone to his ear in the other. At this moment, a respectful voice came from the phone. Master Sun, the matter has been settled. That kid is a coward, so we will threaten him. After saying a few words to him, before he could take action, the boy almost peed in fear. He was worried that we would continue to cause trouble for him, and he had already run away. That's good. Sun Menglong nodded with satisfaction. Where is that woman? The other end of the phone said, hey, she was still looking for life and death at first, but after we gave her a job and told her that her boyfriend had run away, she seemed to accept her fate. Xiao Jia, you have done a good job. I will recommend you to my second uncle to serve as the deputy manager of the Nandu branch. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. You are my boss. From now on, your words will be the imperial edict. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Xiao Jia quickly expressed his loyalty. Okay, that's it. Sun Menglong hung up the phone, and the scene that happened last night flashed through his mind. He had a special hobby and liked to steal other people's girlfriends. Last night when he first arrived in Nandu, he met a man and a woman in a bar. They happened to be a couple, so he became interested. It's a pity that he made an appointment to come to Tianyun Club today to talk about something, otherwise, he would definitely have to play for a while longer. Suddenly, Sun Menglong's eyes inadvertently glanced at a man and a woman by the lake, but his old habit relapsed. The woman in front of him was much more beautiful than the one he just captured last night. Somebody come. "Master, what are your orders?" Two big men in suits came in and bowed to ask. Sun Menglong glanced at Gao Yan and Shujianyue by the lake and couldn't help but trace an evil smile on his lips. "Go and invite the man and woman below." "Yes." Hearing this, the two men in suits turned around and went downstairs. Soon, two big men in suits walked out of the villa and came to the lake. Gao Yan is now an expert at the pinnacle of Anjin. He already felt the feeling. When the two of them were still a few meters away, he let go of Shujianyue and asked the two big men in suits who came 1 meter in front of him, "You two, something's wrong? My young master has invited you, please come with us." A strong man in a suit spoke stiffly. "Who is your young master?" Gao Yan asked. "No comment, don't talk nonsense, you'll find out when you get there," the other party responded impatiently. At this time, Gao Yan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the balcony, and happened to see a shirtless man holding a red wine glass. Although there was a distance, Gao Yan could still see the other man's appearance clearly. He was sure that he didn't know the other person. "Is your young master the man on the balcony? You're still talking nonsense, are you looking for a fight?" The burly man in a suit became increasingly impatient. Facing the increasingly rude man in a suit, Gao Yan felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he still suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Okay. I'll go with you." This is not because he is afraid of the other party, but because he wants to understand the other party's purpose. Snort. The strong man in a suit snorted with disdain, turned around and left, while the other strong man in a suit fell behind Gao Yan and Shujianyue. "Is Gao Yan going to be okay?" Shujianyue asked nervously in a low voice. "Fine." Gao Yan smiled at her, "Even if something happens, as long as I am here, there will be no danger. After all, he is also at the peak of his dark strength, and as Li Feng said, the top masters of the 3 major martial arts families in Yangdong province can only use their inner strength. Therefore, he is not afraid of anyone unless he encounters a master of Huajin or someone with a firearm. And the Huajin masters are all elderly. As for firearms, the Dashia kingdom has such strict control, how can anyone blatantly hold a gun? The two strong men in suits walking in front and behind couldn't help but sneer when they heard Gao Yan's words. Once they entered the villa, they couldn't help you anymore. Soon, Gao Yan and Shujianyue entered the villa and came to the villa lobby. The young man who was still on the balcony before has come to the hall and is leaning on a leather sofa, still showing his strong upper body. "Master, the people are here." Two strong men in suits reported and stood silently behind the man. At this moment, the young man known as the young master looked at Jianyue up and down with greedy eyes, without any concealment. Before, he was far away and his vision was a little blurry. Now that he was close, he became more and more interested in the woman in front of him. Of temptation. Such a look made Shujianyue very uncomfortable, so she stared back unceremoniously. "Haha, dare to glare at me, you are a woman with personality, and I like her." Sun Menglong couldn't help laughing loudly. Immediately, his eyes fell on Gao Yan and asked with a bit of fun, "Is she your girlfriend?" "None of your business," Gao Yan said extremely rudely. From the look in the other person's eyes, Gao Yan had already guessed that the other person was coming for Shujianyue, and he teased Shujianyue in front of him, making it clear that he didn't take him seriously, so why should he be polite to him? Court death. The strong man in a suit who was standing behind the sofa had a cold look in His eyes walked around the sofa, and his pace suddenly quickened. The moment he approached Gao Yan, he grinned and slapped Gao Yan on the cheek. Bang! But Gao Yan's legs were faster, and he kicked the strong man in a suit away. And hit Sun Menglong directly on the sofa. I'll go. Sun Menglong, who was originally going to watch the show, changed his expression and quickly got up to dodge. But at this moment, the figure flashed by. A powerful slap hit Sun Menglong's cheek hard, and his body flew up over the sofa and fell heavily to the carpet. Sun Menglong, who fell to the ground, suddenly felt a foreign object in his mouth and subconsciously spit it out, but it turned out to be a big bloody tooth. You offended my girlfriend and knocked out one of your teeth. If you dare to do it a second time, there is no need to keep your mouth full of teeth. Gao Yan retreated to his original position, his words threatening. Do you know who I am? Sun Menglong was so angry that he slowly stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Gao Yan resentfully and asked. I don't care who you are, if you dare to insult my girlfriend, you should be beaten. Gao Yan noticed the vicious gaze of the other party and couldn't help but squint his eyes. There was a fierce light in his eyes. If it weren't for the inappropriate place, he would definitely knock out more than just one of the other's teeth. Moreover, he found that both the two big men in suits and Sun Menglong were talented in martial arts. Sun Menglong in particular was a Mingjin martial artist. Although not as good as Li Feng, he had also reached the middle stage of Mingjin. What a big statement, I'm from the Sun family in Nandong City. Sun Menglong said coldly. Whether it's the Sun family or the Qin family, no matter which family it is, there's no reason for you to insult my girlfriend. Gao Yan was slightly shocked, but he didn't expect that the other party was from the Sun family, one of the three major martial arts families in Yangdong. However, the power of the Sun family is concentrated in Nandong City, and if the Sun family's Hua Jin wants to take charge of the Sun family, he will definitely not dare to leave lightly. As long as it is not Hua Jin, he has nothing to be taboo about. Okay. You actually don't even care about our Sun family. How dare you? Leave a name. Listen carefully, I am your father. Gao Yan said calmly. Puff. The originally tense atmosphere was instantly destroyed, and Shi Wen was even more amused by Gao Yan's words. Let's go. Gao Yan grabbed Shi Wen's hand again and walked out of the villa. Staring at the two people's leaving figures, Sun Menglong's expression changed several times. Finally, he gave up the plan of staying with the other party, because he was not sure at all. Now that he has calmed down, he also realizes that the young man in front of him who does not take him seriously is most likely a master at the Anjin level. Even if he adds 2 bodyguards to such a master, he will never be a match. Master, are you okay? 2 men in suits and Chinese speakers said with shame, it's all our fault for not being able to protect you because of our lack of strength. Is it useful to say these words now? Daolong, go and investigate who this guy is right away. Erlong, drive me to the hospital right away. Sun Menglong touched his swollen cheek, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Outside the villa. Gao Yan, why don't we leave here? Shi Wen said. Because of what happened just now? Shi Wen nodded lightly. Okay, let's go. Gao Yan said, after what happened just now, it is estimated that Shi Wen no longer wants to play. After driving away from Tianyun Club, Gao said, how about we go to a movie? And relax. Let's go to the hotel. Shi Jianyue whispered. What? Gao Yan suddenly turned his head and looked at Shi Jianyue with a bit of disbelief. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Shi Jianyue said with a blushing face. Hey, I heard it, let's go to the hotel. Gao Yan was overjoyed and couldn't help but step on the accelerator harder. The author has something to say. Thanks to the professional gangster for 13 years for his wonderful writing. Thanks. I came to see the sea for the energy drink. Thanks to Chimel Book Friends _0327565155653 for the reminder. Thank you for the fighter jets and the flowers that shed tears in the world of mortals. Thank you all for the gold coins. Gao Yan didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. He originally thought it would take some time to win Shi Jianyue. Unexpectedly, Shi Jianyue took the initiative to go to the hotel. In fact, he soon guessed the reason why Shi Jianyue took the initiative to go to the hotel, that was to compensate him. After all, the two of them confirmed their relationship for just over a week. But Gao Yan was attacked twice by Deng Yu because of her, and today she offended Sun Menglong because of her. Since so many people covet her, it is better to give herself to Gao Yan as soon as possible so that others will give up. Although they have only confirmed their relationship for a week. But their feelings have been accumulating since high school. Even if they have never contacted each other in the past 2 years. But she has never been able to forget Gao Yan. Therefore, she can be sure that she loves Gao Yan. And after meeting again, Gao Yan appeared in front of her with a brand new look, better than before, or because she became better. How can she not be moved? Since she loves him, there is no need to be so hesitant and consider so much. It is better to simply give herself to this man. She also believed in her own judgment, this man would not let her down. 20 minutes later. Gao Yan drove to the Hilton Hotel and then walked into the magnificent hotel lobby hand in hand. Here you go. Shi Jianyue stuffed something into Gao Yan's hand. Gao Yan looked down and saw that it was her ID card. Then Gao Yan couldn't help but smile again and took her hand to the front desk. This was his girlfriend's first time. So, Gao Yan didn't want to treat her badly in other aspects, so he directly opened a presidential suite for 58,888 yuan. The hotel originally arranged a private butler. However, when the other party brought the two to the door of the room, Gao Yan sent her away. Mr. Gao, Miss Shua, if you need anything, please tell me. I wish you a pleasant stay. After leaving a word, the private butler retreated respectfully. After opening the door and entering the room, Gao Yan reached out and hugged Shi Jianyue. He could feel that the other party was a little nervous, and even his body was trembling slightly. So, he interrupted the next action and looked at Shi Jianyue's beautiful and pure face affectionately. Jianyue, I love you. Gao Yan, me too. Let's never separate in the future, okay? Well, I listen to you. After this confession, Shi Jianyue obviously relaxed, and then Gao Yan gently lifted her chin and kissed her lips, gently. Gao Yan's action was very gentle, and Shi Jianyue also felt it, so she became proactive, stretched out her hands to hug Gao Yan's neck, and took the initiative to stick her body to him. Nandong City, Sun Family Security Company Headquarters. Deputy General Manager's Office. A young woman and an office lady came in excitedly and reported to Vice President Sun Ruashi, who was sitting in the boss chair watching TV series. Fifth Miss, good news, I just got the news that Sun Menglong had a big tooth knocked out. What, there is such a thing? Sun Ruashi, who was watching TV series, immediately became interested. Tell me the details. Although she and Sun Menglong are siblings, her relationship with Sun Menglong is not very good, especially she despises Sun Menglong's special hobbies. Even the elders in the family have complaints about this. You are the young master of the Sun family, it is not easy to find a woman. Whether it is dating or spending money to support, it is not a problem, but you like to steal other people's girlfriends. Although the Sun family is powerful, there is no trouble. But after the spread, it is not good for the reputation of the Sun family. Especially when it is engaged. Fortunately, the family she was engaged to was a martial arts family from another province. If it was from this province, they would have called off the engagement long ago if they knew Sun Menglong had such a hobby. The young woman dressed as an office lady was an orphan adopted by the Sun family. Her name was Sun Shui and she was currently working as Sun Ruashi's assistant. She was not surprised by Sun Ruashi's gloating expression. She continued, I learned about this from Erlong. Originally, Sun Menglong had an appointment with people from Xinguang Entertainment to discuss cooperation at Tianyun Club. As a result, the people from Xinguang Entertainment had not arrived yet. As a result, Sun Menglong's old problem came back and he fell in love with the other person's girlfriend again. He asked Dalong and Erlong to bring her to the villa. Wait. Sun Ruashi shouted, is Sun Menglong that fierce? Doesn't he know that Tianyun Club is the industry of that woman? How dare he make trouble there? Tianyun Club is not only in Nandu, but also in developed cities across the country. And the boss of Tianyun Club is a woman with extremely strong strength and skills. She was a woman that even Sun Ruashi admired. This woman was originally the widow of the eldest son of the Zhao family. The eldest son of the Zhao family was a genius in the martial arts world back then. At the age of 24, he was already in the late stage of dark energy and could definitely enter the stage of transformation energy at the age of 30. Unexpectedly, she was defeated and seriously injured by a martial arts genius from the Foot Basin country in a competition. It was said that she could not bear the blow of failure and died of her injuries not long after. Most people thought there was something fishy about it. For this reason, the old man of the Zhao family, who was over 80 years old, was so angry that he vomited blood. Not long after, he also died. You know, the old man of the Zhao family is one of the only remaining Danjin grandmasters in the martial arts world today. The death of the highly anticipated genius and the Dinghe Shenzhen has dealt a great blow to the Zhao family. But the Zhao family has no outstanding figures. Therefore, after the death of Mr. Zhao, many people have been trying to take advantage of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family is also in great chaos. At this time, the widow of the eldest son of Zhao stood up and integrated the Zhao family with a quick knife to cut the Gordian knot. She also dealt with several people who wanted to take advantage of the Zhao family and forced other forces to retreat. In the end, she didn't know how to invite a Danjin grandmaster to support the Zhao family. Now the Zhao family has completely restored stability. But what is surprising is that Tu Yun did not plan to manage the original industry of the Zhao family. Within a year, all the original industries of the Zhao family were sold to some large martial arts families at a price lower than the market price. Thus, he made friends with the major martial arts families. Even their Sun family gained some benefits from it. Later, Tu Yun used the money from the sale of the Zhao family's industry to establish the Tianyun Club. In just 6 years, Tianyun Club opened all over the country. It became an extremely special force in the country. Some people were jealous of Tianyun Club, but Tu Yun showed her strength as a Huajin warrior, and even had 2 Huajin masters as bodyguards. In addition, there was a Danjin behind her, and since then, no one dared to attack Tianyun Club. In fact, these are not the things that Sun Ruashi admires Tu Yun the most. What she admires most about Tu Yun is that she secretly killed the genius of the Foot Basin Kingdom, who defeated the eldest son of Zhao, and then killed several geniuses of the Foot Basin Kingdom one after another. But her methods were very secretive. Even if the Foot Basin Kingdom knew that she did it, they couldn't do anything to her. They even sent people to assassinate Tu Yun many times, but she successfully killed them. Therefore, Tu Yun also got a nickname Poison Widow. Maybe Han Minglong's brain was kicked by a donkey. Sun Shui also found it hard to understand why Sun Minglong dared to do it in Tianyun Club. You are right. Sun Ruashi nodded. That guy's brain is not normal. What happened later? Sun Shui continued. Then the matter was very simple. Sun Minglong flirted with someone's girlfriend in front of her boyfriend, but he didn't expect that the man was actually a dark power master. He slapped Sun Minglong away with a slap and knocked out one of his teeth. Well done. Sun Ruashi couldn't help laughing. That guy finally paid the price for his special hobby. Suddenly, she had an idea. Who is that dark power master? Have you found out? Sun Shui said, it has not been investigated yet. I only know that Feng is a young man in his 20s. 20-year-old dark power. Sun Ruashi narrowed her eyes. It seems that this person is not simple. She has a very good martial arts talent. She started practicing martial arts at the age of 8. After practicing for 14 years, she has only reached the peak of bright power. This is still the case with no lack of training, resources and guidance from masters. The other party is the same age as him, but has already stepped into dark power. Either he is gifted or he comes from a martial arts family like the Sun family. Xiao Shui, you also send someone to investigate and see what the person's background is. Once the investigation is clear, report to me immediately. Okay, Miss 5. Yunjing, in a villa. A woman with a high bun, flawless white skin, and a perfect woman dressed as a woman is opening a video file on the computer. If Gao Yan is here, he will find that the video shows him first knocking away the strong man in a suit and then dodging and knocking Sun Minglong away. The beautiful woman watched this video 3 times. Then she whispered softly, interesting, Yongdong actually has such a young peak dark power warrior. She herself is also a Huajin warrior, with extraordinary eyesight. Although Gao Yan did not exert his full strength and had great reservations, she still judged Gao Yan's true strength. Then, the beautiful woman looked up at the cold woman in black standing not far away and asked, Xiao Dai, do you have any information about this person? My wife, this person is called Gao Yan. He is a sophomore student at the School of Business of Nandu University. He is an orphan and was later adopted by the Gao family. Half a month ago, he was no different from an ordinary college student, but in just half a month, he has undergone earth-shaking changes. First, he didn't know where he got 2 extremely valuable recipes. One for hot pot base and the other for milk tea. In addition, after listening to Xiaodia's introduction to Gao Yan, the beautiful woman's face suddenly had a faint smile. As soon as she saw the smile, Xiao Dai, who had followed the beautiful woman, for many years, knew that the lady should have a greater interest in Gao Yan. In this regard, she didn't know whether to say Gao Yan was lucky or unlucky. By the way, madam, how should this matter be handled? Should I asked again. Notify the Sun family and let them give me an explanation. The beautiful woman's face turned cold. As she controlled a huge intelligence channel, she naturally knew what kind of person Sun Menglong was. Although it was Sun Menglong who suffered this time. But if the other party had not coveted someone else's girlfriend, how could Gao Yan take action? To put it bluntly, Sun Menglong was used to being arrogant. Even when he came to her territory, he didn't know how to restrain himself, and he didn't take her, the poisonous widow, seriously. Yes, this beautiful woman is Tu Yun, the poisonous widow, that Sun Ruashi admired very much. Okay, madam. Xiao Dai immediately retreated. At this moment, in the Hilton presidential suite, Gao Yan stood alone in the bathroom, letting the water from the shower hit his body. He never dreamed that he was actually a quick shooter. It took only 2 minutes to enter the battlefield and completely stop. This made him feel very embarrassed. It doesn't make sense. With my physique of over 90, how could I? Knock knock. The knock on the door woke up Gao Yan, who was immersed in shame. Gao Yan, are you okay? Shui Jianyue's worried voice came from outside. I'm fine. Gao Yan turned off the shower, wiped off the water stains on his body. Perfunctorily, wrapped his body with a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom, just in time to meet Shui Jianyue's concerned eyes. Jianyue, Gao Yan, I just checked it online, there should be nothing wrong with your body. Shui Jianyue handed the phone to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took the phone, read the entire article at a glance, and his lost confidence returned. At this time, Shui Jianyue came up and whispered, Husband, how about we try again? Suddenly, Gao Yan's body became hot again, but thinking that it was Shui Jianyue's first time, he hesitated and said, After all, it's your first time, how about next time? It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then try it? Yeah. Encouraged by his girlfriend, Gao Yan joined hands with Shui Jianyue to enter the canyon battlefield again. Because it was his first time playing the canyon game, he had no experience at all, and his crystal was soon pushed. This time, he learned his lesson and fought calmly. First, he played in the wild to accumulate economy, and then bought equipment. Half an hour later, Shui Jianyue, who was fighting against him, surrendered. Gao Yan felt sorry for his girlfriend who was also a newcomer, so he accepted her surrender. As the saying goes, you know the taste after you taste the marrow. The two who tasted the game were addicted to the game. They ate and drank in the presidential suite for the next 2 days. Game experience also increased rapidly. Monday. Gao Yan sent Shui Jianyue back to Yongdong Science Department, and then drove to Nandu University. As soon as I thought about it, I called up the system interface and learned about the income in the past 2 days. First of all, the 3 milk tea shops sold a total of 900 mobile phones in these 2 days. Secondly, the milk tea sales of the 3 milk tea shops are also quite good. The 2-day turnover was 172,000 yuan, and the sales volume has reached a new breakthrough. The performance of Wanlong Store and Hengda Store reached new highs, with sales exceeding 30,000 yuan in a single day. Because it is the weekend, the performance of the snack street stores has also improved. The current system's rebate is 7 times. Therefore, the system's stored funds increased by another 52.54 million, and The total stored funds exceeded 380 million. The upgrade experience has increased by 4.22 million again, and the total experience has reached 58 million. There is still 42 million left before you can upgrade again. If the 3 milk tea shops maintain such profits, they will be able to upgrade again in 10 days at most. Didn't show up for 2 days. So Gao Yan first went to the milk tea shop on the snack street. Working time is 8 o'clock. It's still 10 minutes. But there is already a figure in the milk tea shop who is already busy. Brother, you are here. Qin Yue, who was wiping the bar, saw Gao Yan and quickly greeted him. Why don't you wait for everyone to clean up together? Gao Yan asked with a smile. It's not much work, I can finish it quickly. Qin Yue said nonchalantly. If it were other people, they would think that Qin Yue was trying to earn performance in front of the boss, but Gao Yan was certain that Qin Yue was not such a person, but wanted to help Gao Yan do more work. Gao Yan did not stop Qin Yue, but asked, Have you had breakfast? Qin Yue said, I will go to the cafeteria to eat later. Well, because of your hard work, I'll treat you to breakfast. No need, senior brother, the breakfast outside is not worth it. Qin Yue shook her head. Don't refuse, otherwise your salary will be deducted. Gao Yan said fiercely. Oh. Seeing Qin Yue's angry look, Gao Yan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Senior brother, you. This is your punishment for disobedience. Clean up quickly and I'll buy breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan turned around and walked towards the breakfast shop. Seeing Gao Yan's leaving figure, Qin Yue's cheeks turned red, and she immediately lowered her head and continued cleaning. The author has something to say. It seems that the number of reminders is close to 100 every day. But the total number of reviews is only over 80. Please leave a review here. Dear readers, please show your respect and leave a positive review.